to take personal responsibility for their safety by adhering strictly to basic safety measures. He warned against night travel, which often comes with poor visibility and higher risks, and urged passengers to insist on wearing approved life jackets at all times. According to Oyetola, waterway users must refuse to board rickety or overloaded boats, as no journey is worth risking their lives on. He said that these recurring tragedies are painful and unacceptable, underscoring the urgent need to address the root causes of waterway accidents in the country. Well, turning to other stories, the Socio-Economic Rights and Accountability Project, SERAP, has sued the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, over what it called the Commission's failure to account for the missing or diverted 55.9 billion naira. It noted that the money was meant for the purchase of smart card readers, ballot papers, result sheets, and other election materials for the 2019 general elections, as contained in the September 9, 2025 annual report by the Auditor General of the Federation. In the suit filed at the Federal High Court in Abuja, SERAP is seeking an order of mandamus to direct and compel INEC to account for the missing or diverted money. It further seeks an order of mandamus to direct and compel INEC to disclose the names of all contractors paid the money for the said procurement, including the names of their directors and shareholders. SERAP argued that INEC must operate without corruption if it is to ensure free and fair elections in the country and uphold Nigerians' rights to participate. No date has been fixed for hearing. And now Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu of Lagos State has ordered an immediate and comprehensive investigation into the alleged medical negligence at a private healthcare facility that led to the death of Nkanu, the son of renowned Nigerian author, Ms. Chimamanda Adichie. In a statement by his special advisor on health, Dr. Kemi Ogunyemi, the governor expressed his condolences to the grieving family, describing the loss of a child as a profound tragedy. Speaking against the public concern generated by Adichie's account of the tragic incident, the government reaffirmed its zero tolerance for medical negligence and unprofessional conduct in any health facility operating within the state. According to the state government, the Lagos state government places the highest value on human life and maintains zero tolerance for medical negligence or unprofessional conduct in any health facility within the state, and has already commenced investigation into the matter after visiting the facility involved. Well, coming up after this short break, our World Report, business, sports, and entertainment stories. Stay with us. Well, on the foreign scene now, over 1,000 apartment buildings in Kyiv remain without heating following a devastating Russian attack, local authorities have said. The attack, part of Russia's intensified bombardments of Ukraine's energy system since 2022, left nearly the entire city without power and heating amid a sharp cold snap. President Volodymyr Zelensky condemned the attack, stating that Russia deliberately targeted civilians during freezing weather and called it cynical Russian terror. Over the past week, Russia has launched 1,100 drones, 890 guided aerial bombs, and over 50 missiles against Ukraine. Authorities have partially restored electricity and heating, and water supplies have been restored. However, with temperatures expected to drop to minus 20 degrees Celsius, the situation remains dire. Still on violent conflict, Iran's parliament speaker Mohammad Khalibaf warned that any attack on Iran by the United States would be met with retaliation against Israel and U.S. military bases, saying that these and ships will be their legitimate target. The warning comes as Israel is on high alert for possible U.S. intervention in Iran amid ongoing anti-government protests in the country. U.S. President Donald Trump has threatened to intervene, warning Iranian leaders against using force against demonstrators and stating that the U.S. stands ready to help. Iran's clerical establishment is facing its biggest protests since 2022, with no fewer than 116 people killed and over 2,600 detained. The protests began over economic grievances, but have turned into broader anti-government demonstrations. Well, away from that report, Britain's former ambassador to the United States, Peter Mandelson, has apologized to victims of convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein, but stopped short of apologizing for his own ties to the late financier. Mandelson was dismissed from his post last year after emails revealed a closer relationship with Epstein than previously acknowledged. In a statement, he expressed sympathy for Epstein's victims, saying he was sorry for a system that failed to protect them. However, Mandelson defended his own actions, saying he was neither aware of Epstein's crimes nor complicit. The UK government had said at the time of Mandelson's dismissal that the depth of his ties to Epstein was materially different from what was known when he was appointed. Well, in business news, Nigeria has secured $500 million concessional loan from the World Bank to expand access to high-quality and climate-resilient broadband internet across the country. According to the financing agreement for the Building Resilient Digital Infrastructure for Growth Bridge project, the loan will be used to capitalize a new fiber infrastructure company, with $460 million allocated for equity financing and fiber rollout. World Bank Country Director for Nigeria, Marcio Vegas, said the bridge project puts to action the bold and ambitious vision to unlock the potential of the digital economy in Nigeria, working alongside the private sector. The project aims to deploy 90,000 kilometers of fiber optic cable, extending Nigeria's national backbone from 35,000 kilometers to 125,000 kilometers. The bank's support is part of a larger $1.6 billion initiative, with private investors expected to contribute $1.1 billion. For his part, the Minister of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy, Bosun Tijani, said the project will strengthen the national backbone for internet access, and optimize the use of 8 submarine cables already landed in Nigeria. Still on business news, the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission, NERC, has revealed that 5.36 million electricity customers nationwide remain without meters, leaving them exposed to unpredictable estimated billing methods by the distribution companies, DISCOs. According to NERC's third quarter 2025 industry report, only 6.662 million of the 12.030 million active registered electricity customers across the 12 DISCOs were metered as of September 30, 2025, representing 55.37% coverage. It further noted that during the quarter, over 222,000 end-user customers were metered across all DISCOs, with Ibadan, Aba and Abuja DISCOs recording the highest installations, accounting for 23.38%, 20.81% and 19.06% of total installations, respectively. Well, in sports news, President Bola Tinubu has praised Nigeria's Super Eagles for their impressive 2-0 win over Algeria in the Africa Cup of Nations AFCON quarterfinal, describing their performance as brilliant and inspiring. In a post on his verified X handle, Tinubu assured the team of the nation's full support as they continue their campaign, urging them to go and assuring that they have the support of all Nigerians. The victory through goals from Victor Osimhen and Akko Adams pushed Nigeria into the semi-finals, where they will face host nation Morocco on Wednesday. In the meantime, Super Eagles forward Victor Osimhen has warned that Nigeria's semi-final clash against Morocco at the Africa Cup of Nations will be challenging. Osimhen spoke after Nigeria's 2-0 quarter-final win over Algeria, in which he scored 1 goal and assisted another. However, the striker expressed confidence in his teammates and the Super Eagles' ability to come out tops in the encounter. In entertainment news, African music continues to prove its power as a unifying force across borders, cultures, and generations. Here in Lagos, the Afrima Music Village has become a melting pot of rhythms, talents, and traditions as artists from different parts of the continent gather to celebrate Africa's rich musical heritage. Beyond entertainment, the event serves as a platform for cultural exchange, creative expression, and global recognition of African sounds. Our correspondent, Onyidamola Olukoto, takes us into the heart of the experience from Ikeja City Mall.
The Afrima Music Village here at Ikeja City Mall, Lagos, Nigeria, where a lot of artists from around Africa have gathered here tonight to bring in their rhythm, culture, and this is show that music is one thing that unifies us as African country. Now we're going to go into, you can hear the electrifying sound right in my background. The people are so interested in what is happening here tonight. Let's say what people have to say about tonight's event, because music is life and people are here to want to party. Let's go into the party, please.
Yeah, actually, I wasn't expecting Cody, but like when I saw him, I was outside. I had to run inside. Kiss Daniel. I don't. Then I'm hoping you could chill on the sofa.
It's really nice, hyperactive. I actually came prepared. I don't know most of the songs they sing, so I don't know. I just go with the flow.
Well, I feel great. It's awesome, being outside. I feel great, witnessing them face to face, and it's part of the experience.
I feel good. Like very, very good. But I'm actually waiting for my artist, Mama. I say you are ready.
The Afriman Music Village is a platform that highlights the richness and diversity of African music. Here in Lagos, performers from different Africa countries are treating audiences with sounds that cut across genres, from Afrobeats and Amapiano to highlife and traditional rhythms. Beyond entertainment, the event promotes cultural exchange, creativity, and the growing influence of African music on the global stage. Fans say the experience is more than just a show. It's a celebration of identity, talent, and unity. From the reactions of the crowd to the energy on stage, it is clear that African music continues to connect people across borders. The Afriman Music Village stands as a reminder that culture, when celebrated, becomes a powerful tool for unity and development. The Afriman Music Village has once again proven that African music is more than sound. It is a movement, a message, and a shared heritage. From Ikeja City Mall, Lagos, this is Oyindamola Olukoto, reporting for VOP TV News.
Oyindamola, thank you so much. Still entertainment news, veteran Nollywood actress Shafi Bello says that love is often misunderstood and reduced to romance in spite of having deeper emotional and spiritual dimensions. Speaking about storytelling, womanhood, love and representation in film, the actress said if she were to be an executive producer in a movie, she would focus on telling a modern story about women from an older generation, a demographic she believes is largely underrepresented in cinema. Bello explained that she is particularly drawn to stories that explore the layers of womanhood, lightening the journey of a woman to the structure of a flower. Meanwhile, Afrobeat singer Seun Kuti has slammed Wizkid's fans, telling them to stop bringing the name of his late father, Fela Kuti, into music debates. Kuti on Instagram Live called out their behavior as disrespectful and ignorant, saying they are trying to claim modern musicians as new Fela, even though they do not understand his legacy. Kuti criticized the fans for fueling unnecessary rivalry in the music industry and urged them to focus on appreciating music instead of provoking conflict. And it's a wrap on News Hour. But before we go, a quick look at the headlines. We told you that NASU has flayed discriminatory teacher retirement. Also, Tambuwal tasks Nigeria's leaders to rise above ethnicity. A Southeast APC endorses Tinubu for second term, and OT stakes performance, tells Abians to disregard opposition noise. Police arrest 3 suspects in Abuja lawyer's murder probe. And Katsina government defends release of 70 suspected bandits. While on the foreign scene, key residents suffer as Russian attacks cut heating in over 1,000 buildings. Business News Nigeria to invest $460 million loan in fiber infrastructure. While on sports news, Tinubu hails Super Eagles and victory over Algeria. In entertainment news, Africa Music Village showcases rich heritage. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People TV. On other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. If you witness news happening near you, we want to hear from you. Send your eyewitness reports, event coverage requests, photos or videos directly via WhatsApp to 0814-606-4057. You can also reach us via email at news@vop.ng. I am Vivian Oguche, and thank you for watching.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
to echo the voices of the people. Big up!
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being your studio's Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. Good morning and welcome to VOP This Morning. I am Moses Humphrey, and of course, as things unfold in Nigeria, we bring them to you. I'm not alone on the show. You get to meet the team this morning, and yes, there is an addition to the team this morning. Oh well, very quickly, let's introduce Jane. Jane Ogoye.
Yes.
Good morning to you, Jane.
Good morning.
Good morning,
Thank you.
Jane.
Good morning, guys.
Welcome to the program.
Thank you very much.
Now, Jane joins the team from today, and we will just fire on. So now let's get into the conversation for this morning. No safe haven. Defense Minister slams warning to terror sponsors, and also Tinubu's tough choice. That's talking about Rivers showdown. Serap sues INEC over 55.9 billion naira election funds. Now, these are the major conversations on our table this morning, and we will be dissecting them, making sense of it all in the course of the program. And don't forget to follow us on social media. We are at VOP TV live across social media, and on YouTube, it's Voice of the People Television. Now, let's get into some of the conversations that Nigerians are having as well.
Good morning and thanks for joining us. I am Chukwuma Okoro. Apart from the major stories, there are also other interesting trending topics that we are going to weigh in on. Jen, let's take it up.
Yeah, and let's start off with this very sad story coming in from Ondo State, which says the police busted a Black Axe cult initiation in Ondo, and they arrested 25 people. The Ondo State Police Command has arrested 25 suspected cultists belonging to the Black Axe Aye Confraternity, also known as the New Black Movement, NBM, during an initiation ceremony in Usok community, or local government area. The suspects hailing from Lagos, Osun, and Ondo states were apprehended using intelligence-led tactics. Recovered items include a Toyota Highlander SUV and an unregistered motorcycle. The suspects have confessed to involvement in cult-related activities and will face charges upon completion of investigations. The Ondo State Commissioner of Police, Adebola Lawal, praised the operatives for their professionalism and assured residents that the command will sustain its fight against cultism. He also urged the youths to shun cultism, warning that it leads to severe consequences. The police command also appealed to the public to provide credible information to aid in preventing and combating crime across the states.
Oh, well, this issue of cultism has eaten deep into the fabric of our society. And, it has even gone from university to secondary schools. And right now, you even have primary school students as well joining cults. In fact, there was a video I saw yesterday from a school. Yes, a school in Ejigbo. I'm not certain if it's a university, Excel, or a secondary school. I think it's a secondary school. I think it's a secondary school in Ejigbo, where the boys in the hostel were just, puffing away. Were puffing away in that video, a lot of them. And you start to wonder, is this what sending your kids to school has become? In some cases, they are compelled to join cult groups. And these things, for the founding fathers of some of these things, they will say what they have today is not what they intended for it to be. I know Professor Wale Soyinka basically was one of the founding fathers of the Pirates Confraternity. Yeah. Yes. But it was to encourage student union involvement in school activities, encourage students to be the best there is, the best they could be in academics and all of that. And they were very much aware of governance and how things were done and how things should be done. But today, it's a completely different story. And I think it goes back to the home front.
That's true.
All right, it goes back to the home front. It's the onus really is on parents. But you see, gone are the days when we had communal living, where you could see your neighbor's child going wrong and then you correct them. But these days, if you try it, in fact, the parents will come for you.
Because we're a lot more westernized.
A lot more westernized in a terrible way.
Yes, a lot more westernized. You live this kind of individualistic life, all man to himself, for himself.
It's a bad one.
In fact, now if you berate a child, the parent will be the one to say, "Hey, what's going on? Did I ask you to?"
I agree. I think it's also a sign of the times. I think right now a lot of people do not have this trust issue. A lot of people do not trust their neighbors. So it's almost like a me, myself, and I, me and my children. Growing up, like you said,
yes.
My neighbor could scold me, could flog me, and when my mom comes back, you give him or her a thumbs up. But now you dare not do that.
That's part of the westernization that I'm talking about. I think it's more like a clash of civilization, and a certain civilization is trying to, or gradually, or has actually overtaken another one. We learned these things from when parents started coming back from United States and saying, "Hey, you don't talk to my kid like that," and all of. And our people now, we are quick to. You don't shout at kids. Our people are quick to imbibe such culture. We even had parents, go to secondary schools with security, with police escorts to go and harass and even beat up teachers.
I think we are the problem. We are
the problem.
Like you said, we like to imbibe other people's culture.
Yes.
In fact, the first time I heard we were doing Halloween in Nigeria, like,
where is this coming from?
Where is it coming from?
And if we were not so receptive, I'm not sure that the white man would have been able to influence and overpower us. But we are so receptive, and it's a lot of historical facts, behind it. But why I want to weigh in here is the fact that, look, the issue of cultism. When we talk about cultism, gradually it is more worrisome and it is deeply troubling that we even find it more in secondary schools now than in universities. Because you see some of these confraternity, like the Sea Dogs, they don't recruit inside school again.
They don't recruit
it's outside, anyway. Outside.
But I also think we should also narrow it down to the root cause.
No, and I'm coming. I'm coming to the root cause. So it's basically you find it more in secondary schools now than in universities. Like I have children in university, and after his first semester, I came and I said, "Guy, I hope so you never enter a court." He said, "Court? Do they still have those things in universities?" That's even in the secondary school that they tried all those things to initiate and he ran away. But now in the university, he just goes to lectures and come back. It's not as if, and when you ask them, but I heard there was a cult-related activity around us. We said it's outsiders. Jobless boys that are doing one thing or the other. They come inside school, cause trouble, and run away. So we should, as a matter of fact, face the secondary schools now. And now, to what Jane said, the issue of parenting, the root cause of it. I think it goes back to what I said before. Westernization, individualistic lifestyle that we live.
Okay.
When we were growing up, when we were growing up, you see that there were no big fences around houses, you know. There were no big fences. We live, well, okay, like those of us that grew up in the village, you know, there were no big fences. And if one big man builds a house, he will just use this barbed wire fence, you know, because he locks it up and goes to the city so that people don't get into it and burglary and all of it. But over time, curiously, everything started erecting big walls. So that even if your neighbor has a problem, you don't even know.
Yeah, people
so when Amechi came
in their rooms,
yes, you don't know.
People don't know.
When Amechi came into, when he became the governor of Rivers State, and they had issues with cultism and all of that, Amechi ordered in GRA, you know, the new GRA, GRA phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, everybody had to bring down his fence to like this level, like 2 feet or 3 feet. Even Governor Mehia's house was affected. He had to bring it down, force them to bring it down. That time, if you are passing and your neighbor is in crisis, you could actually know. Yeah, you know, but so this kind of lifestyle of me, myself, and I, it is actually part of the problem.
It is.
You know,
and a lot of children also buy into the idea because of fear. A lot of them don't have strong personalities. They don't have a strong sense of self. A lot of them is the need to belong, power, you know, and it still boils down to the home front. And the society is actually a reflection of the signs of our times and our society at large, because right now, I mean, the whole moral fabric of the society, I don't even know if anyone still exists in Nigeria, by the way. So that's why a lot of children are, find themselves, because in secondary school, they're actually very impressionable.
Yes,
so anything you tell them, they can easily, and it's so sad because, I mean, while we were undergraduates, cultism was a university thing.
Yes.
And now that we have it in secondary school and it's thriving, it means it will come down to primary school if we don't do anything about it.
Okay, when you were in the university, it was, what did you call it?
Cultism.
When you went to university, it was a university thing.
It was a university thing.
When I went to university, cultism wasn't in vogue.
Imagine.
And honestly, when I was in university, no, it's not as if we didn't.
I disagree with you on that one.
It depends on the school they attended.
No. Cultism wasn't the kind of, we didn't have this kind of.
You were not interested in
No. Let me learn now. When I was in university, cultism at that time, for you to get recruited into PC, you must be a person of means, at least in your academics.
Yes. You must be very intelligent. Your GP must be good. Must be high.
When I say that it wasn't in vogue, is that they weren't causing problems. Okay, you know how we knew big boys then? How we knew big boys is if you were unable to go to London for long vacation, at least you go to Lagos now. Lagos was our own London then. I spent my vacation in Lagos and all of that. It was shortly after we left that people started carrying axes, carrying guns and knives and killing themselves. And I got to hear about this. I say, in my school, they could sell in the evening and you just walk past and nothing will happen. Quite frankly, they could sell in the evening. When they hold their flag that they are going to sell, you just walk past. But shortly after we left, twins were being killed.
Really?
That's when, things took.
So that's why I said it wasn't in vogue. You know, it was then that they started, do you know who I am? They started taking people's girlfriends and all of that. And if you disagree with them, they'll cut you.
Wow.
If you do this, they will kill you. When we were in school, it wasn't in vogue. Big boys was either you're on the dean's list or probably travel to London for a long vacation. That was
like you said, the original intent was not this, according to the
Yes, it wasn't.
Exactly. And you said something that I would like to expatiate on, the character.
Yes.
So a lot of young people don't have personalities. They don't have character. And you see, it speaks to the different quotients. You know, then you're brought up to own your own personality.
Yeah.
You're not intimidated by somebody yelling at you or somebody treating you a certain way. But you see, this character issue, it goes beyond being drafted into cultism or being drafted into a group. It's the lack of character that makes people feel, oh, I am hurt. I need to take my life. All right. It takes us to a different level. It's I think it's called AQ.
Okay.
Adversity quotient. Inability to handle challenges.
Even emotional intelligence, all of them. Yeah.
So we have a lot of young people being brought up with parents helping them solve everything.
That's true.
They don't have the ability to handle issues when they come up. So as they grow, when they are faced with challenges. I mean, I'm taking you to a different.
I understand.
As they're faced with challenges and all, they feel, let me run, let me escape. And the only way to escape out of life is to kill yourself, to die.
Like things we ordinarily did on our own. Now we find it difficult to let our children do
yes,
those
we are all
things.
guilty
Do
of
those
that.
things.
Yes.
You know, like my son went to driving school. And even after driving school, if he's driving now, I will still join him. I will still join him in the
So
car.
you had helicopter parents.
To see how he's driving and all of that. But nobody took me to driving school. I started fiddling from moving it
By
and coming
yourself.
back and all of that. And before you knew it, I started driving. And I didn't die.
totally
But I'm
agree.
afraid that, if this guy goes alone, he might just hit
It's love. The
No,
kind of,
it-
no, it's
no.
love. It's love.
Is it
It's
love?
Yes, it is. It's love. It's the kind of love that can keep them, confined. But it's good to, allow them,
to explore.
blossom.
That's
Yes.
true.
Explore, yeah.
But anyway, let's get into another conversation now. The National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA, has arrested an 80-year-old ex-convict, Jeremiah Isaiah Nkanta, for returning to the illicit drug trade. Barely 3 years after serving a 2-year jail term for a similar offense. Nkanta was tracked down to his residence in Abak local government area of Akwa Ibom State. Oh, okay. Where 5.7 kilograms of skunk, a strain of cannabis, were recovered. Now, in a related operation, NDLEA operatives intercepted another person, a 37-year-old businessman, Annie Onyebuchi Romans, while traveling with full-body mannequins stuffed with 5.3 kilograms of tramadol pills. The suspect claimed to be heading to Cameroon for his clothing business. Well, NDLEA Chairman Brigadier General Mohammed Buba Marwa commended the officers for their operational successes and balanced approach to drug supply reduction and demand reduction efforts. Yes, they are doing magnificent work with the arrests we see every weekend, basically. You see arrest. But it's not just about arresting these people now. Where do these things go? Because we've found out that when they arrest, confiscate, these things still find their way back to the dealers one way or another. Some law enforcement agents whose job it is to actually arrest these people are the ones that still find their way to steal these things from confinement and sell. So it's a good thing what NDLEA is doing, but we should see them destroy this. And they're arresting the small boys, really. When you arrest these people, before you put them on display, on screen, ensure that they've given you valid information so you can track down, and arrest the kingpins themselves. I mean, that's when it would be very, very effective. And I know the cartel is quite tight. It's not easy to achieve. But yes, of course, NDLEA can achieve it.
I wanted to say that because it boils down to who are members of the cartel. You never can tell. So it's a big problem because they are very strong. Dangote once said that the cartel in the oil industry is even stronger than that in the drug industry.
Wow.
Apparently confirming that it's a very strong cartel in the drug world. Now we already know. But I'd like to take it from a different angle. The first story we read here was the police busting cultists. Now this is NDLEA busting drug traffickers and all of that. So it clearly tells you that our security agencies, when they want to do their jobs, are always on top of their jobs. Now the big question is, why is it that in terrorism, why is it that it is proving difficult for them to do the same thing? And when they are tracked, what happens? The next minute, they are let go or they are rehabilitated and integrated to society and all of that. So after reading through these stories, it clearly tells me that, look, the government is not yet intentional in fighting insurgency, in fighting insecurity, in fighting terrorism. The other day I spoke about it. Very highly placed people in Nigeria, when they are kidnapped, the security agencies immediately swing to action and those people are rescued. We hear that when Nigerian military, when they are overpowering terrorists, bandits and kidnappers, they get order from above to pull back. So it clearly tells you that, look, the government knows what they are doing. And if we are talking, anyway, that's one of our topics of discussion. What about the security and all of that? It's a good thing. Buba Marwa is doing a lot of good job. Like Moses asked, when these people are apprehended, the drugs, you know, where do they go to? Because we also hear that sometimes they are resold and recycled. Because you can't tell me that.
But sometimes you see in the news that they say they burnt them.
Were you there?
Okay, well, that's...
No, I'm not asking about you as a person.
But that's what
we also burn arms and ammunition, you know, by the under supervision of the NSA.
Yeah.
And the next moment, we even saw him arming people, you know, to go and help him. Arming Mieti Ala cattle rearers to go and help him fight insecurity and all. Nigeria is a mixed bag.
Really, a very complicated country.
Nigeria is a mixed bag.
I want to look at it from the other hand. I mean, an 80-year-old man. That's what just struck me. Why will an 80-year-old man still be trapped in a drug ecosystem? For me, that just tells you that there's a systematic problem. An 80-year-old, I mean, ordinarily, an 80-year-old, a typical 80-year-old Nigerian should have retired now, just at home playing with his grandchildren or family.
But that man doesn't look 80 to me.
Oh, well, look at hard life. 80-year-old man.
The man doesn't look 80 to me.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's move away from the drug story. Buba Marwa, thumbs up to you. You are doing very well. Now, the Lagos State government has ordered an investigation into the alleged medical negligence that led to the death of Nkanu Nnamdi, the 21-year-old son of renowned author Chimamanda Adichie. Well, the child died after receiving treatment at a private hospital in Lagos. Adichie had alleged that her son's death resulted from criminal negligence by the anesthesiologist involved. Well, the hospital has commenced an internal investigation and expressed sympathy to the family. The Lagos State government has also directed the Health Facility Monitoring and Accreditation Agency to conduct a thorough, independent and transparent investigation into the incident. The agency has already visited the facility and begun a comprehensive review of all allegations and reports related to the case. Well, the investigation will examine compliance with established clinical protocols, professional conduct, patient safety standards, and the roles and responsibilities of all parties involved. The findings will be made public once the process is concluded. And I just hope that the findings will be made public because this is not the first time we hear about inquiries conducted. We don't see the results and all of that. Even when they are released, they are shrouded in some form of secrecy and all of that. But that said, it's our, like the other day we said it, our hearts go out to the family of the Adichie family, Chimamanda in person. I mean, I can't imagine, I can't wrap it around my head, you know, losing a child, you know, of my own. So I just put myself in her shoes. Now, that said, the issue of misdiagnosis is a very serious one in this country. And you know what? I like the fact that they said criminal negligence.
Yes.
You know, because some health workers, you go to, oh my God, you get into a hospital. The first person you confront is a nurse.
Yes.
And that nurse is very, very hostile to you. As if you had met before, as if you had family problems, as if you were neighbors and were already quarreling and all of that. I told a story of how I took my son to Lut. The first person that we met was a nurse that spoke my language, that speaks my language. That was where our problem started. That was where our problem started. It was even nurses that didn't hear our language, doctors, as a matter of fact, that intervened. And so when we talk about this issue of tribalism and all of that, I don't even get it. You know? So criminal negligence, it happens all the times. I keep talking about, but it's everywhere.
It is.
But the thing is that Nigeria's case is very high. Dora Akonyele, she was misdiagnosed, you know, but not in Nigeria, but outside. So what we should be talking about is reducing, you know, the negligence, the level, so that it can, in fact, below 1 digit, because it involves lives. I went to clinic. I was in hospital the other time. I told Moses, you know, on the morning show, and they were supposed to do HB1, and they collected sample and wrote MP, which is malaria parasite. And if you had tested me for malaria parasite and record the result, and if I had HB1, it would not reflect. It will reflect I'm free of malaria parasite. So these little things can, especially in the medical field. So nurses and health caregivers should be very, very careful, because one little mistake, like this one little mistake. I understand it was general anesthesia that they gave the young man.
Yes,
I also had an uncle who was given general anesthesia and just traveled from there. Up until now, he hasn't returned, and this is about 40-something years ago. So it's quite unfortunate.
Still in coma, you mean?
No, he's gone. When somebody traveled and hasn't come back, that means he's gone.
I think it also boils down to the deep mistrust we have for our health system, be it private or public. I mean, why this is out there is because of the personality involved. But that's not to say that the life of the child isn't important. But I'm just saying that the fact that it happens every day, as we're speaking, it's happening. We also have a family friend who lost their only daughter to this criminal negligence, and it was still this anesthesia, having the IV drip line and all of that. It also is because we don't have consequences. Heavy consequences. Yes. They will set up tribunals, they will set up panels upon panels, investigation. Lagos State has swung into action. They are going to collaborate, blah, 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 blah. But usually, these things just die a natural death.
Because we don't
and then it's on to the next.
In some cases, sanctions are placed on the hospitals or the doctors involved. But, it's not heavy in comparison to the fact that a life is lost.
Oh, yes.
It's not as heavy. So I think there should be more heavier punitive measures for negligence like this. I mean, we saw how these things happen every other day.
They do.
And there's this reality TV star, Rico. Is it Rico Suave?
Who died? Yeah, Rico, the BB Niger
star.
The
BB Niger star who died because the nurses were arguing if he was the one or not, and then they were taking pictures while somebody was seated on a chair, dying, and they were busy filming. So different issues, misdiagnosis, and the rest. You go to some hospitals. I mean, like you said, one of the places, the people I give premium regards to when I need a service from them, the police and nurses. When I visit, when I visit the clinic, the hospital, or whatever, my voice is usually low.
Very low.
Like, hello, good morning, how are you? Please, can I see a doctor? Even if you're angry, I'm like, it's okay. I try to be calm. Same thing with the
police.
Yes, because I might raise my voice and I might be, oh, okay, so you think you have right here, huh? So I think we should inculcate that. Just go there and appeal to their conscience, because I mean that seems to be the only way they would even listen to you.
But I think their supervising authorities like the Midwifery and Nurses Council should also do they have their work cut out for them, because nurses, oh my God, nurses are very.
They can be nasty.
They can be very, very
some of them. I know they're good ones. A young man was trying to prank the police, pretended to be a kidnapper, and had somebody in the boot of the car. I mean, he was a prankster. We all, those on social media know him as a prankster. In the process, the police arrested him as a kidnapper, and then they opened the boot and took the person there and dragged the person by the trouser and dragged him by the trouser. They're dragging it somewhere. I'm like, okay, you're arresting both the culprit and the victim. You're not even treating the victim well. You are dragging the two of them, so you need to be careful with agencies like this. Oh, well, let's quickly run to the papers. Let's see what the papers have for us this morning. A few headlines, of course, and don't be surprised if you have the issue of River State appear on the cover pages of the dailies, because it's a recurring issue right now. Well, quickly, to Vanguard newspaper, these are the headlines. Rivers crisis. I did say it would appear. Rivers crisis. Why I said dogs are barking. Fubara. Tinubu can sack me if I can no longer offer anything. Wike Amewule. Avoid impeachment comment at Port Harcourt rally. There's plot to stop legislative proceedings. Rivers Assembly. All right. And then insecurity. Release of 70 bandits sparks outrage in Katsina. 6 killed in Niger, Sokoto communities. Release of 70 bandits. All right, we'll talk more about this during newspaper review. Iran, 466 killed, 2,638 detained. Tehran vows to retaliate if U.S. strikes. Blames foreign terrorists for protest. LG accounts. Oshun files charges against bank officials. Hearing holds January 30. Tinubu broke education pact, abandoned students abroad. Atiku alleges. NMA faults media trial over Chimamanda's son's death. Yes, that's a conversation they're putting out there. But of course, if it's not in the media, will they do anything, really? Loans to manufacturers shrink to 2.1 trillion naira, drop in 5 sectors, 17.5% to 16.43 trillion naira in 6 months. Now, those are the headlines on the cover page of the Vanguard newspaper.
And up next is the Punch newspaper with Wike ends LG tours. Assembly alleges plot to stall Fubara's impeachment. Now, beside the nameplate, INEC faces legal hit over missing 55.9 billion naira 2019 election funds. Chimamanda solicitors write Lagos hospital. Doctor suspended. Now, the big story, 2026 budget twist. MDAs inject 3.5 trillion naira new projects despite FG freeze. Where with the riders, power, transport, health dominate new spending as fresh projects take 15% of capital budget. More stories from the Punch newspaper. FG proposes 41 billion naira to upgrade 109 foreign missions. Now, I'll take that again for emphasis. FG proposes 41 billion naira to upgrade 109 foreign missions. Wema Bank introduces voice banking on ALAT. Armed Forces Day, federal government, governors, held soldier sacrifices. Now, that's it from the Punch newspaper.
And here we have the Nigerian Tribune. On the front page, the federal government is set to end the ASU crisis. To sign fresh agreement on January 14th, they hope to approve 40% salary increase for academic staff. And also in the Tribune, we have a story about the LG accounts. Osun State files charges against UBA officials. We also have defection, death, court cases as rule as LP, leave LP with 0 senators. This day we have, First Daily. On the First Daily, we have the impeachment war. Rivers Assembly alleges plot to block Fubara's removal. And the Anambra police arrest 26-year-old for girlfriend's murder.
All right, that's pretty much how far we can go in newspaper headlines. We'll go deeper during newspaper review. In the meantime, let's look at what's happening within the security space in Nigeria. Talking about insecurity. No safe haven. Defense Minister slams warning to terror sponsor. Says, if you are a sponsor, you're one of them. If we catch you in the theater of war, you will go down with them. Well, let's talk about this when we come back from this break. Stay with us.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a... Well, the Minister of Defense, General Christopher Musa, retired, has warned Nigerians and others who provide support to terrorists, bandits, insurgents, and other criminal elements to desist immediately. A friend of a thief is a thief, he says. He stated that the federal government has given security agencies a clear mandate to act decisively against them. Speaking at the Armed Forces Celebration and Remembrance Day 2026 golf tournament, Musa called on Nigerians to continue supporting the armed forces and other security agencies in their efforts to restore peace and stability across the country. He emphasized that those who support terrorism will see whatever happens to them if they are caught in the battlefield. The defense minister also highlighted the significance of the Armed Forces Remembrance Day celebration, which is to honor fallen heroes and appreciate serving personnel and their families for their sacrifices to the nation. He noted that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has consistently demonstrated commitment to the welfare and operational effectiveness of the armed forces. Meanwhile, the commander of one brigade, Nigerian Army, Gusau Brigadier General Mustapha Jimo, has stated that terrorist and banditry activities in Zamfara state have reduced to the barest minimum. He assured residents of improved safety across the state. Well, this, he says, is thanks to the sustained military operation under Operation Fansin Yama. Oh well, we do have with us in the studio Barrister Darlington Agumo. Good morning to you, Barrister. Good to have you this morning.
Morning, Moses, Sokora, and Jen. How are you? How was the weekend?
Very well.
Very well.
And we have joining us virtually Shegun Shukmito, an entrepreneur, consultant, a good governance advocate. And yes, good morning to you. That's all right then. Well, also joining us virtually is Umar Kingsley Achibong, public relations expert and public affairs analyst. Oh well, Barrister,
yes.
Let me start off with you because you seemed you exhibited some distrust in the statement coming from the Minister of Defense.
Cynicism, yes, cynicism. Moses, I told everybody who cared to listen that I'm not happy with Nigerian Army. They have disappointed themselves and disappointed Nigerians. All these hot wars and all that with no action. Was it not this Musa who told us that he will find out who gave the order for the security men to leave before these children were kidnapped? Up to today, what happened? Moses, what happened? As I talk to you now, members of villagers in Benue and Plateau State are living in IDP camp. Going to 10 years now. And the foreign terrorists have taken over their village and they are living there. They have renamed the place.
What do you blame this on? Because when the general was relieved of his duties, Nigerians were upset that he was doing something because he spoke very tough about
dealing with insecurity. And then when he was made a minister, Nigerians were excited. But is it the politics now, the political part of it, that is making his own work ineffective?
The Nigerian army we have today is no longer the Nigerian army of yore. What we have now is a politicized military. Moses, if you read how the former chief of army staff was killed with that helicopter crash near Zaria, you wait for the army. Your own man, you people murdered him. How do you explain that? Why can't they find out who's behind all these things? Instead of telling us, if you do, the 400 men they get there, what happened? Musa, please stop telling us to talk for. We are tired of hearing that. Do something. The people supporting terrorists, you know them. You know them. You cannot pretend that you don't know them. They gave you 400 men from a foreign country. Of those who sponsoring terrorists, you know them. What have you done? Every morning people will come here and be embarrassing everybody. You know people supporting them. What have you done? Sheikh Gumi is there. So what is there all this thing that if you know them, if you are not blowing hot water? Okay. Name that particular person who gave them order to leave that school, and gave the same thing to the person who asked them to leave Dati on a day of curfew. That those girls were kidnapped, and now we are looking for Leah Sharibu. All right. All these facts are before you now. What are you telling us?
There's another story here from the Vanguard newspaper. It says, insecurity, release of 70 bandits spark outrage in Katsina. So
they said they release them so that there will be peace. Imagine.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we have one who has been in the theater of it all. Colonel Kingsley Achibong, Umar Kingsley Achibong, retired, is a public relations expert and a public affairs analyst. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
Good to have you join the conversation. Yes, good to have you join the conversation this morning. Now let's talk about insecurity. Nigerians have lost faith in the activities of the military because Nigerians feel they won't do anything. I mean, it took interference from the United States for us to see a reduction in the activities of insecurity, the activities of bandits in Nigeria. Now, I just read a headline from one of the dailies, 70 bandits that were released in the name of peace. The other day, right after US bombed Sokoto, we saw some of these bandits strayed into Ondo State, yes. About 39 of them were on display, arrested, but we don't even know what happened to them. What is going on? Why does it seem like this issue of insecurity is overwhelming to Nigerians? Why? What exactly is going on?
Okay, first of all, let me start by thanking VOP TV for inviting me to join this conversation and therefore making this platform available for me to sort of make contributions. But we must start from the premise. I like the way the introduction was made. I'm a retired officer. It means I've left the system, I've left the core of things. But good for me, I never shy away from the media, because all through my career in the military, I worked with the media. I was a media handler. So in terms of the questions you have asked, I would also like to ask you if you yourself are not tired with the number of times these questions have to be repeated. The only input I need to make there is that the solutions to all of these things and the reason why all of these things are happening cannot be exclusive to the military. The military is only an infinitely small fraction of providing these solutions that Nigerians are looking for. So if you want to, as we say, go to the roots of the matter, you have to go back to Nigerians themselves.
That's
because
what we
I'm
want
one
you
of
to
those
help
who
us
believe
do.
that.
Help us, take us to the roots of the matter. I mean, yes, you have left service, but I don't think if you've served for, I think, 35 years, you will leave entirely. You'll still have friends that you speak to. And I mean, it's a place, it's a community that you've been part of. So you know exactly what is going on there.
The discussions, I agree with you, and the discussions I have with my friend can only help to contribute to my own personal opinions and views about things. So if I were to express myself here, it would just be my opinions that I'm expressing. Luckily for me, I do not have a platform in which I could be talking to you as a representative of the military or anything.
Okay, now let's
that.
X-ray what the Minister of Defense said. Christopher Musa. Are you still with us?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Here.
He did say, he said, look, those that have been supporting banditry, insecurity in Nigeria, will come for you. I mean, if we meet on the battlefield, you will go down for it. I mean, I'm just paraphrasing his words now. When he was appointed minister, there was a lot of excitement because Nigerians felt, yes, for the first time, round peg and round hole. He fits the cap fits. But rather than seeing results, we are hearing what seems like political statements. Why does it seem like the military cannot rout out these insurgents and then you're passing the buck back to Nigerians? What level of Nigerians, what category of Nigerians are we looking at here, if you want to blame it on Nigerians?
Surprisingly, even the man on the streets himself. You know, I would just like to make the point here that when the civil populace talks about military subordination to civil authorities, this is one of the manifestations of those kinds of conversations. So Nigerians should not talk only about confrontations on the streets or orders being given, you know, to individuals as a manifestation of what the expression of military subordination to civil authorities should be.
Okay.
There's nothing you can do beyond what the civil authorities want as a military.
Okay.
So if you mention Jaya Musa, you are talking about someone who is in a system.
Okay.
Jaya Musa is not, this is not like the time, and all Nigerians, all of you on this panel this morning, you know the difference between the military and the
all right,
regime.
All right, Colonel, let me stay with you. I like the fact that when you were in service, you were in the media arm of the service, and I understand that having served there, you have a lot of information. You also said that Nigerians try to reduce the problem, you know, to the military alone. Now, the military is a very infinitesimal, you know, part of the problem. Yes, I agree. So now I'd like to ask you, between when you were there and now, as at that time, did Nigeria actually have a national security policy and a national security strategy that speaks to containment, that speaks to prevention, and that speaks to outright dismissal of insecurity? Did we have that kind of strategy, or do you know if you have that kind of strategy? Because if you had a strategy, does it speak to prevention, containment, or outright dismissal? Because we have a situation where you also asked us a question: are we not tired of speaking about the same thing every day? So, Colonel, do we have a national security strategy to deal with this problem?
My response to that, like every other issue in Nigeria, is that it is not the absence of strategies and policies and papers and documents That's not where the problem lies. As all of us as adult Nigerians know the problem.
The problem is that no, Colonel, we don't know. That's why we brought you here to come and tell us the problem. If you know.
Well, there is. I want to say there is at my level because, you know, when we are doing and planning and thinking and brainstorming, there are always things we are referring to. So it's not the absence of policy or strategy. It is implementation. We don't have the will, and we should not shy away from it.
Okay, when you talk about
the absence of the will, not on the side of the military.
Okay.
It is on the side of those who control the military.
Okay. So basically, you think it's a political problem?
I will not be in any place and allow the idea that.
So apparently, Colonel, you are of the opinion that the problem is political and it rests with the civilian authorities, because you say that, look, in the process of this intervention. Hello, Colonel, can you hear me, sir?
Yes, I'm hearing you.
Okay, so apparently you are of the opinion that the problem is purely political because military authorities, you know, have to subordinate themselves to civil authorities. And when you talk about the problem of implementation, is it that we have people up there, you know, that tell the military what to do? Does it look like that's what you're saying?
That's exactly what I'm saying. The military operates in support of civil authorities.
All right then.
Is it not a democracy?
All right then. Thank you very much, Colonel.
Is the structure the same as when we're under a military?
Well, thank you very much, Colonel Kingsley, Umar Kingsley Achibong, retired. Let's bring Segun Shopito into this conversation. Good morning to you. Well, we'd like for you to unmute your microphone so we can hear you.
Good morning, Moses. Good morning. Good morning, everybody.
It's been a long time.
Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year to you too as well.
It's been a very long time.
Yes, welcome to the conversation.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, we are meeting for the first time after a very long time, and we're talking about insecurity. I mean, we've talked about this over and over again, but as long as it continues to happen, we will continue to talk about it until there is a solution. But you just heard the retired colonel saying that, look, it's civil authorities. Now, if the military is saying, look, it's not our fault, it's the civil authorities, we have agreed to come under civil authority, and it's what they tell us to do that we'll do. What then should Nigerians do? Saying that these people were elected into office by Nigerians in the first place.
I mean, look, I listened to the gentleman speak as I joined, and it's very difficult to fault anything that he said. Maybe we can provide some sort of contextual underpinning to the whole conversation with regards to, like he said, the fact that in a civilian democratic atmosphere, the military are basically to play a constitutional role as directed by the civilian authorities, and if the civilians don't provide the required resources, material, financial, and the political willpower to direct as required, to demand performance as required, to apply sanctions where KPIs are not being met, then the military will not be able to do anything. Not just the military, any part of the security architecture will fail. It's not just about the military. We have to talk about the intelligence community, whether you talk about DSS, whether you talk about the National Intelligence Agency and the likes of them. All are supposed to be working in concert with the civil authorities, both at the federal and at the subnational level, to deal with this problem. The reason this thing has festered for as long as it has, I mean, let's not pretend about this thing. This is not a new problem. We've been dealing with this thing since 2009. The escalation that we're seeing now started around 2009 and then has progressively gotten worse. Why has this problem outlasted successive administrations? Why is it that almost everybody unanimously celebrated the appointment of General Musa? Yes, Christopher Musa as the Minister of Defense for the first time in a very long time. We're having a minister who is a recent combatant. I have friends in the security services who speak about this guy in glowing terms. I have people who have been side by side with him, almost on the combat front, and they say this man is a perfect candidate for this job because he knows.
Are you seeing,
everything that needs to be known.
Are you seeing anything different now that he has assumed office fully, more as an appointee? Are you seeing anything different?
And that's the point. Surprise. Because Christopher
unfortunately,
can't solve the problem.
the network, went silent at some point, so we missed out on a few things that you said there.
Okay, so I was saying that, first of all, to answer the last question you just asked, I'm not surprised, that we are not seeing any difference, because you can't see a difference if the political will is not there. Listening to Chris Musa issue a warning, a warning to sponsors and telling them to stay off, is comical. That's a political statement. So you were not hearing from the soldier, Chris Musa. You were hearing from the minister, Chris Musa. You are hearing from the politician who he has now become. You don't warn people to stay off sponsoring terrorism. They are not going to listen to you, obviously. You arrest them. So if we want to fix this terrorism problem, it's very simple. Trace it to the roots, in terms of ideological roots, in terms of financial roots, the international support. It's all there. This thing is not rocket science. This issue can be resolved in 2 years.
Good morning, Shegu.
If we so wish.
All right, Shegu. Good morning. Good morning, Shegu. Yeah, good to see you.
Yeah.
Now, if we talk about, you align your thoughts with that of Cornell, and it's basically not a military problem; it's a civilian problem. Now, who should we have take responsibility for not tracking the sponsors of terrorism? If we take it out from the military, if we take it out from the national security agencies, the Office of National Security Advisor, where should we domicile it?
I think, first of all, in terms of how governance works generally, in fact, not political governance alone, even corporate governance in corporate organizations, in general society, the buck must always stop at the desk of whoever the ultimate leader is, right? So the person to hold responsible for all of this has to be the president. He is our president. He's the one that was elected. He is the one that is responsible and charged by the Constitution to lead the country, to provide security for the citizens of this country. So if something is not being done right, he must be the one that we hold responsible. We must be screaming that President Tinubu resolve this problem, and if you don't know you can't resolve it, resign honorably. So the National Security Advisor becomes next in that hierarchy, because he is the one that is supposed to provide the intelligence information to the combatants on the field. He is the one that's supposed to provide security information to the DSS people that are supposed to go and arrest all of these people. The military will not arrest sponsors. That's the DSS, because they are the ones charged with, the internal security as it relates to potential external aggressors. So there is a coordination that needs to happen, but the president directs it all. So if it's failing, it's clearly a political problem that comes right from the top. Why are we not solving this problem? President Tinubu has friends who have been accused openly of being supporters and sponsors of Boko Haram.
Okay, Mr. Shopiton, I just want to take you up.
Mention their names because it's in the public.
I just want to ask
what's the president doing about it?
Mr. Shopiton, can you hear me? Can you hear me? I think I lost him a bit.
I can hear you.
Do you think?
I can hear you.
Do you think the insecurity? Do you think the insecurity crisis in Nigeria is more about a leadership, or do you think it's a leadership problem or capacity, or has to do with capacity?
I think they're related. First of all, I don't think you can lead effectively without capacity. Capacity is one of the most fundamental requirements of successful leadership. How can you convince me? Leadership is all about influence. You lead, you influence your followers to do what you know they need to do, to lead them to an envisioned future that you have. So you must have capacity to convince those people to do what you know they need to do to arrive at the destination you want to lead them to. So there's clearly a capacity problem, but I think there's a vision problem as well. I think we're being led by people who really don't know where they want to go, who don't know where they want to lead us, and therefore cannot lead us there. There is no political will, there's no capacity, there's no competence. I'm sorry if I'm sounding a bit scathing, but the problem that we have is a very, very deep-rooted problem, and people are dying every day, even after the bombing by Trump that people celebrated with all due respect. Let me not use strong language, but I was very disappointed at the reaction that I got from a lot of people, because it shows that we're not thinking deep. Now, Trump has bombed Nigeria, bombed Sokoto. Immediately, in the immediate aftermath of all of that, where are we? Have we not seen further kidnappings? Have we not seen further bombings? Have we not seen further killings? We are not doing enough to demand accountability from our politicians. And that's why we're still where we are today.
I have a question in that regard, but I'd like the barrister to respond first. And I'll come back to you about the issue of further killings and kidnappings. Barrister, now, it's back to political will, because the military is saying, look, it's not our fault, really. What do you have to say? Should Nigerians now decide to defend themselves?
It's a lie.
What's a lie exactly?
What is lie is that this political will have been a sacrificial lamb. Anybody in political will. Who told you that Tinubu wants to fail? Hold on. Who told you that Tinubu wants insecurity in Nigeria? Who are to provide security for Nigeria? Is it not the police?
Will the military act? I mean, he's the CNC, the commander-in-chief.
He has given order. Are they obeying him? I told you here that our military has become more powerful than the civilian leadership. How many times have Tinubu given directive and nothing was done? Tell me, how many? Please tell me. How many times have Tinubu given directive to this same military and nothing happened? Did he not say he want to know the person that ordered the security to lead that school before those people came? Up to today, did everybody provide answers? So, who are the people in charge? Tell me. I don't believe in all this about political. You have been given directive as a professional soldier. You know your calling. The civilian leadership cannot tell you how to go and fight in the bush. It's not possible. They cannot tell you. Do the work. Professionally, do your work. Let me see that person that will say, why did you do this? Do your work. It is the military. It's within them. I just told you something here. The man that took over from Buratai, chief of army, how was he killed? Was it the civilian leadership that killed him? Tell me, was it the civilian leadership that killed him? This military has become so big and so rich that they want this thing to continue. Don't tell me any other story. Okay. They want this thing to continue because of the benefit that comes with it.
So Barrister, if you believe that the military is so big, that they have grown so big,
yes,
that they don't want it to stop, they want it to continue, does it look like the president lacks the capacity to rein in the military? Is that what you're saying?
As the man at the helm of affairs, he must play safe now. Since those people around him are becoming so stubborn, they don't want to do what he says, ask them to do. I am asking, how many times has he given directive and nobody followed it through? Remember what happened in Benue? When he asked them, have nobody been arrested, and they were all laughing and what does that tell you? No, tell me.
So apparently, your assessment of the president's ability clearly defines that, also defines his lack of political will. Is that what it means?
The man is trying.
Okay.
Tinubu is trying. It's just that the military are not cooperating with him. The military have been ethnicized and politicized and tribalized.
Barrister, where does that leave us? If we have a president who is trying, who is doing his best, then we have a military that is not cooperating.
Good.
We have a commander-in-chief who is doing his best, and we have a military that is not cooperating. Where does that leave us?
Now, where it leaves us that we need a new orientation, a new leadership. That's what I'm saying. This military, they have failed us, they have failed themselves. Mr. Okoro, how do you define, how do you even think of the idea that you have a Nigerian military who couldn't do anything until Donald Trump came with his bomb? How do you explain it? In the whole of Africa, has it happened before? If this military were working, please tell me, will Donald Trump come here? But because this same military has become part of the problem, you have seen it several times when they will be siding these bandits and terrorists. Have you not seen it? No, tell me. Something happened last week. Some women were protesting about the killing and all that. Some people came and shoot the women. Is that not true? No, tell me. Not once, not twice. So who are the people? Who are these military people? They taking side with terrorists. Who are they? Was it Tinubu that sent them to do that? No, let us call a spade here.
No, Barrister, I think you have just presented a different kind of challenge from your analysis. We have a president who is doing his best. And we have a military that is not cooperating. And this same president is the commander-in-chief. So, honestly, there's a gap there. So, how do we fill that gap?
The gap is that Tinubu is looking for second term. And he doesn't want to offend everybody at the same time.
Okay, so apparently he's not doing his best. That means he's not doing his best.
No, he doesn't want to offend the military in particular. That's why he keeps praising them even where they have failed. But the military hierarchy, what are they doing? That is the question here. So if the president has given the military hierarchy order to do something, does he need to now tell them how to do it? If this military are working as they should, Ms. Okoro will not hear of insecurity in Nigeria. I challenge anybody to come and tell me that this military are not part of
But sir, what else should the president do? He has changed service chiefs, has changed ministers and all of that. What else should he do?
Look, I am beginning to think that we need to change these people who are part of the problem. Because when you have brought people from a particular ethnic group to populate the military, and it's from this particular ethnic group that we are getting this insecurity, please, how does it work?
All right then.
How does it work?
I'm sorry, Moses. But Barrister, when you say we have to change these people, which people are you talking in particular?
The people that are causing this problem, their people are in the military. Their people populated the military and they have sympathy with them. That's not the truth. That's not the truth. Let us not run away from it. And then Tinubu should sack all of them now because of what they are doing. They say, you don't want us to be in the military. You are doing this and that. You need a political will to do it.
All right.
All the people that are in sympathy with terrorists, they should leave the military. Leave them. You can bring people from anywhere, but these people, let them leave the military. That's what I'm saying.
All right then. Well, let's, Barrister, we'll have to let you go now as we continue the conversation. But let's quickly go back to Colonel Umar Achibong, retired. Colonel, are you still with us?
I'm here.
Great. Now, about this time last year, to be very precise, I think January 26, actually, just a few weeks, 2025, January 26, 2025, Senator Adams Oshomole made a damning statement, which kind of buttresses what the barrister has alluded to on the show, that retired generals are part of the reason insecurity is thriving because they are involved in mining and the rest of them. Do you have a defense for that? How do you react to that statement?
My reaction to that is just to maybe sneak out that kind of point. These are just allegations. At the level of allegations, anything can be said. Anything, absolutely. I can say to you that sitting and anchoring this interview, you are one of those sponsoring or helping terrorism in Nigeria. But what does that mean? I mean, you can listen. You heard what the barrister said. I don't want to say anything so it doesn't get personal with him. But it's not the volume with which you speak that makes the points. You know, how can he say what he was saying? And this is something available nationally. You never know who is watching this. And so how can anybody say what he's saying? You know, all of us on this panel or on this program or interview were here when Nigeria was under military rule. I want one person on this interview to tell me that under military regime, we can go through this for as long as we have gone through this, where the mentality at the peak of government is military. I dare to say that that's not possible.
So are you saying
Nigerians must come to terms?
Are you saying now that for us to retire
generals, I can't rule out that fact that generals might be involved in mining, but what does that mean? How does that contribute to where we are today? They are talking of mining. this problem about insecurity in Nigeria, is it only about mining?
Oh, for some,
So
I mean, some will tell you.
If you find one general involved,
some will tell you that the reason insecurity is thriving in most parts of the country is linked to mining, because kidnappings are done with people taken to mines to mine for food.
Well, that shouldn't be reason for an argument. If you know that generals are involved, go and tell us who they are. Tell it to those who should know. Tell it to those who should act.
All right.
Let's stop looking for excuses all over the place. This
We're looking for solution, actually. We're looking for solution. We're not looking for excuses.
Over the same issues. Let us just be fair to ourselves and confront the truth.
All right then. And what would the truth be?
The truth will be that it's a failure of leadership.
Leadership.
Civilian. Yes. Civilian or military? Which of
civilian.
them?
Okay, no civilian here.
Civilian.
All right, Segun Shopito, let me come back to you now before we wrap up this conversation. What's your reaction? I'm going to ask you the same question, really. Your reaction to Senator Adams Oshomole's statement about a year ago, in conjunction, linking it to what the barrister just said now. You might need to unmute your microphone.
Yeah. First of all, sorry about that. First of all, I think I need to echo what Colonel Archibong just said with regards to some of the comments that were made earlier. I would like to respectfully, take exception, to anybody that is trying to excuse or justify the failures of governance that we currently are experiencing as a country, the altar of politics or whatever. Everybody knows this is a simple, basic truism. There is no arguing this. Everything rises and falls on leadership. Somebody cannot come on air and be saying that the military is the problem. I don't understand that at all. If the president gives an order and the order is not obeyed by anybody, he is commander-in-chief. Fire them.
Okay,
you are responsible. If you fail to fire them, then it's your fault.
Sorry to interrupt your line of thought here. Well, the president gave an order that police escorts should be withdrawn. But months after that, we still see a panel being set up to look into the effectiveness of that order. Does it seem like they obeyed that order?
What has the president done about that? That's the point. Look, you are the president. You gave an order in a society where you live. The president doesn't live in New York. He doesn't live in London. He lives in Abuja, and he is there. He can see these things. So you gave an order that certain things should be done. It wasn't done. The point I'm making is that if you give an order, it wasn't obeyed, and you are still there, and the people that disobeyed you are still there, then definitely they are acting in concert with you. That means you support what they're doing. So therefore, you are the one that hold responsible. Let me quickly move on from that to talk about what you spoke about with regards to Senator Adams Oshiomhole. Look, one of the things that we as observers, keen observers of all of these things have consistently said is that the insecurity problem that Nigeria faces is multifaceted and very complicated, very complex. There are a lot of factors involved. What's happening in the Northeast and what's happening in the Northwest, they are similar and tied together in that people are dying and people are, being killed by. However, the source and the nature of those conflicts are different. So the things that Adams Oshiomhole said may not be far from the truth in terms of some of the underlying reasons why these things are happening. We know that a quest for mining natural resources in Zamfara State, in Sokoto, Kebbi, and all those places has a role to play in the ascendancy of banditry. But does that mean that the problem cannot be solved? Look, let me quickly address something that the colonel said with empirical fact. Under the military regime in this country, the Maitasine issue came up. It was quelled in 11 days. 11 days. Look, if you have insecurity lasting this long, the only reason it is lasting is a lack of political leadership. Right. You just simply can't wish that away. If the president wants this problem resolved in 6 months, I have actually posited my position on this matter is President Tinubu resolve this issue in 60 days, otherwise resign. because it can be resolved in 60 days. You know,
All
I
right.
mean,
All right, then.
without prejudice to whatever the experts might think about that.
All right, should we consider this your concluding thoughts on this matter for today?
Absolutely.
All right,
President resolve the matter or resign.
All right, then. Thank you very much, Shegun Shukbito. Well, let's get concluding thoughts from Colonel Achibong as well, retired. Retired Colonel, please, let's have your concluding thoughts on this issue for today. What would be your concluding thoughts?
My concluding thoughts would be for us as Nigerians to agree on what we want so that on that basis we can decide how we want to be led and what problems we want to resolve. Insecurity is what it is today in Nigeria, not because of a military that doesn't know what to do, but because the military requires direction. Because if we had time, we'll be going to talk at the level of a minister in this country standing face to face to talk with a very junior officer. The military and its roles and its functions are being undermined. That's my personal opinion, and I stand by it.
All right, then.
The kind of insecurity we have should not be, is not beyond, and it's not one of the most, maybe the final word I want to put in here, that this problem is not a military problem and does not require a military solution. It's a national level thing. All of us, including those of us in the media,
all right, then,
should be involved in trying to find this solution. And media can hold us responsible. When I say us, I mean those of us who are in that position who are not functioning. The media can hound us.
All right, then. Thank you very much.
To the Nigerians. And Nigerians can see what happens when they are not participating in how they are led or governed.
All right, thank you very much, Umar Achibong, Colonel, retired. Thank you very much for your contribution. Now, you just reminded me of the question I was going to ask Shegun Shukbito, if I may. I mean, he's given his concluding thoughts, but if I would like your response to that question, because you said something in regards to the U.S. bombing and some Nigerians celebrating it and where that has left us. But some would ask the question that should the U.S. have had boots on the ground here in Nigeria? Because they threw the bomb. We expected, a lot of Nigerians, analysts as well, expected boots on the ground to go in and ensure that those fleeing bandits were, stopped and then, take charge of the environment. But we didn't see that. In fact, days after, we saw some young people playing with what looked like residue of debris of bombs. And then we expected that the area should have been cordoned off. But it wasn't. Who do you blame for that? Do you blame the US? Do you blame the Nigerians who celebrated that bombing? Or do you blame the military for not putting boots on the ground?
My general thought with regards to all of that drama is to say, as we speak right now, President Trump is threatening to take Greenland and may also take Canada. So I think we should also, everybody that celebrated the incursion of America, whether by use of its own missiles or by boots on the ground into Nigeria, should just ask him and also annex us the 57th, 53rd state of the United States and know that we have outsourced the security. Since they can do it better than us, let them just come and rule us. Let President Tinubu step down or let him become a stand president while Trump is the president. Look, the point, I'm being sarcastic, obviously, but the point is that a people cannot outsource the outcomes in their country to any other power, foreign or local, other than themselves. There is no solution to the Nigerian problem outside of the Nigerian people until the day we stand and demand that what we want is what government must do, whether military, police, or any other authority or arm of government or agency of government. Then we will not get the outcomes that we want. It's never going to happen. There is no shortcut to these things. So let's stop all of this.
Unfortunately, time will not allow us. If you were going to be part of newspaper review, I would have loved to ask you what you think about the 70 bandits that were just released in Zamfara State in the name of peace. When Nigerians felt, look, take them down. That would be the only way to stop them. But I don't know if you have time. You have a minute. You have a minute.
There you go. I mean, look, that's you are just speaking to the problem. Who is doing the releasing? Who are these bandits? These are bandits that stand on podiums side by side with governors without face mask. I mean, these are criminals, but they stand with political leadership and have conversations in public.
All right,
what are we talking about?
We're absolutely out of time. Absolutely out of time for this conversation. But thank you very much. We had to stretch that one a little bit. Now let's go to Rivers State. Let's talk politics now. Rivers politics. Rivers showdown. Tinubu's tough choices. Well, let's talk about this when we come back from this break. Stay with us.
Now let's go to Rivers State, where the ongoing power struggle between Rivers State Governor Sim Fubara and Minister of the FCT, Nyesom Wike, has reached a boiling point. While Rivers State House of Assembly, nominated by Wike loyalists, has initiated impeachment proceedings against Fubara and his deputy, citing gross misconduct. The move has sparked concerns about the stability of the state and the potential consequences for the economy. While President Bola Tinubu's options to resolve the crisis are limited and politically costly, he can broker a peace deal, impose party discipline, or step back and allow the courts to decide. Each path carries consequences beyond Rivers State. The impeachment process has already begun to affect the state's economy, with projects freezing and payments stalling. Civil servants are worried, contractors are borrowing to survive, and students are uncertain about their bursaries. The crisis has also sparked concerns about the stability of the state and the potential consequences for the country's economy. While stakeholders have reacted to the crisis, with some calling for calm and others urging Fubara to resign. A former national chairman of the Inter-Party Advisory Council, IPAC, and political commentator Peter Ame said the focus should be on the needs of the people, not political power. Well, we still have Mr. Shegun Shokbuton, who joined us virtually, and the Colonel Umar. And from Benin Art Station, we'll be joined by Barrister Douglas Bankwa. He's a human rights lawyer, writer, policy analyst, and is actively involved in political analysis. Gentlemen, thanks for staying with us. Shegun, let me come straight to you. You've been around, for a while, at least in Lagos State, and between 1999 and 2007, we have Bola Ahmed Tinubu as the governor of the state. And after that, he became the national leader of the All Progressives Congress. If you understand the president very well, having been governor of Lagos State for 8 years, the politics of Lagos State, the internal dynamics of Lagos politics, and what he has done in the APC in the past 10 years, can you help us assess, the limits of the president's tolerance to the problem in Rivers State? By that I mean, how soon do you think that the president will be able to take out one of these gladiators, one of these political actors, one of these people at the center of the drama? How much longer can the president tolerate what is going on in Rivers State? Or does it look like he's enjoying it one way or the other? Can you help us make that assessment, please?
So, thanks, Chukuma. You're absolutely correct. I've lived in Lagos most of my life, and I witnessed the leadership of the person of Bola Ahmed Tinubu up close, in more ways than one. I've listened to him speak one-on-one personally with regards to his politics and his political philosophy. And I can tell you that nothing is happening in Rivers State that he is unwilling to allow. And it's a shame, and it's a symptomatic of the problems that we have had, especially with this administration. Let's forget about the ones that came before him, with all of their problems and culpability with regards to where we are today. because he is the one that is there today. Nothing that is happening in Rivers State is happening without his full cooperation, right? And at some point, so the answer to your question is, at the point where he feels that his political objectives and his political agenda, obviously as it relates to 2027, which by the way, is only now 11 months, the elections are about 12 months away, until he feels that those objectives have been achieved, he's going to sit back in apparent ignorance. But if President Tinubu wants to stop all of this nonsense drama that is happening, now he will stop it tomorrow. He will call Wike to order. Wike is not more powerful than Tinubu. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is a gladiator. He can call Wike to order in a jiffy. He's an appointee, right? And it's a cautionary tale. You know, I think the president needs to look in the mirror and tell himself some very hard truths, that he failed Nigerians because of his own political ambition. You declared a state of emergency in Rivers State. You removed a governor. Powers that you don't have, you wielded. You desecrated our constitution, sacked like a coup, like a civilian coup, sacked democratic structures in a manner that the constitution does not allow you, on the altar of political expediency. And then, less than 2-3 months after, you know, the governor resumed, we're right back where we started. There's an impeachment process going on. If I were Fubara, maybe I'll go and destroy the House of Assembly and lock it up again. And then we say, let him declare another state of emergency. You know, all of this has to stop. The responsibility, directly or indirectly, is President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and he needs to put it to a stop. He needs to call Wike to order so that Fubara can run. How can an APC House of Assembly be threatening to impeach an APC governor? Have we
but it happens all the time. The people that impeached Alamia were PDP House of Assembly members. The people that impeached Joshua Dariwe were PDP House members.
Exactly, because these people were being directed by an external power and an external force.
Exactly what is going on now.
Force and power. Yes, so the external force and power right now is Wike and Tinubu.
Okay.
So now that Fubara has pledged his allegiance to the APC, I suspect that the impeachment process will not succeed.
Okay, all right. Shegu, I want us to continue with
the president will step in.
Okay, I want us to continue with the assessment of what is going on in Rivers State. Now, where do you think that the weight of balance tilts between the FCT minister, who is a serving minister and has a lot of influence? If you go to Rivers State, the 23 local government chairman, loyal to him, the 27 House of Assembly members, loyal to him, the state party chairman, Tony Okocha, loyal to him. And so where does that leave the state governor, who, by the way, we've been told is the leader of the party in the state? In principle, where do you think that the balance of power, tilts towards between the two men? I want us to take the president out of this. If you take the president out and allow Wike and Sim Fubara to slug it out, who do you think that is in control of Rivers politics at the moment?
With all due respect, you cannot take the president out of that question you ask. The answer to that question sits very, very squarely on the laps of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. The balance of power is going to tilt in the direction that he tips it with his finger. He's going to tip the scale in a particular direction, and it is that direction that the balance is going to sit on. So if the president, for example, decides that Fubara's defection to the APC is not going to serve his political interest in terms of control of votes or the rigging machinery of Rivers State in 2027 elections, then, and if he believes that Wike is the one that still wields the control of that machinery, then the power will tilt in the direction of Wike and Fubara will be sacrificed. If, however, he feels that Fubara has done enough, after all, he's the governor and he's in the APC, he can speak to the APC, hierarchy in the Rivers State and say, aligned with the governor, I am with him. But you see, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is a very smart political actor, and I doubt that he's going to step too deeply into the fray. He's going to read the room, and he's going to see that Wike has power. He still has influence in Rivers State, and he's going to allow Wike to have his way. So at the end of the day, the answer to your question is, it's in the hand of the president.
All right. Okay.
Depends on how he's reading the situation, and that's what's going to rule.
All right then. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We will come back to you in a bit. Now let's go to Benin City, where we've been joined by Mr. Ibrahim Momo. Mr. Ibrahim Momo teaches political science at the Ambrose Ali University, Ekpoma in Delta State. Good morning, Mr. Momo, and thanks for joining us. Happy New Year to you, by the way. How have you been, sir? I'll need for you to unmute your mic so that we can get your audio feed. Mr. Momo, are you there? I need you to unmute your device, your mic, so that we can get your audio feed. Well, unfortunately, we are not able to get a connection with Ibrahim Momo. So I think the Colonel is still there with us. Yes, now, Colonel, let's, since you have left the military, let's do a bit of politicking now. Let's go to River State. Let's go back to River State where we are. And you see what is going on in River State between the godson and the godfather. There's a video that is viral now, circulating, when Wike was saying, I wish we could play that video, when Wike was saying, look, that he likes what Godwin Obaseki is doing to Oshomole. But that thing cannot happen in River State. It cannot happen in River State and all of that. Now we see exactly the same thing happening in River State. Now, how do you define our politics in the kind of political culture we have, where someone installs a governor, by the way, which is wrong according to a lot of people, and we see that person say, look, you did wrong to install a governor, and he did the same thing. How does that define our politics in Nigeria, our democracy, as a matter of fact?
Okay, my response to that would be, against my background and my career in the military, you cannot come out as a military officer if you do not do strong studies, very in-depth studies, critical studies about leadership. The military is anchored on leadership. And one of the first things I want to bring out, because of the circumstances of this conversation, is discipline as an element of leadership. And then I also want to draw your attention to what we have been discussing since we came on this. My friend Shegu, because I'm calling my friend, even though I'm just meeting him on this platform, because I agree completely with everything he has said on this program. He has talked of the influence of certain personalities. Influence. If we want to extend this discussion, we should dissect what it means to have influence in Nigeria. What kind of influence? Juxtapose that with leadership. So when there is no discipline, everything we're talking about is just a display of indiscipline from every angle. And so what I'm saying is that when you operate in a broken system, or in a nation, or in a system where almost everything, I'd like somebody on this panel to mention one thing that is working to the level that we can all be proud of. All the things that we try to hold on to for pride are incidentals, people's personal, people just stumble into some level of success, and all of us will gather around like ants around sugar. There's no system that deliberately promotes these successes in a way that we can boast of it. So one politician has influence. Why? Is it because the lives of the people he has influence over is much, much better than he should or he was? So we just talk of influence, and when the media, everybody is talking and talking, leaving out the major issues.
What is the major issue?
What are the major issues? How do we recruit our leadership?
Okay.
So basically, we have returned to the question of leadership.
Why should individuals be able to tell us that they put this person there as God? What of the people? What's the place of the people? How do you come up to say that you are the one who put somebody somewhere and you are the one who must determine who is next or who is going down?
Colonel, I'm happy that you brought us to this point. Now, as a people, what should we do, to recreate this narrative, to reinvent ourselves? At one point, in our political history, we seem to have been doing so well, like the First Republic, and all of a sudden, things change. How do we recreate that narrative? How do we change it?
The First Republic is because it was new, so everything was ideal.
Okay.
But over time, we have allowed all kinds of things to creep in. So people are people, everybody. The example you gave that you were wishing could be played, is it not the same topic? We have more than enough examples. We have
no, Colonel, like you said in the first intervention, excuse me, Colonel, we are hello, Colonel.
Deliberately try not to mention names because it's not my business in that sense, beyond citizenship participation.
Okay. Now the point is this, Colonel. We're out of time. The point is this. Everybody understands what the problem is. Now, on the morning show, now we are looking for solutions. What should we do to change this narrative? Do you have prescriptions, anything in your mind that you think we can do?
The situation we find ourselves is a perpetual situation. It will remain like this until Jesus Christ returns. Because what we need to work around is how to get people involved in all of these processes of leadership recruitment. It should be about the people. It is the lack of accountability to the people that is dragging us in any direction the wind blows.
So the
we
people
can't
have to
continue like this.
Take their destiny into their own hands then.
So the media primary role, you're surprised how much more role the media
come back to the media. Okay, the media will do its own bit. And you have to do your own bit as well. Mobilize those around you. and
every time we are talking of doing our own bit, we have to be bold enough to speak the truth.
Exactly.
Exactly. I think the Colonel painted a very scary picture. He said it's perpetual until Jesus comes.
There is no way out.
It's very scary.
All right, Colonel, thank you very much for your contribution there. Let's go back to Segun Sokwito now before we wrap up this conversation. Now, in Rivers State, do you think the APC in Rivers State will have issues? Because there are factions. There are factions to it. The Tony Okocha faction are the ones aligned with Wike. Meanwhile, there is an Emeka Beke faction as well. Whom Tony Cole, a former governorship candidate of the party, claims to align with, and he is of the opinion that he is the leader of the party until the governor comes to his own faction of the APC.
It's all confusion, and it's very unfortunate because at the end of the day, if you really think about it, none of any of this drama is about the people. None of it is about governance, which is the primary purpose that these people are supposed to even be there in the first place. So all of these debates that we're having, one faction, it's all about access to the loot and to the kitty at the different levels of governance. And I honestly, I generally don't pay too much attention to these types of political drama, political rascality, because it's not the kind of conversation we should be having. The conversation we should be having is how do we get whoever is in office to do the bidding of the people and deliver governance that will improve the lives of citizens and the electorate. So wherever the pendulum eventually swings, I can only hope that the people with influence in that place will swing that influence in favor of the people rather than in favor of the personal ambition. And that's it for me. I don't think that we should glorify the drama. I think sometimes that we enable these political actors by normalizing these abnormalities. What is happening in Rivers State today is extremely abnormal. It is extremely abnormal to have a minister who is in Abuja, he's not an elected official anywhere now, to cause the kind of carnage that we're seeing in that place. I think it's abnormal. And I think that they need to be reminded that these things are not normal, instead of us, just reporting on it and behaving as if this is where it should be.
Thank you very much.
And if you will just permit me just 1 second, indulge me, I'd like to speak to what Cornell said, and I agree with Cornell with regards to, I feel that way a lot of times, that look, there is no solution to this problem. We're going to be here pretty much till Jesus comes, like he says. However, I think that we still have a responsibility to continue to remind people that they have power. And I always like to say, you remember Moses, when I come on air physically in the station, I always talk about certain events. If you trace our history in the last 5 years and look at every time an issue has trended on social media with enough voice, the government always backs down. It is evidence that we as a people have power that we have not deployed. So the conversation has to be, how do we get enough people to speak with the same voice on the same issues for long enough for government to change their mind? That's the challenge before us. And
That's
you guys
the
can
challenge
help us
before us.
with that.
And I hope good governance advocates like yourself, doing your own bit, speaking to power,
absolutely,
trying to make government. Now, there's a group that has been, addressing issues, speaking to government, speaking to power, raising issues, bringing them to the fore, making Nigerians know about certain issues. And how much impact have they made? Well, that takes us to our very next conversation, which we'll just touch on before we wrap up the program for today. Serap sues INEC over 55.9 billion naira election funds. Let's talk about this very quickly. In fact, I think we'll just run to it right away. Now, the Socioeconomic Rights Accountability Project, SERAP, has filed a lawsuit against the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, over its alleged failure to account for 55.9 billion naira meant for the purchase of election materials for the 2019 general elections. The funds were meant for procurement of smart card readers, ballot papers, result sheets, and other election materials. SERAP is seeking an order of mandamus to direct and compel INEC to account for the missing or diverted funds and disclose the names of all contractors paid the 55.9 billion naira, including their directors and shareholders. The organization cited a 2022 audited report of the Auditor General of the Federation, which alleged that INEC irregularly paid over 5.3 billion naira to a contractor for the supply of smart card readers without prior approval. Other allegations include INEC paying 331 million naira to contractors under unclear circumstances and 4.5 billion naira to 6 contractors for ballot papers and result sheets without documentary evidence. Your INEC failed to deduct and remit over 2.1 billion naira in stamp duties. INEC awarded contracts worth over 41 billion naira for printed election materials without due process. Well, SERAP is arguing that INEC's failure to account for the funds and uphold transparency and accountability undermines Nigerians' rights to participate in free and fair elections. Well, Shagun, I might have to, get your thoughts on this one. What do you think about this? What do you make of this particular story now? All right. Unfortunately, we've lost connection. This is basically Sarah, trying to make INEC accountable. But Chukuma, I don't know. I might have to come to, it's one. I mean, Sarah has continuously, done a good job, I must say, putting out information like this, letting Nigerians know that this and this and these are things that are happening. Now we're hearing monies paid to contractors without approval. Is this? Do we hinge this? Do we put this on do we hinge this on corruption? And,
of course.
Will there be any? Will we make any headway out of this? Seeing that elections are around the corner again.
Of course, it's basically runs a ring around corruption. That is what it is, and it's a lot of money. 59.9 billion. 55.9. That's about 56 billion. That's about 56 billion. 56 billion naira. It's a lot of money that cannot be accounted for, and that is not the only one. about INEC.
Yes.
There are other ones about INEC. We are not even talking about NNPC. We are not talking about the Auditor General, the General's report, that indicted a lot of sectors, the oil industry, NNPCL and all of that. So it speaks to how wealthy this country is, but how poor the people are.
Because when you hear the money,
and you know what's funny thing? When we have all of this money here, and we are going outside to borrow, to the extent that we have an exposure of about 182 trillion naira. And that 182 trillion naira, about 108 of them, or 112 of that money, just in the last 2 years or so.
You borrow that much in 2 years?
Much in 2 years. Because when PDP were living...
But the president, the other side said, look, we won't borrow... Well, he talked about borrowing from... Locally. Yes. Okay.
But that didn't do the work because he came back and borrowed locally 2 weeks after that. Locally, not even outside. So it's a very difficult, it's a very tough call for Nigeria as a country. And like there's a book I read way back in I think that was in secondary school, actually, The Trouble with Nigeria.
Okay.
That book is still, it's evergreen. If you go through that book again, you discover that what happened like 40, 50 years ago, those things are still happening now. So it's squarely the problem of leadership. What Colonel said that Nigeria has become irredeemable, I don't agree with him, because as a student of history, I know that Europe particularly, what we are passing through now is more like a child's play if you consider what happened in Europe. Even before the Renaissance, before the reign of the Stuarts, before everything, even before the French Revolution and all of that. It was worse. It was like dog eat dog. We're even civilized, we're even human. Africans were, during those periods, early European history, we in Africa here, we didn't have tools to kill one another until the white man, in the form of civilization, started producing bombs that killed people in millions. Yeah. Most dangerous weapons in the hands of most dangerous people. So we have not gone beyond redemption. It's a process. But the only problem we have is that we should have relied on the experience of history, and not passed through the stages those countries.
How do we rely on the experience of history when we decided to relegate history and not
even leadership? It's a leadership problem. It's
a leadership problem.
And because you discover that Latin America, most of those Latin American countries have had independence for over 200 years. And they're still grappling with growth. It's a growth process and all of that. Even in Europe, it didn't come easy.
If you continue to sound like this, you give the politicians something to hold on to.
I don't give them something to hold on to.
We are just 65 years old.
I don't give them something. That's why I said we should rely on the spirit of history and not pass through that process. Now, the people that changed Europe, it wasn't the ruling class, it was the people. The middle class.
But do you even think our middle class, does a middle class even exist in Nigeria?
That is the problem we have. We have a middle class, but the middle class is even more polarized than the upper class, than the elites. Because if you go to X, that is clearly populated by the middle class, I'm sure you just close your page and run out. Because of
divided against
divided along ethnic and religious lines and all of that. Nobody sees what is good in what the other person does and all of that. And it is the middle class that should have been the rallying point, anyway it happened. If you look at the proletariat, it was the middle class. If you look at the French Revolution, it was the middle class. Even the glorious revolution in UK, in Britain, was the middle class that opened up the economy, led to industrial revolution, up to what we're enjoying now. So, Colonel Shegu, please, we are not gone beyond redemption. We can, because it's a very scary picture.
Me, I'm actually more concerned about the fact that we have normalized a lot of abnormality. And it's so bad that Serap is almost, well, for lack of better words.
Go ahead, please.
Okay. It's almost as though they are a toothless dog. They have to
I will disagree with you.
They have to take these government institutions to court. It's court case upon court case. And then this financial opacity for me is a big issue. Why does it take a Serap, to sue INEC for them to do the right thing? I mean, check out the amount, the figures. They are staggering. It's scary.
Well, and somebody has to do it. And
somebody has to do it. But if you look at the amount of court cases, usually around misappropriation of funds and co, that Serap has to, deal with on a weekly basis. Sometimes I go through their X account and I'm like, guys, how do you guys even keep up with this? It's so scary. This particular amount is actually very staggering.
It is, but it's not just all there is. There's a lot more. And Nigerians need to know how our monies are taken care of or are used. Oh, well, We'll wrap up the conversation here and then pick it up again in about a few minutes when we go into the papers looking at headlines from the dailies. That's a newspaper review. Well, I must say a very thank you to Shegun Shukmito for being part of the conversation. Also, a big thanks to Colonel Umar Kingsley Achibong, retired, for being part of the conversation as well. Unfortunately, we were unable to get contributions from our Benin station where Comrade Ibrahim Momo joined us, but we will rectify that and go back to Benin during newspaper review. Barrister Darlington Agoma also joined the conversation. He will be rejoining the conversation during newspaper review. I'm Moses Humphrey, wishing you a beautiful day. Join us again at 10 for newspaper review.
And I'm Chukwu Mokoro. See you again on top of the hour. Bye for now.
And I'm Jane. Thank you for watching.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
My name is Michel Dela. I'm the Consul General of the Netherlands in Lagos. Keep watching VOP, Voice of the People TV.
I'm Sarah Nystrom from Sweden, aka Chief Omobawale, Communication Queen. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, I'm Samantha Jacobs, representing the States. Miami's in the house. And I want to make a shout out to VOP TV. I'm a humanitarian and I'm also a rep in the film industry and the art industry. I help dreams come true and I help you keep on that path. Shout out to VOP TV because you're helping people stay on their path too. Cheers.
All right, my name is John Odibo. Keep watching Voice of the People because it's a fantastic station to be with all the time. Thank you very much.
My name is Pastor Elvis Siru.
the convener of the Voice Achievers Award, and keep watching VOP. Yes, that is the channel for all the people. No color, no race. Thank you so much.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, this is Abasunka from the Netherlands. I am a designer and I'm here in Eco Hotel and Suits. Keep watching VOP, the voice of the people. Don't touch that dial.
My name is Dr. Tony Bello. I am the chairman of Shine Bridge Global Incorporated. And guess what? You are watching the Voice of the People television.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People television. Now you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People television.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People television.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Mr. Ofamiloni, and here is to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name
Well, thank you very much for joining us again. This is Newspaper Review, and the team, of course, is here to take you through the papers. We have Barrister Darlington joining the conversation. Thank you very much, Barrister, for being part of this conversation. Also, we have Shegun Shokmiton joining the conversation as well. Well, good to have you join us virtually. All right, then. Well, let's dive into it now. The Guardian has these headlines, the window headlines. ADC at risk of rotational presidency breach, says Okechukwu. Price stability as first casualty of new tax misinterpretation. AFCRD Day, that's Armed Forces Remembrance Day. Military advised against coup, partisanship. And then the big story, 2026 budget, amid revenue uncertainty. Vehicles, sundry expenses, cut big slices. And then you have the breakdown here. State of the 2026 budget. Presidential vehicles allocation increased by 135% to 11.25 billion naira. And then you're snapping your finger.
Honestly. Increased by 135% to 11.25 billion naira for the 2026 budget.
And they say
clearly meaning that there were provisions for vehicles in 2025. So the life of a vehicle now, with the
1 year. Another 1 year. Yes.
1 year.
Meanwhile, where does he go to with the car? From the residence to his office? Or to where? To Lagos? How often does he come to Lagos?
How often does he come to Lagos? And even if he comes to Lagos, he wouldn't drive all the way down. There'll be cars here in Lagos, to convey him.
Oh my God.
State House, EFCC, Nigerian Army planned 17 billion naira on miscellaneous. All right. HCSF, 10 ministers rewrite paperless script to spend 2.5 billion naira, 42.3% higher than 2025 on stationery. My goodness. My goodness. Pen and papers. What kind of papers are they using?
Special paper, golden paper.
Wow.
Golden paper.
Villa mini solar grid. Oh, goodness gracious. Come on. Rather than fix power, we have Villa, after spending 10 billion naira to fix solar. Now, Villa mini solar grid gets 7 billion naira.
Mini solar grid.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Well, there are other headlines here. Let's talk about this one first before we touch on other headlines here. Barrister.
Mr. Moses, look, at times when I come here in the morning, there are things I don't want to hear because it turns my stomach.
It does. It does.
A day will come when you bring a topic, I will just decline. Seriously,
because Moses that brings the topic now.
Nigeria that creates the topic.
Please, how do you listen to this type of story?
Well, so the same way it makes your stomach churn, it makes mine churn as well.
And because somebody will come here and say, I am very combative.
Residential vehicle allocation.
Do you talk of this matter with a smile, with a moderate voice? Is it not provoking? Well, what is here is that they keep telling you that there is no money. Somebody that does not have money, can he behave like this? Is it not when you have enough money in your pocket that you go frolicking? You go on a jamboree.
All of this can be linked to elections.
Can you just imagine?
Elections last year.
No, this is election year.
Of course, they are going to make all the money. Yes. So these things now, it's just they are padding it up so that they can collect enough money. Go and check those things. They will never provide for them. It's just an avenue.
So you ask Moses.
It's an avenue to eat money, nothing else.
In US, how often do they change the beast?
How often do they change the beast? Do they even change the beast?
Air Force One.
Do they even change the beast?
Even Air Force One. You see, Whitney Houston in her blockbuster, this thing, Excel, one of the lines says, when someone wins, the most another one loses. As your stomachs are churning, you and Barrister, obviously I'm not affected because I'm used to it. Some people,
That means you are part of, you are the problem.
I'm the problem, Barrister. Some people are very happy because vehicle supply 11.5. Man, there's no how one guy won't cut like 2.5
million. But what happens to the vehicles?
I said they
will now auction them to themselves. People that work within the villa.
Then what they will use again, they will auction them to themselves as well.
How many vehicles did they discover in Melani's house? How many vehicles? In Emefele's house, how many vehicles were discovered?
So these things are basically just packed there.
Yeah, just packed there.
It makes them happy when they come out in the morning.
It's primitive.
When they come out in the morning and they look around and see fleet of cars, it makes them happy.
Ordinary Dino Melea, who served as a senator.
Ordinary, don't call him ordinary.
No, I mean compared to
ordinary persons, yes.
No, not compared to people that work in the villa. No. Like you can talk about secretary to the government of the federation. You can talk about principal secretary to the president. You can talk about chief of staff. Talking about senator. Look at the fleet of cars in his garage. So people in government, while our stomachs are churning, they are rejoicing.
How many will one drive per time? I mean, if you want to say, okay, maybe if one is under repairs, you want to have another one. The most you can do is have two.
Moses, you are thinking like a poor man. What do you mean by what do you mean by how many will you? Madam will drive one, two will be in front, three will be behind. Junior will drive one, one will be in front, two will be behind.
Then there is
one will drive one.
There is one for market. There is one for market.
There's one for church.
For school, for church.
There's one for school.
Even when you want to go to the toilet, you can still drive one where it is.
I think it's the same way a politician would, steal or allocate over 100 houses or 100 estates to himself. When we know he cannot sleep in one per time. So it's just a greed thing and it's very ingrained.
It goes beyond greed.
You think it's a mindset?
We need somebody that will not sense what you do people. I'm telling you.
If you acquire what you don't need. Some of them houses in the United States.
Under lock and key.
Under lock and key, but they pay tenement rates.
Yeah, every year.
Even here, Victoria Island, there are a lot of houses. Not occupied, just there, empty. Meanwhile, people are sleeping under bridges and the rest.
So the poor man is not just someone who doesn't have food to eat. You can have a wealthy man who is mentally
has a poverty mindset, actually.
Mentally poor.
Okay. Now, let's go to other stories now. NAD, National Association of Resident Doctors, postpones planned strike by 2 weeks as Vice President Shetima intervenes. Heather seeks accountability as UK moves to return stolen $9.5 million. Bandits impose 50,000 naira farming tax on Kanu, Katsina settlements. All right. Fubara appeals for calm as Rivers Assembly alleges plots to stall impeachment. All right, so these are the headlines here. Chukuma.
I'm trying to peep into the header story. The $9.5 million dollars that is due to be returned
from the UK.
Stolen. They should do well to tell us who stole this money.
They said Abacha.
Is it Abacha?
It's Abacha loot. It's Abacha loot they want to return.
That loot never ends.
That's the gift that keeps giving.
We thank God the Malami is no longer in office.
Are you sure we are not just blaming other things?
Barrister, before Malami, a lot of money. When did Malami come in? A lot of money has also
been missing. Yes. After all, they recovered money from EFCC. What's the Danlad Ibrahim? What's they call him? Lamode. So, and I'm sure now that he's dead, nobody will account for that money.
Of course.
So that's it. But one thing I want to talk about is this story about what was that? These people protesting for whatever.
National Association of.
Giving them just 2 weeks is not enough. They should insist in getting their. Forget about the threat, no work, no pay. You are the one that do the agreement. Since they are working for you as the government, whatever, the agreement is that I work for you and you pay me. Is that not true? So if you did not pay me, why should I continue to work?
From what we gather, I think some of their demands are being met already.
If they did, they won't go on strike.
Yeah, there are other things that they are asking for. That's why they are going.
What is wrong with meeting it?
And then they're asking for reinstatement of some other officers who were suspended under different grounds. From what I understand, right?
Politicians, did they go on strike?
No, our question. My question is, why is our government is always reacting? They first let you go on strike. It's more like they always fight a war of attrition. They allow you to wear yourself out. You now leave you because they also understand that the strike is the weakest point, in engagement in discussions with labor unions. So they allow you exhaust all the options, and after you go on strike, they will come in and throw the food on the floor. You scramble for it, and they say, "Oh, okay, it's settled." Out of 10, they will just throw in one, like you said. Now they are beginning to.
Then you strike again, they throw another one. You strike again, they throw another one.
So, and I keep asking, why is it that we are unable to always hold out? As a people, when we say we are resilient, I begin to interrogate it. Are we docile or are we resilient?
It is the way we grew up, the way we are the way we are raised. In Iran, 14 days now they're on the streets.
Very sorry, you are talking about 14 days. I'm telling you, in 1951, the Rosa Parks.
Rosa Parks, yes.
For 380 something days, it started in October 1951 and ended in December 1952.
Exactly, that was what liberated the blacks in America. That was what liberated them.
They persistently had to boycott. But if ASU goes on strike here, and parents, students stay at home for 2 weeks, parents will be the ones to say, these people should go back. You should just call up this thing now. Let the students go back.
It is the way this thing started.
Parents will put pressure on ASU. ASU will call off. And after 8 months, ASU will go back. Their child stays 4. Another 2 months.
And they'll start blaming the lecturers.
They'll start blaming the lecturers.
So, in fact, it is the way we never suffer for this independence. We didn't suffer for it. Seriously. We got independent on a platter of gold, and it has made us so lazy that we don't know our rights. And these people have capitalized on it. That's why whatever they are doing, they don't even care. They don't bother.
But Barrister, don't you think it's because we are divided on many fronts?
Yes, 3 countries in one. Exactly. Yes, that's just the truth. Like I remember during NSAS, nobody in the north protested though. In the north, they saw it as a certain issue.
Our strength, I don't think our strength is in our
diversity.
Yes.
Because if you go to UK, we have the English, we have the Welsh, we have the Scots.
But they have,
we even have the Irish, and they are only very well moderated.
They have one goal. One goal. That goal is US progress.
Yeah.
UK progress. UK progress. Even in America, it's the same thing. This man that Donald Trump went to kidnap, it started from Obama to Joe Biden when they put a bounty on his head. Yes. That Maduro. He has been on the wanted list of American presidents from Obama to Joe Biden until Donald Trump accomplished it. So it's all about American interests in Nigeria here. By the way, do you even have a etiquette? Do you have what you are pursuing? What is Nigerian dream? What is Nigerian dream?
Moses, I think Ghana is multi-ethnic.
Yes.
Yeah, but they don't have kind of problems that we have. You can hardly think of even the countries that are working in Africa, one that is just monolithic.
They kind of
practically all of them. Only 2 countries in Africa that you can think of as monolithic units are Somalia and Botswana. And so while Botswana is working, Somalia is not working. So it has nothing to do. It's about leadership. It's a leadership failure.
No.
I don't think
our own.
I don't think it's not leadership.
Our own is
we
that
also have the followership.
The indigenous Nigerian people, left to them, you can live in peace. It is these terrorists that invaded Nigeria.
We started having problems even before the terrorists.
I don't think so.
No.
Before 1804. There
was no Nigeria then.
What are you saying? So who was here before then? Who was here? No, who was here? There are many people here.
1804. There was no Nigeria.
You may call Nigeria as a name, but people were here. They came here. They met people.
We had natives.
They met people.
The people that they met, where did they come from?
They are Nigerians.
Let's not get into that.
Is that what?
They're not Nigerians.
They came from where?
Is a problem of
where did the Igbos come from? Where did the Yorubas come from?
One monolith working. One the same thing that is not working. And I've also given instances of multi-ethnic societies that are working. I gave one in Europe, UK. Even the French, if you go to Belgium, they are multi-ethnic. If you go to even the Chinese.
So why is ours different?
Yes, that is a problem of leadership. If you go to Singapore, you have the Chinese, you have the Malays, you have
these people you are talking about.
You have the Tamils, you have the Indians.
Do they have one ethnic group among them that is saying that they want to claim the whole country?
Barrister, that is the issue now. So why can't others rally?
That's why I want to different.
If you have more than 300 ethnic groups in Nigeria and you have only one that is causing problems, why is it possible?
Because you allowed it. You are not fighting for your right. You allowed it.
So let's come back to the question of leadership.
No, it's not. It's a question of the docility of the people. I am telling you, we have sold our rights deliberately. In fact, unwittingly, you are giving your right to some people, and they are using it the way they like. If not, what stops you from saying no? This cannot happen in my region. Then, when you say it from the southwest here. The person in the south will say, what? Who are you? To come and take my life for what? Where are you coming from? They resist it. The one from the south side, they resist it. Will it happen?
No, Barrister, we are saying the same thing. So what we have just made is a theoretical proposition. That this is the reason why Nigeria is working. But in practical terms, I've given you, here and there, I've flipped the coin on both sides. And we discovered that it has nothing to do with being monolith. It has nothing to do with being diverse. It has to do with leadership.
Okay, let's touch on another issue now. Local government accounts. It's on the floor again.
You like us in trouble. You like us in trouble. Can't you just read something? Can't you just read something that will give someone joy, even if it's
Sorry, there's nothing.
There's nothing that will give
it's surviving, because I know barrister's tomorrow will
Okay.
start churning again.
Yeah, okay. I'll look for something that will give you joy.
No,
after
go ahead. Yeah, they need
Okay, so
they need to hear our.
We need to hear the headlines.
No
So,
problem. Yes.
LG accounts. Osun files charges against UBA officials. Hearing holds January 30.
Why not? Now, LG account.
Yeah, local government.
Is it not this same thing that Tinubu took to the court and the Supreme Court ruled? Look, when a government don't want to do anything, they will simply create a problem. Since the Supreme Court have ruled on this local government and financial autonomy, Mr. Okoro, has anything happened? It is now back and forth, this and that. And Tinubu doesn't want to offend the governors. He will never dare. He will just be talking and talking and talking. Look at it's going to 2 years now.
Yeah, because the Supreme Court understands clearly that they did the wrong thing.
Oh, really?
Yes.
But I said it here. I said the constitution is there.
Is there?
So why did you take that decision? So, because it came from the president.
Now, does it look like Fabemi didn't know what he was doing when he went to court with that matter?
We didn't know what. Who told you didn't know what to do?
I'm asking because
he knows.
He needed to have taken that matter to the National Assembly, not to the Supreme Court.
No. You see, when you want to be politically correct, that's what happens. Politically correct against the provisions of the Constitution, that there shall be a joint state and local government account. Clearly stated. Clearly.
You and I, we are saying the same thing. Now, instead of going to the National Assembly to amend that section,
that
Fabemi went to Supreme Court. Now the court granted that prayer. And the governor said, sorry, gentlemen, we cannot violate the letters of our constitution. And they even told local government chief, go and open an account, let me see.
Mr. Okoro,
and Central Bank was looking for them. Local government chairman, come and open an account.
Mr. Okoro, ask yourself, where and what was the Supreme Court doing when they rule on that matter? You mean the Supreme Court doesn't know the provisions of the Constitution? Please, is it possible? You see, when we criticize these people, it's just as if you want to be an activist.
No. We have had lawyers here say that the Supreme Court, that any pronouncement in the Supreme Court makes becomes a law.
True talk. Let them implement this one now. Let them implement it. It becomes a law.
Becomes a law. Okay.
Let them implement it since they are now God.
All right.
It was Supreme Court or before, not now.
Okay, let's touch on politics a bit. I'll find a way to lump some of the stories together. And then defection, death, court cases leave LP with 0 senators. ADC gains, displaces LP in 3rd position. ADC is making headway. APGA, NNPP, SDP hold 1 seat each. That's from the Nigerian Tribune. That's where you find that headline. It's one of the window headlines there. Now, lumping it with other political stories, Muftwang still holding PDP mandate despite defection. That's coming from Jank. All right, let's have the actual paper on the screen. It's Nigerian Tribune. And then we also have warns INEC on interference in party affairs. All right, so 2027, Kwankwanso will not be allowed to contest on our platform, NNPP. All right. So,
who founded the party?
No, he didn't found the party.
Was he not there?
No, he is not. It was Boniface and Ebonam, one man from Anambra State that founded the NNPP.
Whose name we have not heard?
No, I've always known about him.
No, but he's not prominent in that party. He's always Kwankwanso now.
The woman so came to give the party prominence, which is name, you know.
So where is that?
And Ebonam is there.
Is there?
Yes, it's there.
Anyway, what I want to react mostly is that this week and these people in River State. You remember that the River State State Assembly member are now saying that they are now stalling. They may not go ahead with impeachment. Is that not true? So after all the shenanigans, what happened? Were you not here when all of us were telling Wike, I can't say all of us because my friend Barrister Adam, when I had this, I said, I pity those following weekend. They will lick their wounds. And if that thing happens, Wike is finished. He can never talk again in River State. If this their gambit fail, and from the look of it, it has failed already. Wike is finished. In fact, those people will not follow him again. They will not know that Wike has been misleading them. That's just the simple truth. I pray that yes, it fails. Because I can't see how a Wike will be in PDP and be dictating to APC. That is a cardinal sin he committed.
He's still in the PDP.
Yeah, Wike he's still in the PDP now. He has not defected. And so all the noise, all the noise have come to an end for Wike. All the noise. That's just the truth. He cannot impeach Fubara.
Now, Moses asked a question on the morning show, not today, that day. He said, does it look like these guys are trying to negotiate? You recall?
Does it look
but it looks like that is what it is now. When they are saying that the impeachment process is already stalled.
It's gone, because yes,
now they are saying that forces beyond them.
Yes. So
I don't know if they are making, if it's a veiled reference to the president.
Of course now. Who else would have told them? Who else? Who else would have told Wike?
So apparently the president has done the needful by stepping in.
Of course.
And I said, and now the papers carried it boldly that Fubara just came back from France where he went to meet the president. When it was rumored, that maybe he has gone to, nobody knew where the president was at that point. Now the president today is in Abu Dhabi, for the sustainability summit. So he was in France all along, and yes, Fubara went there to meet him. So it's becoming clearer now that look, Wike's empire might actually be crumbled.
It has crumbled.
So that is why he's doing mentors. And I was just looking at the man on
he has nothing to give again.
Oh my God! How the cookies crumble?
Wike have nothing to give anybody.
But let me read a few headlines because there's one I saw earlier in the day when we're taking newspaper headlines. I've been trying to get to it, but still on Wike's comments and the rest of it. First Daily says Wike fires back at critics. Only Tinubu can sack me. Well, we know that.
He's been humbled.
And then Wike, I had no pact with Tinubu on 2023 election. This is from This Day newspaper. Okay. Another story somewhere says Wike said, I'm trying to get to that story. I think it's I hope I get to it before. I think it's from yes. So from Vanguard, this is the big story on the cover page of the Vanguard. Rivers crisis. Why I said dogs are barking. Fubara. Tinubu can sack me if I can no longer offer anything. Wow. Wike. So basically he's saying, look, I'm still offering something. Well, other riders to it, Wike Amewule avoid impeachment comment at Port Harcourt rally. There's a plot to stop legislative proceedings, Rivers Assembly. There's a plot to stop legislative proceedings. Who is plotting?
It's obvious. I said the matter is dead. No discussion. As long as Fubara has gone to meet Tinubu, and then when he came back, we are hearing it's finished.
Now, when Fubara said that, when people say that Fubara is a political neophyte, I think he's learned the ropes.
No, yeah, you think
he's got good advisors now. People are advising
him. Yes,
like Hope Uzodimma, showing him the ropes.
I was pretty surprised immediately after the September 18th return. He didn't wait for like 2 weeks, and he started, flexing. He started flexing muscle, and I was like,
"Of course,
is there going to be problem again?" He was too quick to go back to it. He was too quick to go back to the trenches. And now that he has direct access to the president, and Nigerians are beginning to understand that. Look, the president might have made a choice. President might have.
He has no choice.
I asked the question, for someone to assess the limit of the president's tolerance, that flexibility. At what point will it snap? And he said, enough is enough. I think that moment is now. It's not going to be very sharp. It's not going to be very instantaneous. It's going to be
very tactful.
It's going to be a very gradual thing.
The only thing they will do, if they want to give Wike a soft landing, is to be quiet about it, not be open, and then talk to Wike behind closed door to sheath his sword.
Does it look like someone who will listen?
To avoid disgrace, they will put it there. To avoid disgrace, you have to.
I think he might be compelled to listen.
No, he has no choice.
No, even if he's not compelled to listen, you know, events around him will just force him to listen.
He has no choice. Look at somebody after election in 2020. You are not going.
How will this affect his? Because you know, there's this talk about him wanting to put his son in the National Assembly.
Didn't you see his son behind him?
His son is always with him.
With him in the rally.
Yes.
You know?
All those ones will come to.
It's left for the people of the federal constituency. You know,
is it left?
All those things will come to an end.
Is it really left to the people?
At this point, the governor will ensure that it doesn't happen.
What are you telling me?
So the governor will ensure that his son doesn't get it. Even if it is last thing he will achieve, he will ensure that Wike's son doesn't get to that seat.
Even the president may say, okay, let us
compensate him.
Yeah, with that. It doesn't matter, but he can no longer play.
Because Wike he likes to bargain. So he will bargain with something.
Does Wike bargain? Wike doesn't bargain.
I think he does.
No, Wike doesn't bargain. Wike wants it all. Winner takes all.
No, he bargains. Like this thing he's doing now. He bargained for it. He must have told you, look, if I give you River State, you are going to give me an appointment.
No, but he just said that he had no pack with
when somebody is lying, you should know now.
He just said that.
You want him to come out and say it? He bargained for it. That's why they gave him FCC. Maybe I'm even thinking that he was the one that chose.
There was even a video that came out that period where he was on the phone with somebody and he said, look, what do you have for me and my people? What will we get?
So maybe.
Yes.
He bargained for it.
When I say that Wike doesn't bargain, is that I meant that what actually meant was that he likes to take everything to himself. I mean, look at the conditions that were flying around, though unconfirmed, you know.
About Fubara.
About him and Fubara.
That one was that one was before.
That's what I'm saying now.
And the thing backfired.
Okay.
It backfired.
And when it backfired, they went back to it. And he practically wanted to take, or he said, no, you are not going to sack the commissioners.
And the thing is
to sack the commissioners, I'm going to give you fresh commissioners. The chief of staff, I will retain.
The thing backfired.
Commissioner for finance, I will retain. Attorney General of the state, I will retain. Does it look like somebody who does?
I said it backfired. That's one when you overreach yourself. That's what happens.
Exactly my point. When I said that he doesn't bargain, you know, he wants everything. Winner takes all.
That's what happens. So he doesn't think.
I think he bargains, but in that case, he feels slighted, so he wants to punish the governor by taking everything.
Unfortunately,
if he wants to play anything smart, Tinubu will just whistle to EFCC chairman. They go and pick him up.
And then he will join the AGP for
VIP list. Before it gets to that level, I think the first thing they will do is to tell chief of staff, you know, not to grant him access to the president.
Yes, of course. Yeah, of course.
To start from there.
Of course.
And sorry, the president is very busy. He can't see you now.
Like they did it to somebody.
Go and come back in 2 days. And when you come back in 2 days, they'll give you 2 weeks. And when you come back in 2 weeks, they say,
you don't get tired.
Traveling. And unfortunately,
when you call on phone, nobody will pick.
Okay. Let's take some other headlines. Now, we found our way to Vanguard newspaper. Well, okay. Now, these are some headlines on the cover page of Vanguard. These things can be very funny sometimes. Computers, they just develop a life of their own, you know.
Is it Vanguard? Have you found it?
Yes, I have. Loans to manufacturers shrink to 2.1 trillion naira, drop in 5 sectors, 17.5% to 16.43 trillion naira in 6 months. That's one of the headlines there. And then we have NMA faults media trial over Chimamanda's son's death. Now, that's a big story. Yeah, I think one of the papers have it as their big story. I would like to take it from that particular paper. Yes, it's This Day. This Day newspaper says, Chimamanda serves legal notice over son's death. Sanwo-Olu orders probe. Author demands certified copies of all medical records. Wando addresses alleged inconsistencies in Eurocare's statements. Well, this is a troubling story, of course. Barrister. We chimed in on it during the morning show.
Okay.
But Barrister, what are your thoughts on this one?
My thought is that our first 11 in the medical community have left us. They are no longer around. They have moved on. So what we have now is like something I can call auxiliary. That is why, or that is, that is why an anesthetist would give a toddler, propofol, the one they gave Michael Jackson, without watching him. That is where the duty of care comes in. For a toddler who knows nothing at that age, you don't leave him on his own. You just walked away. The woman said for over 2 hours, nobody was looking at this man, this boy. Nobody was caring. It was when the thing was almost beyond this that they ran to ICU.
They gave an overdose. Tried
I
to
mean, so if you know,
child, which they did.
Let me tell
and then somewhere along the line, I think the child developed seizures.
Yes. Now, let me tell you why I said I will have auxiliary. Please, for God's sake, whenever you go to hospital, the first thing they check your body mass index.
They check your BP. They
check
your BMI.
To know the dosage your body can carry, even if they want to apply injection and all that, it's written. Now, why would you give an overdose to a boy if you know your job? Please tell me. If you are the professional that you claim to be, why would you give that boy overdose of that medication, that injection? For what reason? There is no excuse whatsoever. No excuse. The guy that tried it with Michael Jackson, I think he went to jail and they withdrew his license. They would do it. Imagine if this thing happened to one common man somewhere. Will anybody go do what we say? It happens every day.
It happens every day.
And nobody cares.
We get to hear this because it's high profile.
Because of the person involved.
That is what happens when you hire quack who claim to be professionals. There are two professions you should not toy with. The law profession and the medical profession, because they deal with human beings. One mistake, one is gone.
Yes, and it speaks to going back to the process of emergence. How we get to train our medical doctors. Back in the university, right from when people write JAMB and the quota system, the catchment area, and all of that. I told a story here one day where, without sense of modesty, my daughter did over 300 in JAMB. She applied for medicine, and she didn't get admitted for medicine. And when she went to, now she got admitted for another course.
Which university?
University of Nigeria.
For what reason? That university is notorious.
So when she now got in her first year, they do in the College of Medicine, they do what they call pre-med. All the departments in the College of Medicine, all of them do the basic sciences. So in her room, they got talking one day, and Jam, this one. And she discovered that there were people who scored 270 that were studying medicine. And she did 309. And she was like, what happened? She called me, Daddy, and I said, it's a catchment area. We stayed from the person she mentioned the 2 or 3 states. I said, there's what they call catchment area and all of that. So it starts with the process of recruitment.
Exactly.
Now, when they do their first MD, I understand that people pay. That one is not peculiar to University of Nigeria. It's almost everywhere. Now, people pay as much as ₦1,000,000. I'm saying this on air. And they know. People pay as much as ₦1,000,000 to pass MB1, MB2, then clinicals and all of that. Now, you can imagine.
What they would not do.
Because you hear people fly in, to the university and say, Vice Chancellor, I want my son to study medicine. And how much will it take? And it happens.
Medicine.
Medicine. So when that happens, it gets to first MB, second, clinicals, and until the person graduates. Now tell me the kind of medical doctor.
That's why when they go abroad, they retrain them. They start all over.
So it's there. It starts with the process of emergence, process of recruitment. How do we get medical doctors right from their university, right from the
job? The same thing with our law profession. I told you the story of how the man heading Abuja division was taken to ICJ to go and represent us because it is now our turn and our slot. The 3 tests they gave them, this man failed 3 of them. Failed 3 of them. And they had to package them back with the 9 people that followed him in secondment. They came back.
And barrister, of course, they will come back. If you go to carry a child and the child dies, what do? You go back home now.
In fact,
it's only in the legal profession. What about the military? A familiar story that I don't want to tell.
Are we even familiar with?
In fact, that one is worse. The military is worse because they believe that it's all about brute force. They forgot that military intelligence is very vital. Very vital. Military intelligence. If you see how they take it serious abroad, they go to schools and select the best to come and join the military.
Because in one situation, you need to take split-second decisions.
I am telling you,
and you save the lives of
to overcome.
So if you are lacking in that quotient, if you like it, you can always form.
The military has some of the best. I mean, if you're
Nigerian
talking about nurses, they have some of the best trained doctors and nurses.
They have some.
Yes, the military, they have some of the best.
We are not talking about. We are talking of the real combatants, those who prosecute war. That is what they are trained for. That's their core profession. These ones are ancillary services. You understand? The core job they're supposed to do, military. If you have them, like I keep saying, you will not have these people embarrassing
everyone. From health, we went to Lagos. From Lagos, now we went to the military.
Okay.
Embarrassing Nigeria, a whole Nigeria. Bandits are giving order.
It's so
okay. We've entered another terrain. But of course, let's take some more headlines from what people do you have there?
Let's take this headline from the Nigerian Tribune.
All right, let's take all the headlines.
Still talking about banditry, how illegal miners, bandits combined to attack Old Oyo National Park. Attack is retaliation against the arrest of illegal miners and why attackers destroyed Forest Guard's detention camp.
So why did they have to go all the way from northwest to retaliate?
Arrested.
Is it your people that arrested those miners?
No, it is the closest victim now. They say they are National Park and then Forest Guard. They can take revenge on anybody close by just to register their annoyance. Did I not tell you about this Forest Guard? That those guys are going on a suicide mission. Did I not tell you here that this thing will not work? Because the kind of guns these guys are carrying, did they give it to Forest Guards? The answer is no. So how will they now fight these people? You can see how intelligent our so-called military officers are. Nuhu Rubado, who said he had trained them and all, remember when he commissioned them, it was all over the place. All that exercise now, where did they come to? You know very well that this guy cannot handle these terrorists. So why are you sending them out to go and die? Why? It shows that the level of wisdom and intelligence in the military is not there, it's lacking. I'm telling you, it is lacking. If they are very intelligent, that's not what they're supposed to do. You carry ragtag boys, idle boys here and there, and say you train them, give them gun to go and.
Don't you think it's because they are losing manpower? A lot of them are,
they are losing manpower.
Leaving. A lot of them are retiring. A lot of them are retiring. Some are absconding. So they are losing manpower. So they're trying to make do with what they have.
What they have done now is even worse. Because you are just sacrificing these boys to go and just die. Instead of what you are saying, Mr. Why not looking worse? If you have been treating your officers very well, will they be absconding? Like they say that their daily allowance doesn't get to them. That their line managers are withholding it. And it is causing a demoralization in the military. We treated it last week in our show, in our sister show, Evening Rush, where officers were lamenting. Please, are you not the one causing the problem? Are you not the one? When you refuse to treat the military very well, how can they work? Meanwhile, the bandits and the terrorists are paying more. Most of the military men that have come there, they have gone to the other side, where the grass is greener. Can you imagine? Nigerian military will have come from Nigerian service and then join the terrorists they were supposed to be fighting. because the terrorists are paying more. It's a very big shame.
It's a shame indeed. A shame indeed. Do we have some more headlines?
Yes, we do. Let's take this from the Tribune. Federal government set to end ASU crisis. There we go again. To sign fresh agreements on June 14th. They have approved 40% salary increase for academic staff, and they also signing a deal to include revamped university funding model. What do you guys think?
What do you think? It's just they want to prolong the evil day. They want to placate them for a while. They will not implement anything. Let them implement the one they have entered into before. Abi? And let us from the known to the unknown. The one that they have already signed, have they implemented them? That they want to start a fresh one. And you want me to clap that yes, they have done something great. They just want to deceive these people. Nothing else. Nothing. They are not ready to do anything. It's a deceit.
Well, still in the Tribune, here we have the picture of our president being President Tinubu arrives at Sheikh Zayed International Airport in Abu Dhabi on Sunday and was received by Sheikh Shakbut Nayam Al Nahyan, that is Minister of State in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. How did they get their Minister of State to come and receive our president?
That is to show you the regard. Is it not the same people that gave you a list of terrorists that are disturbing you and you have not done anything about it? Do you think they regard you here? Mr. Okoro, you don't know how low we have gone. No? I'm not joking. You don't. With this thing Donald Trump did and what we are doing here to ourselves, the whole world is laughing at us. To make matters worse, you left number 1 economy in Africa to number 4. So where is the respect and the prestige for you? Please tell me. You don't know that international politics, you earn your respect, you earn it. It's not something that's given to you, you earn it.
It's not self-done.
I'm telling you. Just so he's even lucky that somebody came to welcome him.
Anyway, at least now we know where the president is. We were looking for him. We didn't know where he was until we heard that Fubara met with him in France, and now we see him in Abu Dhabi. He was
making how many days? Mr. Okoro, he left on the 28th of December. From 28th of December till now, today is 12, Abi. When you add
that's about 15 days.
When you add the 3 days that ended last year, add it to do 12.
No, okay, he appeared in Abu Dhabi yesterday, so 14 days, 2 weeks.
No, the fact remains that
he's entitled to
so the 3 days plus now. The 3 days plus now is 14 now. I mean, it's 15 now.
14. That was yesterday, not today.
Okay, yesterday. Good. So, how many days now? Then by the time the summit or whatever will end, it will take at least how many days now?
2 days.
2 days. And then after that, he will say he will not come back that day.
No, I don't know.
He will not come back that day. He never came back when they finish any summit. He will still relax a bit. Abi?
Go and you have meetings on the sideline.
On the side. After others have gone, you are the only one who do meeting on the side.
He's not always the only one. Others stay back, to have meetings.
To do what? To do what? Mr. Okoro, you are the biggest black nation in the whole world. You should be leading this thing you are going about to meeting everybody is an insult on his own. They should be coming to you. Donald Trump, have you seen?
What's your reaction to the Minister of State receiving the president?
It's an insult.
Minister of State.
It's an insult.
You don't send someone at that level.
It shows how you are regarded.
It shows how you are regarded in that country. It's as simple as that. And this is the first time it's happening. This is not the first time. I think when he went to which summit, there's a particular summit he went to in Europe, or in Africa here, and it was also what happened. It was also what? This is not the first time. On top of my head, I can't recall.
A junior minister came to reach.
Yes, it was also in the Middle East. It was in the Middle East that he went. One either Saudi Arabia or one of those countries that they also sent a junior minister to come and receive him. He doesn't speak well.
And the Bayo guy will not see anything wrong in this. He will not.
Oh well.
He will not.
We'll leave. Well, let's leave it here. Yeah. Thank you very much, Barrister Darlington Agumo. Thank you, Chukwuma Okoro.
Pleasure.
Chukwuma makes a return later tonight at 6 p.m. on Political Lens. It promises to be
And I'll be joined by Barrister Darlington here. We'll travel around Nigeria. We'll go to Port Harcourt, we'll go to Abuja, and travel to Kano to bring you political trending stories. Join us then, it promises to be quite interesting.
All right, and that's it on the show today. Jane?
Yeah.
We'll see you again tomorrow. I'm Moses Humphrey. I'll see you tomorrow. God willing. Bye for now.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
My name is Michel Dela. I'm the Consul General of the Netherlands in Lagos. Keep watching VOP, Voice of the People TV.
I'm Sarah Nystrom from Sweden, aka Chief Omobowale, Communication Queen. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, I'm Samantha Jacobs, representing the States. Miami's in the house, and I want to make a shout out to VOP TV. I'm a humanitarian, and I'm also a rep in the film industry and the art industry. I help dreams come true, and I help you keep on that path. Shout out to VOP TV because you're helping people stay on their path too. Cheers.
All right, my name is John Odibo. Keep watching Voice of the People because it's a fantastic station to be with all the time. Thank you very much.
My name is Pastor Elvis Ciro, the convener of the Voice Achievers Award, and keep watching VOP. Yes, that is the channel for all the people. No color, no race. Thank you so much.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, this is Abbas Sunkan from the Netherlands. I am a designer and I'm here in Eco Hotel and Suits. Keep watching VOP, the voice of the people. Don't touch that dial.
My name is Dr. Tony Bello. I am the chairman of Shine Bridge Global Incorporated. And guess what? You are watching the Voice of the People television.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People television. Now you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People television.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
And I scream Super Eagles all the way, and I'm like, Super Eagles all the way. It's all about the Super Eagles. You know, I started the show this day. I would have loved to start with the paper review. Like, it's not a paper review show, you know, business day. Like, it gives you all of the how big banks killed, capitalization, hurdle, hard match, you know, a lot of news out there. But the question this day is right now in Morocco, I tell you, every paper is carrying the Super Eagles. You turn here, you're seeing Victor Osimhen. You turn here, you're seeing the Lookman. We're not talking Brahim Diaz now. We're not talking Amrabat. We're not talking about Onwahi. We're not talking about the names you know. We're talking about the names you need to know. You might know them, but you still need to know them. The Super Eagles of Nigeria, anyways. Yes, what a way to start up a show. It's no longer news that the Super Eagles of Nigeria have reached the semi-final of the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations with a convincing 2-0 win against against Algeria. I could say Morocco, yet to be played. But at the stadium Marrakech, and that victory sets up a last four clash against Morocco after their win against Cameroon in the quarterfinal. The Eagles came into the match after a funny win against Mozambique in the round of 16, having scored 12 goals in 4 games. The tournament is highly tally, and that's the highest we've seen. It's all about us. Oh goodness, this is bad. This is a result. It's classic result. 2-0. Well, it wouldn't trash you to also know that Algeria unbeaten. They were unbeaten before the quarterfinal, and that was a very high talk. But they conceded only once in 4 matches, and were known for their strong defense. However, from the start of the game, Nigeria dominated possession and then pressed too high, forcing Algeria to defend deep. Victor Osimhen led the attack with power and speed, and then we saw our game supported by Lookman and Akko Adams, while Alexi Iwobi controlled the midfield, linking the defense and also the attack. The first half saw Nigeria create several chances, while Akko Adams also missed a one-on-one opportunity and another effort cleared off the line. Algeria remained tied that we couldn't break, but Nigeria were so organized. Algeria also were organized at the back sometime, but they tried to train in the squad with the counter-attack, with the goalkeeper Lucas down, keeping the side at bay. But regardless, that's a clean beat. The breakthrough came in the second half when Victor Osimhen powered home a header. Now, see, that Osimhen's goal, let me even analyze this a bit so you understand. That Osimhen's goal was not just a mere goal. It was a jump power. If it was Ronaldo, it was Harry Kane, or any of the people, they would have said, okay, just put on the hype. Let's say 1 point something, so. Victor Osimhen kept on. That's how you make people to, you know, just be calm for a while. The Super Eagles are just big. Akko Adams also got past the goalkeeper. They controlled the game from the midfield. Iwobi, Ndidi, also breaking the Algerian attacks. The fullbacks and the wingers stretched the defense wide, creating space for Osimhen and Akko Adams. But you know, Algeria made substitution to try to turn the match around, but Nigeria defense composure kept them in control until the final whistle. The Super Eagles now advance to the semi-final where they will face the host Morocco. It's really worth talking about. It's a game that you should be scared, you should be wary about. But that win, you need to know, send the Eagles to the 16th AFCON semi-final where host Morocco awaits them, and that will be on Wednesday. So today's Monday, so Wednesday is just closed. So I cannot wait to see how it goes. So Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. The question will not be, how can I sleep? No. A mouth-watering final between Nigeria and Egypt remains on the table, but both sides must first navigate 10 tests. Nigeria will need to overcome a Moroccan team backed up by home support in Rabat, while Egypt will have to face a heavyweight clash against the Senegals, the Lions of Teranga. But the favorites, you need to know, they reached the semi-final after edging holders Ivory Coast 3-2 in the dramatic quarterfinal in Agadir. But let me say this. It's all about the Super Eagles. Nigeria and Egypt have met 10 times at AFCON, with the Super Eagles holding a narrow 4-2 win with 3 draws, including the win in 1980. Never was born at that point, but you must give shout out to those legends of the time. 1980 Nations Cup was the first time we won the Nations Cup, and it wasn't long again. We took it again. That's 94 in Tunisia. And as if that was not enough, we waited till 2013. So we've won the Nations Cup how many times? 3 times. This time around, it's not a paper talk. It's not a paper talk. It's going to be the 4th time the Super Eagles will be clinching on that very one. And I must tell you, see, I look at the team, so I feel like making words, making lines with the player that I saw that day. And what I saw, it's more like we are owning the North African side, you know. Now, talk about the game. Algeria were good enough, 100%. Lucas Zidane, see, they started fighting. Why were they fighting? I don't even understand it. You can't be doing. See, it's the Super Eagles. It's a team that knows what they want. And I think after this show, I have to call Uncle Stanley. So he can tell me how he has the Nwabali inside him. So maybe my next salary, the HR should take notes, save it with Nwabali, and I'm okay. It works. Because that day, I watched the game, we were so bright like Osai. I look at the team, I don't need to go to the next street like Simis Ajayi Street. No, I said I must be composed. Because right now, I feel like I'm wearing Calvin, not the clan, not the Abasi in Akwa Ibom style. I look at the team and I'm saying, I'm loving the Super Eagles because they play like a team that's got nice Bruno. One Noya Mechi. It's what it is. Because every time we talk, we have the patience. So we haven't Didi. Our past they break quiz, they will be on the come. And I told you all the time, you don't need to look at boys, look man. Then it works for you. Between them, Adam and Eve had an issue because they never had alcohol. And anything you do in life, bro, you need to use your head like Osimhen. It's the Super Eagles all the way. Nigeria anytime and the day. So I have with me right here on the show today, Nestor Patrick to talk this through with me. Such shows, you don't come and talk about it alone. You don't go solo. Not a solo run. Come and analyze. Because we said they are big, or Nigeria is this, they get this, Boneja is there, that's an Amares. I can't find them and not see them. They couldn't even play. Physicality dominant. Eric Chell, please, how do you do? Eric Chell, say you owe me, and now you're paying it. You owed Nigeria by that. A manager that was owed before the tournament, coming alive to make sure everything. See, we're having the best game. Before that game, we had 12 goals in 4 matches. Our tally is the highest. I think when you look at the record of Super Eagles, let me even bring it so you can understand that we are good to go. We should be talked about. We look to be the favorites. Now we played against the Moroccan side. They might be playing. They might sound like the favorites, but you know what? We have the quality to go past any side. We have the team, but it's the bad news that Ndidi will not be playing the Morocco game. So Onyedika is around. No fear. Now let me tell you. Let me say this. A lot of things happened in the course of the weekend. The sports world, we talk about every other news away from football, the FA Cup results, Man United and the rest of that, but I should be talking about the Super Eagles right now. And I don't like what they did because I was saying the Wednesday, 14th January, see, Chelsea will play against Arsenal. Super Eagles Nigeria will play against Morocco. So let me say, Super Eagles of Nigeria will play against the Atlas Lions of Morocco. And I don't know how they managed to place this 8 o'clock, same time. You where they hear me, so you where they watch me, so you be Nigeria. Which one you go watch? Chelsea, Arsenal, I'm not go watch them. I'll watch Akko Adams. Now, not go maybe if not go deceive me for street. You know what I'm saying? I go watch Osimhen. Anybody for Chelsea think reach Osimhen. The guys jump out reach Osimhen. See Morocco will they come? Morocco, who be Morocco? We don't forget Morocco, man. I don't know how blessed beginning. See, so there's no way to talk about it. But let me tell you more. The Super Eagles have got a nice tally, and the goals keep coming, and that's how. Now Oshola said something. Oshola said that semi-final no go easy, shao. She said, because that WAFCON still they pay Morocco. Our women go Morocco, go beat them, scatter them. Now I never told you now, not go meet them again. Now you'll see result now. She come to talk, so he say, them go do everything and anything, but the world will be watching. That message now clear one. I'm sure that you know what they talk, you don't want to give details, but I tell you, people where carry referee, where officiate our final go court. So give it to the Super Eagles. Most goals scored in a single AFCON. Let me tell you. Cote d'Ivoire 2008, 16. Zambia 1996, how many? 15. Egypt 2008, they have 15. Egypt 2010 have 15 as well. All round, the man of the year. Now, DR Congo 1974, long time ago. They never have been that time. Again, Morocco 2004, man of the year. Just they hear me. They'll tell you more. Cameroon 2008, 14. Cameroon 2021, 14. We just did semi-final. Nigeria scored 14 goals. I beg. Maybe my guest shook mouth because not be a way he did home. Nestor Patrick actually looking. I like it. No, not sure. Never sure. No, wait. Let me first give us more hype so I go fit talk sweet things. Because the guy I want to show you now, he gets what can't hear Martin. Y'all see makes sense. Role model for some people. Nestor Patrick is on the show today. Nestor, great to have you. Celebrate Super Eagles anyways.
I mean, it's Super Eagles all the way. Yeah. I mean, top-notch performance on the day. I mean, I can't, I was short of words. I mean, a whole lot of my friends were calling me from school, like, bro, what you tell us now, so you be. Seriously, right. I mean, I understand football, not like because I played football, but I understand these things. I mean, the dynamics of the game. Yeah. I told them before the game, I said, see, there's somebody I was going to call before this game. His name is Kizike. Yeah, now your guy. Yeah, I told them. Right. Yeah, so my friend Brian was like, call. I see, I know Kizike. Kizike would tell me he's always busy. So I told them, I said, Nigeria is going to win this game 2-1. Or outrightly, we're going to beat them 3-1. And the guy was like, yeah, it's Mahrez though. I said, forget whatever Mahrez has said. I mean, we're coming to beat them silly. Forget what he did the last time. Forget what Etebo said. Forget what Moses Simon said, that he was there the last time. I mean, it felt bad because the way they cried. I mean, they played. Even Audio Igalo did say,
2019.
2019
was the revenge time. We needed to revenge.
So we needed to like come back and just take small salt, pour for the, and we made the start with pepper.
But we had the physicality. What is that one thing Eric Chell did that day?
I mean, what Eric Chell did to this team, this particular team you're seeing on the screen, was he brought back almost the 1996-1998 Super Eagles. You needed to see the ball recovery. The moment they lose the ball, all kudos to Frank Onyeka and a certain Wilfred Ndidi. But if anybody don't get patience for this word, they dare Ndidi. The name itself Ndidi. You don't go to Ndidi first.
You can say that.
I mean, this is top-notch football. I'm not just hyping Super Eagles because I'm a Nigerian. I mean, I love good football. I love to see good football. I love to see. Did you see what Eric Chell said during the press cover? He said, not because these guys are professionals. He said, I love these guys because when I talk to them, they listen, they go on the field, they implement. Even when we didn't qualify for the Mondials, I mean, it has shown that these guys, they've learned from their lesson. The last time I came to the studio, I mean, during the Mondial, I said, who might be the coach during the next qualifier will matter.
Yeah.
But then, now see what these guys are doing. I mean, they've shown us that. Just putting on that green-white jersey means a whole lot. And going back, forth and come. I mean, you need to.
So tell me about the North Sun side or North African side. We dominated Tunisia. We got past them. They were dead and buried, and they got 2 goals from. I don't know how it happened within a short while. So I felt like I blamed Eric Chell's his game management. Now I felt like that was not enough. We played against an Algerian side. So it's more like we're going top. Algeria. Now, that's not a mere team. That's a strong team, a rated team, a team that never lost on the group stage. And then we met them in a phase that we felt like they just get the Super Eagles out because they look to be the good side. When I mean good side, their result is also not bad. But both teams happen to be good. And we dispatched them. Now we have Morocco. And I tell you, I think I say this. Back in the street, they could talk, say, we play against referee, play against, against we play against supporter. Because see, the truth of the matter is this, right? I was saying on my mobile, on X is everywhere, Moroccan fans having some issues with the Nigerian journalists, like journalist issue, You can't have an interview here, you can't talk here, they don't even want to fight tours, you understand? So I know how they feel because we did that place. Now home match, so Nigeria they go away to go play that match, you understand? But I look into the game and I'm like, we need to understand they've got quality. El Kabi, scary. He doesn't joke with the post. You talk about the man who looks unstoppable, Brahim Diaz. You look at the team, you look at an Onahi, Azadane, and look at this team, they've got quality. Akraf Hakimi, there's no size, but I look at them and I'm like, they have what it takes. But what we saw against Tanzania has opened the place for people to now see that when you come out alive and don't fear the Moroccan side, you can stop them. Now, quality-wise, value-wise, we are far better off. The Super Eagles has owned up. I don't know what they did to Akko. I don't know how Akko is doing it. I don't know. Akko is like the link-up between Lookman and Victor. And Victor is exceptional with Seaman. The goal, his goal was a jump out race. Look at that. I don't know the position for post where they come out. You see that? Your head ball. Come on.
What happened was when you calculate.
Suspended.
Yeah. Osimhen suspended. So he felt like Osimhen was going to bring the ball by the aerial view side of the post. But what Osimhen did was to head the ball downwards. So that was why you just understood he had to like jump.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that was what actually happened.
He had to jump. You could imagine the guys on the show standing up because he wants to show me look at the downstairs. But you know what it is? It's a great game coming up. Nigeria Super Eagles. Eric Chell's lineup can be predicted. No doubt. We know. The pass Osai, Onyemechi, Simi Ajayi, Basi, Iwobi, Ndidi, Lookman, Onyeka, Akko, now say they play. But can I tell you, the problem now is that there will not be a Ndidi. We will not be having Wilfred Ndidi and then Rafael. I know Eric Chell is always scared to make changes, But how can the Super Eagles go on in that very game? What does it mean to play against a host nation right there in Morocco, Rabat? It does stay in Marrakech, anywhere, be Casablanca, anywhere, we will not care. We'll just go play and at first we don't want to know. But how big is this game for the Super Eagles?
Okay, let me make it very simple. I don't want to, from the people watching at home, people watching I mean, all across the world, Nigerians especially.
Yeah.
I don't want to use some stern words, but the thing is, we've seen the strength of Super Eagles, where it lies. We've seen their weaknesses as well. I mean, the Mondial, during the qualifying Mondial, we've seen their weaknesses. I mean, I heard what Olayana was saying. He said, this team, this particular Super Eagles setup, even before the last Nations Cup, don't have a single weakness. But during the final playoff against Cote d'Ivoire, I saw some weaknesses, I saw some lapses. Maybe I felt like Pesero didn't get some things right.
Yeah.
Now, coming to this AFCON, I've seen that these guys, they've got legs and they've got balls, and they've shown us that the weaknesses, they've used it as their strength.
Yeah.
I mean, you saw what happened, the altercation between Aruna Lukman and what's his name?
Osimhen.
Lukman and Osimhen.
Right.
You heard what the interview. A certain journalist went to Lukman to ask him. They say, what happened? You saw how he played down. He said no. He said nothing happened. I mean, this is top notch. A lot of team needs to understand. And even Osimhen, when they asked him, Osimhen was like, he said, Osimhen just laughed. He said, that's my boy. He's my brother. I mean, it's nerves running. So this game, it's not going to be easy. But I'm telling you, on the night, Nigeria Super Eagles will come out unscathed.
Okay,
Mark
so
my
Nestor,
words.
yeah, we'll come out unscathed. That's the word from you. Let me ask you this question. What does money mean to you?
Money means a whole lot, but it depends from where the money is coming from.
Okay, so since it depends on where the money is coming from, let's let you know quickly on the show today that Boa Group Chairman, Nigerian billionaire Abdul Samad Rabiu has announced a 1.5 million cash, I say it well, 1.5 million US dollar cash incentive for Nigeria Super Eagles if they win the AFCON in Morocco. Moving on, Mr. Rabiu disclosed this on Saturday on his verified X account from the Twitter, following Nigeria's 20 win against Algeria in the quarterfinals of the competition. According to him, the players will receive 500,000 US dollar if they defeat Morocco in the semifinal to secure a place in the final. He added an extra 50,000 US dollar will be paid for each goal scored in the semifinal. Rabiu also further stated that the team would earn an additional 1 million US dollar if they go on to win the final, with a bonus of 100,000 US dollar for every goal scored in the final match. Now, quoting the man you have on your screen, he said, "To encourage you, I pledge 500,000 US dollar to the players upon winning the semifinal." That's big, bro. With an additional 50,000 US dollar for every goal scored. And he said, should you go on to win the final, I further pledge 1 million, oh goodness me, US dollar plus 100,000 US dollar for each goal scored in the final. And that result now extended Nigeria's unbeaten run in the tournament to 5 matches. The semi-final is scheduled for Wednesday, with Nigeria taking place in the final and also a chance to claim a 4th AFCON title. You know, this news is good, but the president of Nigeria, #1 citizen Bola Ahmed Tinubu, has also congratulated the team and saying, you guys are good to go. In the post on his X handle, the president praised the team's performance and assured them of national support. In the words of our president, he said, "Go on, Super Eagles. You have the support of all Nigerians." And that victory came amid reports that the team had earlier raised concerns over unpaid bonuses and travel arrangements ahead of the quarterfinal feature in Marrakech. Now, the issue was resolved following intervention by the Ministry of Finance and also the Central Bank of Nigeria, blah, 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 blah. We saw it. Chairman of the National Sports Commission, Shehu Diko, told reporters that Tinubu approved the Super Eagles AFCON 2025 budget on November 14, 2025. So you can know. He said the approval aligned stakeholders, including the National Sports Commission, the Nigerian Football Federation, and the players. So I like to reiterate, so you need to know. Let's talk about the key point here. Abdul Samad Rabiu pledged 500,000 US dollar for the Super Eagles win against Morocco, an extra 50,000 US dollar promised for every goal scored in the semi-final. If they score 2, you now know IB. If they score 3, you now know IB. Now winning the final would earn them 1 million US dollar plus 1,000 US dollar per goal. So they're not the prize and keep scoring like the Super Eagles look up. The pledge was made following Nigeria's 20 win. So it's a lot, but I say wrong timing for Nigeria sometimes, I say. You know what I'm saying is, I felt so bad I felt so bad that I was talking about the Super Eagles being old. After we missed the biggest Mondial, consecutively the World Cup coming up 2026, and this year, we'll be watching from home. We'll be sitting back home and seeing the game. That's how bad it is. But This is all the Super Eagles have now. Maybe I'm just understanding the plight of the Nigerian people right now, and I'm saying if we can win in Morocco, I think they'll be forgiven. So looking at this money, what of a motivation is this from Samad Rabiu? Is this, sorry to say, I don't want to go there, but is it a political thing or is this a passion, love? And how big is this for the Super Eagles to get on this?
It's easy. It's one way to come into supporting a team,
Right.
especially when it comes to sports. It's not because it's just a sporting tournament, but because it felt like needs, and these things are needs that need to be meted out. And Abdul Samad is trying to support this guy. He's trying to encourage these guys to go on, don the national. I mean, don't the green and white jersey. Go on there, do these things, come back, you get whatever you need. It's like even if he doesn't give them this money, but whatever he's telling them that I'm here, I'm supporting you guys, I'm your #1 fans. Go out there and get us and give us this victory.
Okay, so it's a good news.
It's a good news.
So you see us getting it past Moroccan side?
Definitely, assuredly, Nigerians, Lagos. My name is Nestor Patrick. On this day, remember this day, mark my words. It's not going to be easy.
Not be say they go. Not be say.
It's not going to be
Nestor,
easy.
You don't look at me. No. You don't look at me. Talking. Not be say they go win us. You go wrong.
I no go wrong.
I'm not. Don't get me. I'm not saying. I'm not saying we're going to lose, right?
I'm not saying we're going to, but I'm assuring Lagos. And during the Mondial, I said it. I said we are going to beat. Was it? No, before we played
Gabon.
I said we were going to beat Gabon silly, and I did say it. And I'm coming back here to say it. It's not going to be easy, but I'm telling you, we are not going to disgrace ourselves on the night. Mark my words.
All right. So some people say like father, like son. I don't want to believe that, but it's disciplinary action. Lucas Zidane, son of the legendary French international, France 98 winner, one with the right, one with the left against Brazil. We will not forget in a hurry. An Algerian goalkeeper initiated the confrontation by shoving Rafael Onyedika of Club Brugge on that very game. Onyedika attempted, because people are asking, please tell us what really happened on that very day. Onyedika attempted to retaliate when quickly drew in order of Algerian players to protect their goalkeeper. That situation escalated rapidly, forcing Stanley Nwabali, Paulo Nacho, Chidozima Watib, and Francis Ozoho to intervene. What began was a minor push turned into a full-blown on-pitch scuffle, capturing the attention of fans and the media alike. Referee attacked at full time. Issa C, my friend, the chaos did not end with the players, as the Senegalese referee Issa C came under fire for not awarding a penalty on a handball by Simi Ajayi in the first half. Algerian players expressed outrage at full time, creating a tense scene that required stadium security to step up for the referee's safety. Mixed zone tensions followed the pitch-side drama after an Algerian journalist was seen physically confronting a Nigerian reporter before the Moroccan security intervened. Authorities detained 2 Algerian journalists for questioning, highlighting the serious nature of the incident. Even beyond beyond Morocco, tensions fled internationally as reports from Marseille, France confirmed that Algerian and Nigerian fans clashed on the streets, with some fans burning jerseys of the opposing team. So I don't want to call name, but it's more like one of our jersey that they burn out. These people also speak French sometimes. They understand French well. Part of Algeria and also Morocco as well. Why are we going to see? Is this you've lost the game? Does that change anything?
It doesn't change anything. Football brings a whole lot of things. Like I do tell people, football is not just about the pitch.
Right.
I mean, the fans as well. I mean, there's a whole lot of things that is at stake when 2 big nations. Like I did say rightly the other time, I said, AFCON is the biggest World Cup in Africa.
Right.
So we need to grace it the best possible way we can. I mean, the best way they can, the only thing they can do at the tail end of the day, I rightly did say something on the radio station, but I don't want to say it here. The kind of football these North Africans play, I don't like it. I'm that person.
What did you say on radio that
I said I like their kind of football is not giving me that vibe that these guys are good players. I mean, you can be all tricky when you play football, but if these guys were on top that day, you will see what they'll be doing. Tactical indiscipline, that's what I call it. That was why I said haram football. I mean, you watch them fall on the floor trying to roll. No, you don't do that. It's football.
Is that not tactics?
Now they don't want to accept defeat, and now they're going out burning jerseys.
Okay.
Very wrong call.
All right, so still on the money and the incentive for the Super Eagles. Let's go to this one. Just a quick one about the Super Eagles. They were rewarded with 15,000 US dollars for their impressive win against the Desert Fox of Algeria. Eric Chell's men defeated Algeria 2-0 in the quarterfinal. You already know the story. And then that's at the Marrakesh Stadium, Marrakesh, on Saturday. The team also got $20,000 for 2 goals they scored in that very game. But VOPFM Lagos recalls that Super Eagles pocketed $30,000 for their 3 group game stage matches, Tanzania, Tunisia, and Uganda respectively. They got 12.5, I think that's $12.5. That's okay. Let's just say $12,000 for the round of 16 with a win against the Mambas of Mozambique. Super Eagles will receive $20,000. So it's more like money thing. $20,000, just money. That's the good news to share. But let's run away. Let's go off and give you news about Eric Chell and what he's saying. Super Eagles head coach Eric Chell said the win reflected the players' discipline and adherence to the game plan. That's what Nestor was saying. He spoke at the listened. He highlighted the impact of Victor Osimhen's opening goal in the 47th minute. In the words of the Franco man, he said the first goal was important. It released the pressure and gave us belief to play our football. I'm extremely proud of the boys. They were happy, they were focused, and they were so brave. We worked hard, and my vision is clearly taking shape in this team, and I'm liking it. Chell explained that Nigeria has maintained composure throughout the first half, despite Nigerian testing their patience. He also said, for 45 minutes, we stayed calm. I told the players to trust the process. When the moment came, we struck with authority. He also praised Ako Adams' finish for the second goal, describing it as a demonstration of efficiency in front of goal. Well composed, composure. Did you see it? He just stayed calm. See that they run, they come, just come more time. And he said, we were ruthless. When opportunities came, that is the mentality we want at this level. The Nigerian coach also noted that the team defensive organization, which restricted Algerians' attempt to respond, he said, our defense stayed calm, our defense stayed compact, and we were so intelligent. We managed the game well and showed maturity. He said again, looking ahead of the semi-final against Morocco, we are determined to win. Chell acknowledged the challenges of facing the host in their own stadium rather, and he said something, Morocco are strong and playing at home. There will be pressure, but we respect them and I believe in ourselves, adding that the squad would rest, analyze, and prepare thoroughly for the next match. But you know, Algerian head coach has got a lot to say. Vladimir Pekovic acknowledged Nigeria's control, blah, blah, blah. He said we pocket them. Say they're not see, but see their plan no work. Vladimir Pekovic, good coach, but their plans did not work. So Eric Chell is happy that, see, everything about life is trust the process. If you got me on the job, give me time, I will deliver. Time. They say waits for no man, but time is crucial, time is vital. If the time was given and the support from the board, oh my goodness, then we are here to go. So Eric Chell has all he wants now. Maybe the backup from the Nigerian Football Federation, but maybe not change that for him because me, I don't know the part when they support. Tomorrow night, if anything else, see, do you know what? Even if Eric Chell goes out or Nigeria drops on Wednesday, this man is good to go. Keep him. Start process, project, they work. Morocco not turn 5 places overnight. Me now, I don't need to carry moms to go Paris or Dubai again now. You know what I'm saying? Don't go Morocco now, tourist center. Don't do Morocco, you understand? Because it's nice. It's a nice place to be. So we have a process. Let's take it bit at a bit, just as it comes. It's a see, this player said that they try. If they tell you that this same team now, they owe money, say they don't go, they won't boycott training, you don't go believe. But look how they are here to go. They are playing for the nation. They've been patriotic. They understand what it takes for millions of Nigerians watching the game. I tell you, I said this game too makes sense. This game is beautiful, too fine. You cannot know where I come from. Isoko, Abibi, Shekiri. One data, I don't care. I've been from where they call us so Ogun State. Where you come from, self?
Imo State.
Imo State. You know, the game doesn't say where you're from. The game is beautiful. It compacts the world and makes us good. So the Super Eagles have a lot to do, and that's just what it is. But Nestor, lastly, let me leave you with this one. Tell me about Eric Chell. It feels like everything is instilling in the team is working. Pesero's time, we never dominated. We weren't in control, but we did get results, and Nigerians don't want to see that. We love flair. Who will dominate? What is Eric Chell has done? Which button don't press now?
Like I rightly did say earlier on,
yeah.
I'm seeing what I'm seeing is he's trying to bring back the old glory days of the Super Eagles we used to know. The 1996 set, the 1998, even the 2000s. We saw how Super Eagles dominated teams like Brazil, Argentina, Bulgaria. These are good teams. And one thing I like he did in this Super Eagles setup, I love the ball recovery. the urgency they put in their play. Not just, I mean, you see this lackadaisical play in the Super Eagles team way back. You saw them, they will hold the ball, not knowing how to define their play. There was no dynamism in their play. But I mean, this time around, like you rightly did say, there's this ruthlessness. They are hungry to play. They want something out of this every single game. Like he said the other time, he said, one game at a time. That was what Victor Osimhen said. Victor Osimhen said, we will take this game, one game at a time.
And it's paying off. It's
paying off. So I feel like he understands these boys. See, these guys really need to win something because, I mean, this is their peak.
Right.
And I mean, they are giving us results, not just results. They are playing, like you rightly did say, we want Super Eagles to bring that flair. We want them to play, hold the ball, tiki-taka, get us results. And at the tail end of the day, they are doing it very well.
All right, so let's jump away from that one. AFCON continues again. We'll see how it pans out. Let's let you know. Barcelona beat 3-2. We did see a Clásico Supercopa, the final, you can say finale, anyone call it. 2026 holders. Barcelona beat rivals Real Madrid 3-2 in a Clásico in the final of Spain Super Cup right there. And the match was played at the King Abdullah Sports City Stadium in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. After outplaying Real Madrid for the large swathes of the first half, it looked like Barcelona were well on course for another Super Cup title. Rafinha, 36-minute goal, throws them into the lead. It's a victoria for them, champions, and you can say they've dominated. Lewandowski's goal was great to talk about. Pedri was nice to watch. Mbappe came in, but he couldn't change the game. Vinicius Jr. had a brilliant individual performance, but you know, what have you? I just want to ask you straight to the face, Nelson. You tell me, what's next for Xabi Alonso? His first major final. Hans Flick has never lost a final anytime he gets himself. And then, great to see. So when I talk about that record, it's a nice record that we've seen for some players who, whenever they play, like yesterday, also saw a game where they say McTominay, for every time he plays, you know, for every time he's in the team, Napoli never loses. So you look at what we saw in Jeddah. Is Xabi Alonso going or not? Is he going to stay?
A whole lot of verses now, right now, even the fans are beginning to say, they are not wanting to hold on to
A lot of pressure on Xabi.
Yeah, I mean, and Xabi Alonso is trying to calm the whole backroom staff. I mean, talk to the hierarchy as well, trying to let them know that this is what he's got. But one thing he's failing to do, one thing like he has failed to understand. I mean, I felt like he didn't watch Ancelotti well. Before Ancelotti left.
He didn't watch him well.
I mean, he didn't. I mean, before Ancelotti, the last season before Ancelotti left, you don't play low blocks against Barcelona. You don't. I'm a Real Madrid fan. That's why I'm paying, because I saw that match last night. I mean, we were able to get 2 goals back.
Yeah.
Madrid didn't play anything. There was no urgency. There was nothing. The hierarchy needs to do something about our back line, and we need to come out and play. I mean, you don't play low block. That was what Ancelotti did the last season before he left. And you're coming into a Real Madrid setup with players who has got flair, they've got nice attack. I mean, offensive team, and you're playing low block against Barcelona. Why?
Okay, so the question is, Xabi Alonso, is he going to be let go? We just let him go?
No, I think we need to give him more time, just a little bit of time.
Does he look like someone that has something to offer to Madrid?
Definitely, yes.
He has.
Yes, he has. I know he has. I mean, if he's done it with teams like Bayern Leverkusen.
That's not
so
the
why
quality.
Not?
Madrid is a different quality.
It's a different quality. I mean, the hierarchy is here, but then we need to give him that time. Maybe a span of just 1 season more to see what he can do.
But I really don't think Florentino Perez can wait to keep saying Barca dominate, and they are also on top of the log in the La Liga here. I mean, La Liga ES Sports. So if you look at it anyway, but let's keep on the sideline. Let's tell you what happened in Italy yesterday as well. Inter Milan missed the chance to move up 5 points clear at the top with Serie A as McTominay, or in the Serie A rather, as McTominay scored twice. So ain't a draw for Napoli, who had manager Antonio Conte sent off. That man is so passionate about the game. Inter went ahead in the 9th minute when Federico Di Marco laughed out on Marcus Thuram's pass and fired home from an acute angle. Then Elgias took about illness, played the ball into the path of McTominay, who boxed into the net and the box and then scored a goal. And that's for Napoli in the 26th minute played in that game. The hosts went back in front of 79 minutes when Hakan Çalhanoğlu turned the Ross penalty, went off the post with goalkeeper Vanja Milinkovic-Savic diving the wrong way. So the ball had to hit to the other side of the woodwork and got into the post. But Amir Rahmani was judged to have caught Henrik Mkhitaryan in the box, and Conte was dismissed for his angry reaction. But regardless, without all of the news, we've seen good game. Nicolo Barella, Mkhitaryan, Bastoni, I like the team. And Zielinski, I love the fact that he was given an opportunity to show what he's got yesterday. So I saw a formidable Lautaro Martinez style. It was like evil, doing what he knows the team well. Zanetti, Javier was watching up there. That's his teammate. We know their story back in 2010. That's an Inter side that plays a very compacted and fantastic football. But no disrespect to the Politano, Lobotka, McTominay, Kevin De Bruyne is somewhere watching with injury, Lukaku as well watching with injury. They got Bramani, they got quality team. Now, this Serie A title looks quite compacted, but I think Inter Milan, for me, have the edge. AC Milan, I think 3 points clear, AC Milan, 4 points clear,
yeah.
Napoli. So what side would you say, looking at the Serie A, the way it goes, would lift this one this time?
I mean, Inter Milan wanted to have a repeat of what happened last season. I mean, it was so painful. It was so painful, even though they lost on that final day, just 1 point. I mean, it was crazy. So at this point in time, I bet you me, Inter Milan wouldn't want a certain AC Milan, their rivals, and Napoli to get this Scudetto this time around. So they are trying to do everything possible, right, to make sure. If you watch the way they play the Italian Serie A, the way they take every matches this season, you would understand what's the name of this coach. The Inter Milan coach is trying to do. He wants to win every game. I saw him sitting on the floor. The last game, he sat on the floor. I mean, he was calling. Who was he calling? He was calling Charles Hanoglu. I mean, you needed to see the passion they are bringing, even in the Champions League, and they've done it time and time again. I mean, Lautaro Martinez, great guy. Thuram, great guy. These guys. So I'm leaving the Scudetto title for them this season.
Yeah, that's about that. Nestor Patrick, thank you so much for being part of the show today. It really had so much fun talking sport with you anytime in the day. You like, just try to talk about it. It's not nice time, but we can do this again. Super Eagles Morocco, sure. You'll be here on Wednesday, hopefully to talk about it.
I mean, top notch. So
top notch. All right, thank you so much. We're going on a very quick break right now. Then when we return, the show continues. Please don't go anywhere. Stay here, and we'll tell you more other stories away from football. Please, we'll be back shortly.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Mr. Ofamiloni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arara, my name is Made Kuti and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means?
Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing
Welcome back. You're still watching Voice of the People TV, Lagos, Nigeria. It's that time to give you sporting news all over the world, and it's about the Sports Republic show. And at this point in time, let's talk about the tennis. What's really going on? World number one Arina Sabalenka bruised aside master Koshuk 6-4-6-3 in the Brisbane International final on Sunday to retain the title without losing a set ahead of a bid to reclaim the set piece of her bid and that Australian Open title. Koshuk beat and also was beating top 10 players in the game. Jessica Pegula, Mira Andreeva, Amanda Aminsova on her way to the final, but was no match for the sheer power of the US Open champion. Sabalenka is determined to win the back-to-back Australian Open title she relinquished last year, and her performance in the fierce Brisbane heat suggests she will be hard to beat at the Melbourne Park later this month. And the message reads, "Thank you to my team for handling me. I'm really the toughest one to handle, and you guys are the toughest people in the world if you can handle me," she told the crowd before directing a comment to her partner Gorgeous Fangolis in the stands. And that's about Arina Sabalenka. And I'm likely to talk about how she continued by saying, "Thank you to my boyfriend. Hopefully soon I'll call you something else, right? Let's just put a bit of extra pressure." And that's the news about the lady who we love him, how much she's come to do the tennis thing. Now, away from that, let's talk about tennis in Nigeria. Foundation boosts grassroots tennis. 7th annual youth tournament in Ogun concluded. The Rock Tennis Foundation on Sunday concluded its 7th annual team holiday clinic and youth tournament aimed at grassroots sports development, and that's about youth empowerment in Ogun State. The event, which featured under 12, under 14, and under 16 boys and girls in the final, was held at the newly constructed team tennis court at the MKO Abiola Sports Arena in Abeokuta. Speaking at the closing ceremony of the tournament, president of the foundation, Akinyemi Bamike, said that the initiative had continued to open doors for young Nigerians in the game of tennis. Bamike explained that the team foundation has introduced between 50 to 100 kids to the basic of tennis while also running intensive drills for existing players. He noted that despite the challenges in preparation, the outcome exceeded expectations, especially with the use of new facilities. In the words of Bamike, he said, "We have introduced between 50 to 100 kids to the basics of tennis while also running intensive drills for our existing kids out here." And then, this is the first time we are hosting this clinic in the newly constructed tennis arena built by the Ogun State government for the last National Sports Festival. The president also explained that the foundation's vision was beyond producing talent athletes, saying that the objective was to take kids off the street and then groom them into tennis champions. According to the president, take these kids off the street and groom them into tennis champions and also champions in academics, morals, and then attitude. Bamike revealed that one of the foundation under 12 players recently represented Nigeria at the ITF tournament in Ghana. VOP TV Sports reports that at the end of the tournament, outstanding young athletes, young talents were rewarded across categories. Kimberly Ogundeyi also emerged winners of the under 12 girls category, while Adejumobi Ademola won the boys title in the under 14 category. Gabataiwo clinched the boys title, and Ago Kennedy won the girls title. Mubat Rasaki won the under 16 girls tournament in that category, and then Sukomi Oduwaye also won in the men's category. So you could say boys category. Good news that we are seeing this happen, and I'm really happy to see this one is emanating in Nigeria, not far from Lagos, Ogun State. I've been there. I've seen what they are trying to do. The government is in love with sports, and then this is good to be talked about. This is good to be shared among the people, because we want to see our sports grow to the next phase, not just about the biggest of them, which is football. And why is it so big? Because the Super Eagles happens to be the big brand. But our tennis, we can do Formula One, we can do lawn tennis, we can do basketball, and then we see it out there. But moving away, let's talk about Formula One on the show today. 2025 saw a thrilling three-away World Championship battle between Oscar Piastri, Max Verstappen, and also eventual victor Lando Norris. But it's unknown how many of those three, if any, will be in the title fight again in 2026. And that's because of major changes being made of the sport, both in terms of power units, rules and car design regulation. But according to Schumacher, he said, cars will be lighter, smaller, and more maple in 2026. While there will also be much greater emphasis on electrical energy when it comes to power units. And Schumacher has said that this could see a complete shake-up of the competitive order, with the German not sure who will be challenging for the title when asked whether Red Bull and Max Verstappen can return to the winning ways in 2026. Schumacher told reports in Germany that they can certainly do it. However, it will be said everything will be turned upside down. Someone like Andre Newey, who is now an Aston Martin, could come up with a brilliant idea, or anyone else for the matter. And it's about the Formula One. Now, from Formula One to Formula One, we tell you about Lando Norris. You've looked Lewis Hamilton and Max Verstappen when he was previously asked who his dream Formula One teammate was. Norris claimed the Drivers' Championship back in 2005, winning the accolade for the first time in his career. The Englishman passed Verstappen in the top spot, earning 43 points, with the Dutchman 4-1 to deny the Red Bull racer a fifth successive championship. Norris made his Formula One debut back in 2019 at the Australian Grand Prix with McLaren, and also has raced for Surrey-based team ever since. The 26-year-old had to wait a few years before establishing himself as a rival to both Lewis Hamilton of Ferrari and Max Verstappen of Red Bulls. Now, from that one, we head into the boxing world. It's more like a celebration in Nigeria, because we've seen this. Nigeria has strengthened its influence within African Boxing Administration following the appointment of two of its officials to key subcommittees of the Continental Governing Body. Mr. Emoni Williams has been named chairman of the Ethics and Disciplinary Committee of the African Boxing Body. His appointment was confirmed in a later sound by the organization of President Mr. Solomon Desmond Kagbo, who described the selection as a recognition of Williams' integrity, professionalism, commitment to upholding the highest ethical standard in boxing, and that's in Africa. According to Mr. Kagbo, the boxing body had full confidence in Mr. Williams' capacity to promote fairness, accountability, and strict adherence to the organization rules and regulation across the continent. In a related development as well, Mr. Abdullahi Okugiri of the Royal Moroccan Boxing Federation has been appointed chairman of the Technical Committee of the African Boxing League, ABR. The appointment was announced by the governor of the African Boxing League and also vice president of the Nigerian Boxing Federation, NBF, Honorable Molei Imadu, who noted that Okiri's selection reflects his extensive technical expertise, administrative competence, and also long-standing contribution to the growth of boxing in Africa. So it's good to know that Nigeria also secured another strategic role with the appointment of renowned technical boxing procedure, and that's about the expert, Mr. Babatunde Laguda, as Secretary General of the Technical Committee of the African Boxing League. Celebration everywhere. Celebrate Nigerians, because we want to see them involved in African shows of everything that has to do with sports. And this is good to say. But lastly, we'll leave you with this news that on Wednesday, the Super Eagles will beat Morocco. It's no longer news, but we have the media news coming up next. Please don't go anywhere. Keep staying with us. Keep watching Voice of the People Television, Lagos, Nigeria. Tomorrow is another day, but do well to join the guys by the evening, 5 p.m. Jerry Appelai, Switch With Our Beats. And tomorrow, Ikechuko, the Oracle, will be here to tell them more on the Sports Republic show. And this is me signing out. Do have yourself a very great day. We'll see you again, hopefully on Wednesday.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, The African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
My name is Michel Dela. I'm the Consul General of the Netherlands in Lagos. Keep watching VOP, Voice of the People TV.
I'm Sarah Nystrom from Sweden, aka Chief Omobawale, Communication Queen. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, I'm Samantha Jacobs, representing the States. Miami's in the house. And I want to make a shout out to VOP TV. I'm a humanitarian, and I'm also a rep in the film industry and the art industry. I help dreams come true, and I help you keep on that path. Shout out to VOP TV because you're helping people stay on their path too. Cheers.
All right, my name is John Odibo. Keep watching Voice of the People because it's a fantastic station to be with all the time. Thank you very much.
My name is Pastor Elvi Siru, the convener of the Voice Achievers Award, and keep watching VOP. Yes, that is the channel for all the people. No color, no race. Thank you so much.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, this is Abasunkan from the Netherlands. I am a designer and I'm here in Eco Hotel and Suits. Keep watching VOP, the voice of the people. Don't touch that dial.
My name is Dr. Tony Bello. I am the chairman of Shine Bridge Global Incorporated. And guess what? You are watching the Voice of the People television.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People television. Now you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People television.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hush behind hangar doors. Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
And welcome to the Midday News and Voice of the People television. I am Chioma Innocent. Before we begin the news, kindly visit our website. It's www.voiceofthepeople.ng. First, the headlines. CDS vows to protect democracy and security. Army rescues 18 from pirates off Cameroon coast. Okpebolo condemns palace attack. Federal government commissions 40 billion naira CCTV hub for third mainland bridge. Atiku demands critics release. Fayose warns ADC risks relevance without Obi. In business, President Tinubu's debt service set to hit 91 trillion naira by 2028. In sports, Super Eagles fly to Rabat for Morocco clash. And in the world of entertainment, Rema bags biggest wins at Afrima 2026. Now the news in detail. The Chief of Defense Staff General Olufemi Oluyede has assured President Bola Tinubu and Nigerians of the armed forces' commitment to defending the country's democracy and ensuring peace and security. In a goodwill message for Armed Forces Celebration and Remembrance Day 2026, he said the military, alongside other security agencies and guided by the lessons of veterans, will tackle challenges to achieve lasting peace. General Oluyede acknowledged the sacrifices of families of fallen heroes, pledging that their legacies will be honored and remembered. He also commended serving soldiers for their professionalism and dedication, saying their welfare remains a top priority. The defense chief reaffirmed that the armed forces will continue to operate with a collective mindset to meet its constitutional duties and uphold national security. In the meantime, the Nigerian Army troops have rescued 18 passengers, including 2 infants, abducted by suspected sea pirates during an attack on a boat traveling from Nigeria to Cameroon. The incident occurred near Kombo 4 fishing port in Cameroon when pirates in 2 speedboats and a wooden boat hijacked the vessel. Troops responded swiftly, leading to an exchange of fire. During the confrontation, 1 pirate speedboat capsized, forcing the attackers to abandon their captives and flee. All victims were rescued unharmed, and troops continue to patrol the waterways to prevent further attacks. Elsewhere, the police commander in the Federal Capital Territory says it has arrested 3 suspects in connection with the death of a female lawyer, Princess Chigbo in Abuja. The FCT Police Public Relations Officer, SP Josephine Ade, disclosed this in a statement describing the arrest as a major breakthrough in the fight against violent crime. She said the suspects are alleged members of a notorious one-chance armed robbery syndicate and are linked to the gruesome murder of the lawyer. According to the police, preliminary investigations show the gang has operated in and around the FCT for several years. Elsewhere, State Governor Monday Okpebholo has condemned the attack on the palace of the Onoji of Ekpoma, Zaiki Anthony Abumere, by protesters. A peaceful protest by residents of Ekpoma over insecurity and rising cases of kidnapping was hijacked by hoodlums who unleashed violence on the community. The attackers chased traders from the livestock market, killed goats, injured cows, and vandalized parts of the Onoji's palace. The protests also led to the blockage of a major highway, disrupting commercial activities. In a statement issued by his chief press secretary, Patrick Ebojele, the governor condemned the attack during a visit to the palace to assess the extent of the damage. He said there was no justification for invading a traditional institution under the guise of protesting insecurity. During the visit, the governor was shown items destroyed in the attack, including vandalized vehicles, damaged canopies, and broken chairs. Governor Okpebholo described the invasion and looting as criminal and unacceptable, warning that those who hijacked the protest would be brought to justice. In this report, the federal government has inaugurated a 40 billion naira closed-circuit television control center for the Third Mainland Bridge in Lagos. Speaking at the inauguration, Works Minister David Umahi said the project followed major rehabilitation works on the bridge after the administration took office in 2023. He explained that the CCTV system, first announced in 2025, is aimed at curbing dangerous driving, preventing suicide attempts, and improving security with personnel monitoring live footage and enforcing speed limits. The Federal Controller of Works in Lagos, Olufemi Dari, described the facility as the first of its kind on any bridge in Nigeria, noting that it allows real-time monitoring of activities on the bridge and surrounding waters. Still in the news, former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has called on the federal government to immediately release detained social media critic Abubakar Musa. In a post on X, Atiku condemned what he described as a growing clampdown on dissent under the administration of President Bola Tinubu. He was reacting to a statement by Amnesty International Nigeria, which revealed that Musa was arrested on the evening of January 11, 2026, and later remanded at the Kefi Correctional Center. Atiku described the arrest as another troubling example of what he called the Tinubu administration's suppression of dissent, both online and through public protest. The former vice president added that the case was not isolated, alleging that journalists, entertainers, school children, and National Youth Service Corps members had faced arrest, harassment, or intimidation for criticizing the president or his family. Article 1 that Nigeria could not be regarded as a true democracy if citizens are punished for expressing dissent, particularly as the country approaches another general election cycle. He also called on the international community to intervene, urging global democracy and human rights organizations to hold the Tinubu administration accountable. In politics, former Ekiti State Governor Ayo Fayose has warned that the African Democratic Congress ADC risks political irrelevance if it does not field former Anambra State Governor Peter Obi as its candidate for the 2027 general elections. In a television interview, Fayose described Obi as the party's main political attraction, saying other figures lack the capacity to generate national support. He noted that Obi's influence during the 2023 elections, when his Labour Party candidate helped secure House of Representatives seats despite the party's limited presence. Fayose stressed that Obi's appeal transcends party lines and remains central to ADC's relevance, cautioning that sidelining him could weaken the party's standing in 2027. Still in the news, the Lagos State chapter of the All Progressives Congress, APC, has accused former Sokoto State Governor Aminu Tambuwal of being an alarmist for saying Nigeria is in peril and needs urgent salvation. In a statement, APC spokesman Sheye Oladejo called Tambuwal's remarks misplaced moral outrage, noting that he failed to deliver the same salvation when he held office. Oladejo urged Tambuwal and his supporters to rise above political theatre. Well, now joining us virtually for the analysis segment on the Midday News today, we have Sheson Okwade, a public affairs analyst. You're welcome, Sheson. Thank you for joining us today. How are you doing?
Hi, good afternoon, and let me say Happy New Year to you and all our viewers.
Happy New Year to you as well, Sheson. Great to have you here.
To be with you this
Thank you. Let's get right into the issues. Is Aminu Tambuwal an alarmist, as the APC is accusing him of being? He's not the only one who has talked about the major issues that are facing the country, from insecurity to the high cost of governance and many other issues that Nigerians talk about every other day. Atiku was also talking about the fact that this administration keeps clamping down on dissent, saying, why would they arrest a social media critic? That is the reason why we have freedom of speech. But there is this joke about there being freedom of speech, but no freedom after speech. How do you weigh in on this situation?
Thank you very much for that question. It's always interesting when you have some of our past leaders who have led us, and when they are out of office, they tend to speak as much as doing better than while they were in office. And I always say this, that majority of them, one way or the other, while they were in office, failed to do what is expected of them, but maybe they see clearer when they are out of office and they are able to correct their colleagues. But one thing is certainly sure, that what is raising is not just of today. It is something that has been, bedeviling us for a very long time, because a lot of our leaders understand what an average Nigerian needs, what they can just take away for the time being, and thereafter everybody goes back without asking questions. More so, a lot of them use the resources that they've gotten from the Nigeria system, even to oppress the citizen. If you ask me, when you give them opportunity once again to do anything, in fact, it will be worse than when they were there the first time, because they were being careful initially when they were there. So, to me, what Tambuwal is saying is not new. We all understand the fact that things are really not going the way it should. But you ask yourself, if we have laid the right foundation for other people to build upon, I don't think we'll be talking about going retrogressively into some of the things we have done. And regarding the issue of freedom of speech, freedom after speech, I'm sure a lot of us understand the fact that that we have that entrenched in the Constitution. It does not give the freedom to use vulgar language, even on political offices, or speak certain things that cannot be substantiated. Truth be told, that I've not read the story of the man that was actually picked up, but part of the things we have seen is that people make use of the social media space to actually get things on for their trending capacity, not substantiating some of the things that they actually have. And that's why a lot of us feel that it's part of the problem that we are faced with. Some people knowing certain information, but all in the name of trying to trend, revert the case so that they know that people take more of the other side of the story. The truth is, we all understand the fact that things are not smiling in terms of cost of living, in terms of inflation, and how our political leaders live this affluent life to our face. But not to the extent of actually using derogatory word on leaders, even on the country, because I'm sure if such things are even spoken of on this particular platform as an anchor, you will definitely checkmate the activity, because there are rules guiding even the operation of things.
While we're talking about this, we need to make it known, is Nigeria in peril or not? Does Nigeria need urgent salvation or not? You talked about the fact that when people are in office, they do not see the problems they need to solve. But once they're out of office, they begin to nitpick. They begin to look at another administration that has come as if that administration is not doing better than they did. So even if these are not the people who are meant to be speaking because they've been in power and did not effect the required changes, is Nigeria in peril or not? Does it mean, is it really misplaced moral outrage, like the APC is saying?
Yeah, I won't say that we are in peril. Nothing. This is not that the center is really not holding. The politician will come up with a lot of things. I'm sure you know when this administration was coming in, there were a lot of promises that were actually made, which a lot of people questioned that are they able to, would they be able to fulfill some of it? And quite interestingly, this administration is a continuum of the last administration, knowing fully well that they are of the same political party. But be that it may, what was their input in the last administration? The same rhetorics that we a political party of different faction coming on board is what we are hearing with the same political party, castigating the previous administration of the failure they are trying to actually strengthen up. The fact remains that our politicians take advantage of average Nigeria who cannot speak or ask for accountability of some of the things that they are actually doing. And I think it's a fundamental problem that we have. Anyone that is actually placed in place of authority should understand what accountability stands for, and they should understand that their word is their bond. But what we've been saying most of the time is people just give, promises that they know is not achievable, and they come with excuses. Even people that are engaged to serve the government, they come with so much hope, aspiration to actually lift a lot of people. Remember the last administration, they promised to lift a lot of people out of poverty. I'm sure you can answer the question of the people that they are able to lift and people that they are able to plunge back into poverty. Same we are hearing. And for all the politicians, that is always the rhetorics. But you ask yourself, is their own life more meaningful? Is it moving forward? A lot of them come into offices, you know how it was, and what they will become after when they have actually is because of the failure of our system, even to go ahead and check activity for accountability of some of the things they actually give as commitment, even when they are coming to office. I'll give you a typical example. Currently, somebody is saying they are witch hunting Malami, and I asked the Bureau of the ICPC and the agency meant to check the assets of some of these political officers. What is the report as we speak? While they come in, how much do they want? After they left office, how much do they have? How do you link some of the things that are not directly even being owned to them? I imagine myself somebody flying a private jet, all because he has owned a political office, even in the country, just for you, even when you are being accused of affluence and splendid frivolity. These are part of the thing. And you still discover that they will mobilize people to come and welcome them because they have impoverished the people, just give them a little stipend. So it's failure of our system, which a lot of us have actually been speaking to. Well, it is what it is until we come decisively, having a leader that have the intention and the heart of the citizen very close to their own dear hearts.
All right, then let's look at some political matters right now. Former Ekiti State Governor Ayofa Shey is of the opinion that if the African Democratic Congress does not field former Anambra State Governor Peter Obi as its candidate in the 2027 general elections, it risks political irrelevance. They say that Obi is the party's main political attraction, according to Fayose, saying that other figures lack the capacity to generate national support. Rotimi Amechi has said he's not vice president material, he is presidential material. Atiku Abubakar, of course, has been gunning for the position of the #1 man in the country for many years now. Quite a number of people were not really expecting Obi to join the ADC with all this political heavyweight in the party. But you agree with what Fayose is saying. The lingering question that everyone has been trying to answer is, does Obi still have that relevance he pulled in 2023 with the obedient movement going into 2027?
Thank you very much. First and foremost, I ask myself, which political party does Ayo Fayoshi belong to? Is he now a member of ADC or is in advisory capacity to the party? His advice might be valid, and I believe that the leaders of the party know what they have to work on. But be it as it may, you've mentioned some names in ADC. I'm sure the likes of David Mark, who is the national chairman, is actually there. And I remember that they said that their ticket is not for sale. It's going to be on merit. First and foremost, the way our politicians move from one party to the other give questions of how they discredit a particular party and later see themselves daring because they know that it's about themselves and themselves, not about the citizen. Because I believe if you look at developed climes, when you adhere to a particular political party, is based on their ideology and what you feel that they can offer. But here we see a lot of people cross-carpeting, all because of relevance and what it is. What Ayo Fayoshi has said, I can't validate it. That is actually the best candidate for ADC. Amici is not a small feat. Neither is Abubakar Atiku, who has been pursuing this for years. Is someone that you can actually roll over. If in terms of money, which we know that that's when they want to do their primaries is within them. The Muslims are actually there. They have enough funds to share for people. We saw what happened in 2023. A lot of these people monetize the primaries to have their way out, and those are the people that will determine the candidate, not even with the populace. So if they are able to have their internal agreement on who to represent them, it is when they bring it out for the people to see. But for me, I doubt if the relevance will still be there, knowing fully well how he took his neck to be with the Labour Party when he left PDP. A lot of people are actually looking at it that he should have actually stayed in Labour Party if indeed he feels that the popularity is there. But leaving Labour Party and advancing to ADC, a lot of people are very skeptical that it's not actually what he says he meant, and that might not give the much of obedience that we saw behind it, even though they claim that they are not party affiliated. But the fact remains that a lot of people feel that you can't jump from one party to the other and feel you can still get their loyalty. So that's the area where of so much concern. Our political parties lack ideology, and that's why somebody can wake up in the morning to be in a political party, take lunch with some, and they end up with dinner with another within the same day, because there's nothing to check what their activity looks like. A majority of them, it's not about the citizen, but about what they can make for themselves.
All right, then let's come back to Lagos, where the federal government has inaugurated a 40 billion naira CCTV control center for the Third Mainland Bridge. Now, the Minister of Works, David Umahi, was speaking at the inauguration, said the project is coming after major rehabilitation works on the bridge after the administration took office in 2023. He says the CCTV system, which was first announced last year in 2025, would curb dangerous driving, prevent suicide attempts, and improve security with personnel monitoring live footage and enforcing speed limits. Now, many Nigerians see this as, it's a good initiative, but then we wonder that this is coming after, it's like Nigeria is just catching up after so many other countries have put this in place way before now. Nigeria is just catching up. And also 40 billion naira for this initiative. Is it too much, too small?
I'm not a valuer in terms of the contract evaluation. But one thing I can speak to this is a good initiative. But how do we make use of some of the things that we have there? Don't forget that on that particular Third Mainland Bridge, there is a speed limiting device that restricts you of moving 80 kilometer, anything that exceeds it. I've asked how many people have we found culpable and being punished to send a signal. I move on that road and I see the way some people still speed, and I ask, Is it that those are people that plow the road regularly? So seems a lot of people have seen that they've deactivated them. It's not about bringing new contract. When you talked about people, committing suicide, jumping into the lagoon, can we address what makes them at times to, commit this suicide with the funds? And he's talking about improving their lives. Cost of living, as we speak, is quite unbearable, if you ask me. And a lot of people need government intervention to make things work. So I will continue to say that in as much as it's something that is a good initiative, is it a priority? I would say no, because there are other devices that have actually been inculcated into that particular thing to checkmate the activities of overspeeding on that particular thing, but we've not maximized it. And I think I can use this platform to call on the same Minister of Works. We are looking at Third Mainland Bridge. I don't know if you have visited Lagos-Ibadan Expressway. That's a road constructed by the federal government, but there is no illumination on that particular place. And we talked about insecurity. You need to travel that place at night and see how deadly it can be. Fine, smooth road, but can you see further without illuminating? When you illuminate an area, it is security on its own, and that's why we keep asking the question. We know the stress a lot of people went through on that particular road when it was being rehabilitated, and as far as I'm concerned, it's an incomplete project without having light all the way from Ibadan toll gate, even till you get to Lagos. So rather, those are other things that I feel we need to do. We've light up the Third Mainland Bridge. We have speed limiting device. We can definitely center around security personnel for now and prioritize other areas. There are still other roads that is calling for attention where some of these funds can be make use of. I want to believe that when people are comfortable, suicide will not be an option for them to feel they want to go and jump into the lagoon. It's when a lot of them are, cannot cope with life and they resort to which we have been asking the government to critically look into. When life is meaningful, how many of our forefathers, came out with suicide mission when they live their life in affluence? They are comfortable. People come out of secondary school with his WAEC, he's being given a vehicle. While you have somebody who is a professor that cannot even afford to rent an apartment for himself. These are things I feel the government should prioritize. Not when people are living fine, I don't think anybody wants to go ahead and commit suicide. Make sure that the purchasing power is better and life is more comfortable and bearable for people. Then we can reduce the issue of people jumping into it, because the speed limiting device can do the same work that that of CCTV. When you limit the speed on that particular thing, you have tamed the level of accident that will happen on that particular place. And when you are able to make some people culpable, it will serve as deterrent to others that government is serious about it. But I have not heard, neither have I seen, where people who flout the law of 80 kilometers on that Third Mainland come out to say, in fact, I was debited. Just the same way we have in Lagos, that when you flout the traffic light, I'm sure by the time you want to go and renew your papers in Lagos, you would have met maybe one or two, 20,000, 40,000, 60,000. So it sends signal to people, it's a caution without anybody even chasing them, not to actually breathe those lights. But I feel that there are more other things that can be prioritized than just having CCTV on it. But if it has been approved, there's nothing we can do. We just have to wait and see. But we need other infrastructure to support it. That we must know very well. What is the state of our power infrastructure as we speak? But we are still going to be buying so much of diesel to power the CCTV center that will definitely be built for it.
All right, then let's quickly talk about insecurity. Youths in Edo State had enough over the weekend where they protested against kidnapping in the Ekpoma area of the state, which unfortunately led to an attack on the palace of the Onoji of Ekpoma, Zaiki Anthony Abumere, by hoodlums who hijacked the protest. We are seeing an increase. In fact, I saw a video, a CCTV footage over the weekend where these people literally jumped out of the bush, entered into someone's compound, the man who just drove in, and then they kidnapped this man. Then they go ahead and ask for millions of naira, which ordinary Nigerians cannot raise. There are different fundraisers online right now, people saying, oh, my brother was kidnapped, my brother-in-law was kidnapped, one person has already been killed, please help us. So it's very terrible. When we come from the Anthony Joshua issue, we look at the fire at the Great Nigeria building, and then we look at the state of insecurity. Emergency services is nowhere to be found. Then also security for the people also seems out of reach. So what exactly can we do, even as we go into the political season, whereby politics will dominate the discussions more, and the people who are supposed to be paying attention to Nigerian security will be more interested in talking politics? What can the people do?
Yeah, first advice to this is we can't do the same thing the same way. What is happening in Nepal? Do we have the CSO for that state? The answer is yes. You have the governor who has taken up the responsibility to protect lives and property of that particular state. But they will tell you that the policing of the state is in the hands of the federal. And the state governor does not have that, they cannot exercise so much authority, even on the CP that is there on certain things that you feel that they need to do. We need to redefine our security architecture, and that's why a lot of us is actually advocating that can we go the route of having, the local vigilante, the local government policing squad, then we come to the state level. At every level, everyone is responsible for providing our security in the area. That on its own will give room for employment, but most of the time when some of these things are done, you ask yourself, is it based on merit? Is it based on passion? There are people that are committed to security activities, which if you give them the opportunity, they will do much more better. But most of the time, it's just someone who is not even intended. All they want is just to come and collect salary and take off some of these things. You see, as far as security is concerned, the government is not intentional about it. I will continue to say, I'm thinking that with Mr. President at the center, he would have given more to his regional policing, which was part of the thing he was advocating for while he was a governor in 1999-2000. But as we speak, we discovered that the security architecture is still concentrated on the center, and that is really not. You can imagine what is happening in Nepal. Maybe the people that are actually there do not even understand the language that they are saying. Domesticate some of these things. When somebody is planning ills, because the people perpetrating those ills are people that are within the system. They understand individuals that are in that area, get informed, give information about certain individual things that they need to do, and they will strike without anybody checking them. And you can imagine if somebody is speaking his local dialect in Ebuma, and as a Yoruba person, how much of it we now even understand that is what they are planning to carry out, even when they are by your side. But when you domesticate it and you have people in that particular area who understand the language itself, so when somebody is even planning at the planning stage, you already feel it. We need not to be reactive to some of these issues, but be proactive. And those are the things that we feel to the nitty-gritty. There are states you will talk about the insecurity, but at the center, you discover that there are no much hassling that is going on there, but area that we have field governance at the suburbs, that's where some of these people perpetrate some of these things. But you can imagine if you have the different layers of security being addressed at every point in time, properly monitored, properly funded. When the area is secured, I can tell you that prosperity is inevitable. One will be able to move freely. Gone are those days people want to go out at night, but these days, even before the night comes, they want to retire back home, at least for security reasons. And you now have a lot of investment, because even when you're at home, you are not guaranteed that you're safe. And that's why I keep saying government need to be intentional about this issue of security, divert the power from the center to the states, to the local government, even to the traditional rulers. When everybody knows that security is their responsibility, when they feel if something is happening in your locality and you are not responsive to it, it will be the problem of even the state governor. But your people in that vicinity take responsibility with whosoever is the leader, whether it's the local government chairman or even the traditional leader. And we can nip this issue of insecurity in the board rather than waiting for instruction from the center on things that they need to do in a particular state.
Thank you so much, Sheson Kwade, for your analysis on the Midday News today. I do appreciate you, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you very much for having me, and I wish you the very best of the day and a fulfilling new year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You have been watching the Midday News on Voice of the People television. We'll take a short break, and when we return, Governor Oti dismisses opposition criticism. Stay with us for these and more stories right after the break.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Welcome back, and thanks for staying tuned. Abia State Governor Alex Oti has urged residents to ignore the opposition ahead of the 2027 general election, saying they had a chance to develop the state but failed. Speaking at the dedication of a Seventh-day Adventist church he recently rebuilt in Umuorehi, Umuahia North, Oti said the opposition's gatherings are for selfish interests and not for the good of the state. He assured that his administration will continue working to change the state's narrative and clarified that the church renovation was privately funded, not with government money, which he said is reserved for public projects. In Rivers State, Governor Siminalayi Fubara has called for calm following the House of Assembly's impeachment notices against him and his deputy, Professor Ngozi Odu, over allegations of gross misconduct. Speaking at an interdenominational church service in Port Harcourt to mark Armed Forces Celebration and Remembrance Day, Governor Fubara said he was undisturbed by the political dispute. He urged residents to remain calm, assuring that peace would return to the state. Still in the news, Saudi Airlines has faced criticism after leaving 401 Kano-bound passengers stranded at Abuja's Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport for nearly 48 hours, sparking tension and security concerns. The Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority said bad weather in Kano forced a diversion, but the airline failed to make adequate arrangements for the passengers' onward travel. In a statement on X, NCAA spokesperson Michael Achimugu described the ordeal as one of the most intense moments of his career. He recounted standing amid over 200 frustrated passengers, some threatening staff, before meeting with the Saudi ambassador to insist that airlines must comply with Nigerian regulations. Achimugu commended the Federal Airports Authority's regional management and confirmed that the passengers were eventually flown to Kano in 3 separate batches. In another development, Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has ordered an immediate investigation into the alleged medical negligence at the private healthcare facility that led to the death of Nkano, the son of renowned author Chimamanda Adichie. In a statement, Special Advisor on Health, Dr. Kemi Ogunyemi, expressed condolences to the grieving family, calling the loss of a child a profound tragedy. The government said it has zero tolerance for medical negligence or unprofessional conduct and has already begun investigations after visiting the facility. We'll take another short break. Coming right up, business, sport, and entertainment stories. Just after this break, stay with us.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is Africa News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Welcome back and thanks for staying tuned. We'll now take you straight into the world of business, where the Bola Tinubu administration is on track to spend over 91 trillion naira on debt servicing between 2023 and 2028. The rise in cost of borrowing comes amid weak revenue performance, growing fiscal deficit, and elevated interest rates. In 2023, the government budgeted 6.56 trillion naira for debt service, but spent 8.56 trillion naira. In 2024, the budgeted 8.27 trillion naira ballooned to 12.63 trillion naira. For 2025, 14.32 trillion naira has been budgeted, but actual debt payments in the first 7 months already reached 9.8 trillion naira, exceeding the pro-rated target of 8.35 trillion naira. If this trend continues, the government is likely to again surpass its full-year estimate. Still in business news, the Nigerian Deposit Insurance Corporation, NDIC, has declared a second liquidation dividend of 24.3 billion naira for depositors of the defunct Heritage Bank, whose balances exceeded the insured limit of 5 million naira. The NDIC's head of Communications and Public Affairs, Hawwa Gambo, disclosed this in a statement. The payment follows the revocation of Heritage Bank's license by the Central Bank of Nigeria on June 3, 2024, after which the NDIC was appointed liquidator. With this payout, eligible uninsured depositors will receive 5.2 kobo per naira on their balances, bringing total liquidation dividends to 14.4 kobo per naira, including the first tranche. The corporation said insured deposits of up to 5 million naira had earlier been paid, ensuring prompt access to funds for small depositors. The NDIC added that recoveries from the bank's assets are ongoing and payments will be credited automatically to depositors' alternative accounts linked to their BVNs. From business to sports, The Super Eagles are set to fly from Faye to Rabat ahead of their 2025 Africa Cup of Nations semi-final against Morocco. The last four clash takes place Wednesday at Stade Moulay Hassan, Rabat. The team returned to Marrakesh on Sunday after their 2-0 quarter-final win over Algeria's Desert Foxes and held a recovery session at the Sardine Football Complex in Faye. In the meantime, the Confederation of African Football has launched a disciplinary probe following violent scenes after Nigeria's 2-0 victory over Algeria in the AFCON 2025 quarter-final in Marrakesh. Although the Super Eagles advanced to the semi-finals, the post-match scenes turned chaotic. Algerian players confronted referee Issa Sy and his assistant over disputed decisions surrounding them at full time before security stepped in. The tension later spread to the stands where angry Algerian fans reportedly attempted to breach barriers and vandalize parts of the stadium before order was restored. And finally, we bring you some entertainment news. Nigerian Afrobeat star Rema was the biggest winner at the 9th All-Africa Music Awards held Sunday night at the Eko Convention Center in Lagos. He won Artist of the Year, Best Male Artist in Western Africa, and Best African Artist in R&B and Soul. Burna Boy's No Sign of Weakness won Album of the Year. Charlie Poppy's Lahore emerged Song of the Year and also won Best African Collaboration, while Phyno clinched Best African Hip Hop Artist. Regional winners included Singula and Cindy Lecor for Central Africa, Jukes and Denise for Eastern Africa, Advisor of Mauritania and Egypt's Shireen for Northern Africa, Yo Maps and Nontokozo Nkizi for Southern Africa, and Rema and Ghana's Wendy Shea for Western Africa. In the continental categories, Milo and Morija of Côte d'Ivoire won Inspirational Music Awards. Guinea's Manamba Kante took African Pop. Benin Republic's Axel Merrill won African Contemporary. And Tin Paya of Côte d'Ivoire emerged Best Duo or Group. Yemi Alade won Best Soundtrack for You Are. Senegal's Bakal Diom was named Songwriter of the Year. South Africa's Caesar won Breakout Artist, while Nigeria's King Madi emerged Most Promising Artist. Elsewhere in entertainment, Timothy Chalamet was among the big winners as Hollywood's finest gathered for this year's Golden Globe Awards at the Beverly Hilton in California. The American-French actor beat Leonardo DiCaprio and George Clooney to win Best Actor in a Musical or Comedy for Marty Supreme. Despite DiCaprio missing out, his film, one battle after another, dominated the night, winning 4 awards, including Best Musical or Comedy Film and Best Director. Irish actress Jessie Buckley won Best Drama Actress for Hamnet, which also claimed a surprise win for Best Drama Film. Vampire thriller Sinners, tipped as a frontrunner, instead took home the Box Office Achievement Award and Best Score. Other acting winners on the night included Tiana Taylor, Rose Byrne, Wagner Moura, and Stellan Skarsgård. The Globes also honored television with British actors Stephen Graham, Owen Cooper, and Erin Doherty winning awards for their roles in Netflix drama Adolescence. And that's it on the Midday News. Before we go, a quick look at the headlines. CDS vows to protect democracy and security. Army rescues 18 from pirates off Cameroon coast. In Edo, Governor Pevolo condemns palace attack during protest against kidnapping. Federal government commissions 40 billion naira CCTV hub for third mainland bridge. Atiku demands critics released. Fayose warns ADC risks relevance without Obi. In business, President Tinubu's debt service set to hit 91 trillion naira by 2028. In sports, Super Eagles fly to Rabat for Morocco clash. And in the world of entertainment, Rema bags biggest wins at Afrima 2026. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel on YouTube, where Voice of the People TV, and on other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. If you witness news happening near you, we want to hear from you. Send your eyewitness reports, event coverage requests, photos or videos directly via WhatsApp to 0814-606-4057. You can also reach our newsroom by email at news@vop.ng. I am Chioma Innocent. Good afternoon and thank you for watching.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Mama Kore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from The Real Housewives of Lagos and The Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
Alright, hello, it's a boy that's shagging the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers, whatever, live it. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
My name is Michel Dela. I'm the Consul General of the Netherlands in Lagos. Keep watching VOP, Voice of the People TV.
I'm Sarah Nystrom from Sweden, aka Chief Omobawale, Communication Queen. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, I'm Samantha Jacobs, representing the States. Miami's in the house, and I want to make a shout out to VOP TV. I'm a humanitarian, and I'm also a rep in the film industry and the art industry. I help dreams come true, and I help you keep on that path. Shout out to VOP TV because you're helping people stay on their path too. Cheers.
All right, my name is John Odibo. Keep watching Voice of the People because it's a fantastic station to be with all the time. Thank you very much.
My name is Pastor Elvis Ciro, the convener of the Voice Achievers Award, and keep watching VOP. Yes, that is the channel for all the people. No color, no race. Thank you so much.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, this is Abasunkan from the Netherlands. I am a designer and I'm here in Eco Hotel and Suits. Keep watching VOP, the voice of the people. Don't touch that dial.
My name is Dr. Tony Bello. I am the chairman of Shine Bridge Global Incorporated. And guess what? You are watching the Voice of the People television.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Hello and welcome to Spotlight on VOP TV, the place where stories come alive and voices matter. This is the show where we shine the light on creativity, style, culture, music, and purpose-driven people who are shaping the world around us. And yes, I'm your baby girl, Precious Agwanu, aka call me Prezi. Today is a brand new day and it's a beautiful day to stay inspired, grounded, and yes, get ready, everyone, because we are about to write together through the stories that inspire, music that moves, and people who make a difference. Trust me, we're going to talk about a lot about today. So I'm sure you don't want to miss every bit of it. Don't go anywhere, all right? First up, we're going to talk about Nigerian music power couple, Simi and Adekunle Gold. So it's good news. So they have actually, welcomed a set of twin babies, sparking excitement across the entertainment industry and among fans worldwide. So the joyful news became public after Adekunle Gold shared a heartfelt message on social media stating that he asked God for another child and was blessed double. A statement widely interpreted as confirmation of the arrival of twins. The announcement quickly went viral, drawing congratulatory messages from fellow artists, celebrities, and admirers of the couple. So the singers who got married in 2019 and welcomed their first child, DJ, in 2020 are known for keeping their family life relatively private as of the time of this report. So we are still talking about Adekunle Gold, and it's a lot. So this is good news. And see, I said 2026 is something else. This is January and a lot of good news, houses, babies, and come to think of it, Adekunle Gold and Simi are just keeping that. Like, do you get what I'm trying to say? You ask God for just one, and God is giving you double. Is this not a sign that, that thing you're asking God for is going to be giving you double? So if you are, expectant of your own baby and your own house, just expect it to be double because this is just good news. And I'm happy for the couple. Come on. So yes, a lot of people don't come out, to say things about Adekunle Gold and Simi, and a lot of people, fans, are actually happy for them and their good news. So yes, let's take some comments of what people have actually come out to say concerning this beautiful couple. And yes, Chimi said, oh my God, twins, so beautiful. Yes. Like, do you get it? One child like that is just adorable. Imagine you having two. Oh, Lord. And somebody said, oh, God be praised. And the creative Oluchi said, I want this twin so bad. Oh, don't worry, you get yours. And yes, God will bless you with yours too. And another person said, God is real, of course. And Oluwayemisi said, I screamed. You get? And somebody said, wow, double blessings. Come to think of it. You see, since 2025, a lot of our celebrities have been, a lot of our celebrities actually celebrated, their child dedication, from the real Warri Pikin to a lot of them that celebrated their child dedication, celebrated their children, with a lot of babies around the corner, Juma Jukes, Priscilla Ojo, and a lot of weddings, a lot of birthdays, a lot of babies. But come to think of it, I think the babies we had at about 2025 last year it is just top notch. I don't know how this year is already, we don't already start this year with twins. Do you get what I'm trying to say? So this is the vibe that this year is bringing, and I'm so excited about it. You get it? So a lot of people they come out and say, this is really good news. So let's take more and more comments of what people have actually come out to say concerning Adekunle Gold and Simi. Let's take more comments because trust me, babies are gifts from God. And I just feel like when I see pictures like this, I'm like, oh God, it just hungry me to have my. But don't worry, this year everybody go smile. And yes, somebody said, I'm so happy. At law, what do you mean I reject that trouble for now? Hey, wow. Okay, Dovis Natural said, wow. And another person said, Omo, be like, say, waiting Baba, and they talk. Now true, 1,000 twins this year. God give every lady reading this comment twins this year. Amen to that. And somebody said, it's raining twin. Of course. And God, I beg, make it no finish till I go find Baba Ejima. Till I go find Baba Ejima. Okay. And Handy Twinny said, congratulations, Baba Ibeji. You see, have you when that feeling when you get to be called Mama Twin and Papa Twin? It's actually beautiful. Like, you get it. And come to think of it, Adekunle's Gold's first child is just all, adorable. Talking about when she actually helped, like, perform the day her dad came out for his performance at the time they were doing the concert, actually. And, all up for Daddy's Girl and the rest of them. But then, coming out with so much joy and happiness. And now she's having two younger ones. It's actually beautiful, carrying the both of them. You want, like, oh God, this is actually beautiful. You see, I love babies. I don't know, but trust me, there's this joy I see when I see a newborn baby. The smile, the way their skins are. Seriously, we need to start talking about, thinking about. I've been talking about babies, and trust me, it seems that God is, ministering something to me, but as well. All right, let's take more comments of what people are actually coming out to say concerning CB and Adekunle Gold. And yes, another person said, and good God. And Favor said, big congratulations and wow. Yes, we have a lot of comments. Let's take more and more comments of what people are coming out to say. And Yemi said, Mofe, okay. She said, good smiles, and did you me abeg take Jara on top? Okay. And OC Brown said, double blessings, no troubles in Jesus' name. Amen. But come to think of it, I know that babies, they are children now. You get what I'm trying to say. They always, try to arrange your house, try to, play around and stress you. Parenting is not easy. A lot of parents, they cry and say, oh God, please give me this child. I want this child. And when that child comes, you will not start crying. Oh God, Emma, you will not kill me. See, when you are crying to God for a child, He gave you the child. So you don't need to cry. If He gives you the trouble, you bear it. But trust me, kids and children are always adorable. It's just that their stress is much, but definitely we can, we can do with the stress, because a lot of children I saw lots of videos of where babies, try to arrange the house for you, fix things where they are not supposed to be. And I think that sometimes when you tell them, Choma, don't go there. That time you're telling that Choma not to go there, that is when Choma will help you. Say, Mommy, I want to do it. Sometimes you'll be wondering, I say, is this the child? Do you get what I'm trying to say? But trust me, when you think about all those things, you smile, because when you don't see those babies, doing all those things around the house, you'll be asking yourself, is my child okay? You get? And trust me, mothers are too dramatic these days, because with the way we carry our children, it's actually very adorable. Because once we talk about taking care of the child and the rest of them, we can be so dramatic, but we are loving. And when it comes to our child, we take the care of them, good care of them. Doesn't matter a baby girl or a baby boy, we just love. And there's this joy that comes with you bearing your own child, having your own child in your arms, and all loved up. It's mother and child connection. It's very, very natural and it's beautiful. Yes, let's take more and more comments of what people are coming out to say. A lot of people are bringing out their own experience and saying, to be a twin is not easy. All right, let's take more and more comments of what people are saying. And Talk to Gold said, God, I want triplets. Okay. You have your triplets. A lot of people they find two very difficult, and you are saying you want three. Okay, it's your choice. And somebody said twins. Thank you, Jesus. God, please remember those that are waiting. Amen. And somebody said, oh my God, this is so amazing. God is so good. So somebody said, see the way I shouted. Of course, who won't see and shout? Like, you get, talking about Simi and Adekunle Gold. They are actually, this power couple. Beautiful, And come to think of it, their life is all private. They don't, come out to say a lot of things only when it pleases them to say, and it's actually good. All right, and that is it for that. We'll have more stories to talk about. And next on our list, yes, we are talking about a Nigerian writer and global literary icon. Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie is mourning the tragic loss of her 21-month-old twin son. So according to reports, the heartbreaking development was confirmed through a family statement which revealed that the toddler passed away after a brief illness. So the family expressed deep grief over the loss and requested privacy as they navigate what has been described as an unimaginable painful period. So Adichie celebrated worldwide for works such as Half of a Yellow Sun and Americana, Welcome Twin Boys in 2024, a moment that had been met with widespread joy from fans and the literary community. So the news has since sparked an outpouring of condolences from writers, public figures, and admirers across the world, many of whom have taken to social media to express sympathy and support. So while details around the child's death remain limited, the incident has drawn, public attention and solemn reflection as acclaimed author and her family during this time of profound loss. So I just talked about babies, and this is happening. Oh God, I wish I didn't talk about it, but then it's life. Life happens, and we move on. So it's a painful thing for Chimamanda, and I just pray that God still give them the grace and the faith and the grace and the strength to actually bear this loss. Losing your child is not it's not easy. Actually, even losing someone so dear to you is not easy. Losing someone you loved, someone you cared for, it's very painful. It's not an easy thing. I think right now she needs all the encouragement, all the love, all the encouragement. Yes, all the love. She needs it right now, because losing a child is really, really out of it. It's painful. It's not something you could just navigate and feel free about, or relax. It's a lot of things. Yes, comes up with the depression, comes up with you thinking but then it's well. We all hope and pray that God gives her family, the grace and the strength to push this. But a lot of people have actually come out to say things concerning this, and a lot of people also brought out their own experiences on how they went through that particular time of their life where they lose someone. So it's actually so painful. So, but then we'll take some comments of what people have actually come out to say concerning this. So please, let's take some comments. And yes, somebody said, tragic, what a sad way to start the year. And GCFR said, no parenting deserves this. May we not know the graves of our children. God console the bereaved. Amen. And Rita Berry Desert said, oh my God, no parent deserves to go through this pain. And wives and mothers said, oh my God. Okay. And Simply Ure said, oh my God. We have a lot of comments. Let's take more and more comments of what people are actually saying about this. And Babs Lab said, oh my God, I so much adore this beautiful and brilliant lady. May God heal Chimamanda and her husband from their loss in Jesus' name. Amen to that. And 21 Forever said, try too sad. All right. Rama said, I'm sending lots of logs and prayer her way. The pain of the loss of a child is unimaginable. And BC Makuju said, may the Lord comfort the family. We also have a lot of comments. Let's take more and more comments of what people are actually saying about this. And Mommy Zane said, Jesus. And Shelter for her said, Lord, please comfort them and give them the fortitude to bear such a loss. And Regina said, oh no. Okay. Somebody else said, my heartfelt condolence to the family. May God grant him eternal rest. This is so sad, talking about you losing your child. It's painful. All the months of the months of stress you went through to put out that child there. It's not easy. And then you lost that child. It's a painful season, and it is not something to be happy about. All right. Let's take more comments of what people are saying. Losing someone so dear to you is really, really painful. I'm saying this in the aspect of experience, because you losing someone is it's something that you can't you can't just move on like that. Just sometimes you would still feel that that person's presence is around you. You still feel that that person is still close to you. Yes, definitely. So you still feel that that person is still around you. So it's a lot of things. Those people need, they need the grace, they need the strength to actually, feel okay this period, because trust me, it's not easy. It's not easy because they will have to think about a lot of the people, go into depression, and it's not a happy thing. All right, we still have comments. Let's take more comments of what people have actually come out to say. A lot of people are sorry for the family and they send in their condolence. And yes, somebody said, oh no, this is so sad. It's a pity. May God comfort and strengthen you and your family. I send my heartfelt condolence and prayers. And EBOB said, oh God, no. All right. And Tebu Shaker one said, this should never happen to anyone. All right. And that's it for that. I pray that God continues to strengthen the family. And definitely we know that God will also bless her with another child. And yes, and that takes us to our next gist, and that happens to be Babcock University, Lisan Remo, and Ogun State has announced a stricter enforcement of its dress and grooming code, placing a ban on dreadlocks, sleeveless tops, and other forms of dressing and appearance deemed inappropriate by the institution. So according to the university management, all previously issued as hair passes have been cancelled and are no longer recognized under the revised guidelines. Male students are prohibited from wearing dreadlocks, beards, or keeping long, voluminous, or unkempt hair. So while female students are barred from extreme or unconventional hairstyles that do not conform with the school's standards, the updated regulations are also extended to clothing, with students warned against wearing sleeveless tops, body hugs, outfits, sagging or baggy trousers, joggers, sportswear, and other casual attire during academic activities. The university emphasized that the move is aimed at promoting discipline, decency, and a learning-focused environment in line with its value. Management further cautioned that students who violate the dress and grooming policy will face disciplinary actions, and stressing that ignorance of the rules will not be accepted as an excuse. And I think this measures taken is actually the right thing, because trust me, the young generations we are having right now they are really something else. I can't really say, but everybody wants to go on dreadlocks. I'm not saying that dreadlocks is bad, hey, but then, seeing younger ones going, you're supposed to, go to school to learn, not to think about how to be keeping your think about how to make dreadlocks and the rest of them. So it's good that all these things has to be normalized. Yes, the way you dress to school, the way you appear, if you're going to school, you should dress like someone that's going to school, not dress inappropriately and, walk into the school gate. But I don't see anything wrong with, the measures the school has taken, the authorities of the school has taken, because I'm okay with that. But then, a lot of people has come out to say, that this is really, okay, a good one, but rather, a lot of people are still finding it very difficult, and said they need to leave the children live their life. All right, and the students live their life. But then let's take some comments of what people have actually come out to say concerning this. And yes, Martin said, IDG, are they in secondary school or something? I don't know. Are they in secondary school or something? These are adults. Okay. And Kamzi Classic said, Babcock International High School. Okay. And somebody said, what's wrong with baggy now? All right. And somebody else said, this is the fourth industrial revolution, and we bothered by people looks, wow, my country and stiff mentality. All right, Chef Josie said, very useless student government. Okay, it's well. And somebody said, saying, we have a lot of comments. And somebody said, saying crack down as if they are stopping a major crime. All these private unis are clowns. Okay, a lot of people are not in support of this, but trust me, I think the management, I think the authorities have good intentions for the school. So maybe because they've witnessed a lot of bad behaved characters in school, and they feel the right thing is to put things in order. I think to my own opinion, I think it's okay if you ask me, because everyone wants to be on dreadlocks. Everyone wants to wear skimpy wears. You see young ones, coming out dressed shabbily, dress them. That doesn't mean you shouldn't dress well. Okay, if you're gonna look at a school, like you're going to school, you look neat and composed. Yes, you don't dress shabbily, exactly. So I think the process which the authorities have taken is just perfect to me, if you ask me. But a lot of people still don't accept that fact, and they feel that you are, holding the students away from what they love doing. I don't know. A lot of young ones see themselves dressing so cute, and the rest of them, it's you. It might look cute, but I think the school rules and regulations has to stand too, regardless. All right, let's take more comments. Yes, before we take a break. We have a lot of comments, and let's take more comments of what people are talking about this. And yes, somebody said, how is our natural hair a crime in our own nation? What is wrong with you all? What a law says dreadlocks are illegal or bad? All right, Kenya Awosika said, if you are a backup alumnus, shout power. All right, another person said, sleeveless top as how? Okay. And somebody said, baggy pants, okay. Maybe the guys will start wearing skirts soon. Cause, okay. It's well. All right, and that's it, because I've said it before. It's still good that you dress well. There's a saying that the way you dress is the way you are addressed. So if you want to be addressed appropriately, you dress appropriately. You get what I'm trying to say? All right, and that's it for that. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, don't go anywhere, because we have a guest joining us. So please stay put.
In Africa, my name is Buratai, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching, don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, it's a boy, but I'm shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weights.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers boy ever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and
how you are doing? The coming of Isha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice. From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming,
unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries. Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
And welcome back, beautiful people, to the show Spotlight on VOP TV. And yes, I'm still your baby girl, Precious Akumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. And we've been talking about a lot of things, a lot of good news that has just happened this January and 2026. And it's just a sign that good things are still coming, and we have to be open arms to receive them. All right. And yes, we have a guest joining us today, and gracing our screen today is the Nigerian gospel musician dedicated to spreading the gospel of Christ through music. He is the convener of the devotion, a worship meeting. He's known for songs like Always Guiding Me, Oxygen, You Are Worthy, God All By Yourself, I Conquer, and Never Exhausted. And yes, he currently serves as a music minister at the Covenant Nation under the ministry of Pastor Poju Oyemade. And he is no other person than Cheta. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Tell me how you feeling right now.
It feels good to be here.
Ooh, you know that song, I Feel Good. Oh my God. So tell me, Cheta, how's the week been for you?
It's been a great week. We just rounded up a convention in my church where everyone has to be on deck. Convention starts at 7 a.m.
Yeah.
All through evening section at 9 p.m. And it runs for like 10 days.
Yes.
So we had sleepless nights.
So you're not sleeping like this?
I've not had
good sleep. And you that have not even started sleeping, you see?
I've not had good sleep for the
We
past
want to be
1
motivated
week.
like people that don't used to sleep. You see this year, no sleep for anybody.
No sleep.
No
for,
sleep.
For the righteous, not just for the wicked.
Oh my God. So please, Cheta, a lot of people will be asking right now, please, so can we know you?
Okay, my name is Jubilate Cheta. Chi Chetaram.
Yes.
So Cheta for short.
Ooh,
Yeah.
nice. That name just...
Chi Chetaram. It
Chi
means
Chetaram.
God remembers me.
Yes.
For Yoruba people, we say Oluwa Ronti me. Yeah, so Ronti is like Cheta.
Cheta.
In the Anambra version.
So are you going to be answering the both of them?
I don't know, I just prefer Cheta.
Oh,
It's sweet that way.
So come to think, I'd like to ask this question maybe before we go into basically what we have today. So tell me, when last, your parents are still alive, yeah?
Very much alive.
Okay, so I would like to ask this question. So when last did you stop collecting, tips from your parents?
That's a very good question. And this is to motivate everyone out there.
Okay.
The last I collected money from my parents was about how many years ago?
Yes, okay.
It's been a while.
Oh, wow.
So I learned to take responsibility.
Oh, wow.
Very long ago. My mom is an entrepreneur.
Okay.
And I learned that from her. So I started trading when I was in secondary school. My mom has a shop.
Yes.
Where she sells gala, those
little,
condensed.
those things.
So I take some from the shop to the class.
It's those days that school really when they had the colored ice cream tied in.
Exactly. We had the milk,
Lord,
the sugar,
that's to tell you that
all of those things together.
It's actually beautiful those days. But now, everybody has started packaging and the rest of it. But it's actually beautiful seeing those kind of things there. So come to think about it, how did you start doing music?
So I grew up in a space where you just had to do music. My dad sings.
Oh wow.
Yeah, even if he didn't take his publicly and officially, but he had a music gift.
Gifts. Wow.
Yes, he was once in Assemblies of God Church, and he was a singer in Assemblies of God Church.
Yeah.
You know. So he's a pastor.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
So pastor's kid. I'm a pastor's kid, just so you know. So he had a church.
Yeah.
Or he has a church. And I grew up in that church where we are the choir members, we are the workers automatically.
Okay.
So every Sunday you just have to sing.
Obviously. It's not like it's a stop. It's a
You
stop.
just have to sing.
Yes.
You cannot say no.
Say no, okay.
So I remember back then in Assemblies of God Church, before we
Yeah.
left Assemblies of God Church, we used to do children department. You compose a song. They'll tell you, open to the book of Psalm.
Yeah.
Use it to compose and come and sing a special number. So when they come to say, what's a special number? I'll raise up my hand. So I can't remember. I remember one. The Lord is my shepherd. That's just very sweet. I was very young then. I didn't know what I was doing, but I just think that when I open the scripture, I can pick out something, you know. Then I'll just say I have one, and I'll come outside, small boy now. I would start singing, and so as at then it was just raw talent.
Yes.
You know, but and I noticed that when God wants to show you a bigger picture, He first put a desire in your heart.
Yes.
So the desire stirs you up, and He now brings people around you that can help train the gift. You know, then you now get the bigger picture of it. Yeah.
So you talk about getting people train you. So who are those that really motivated you? You know, because I know that you have a lot of people that you watch. You know,
Right.
people that growing up while doing music. Who are those people that actually, you know, nurtured you while watching them? It actually groomed you to being this way.
Okay, so I remember 2013.
Yeah.
When before now, I used to do secular music. I used to write secular songs.
Ooh.
I never recorded anyone.
Wow.
But I write love songs. I listen to Usher, Chris Brown before now.
Wow.
Right. And at that time, I had this Usher kind of tone.
Yes.
Because I was listening to him back to back.
Yes.
I was writing romantic songs. So
The
in
blues and the
2013,
rest
and I
of
was
it.
still a Christian, a born again Christian.
Yes.
Right. But I felt I could do this and I could do this.
Yeah.
But in 2013, I had an encounter and I had God say, do strictly gospel. So I think I burnt that book where I was writing my secular songs.
Wow.
So before I burned the book, I thought about selling the songs. Like God said, why would you sell what I asked you not to do to someone else to do? So I had to burn the book. And I started a new journey altogether. You know, I was looking to the likes of Tim Godfrey.
Wow.
There was a concert they used to do in Ikorodu back then. They invited Tim Godfrey in
Yeah.
2013.
Yes.
So I was watching him. He's fair, like my complexion
Like
has
yes,
beards, you know.
yes.
So I was watching him and I was seeing myself ministering there.
Wow.
You know, there's this thing about a desire. When you have it,
Have
you
it
see
in
someone
you.
else doing it. It
Yes,
stirs you up.
yes.
Every charisma you had, I said, this is Cheta in next coming years.
So tell me, why did you choose? Because I heard when you said that you actually, you know, did what do you call it, other songs before you weren't doing gospel actually.
Right.
So why did you choose doing gospel?
So when I do other songs, I ask myself, what's the impact of the song I'm doing?
Okay.
So, yes, God have mercy on me. One of the songs I wrote, if you want me and you need me, goddamn you lucky. I want to get goddamn you lucky.
And seriously, those songs would have gone.
Would have gone far. I never recorded those songs.
Oh my God.
Because in my head, I had this babe that time.
Yes.
So we're talking about the girl. I was like, if she wants to, she will call you, no worry. I'm like,
Wow.
okay, if you want me and you need me, goddamn you lucky. But and I started asking myself, what's the impact I'm making? you know?
In songs.
And when God is building up your faith,
Yes.
He wants you to be a light so you can be a light to other people.
Other people.
And that song will in no way make me a light to other people. It will in no way make me a light to other people. You know, there's so much that I may want to say here because it's more like, to me, music is not just for entertainment. It's like a
Yes.
ministry. Yeah, it's a means which I pass the good news
To
of the
other
gospel to people. So that's why I'm very, very particular about the kind of songs I write.
Yes.
And who are these songs getting to? When it gets to them, what should they perceive about the song? Yeah.
So talking about the songs you write, what really inspires your writing? You write all your songs, yeah?
I write all my songs.
Wow,
yes.
that's nice. So what really inspires your writing?
So sometimes I can just be plain and someone will say something, and it will pop in my head as melody.
Because you know I asked this question because it's not as easy as you said. You know you can just get when you were doing the secular songs, you could just write things about how people are doing and the rest of them. I don't think that is easy for the same way gospel is.
Gospel. Well, talent is talent. It's easy. There was a day I was leading worship in church, and I had to sing a song I never sang before.
Wow.
Right on stage.
Yeah.
If I hear a progression, I can compose a song on it. But I don't back in that because sometimes that may not be what God wants people to hear. That may be your own intuition and not God's message.
That's true.
So sometimes when I get my songs, I like to be sure that this is actually God's message to the people and not just my own. If it's entertainment, then we can do our own. But if it's God's word we want to pass to the people, then we have to stay in a secret place to get the songs out.
Wow.
And before my song goes out, I like to be sure that the lyrics are on point.
On point.
To be sure that this is actually what. So I like to listen to the song and check, is this scriptural? Am I singing off the scripture to entertain people?
Okay.
Or am I singing in alignment to the scripture?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So tell me, like, can you share a moment where your music, because I know that you've, you know, in all your songs I've seen where you, some places you've been to, you know, minister actually. So can you tell us, you know, share a moment where your music truly transformed the atmosphere and the person's fate? Has that kind of thing happened?
Yeah, so my music has first transformed my life as a person.
Okay.
Because there are certain things that I would not do because I'm a music minister.
Okay.
There are certain places I would not enter. So there are certain things, for example, every Saturday, I take out time to recalibrate because I'm ministering on Sunday.
Okay.
You know, when you are a cup that the king used to drink, you would be more consecrated because of the service you're rendering.
Yeah.
So it has first impacted my life. And of course, people around me, I've heard testimonies like, oh, I was depressed in the morning when I woke up in the morning. I just had to come to church that way. And while you were leading worship, it brought back my spirits.
Yeah.
There's a meeting I used to hold, a worship meeting I used to hold, it's called the Devotion.
Yes,
I started doing it in 2023.
Yeah.
2024 thereabouts. You know, I've had the inspiration to do it, the revelation to do it in 2023. But I had to stay back to pray to God to be sure of what I'm going to do with it until 2024 when we started. And the testimonies I've had from that worship meeting.
Yeah.
And I knew that some persons can look very pretty in the face, but their soul is dying. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
A person can look pretty in the face, but their soul is dying. They need help. And when a person comes close to me, I'm always asking God, what is the impact of my service to this person? Because it's not a coincidence that someone comes close to you.
Yeah.
And God makes you a light so that you can shine that light in that person's darkness.
That's true.
And when you don't spend time with God's word, you miss out on the light. The Bible says that the word of God is light to my path and light. You understand?
Yes.
So let's not make it Wavbeck season 2.
So tell me, in all your songs, because I've listened to a couple of your songs and they're really inspiring. So in all the songs, which would you say that you really, I know you poured, like, definitely you've put in your best in all your songs, inspired by the Holy Spirit, right?
Right.
So tell me, which particular song would you say you always listen to and it brings back this, you can't just get over it? There's a particular song that you would always want to listen to and you don't really get over it. And I think maybe that's you. Will I call it the best of all?
So I have more than one.
Okay.
But I'm going to point out Oxygen.
Okay.
Because Oxygen is not within my genre of music.
Oh, okay.
I'm not an Afro soul artist.
Okay.
I started doing gospel music as praise and worship in church, right?
Yes.
But I now noticed that, okay, the praise and worship is simply R&B. I would say, Lord, we lift up your name. It's like you telling a girl, baby, I lift up your name. But we're singing to God. So it's like the R&B of the world,
yes,
but to God, we call it worship song.
Yes.
And the praise song is like this Iben song, Oil on my head.
Yeah.
Like me saying, you know they sleep.
Yeah.
You understand?
Yeah.
So, but the Afro soul is a bit shifted, you know, it's not really in that
category.
genre. Because I remember when I was recording that song, the producer asked me to listen to this song. Okay. And this other Chris Brown song, girl, you just blow my mind. So it's like, listen to these two songs and get back to the studio.
Wow.
Me, churchy boy. I carry a tape. I was listening to the songs. I was nodding my head.
Oh my God.
I was getting inspiration. Then I go back to the studio and I was able to deliver oxygen.
Wow. So are you trying to say because you listen to Chris Brown's songs? I'm asking this question based on because I've seen a lot of gospel people or gospel people that has songs. They try to listen to. Meanwhile, I have someone close to me that's into gospel music and the rest of them. But basically, he likes to listen to other secular songs.
Okay.
You get inspiration. Is it will I call it inspiration or to get beats? A lot of people do beats. I don't know if you deal with beats or the lyrics itself. Do you get? A lot of people get inspired by the lyrics. A lot of people get inspired by the beats. So they like doing but they like to listen to the beats of the secular song to make their own. To make their own songs.
So
do you feel that is okay?
In that case, I believe that the Holy Spirit is the master mind behind everything we do, right?
Yeah.
Except if there are no Christian songs that you can use as an example.
Okay.
Because, for example, the genre Fela came with, I think he was the first of his kind.
Yes.
I don't think there's any Christian person that has done that kind of Fela kind of music.
Yeah.
So if someone that sings that kind of Fela music now gets born again and wants to do that kind of music for God, or maybe someone else wants to score that kind of music for God, you have to listen to Fela.
Okay.
Not because you want to sing like him, but because you want to get the music mind behind it and use that same craft for God.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I won't. But there's something that I see in Body of Christ. I see.
Okay.
I see people bring secular beats.
Yes, and a lot of them are like people are.
To me, it's a no-no.
Okay.
You can be creative by yourself. You can have the vibe, but change the progression.
Okay.
Change the vibe. Change what you're hearing.
Yes.
If you're playing maybe a secular song we know that they play in the club, in the church, you're reminding club people where they came from last night.
Oh my God.
We know where to hear the original, so why give us the
yes.
Why not create something new?
So talking about Oxygen, your song, could you do the song for us because we'd like to listen to it?
Okay. All right.
Let's hear.
I don't know what the lyrics.
It's okay.
Okay. I cannot live without your name. You gave me breath in such a way. I say your name. Yahweh. Your name is my oxygen on. Yahweh. Your name is my oxygen. Yahweh. Oxygen. My oxygen. Oxygen. My oxygen.
You just play say just stop because
oh my God,
I'm already vibing with it already.
So I got that song because when we inhale, we do.
That's true.
So that's the sound of.
Wait. Yes.
So you can't, if you say you don't believe in God, it means that you are denying that the sound of your breath is not Yahweh.
Ooh.
So the sound of your breath is Yahweh. The inhale is the Yah, the exhale is the way.
A lot of people, don't really take this life we live seriously. You see, they do things that they feel like, okay, I don't think, a lot of people still don't believe that God exists.
Yeah, I know that. I know that. I met a couple of them.
Oh, so they don't believe like this life, like the life we live in, it's created by one. They just feel that we are cool. I think I just wake up in the morning and I move out, and a lot of things really happen. So I think the song is really an inspiring thing to people to listen to.
Yeah, and the genre of the song brings the soul. If I listen to that at night, they'll be like, "Oh my God, I love you, Jesus," and I just sleep.
So tell me, Jetta, what's in any project you're working on right now?
Yes, I am working on a worship tour.
Yeah.
Across Africa,
Yeah.
Ghana, Uganda, precisely.
Yeah.
and also to release an album.
Okay.
For worship songs, strictly worship songs.
Okay.
Hopefully people think that, oh, this guy is more of the Afro. I started this thing as a worship minister. So people that knew me back then knew that, oh, most of my songs, God All By Yourself,
yeah,
You Are Worthy, worship. My former stage was Jubilate Worship. Because it was more of a worship.
Yes.
But I needed to get the other part of the audience.
Yeah.
People that like to dance. So you can get them into the fold. Yeah, but this time around, I think that God is leading me towards doing a worship album.
Okay, that's nice. So a lot of people are actually watching you right now, and I would like to ask this question, baby, before we go into that. If Cheta is not in the music scene or maybe singing, what would Cheta be doing?
Good, I like that question. So most people don't know that I'm actually a fashion designer.
Oh, nice! That's
I made
cool.
this. I'm wearing myself.
Oh, nice!
So every outfit you see my videos, I made them myself.
Wow!
So if I'm not singing, I'm selling clothes.
God, please! You see this? this is a lot. Wow, that's so beautiful. And come think of it, a lot of people are actually watching right now, and they're like, I really want to go into music ministry. And what would be your advice to young and upcoming, gospel people?
Okay, first I tell a couple of persons, stay in the place of prayer. You cannot say because you're a music minister, you would miss out on your prayer life. As a matter of fact, your prayer life is the engine of your music ministry. Yeah, in the place of prayer is where you get a lot of things from God. When you pray, you read the word of God and you meditate. You can now get direction on what to do, on what to sing. A lot of persons have done music ministry. There's someone Tim Gofford was talking about in the meeting we had with him. He said there's someone he knew that has 10 albums. He mentioned the person's name and none of us knew the person. We don't know the person's song, we don't know the person's name. 10 albums. Sometimes people think that it's by just doing something. You have to stay in the place of prayer where God will direct you on what to do so that you don't get tired. The way is long. We've been doing this for years. God, the queue is long. People are plenty.
Yes.
So if you're not there because God wants you to be there, you'll be frustrated. A lot of persons have done dirty things to get themselves out there.
Of course.
I hear things musically out there. It's like, are you really a child of God? People go out of the way of God to get resources to come and do things for God. Really? Are you for real? There's a part in the book of Matthew I was studying. The Bible says that Jesus was telling the disciples, so when you go out to preach, do not take money with you. Don't take anything because someone that works is so worthy of reward, something like that.
Yeah.
So a lot of people think that you need to have it all booked up before you start. You don't have to have it all before you start. Something happened in the last devotion I did. I didn't have everything before I started. I was praying to God for funds for that worship meeting. And in my head, what I was thinking while I was praying, that someone will come and give me money to say, do this.
Wow.
And God said, I will bless you to do it. A few weeks before the worship meeting, I got a contract. The money I got from that contract was enough to do the worship.
Oh my.
So sometimes people think that, people that are doing it have all. I'll see my DMs, you're a big man, please give me. I'm not getting it in. But when it's time to do that project for God, the money shows up. There's never a time I want to do something for God that I'm stranded. There was a day, before I did the video of Always Guiding Me, I did that video in December. I think first week of December, thereabouts. I was contemplating, should I do this video or not? I didn't even have the money to do it. I just had in my spirit, if you stay back, nothing will happen. The moment I set out, you see sometimes nature has a way of reading your thoughts.
Yes.
The wind has a way of bringing your meditations to you. If you think bad thing will happen, it will happen. And if you think something good will happen, it will happen. So I just set out, I said, okay, let me get this. And things started falling in line, funds started coming and so everyone willing to go into music ministry, stay in a place of prayer because that's where you get your resources, that's where you get your inspiration, your revelation and everything. And that's where you get your confirmation that you're supposed to be in that ministry.
Right.
So I wish you have been.
Oh my God. Thank you so much, Cheta, for sharing your light here on VOP TV on the Spotlight Show. I actually enjoyed myself and I'm sure our viewers did too.
Yeah,
because
I did too.
With the singing and everything, I just didn't want it to end, but come on, this is where we draw the curtain. And yes, to my amazing viewers, thank you so much for staying with us. on the show, on Spotlight Show. It was a blast. And remember, if you're going viral or going global, please stay true to your journey. And don't forget to follow us on all our social media handles at VOP TV Live and subscribe to our channels for more exciting episodes. Until next time, I am Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. This has been Spotlight. So, bye for now.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is Africa News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Buratai, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girl Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, it's a boy that's shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers, whatever, live it. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi people, Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
My name is Michel Dela. I'm the Consul General of the Netherlands in Lagos. Keep watching VOP, Voice of the People TV.
I'm Sarah Nystrom from Sweden, aka Chief Omobawale, Communication Queen. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, I'm Samantha Jacobs, representing the States. Miami's in the house. And I want to make a shout out to VOP TV. I'm a humanitarian, and I'm also a rep in the film industry and the art industry. I help dreams come true, and I help you keep on that path. Shout out to VOP TV because you're helping people stay on their path too. Cheers.
All right, my name is John Odibo. Keep watching Voice of the People because it's a fantastic station to be with all the time. Thank you very much.
My name is Pastor Elvis Siru, the convener of the Voice Achievers Award, and keep watching VOP. Yes, that is the channel for all the people. No color, no race. Thank you so much.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, this is Abasunka from the Netherlands. I am a designer and I'm here in Eco Hotel and Suits. Keep watching VOP, the voice of the people. Don't touch that dial.
My name is Dr. Tony Bello. I am the chairman of Shine Bridge Global Incorporated. And guess what? You are watching the Voice of the People television.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV. Voice.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
The hush behind hangar doors. Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is ours.
Good afternoon and welcome to the African News on Voice of the People Television. I am Solomon Ofem. Before we begin the news, kindly visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Now, first on the news, 81-year-old Ugandan President Yoweri Museveni is poised to win a seventh term in office with an election scheduled for Thursday. The campaign period has been marred by violence and concerns about secession. Museveni, who has ruled Uganda since 1986, cites the country's relative peace and stability as reason for his re-election bid. His main challenger, 43-year-old pop star Bobby Wine, has galvanized young voters frustrated with unemployment and corruption. But analysts say Museveni's grip on power makes an upset unlikely. In the East African nation of 4 to 6 million people, Museveni has changed the constitution twice to remove age and term limits and is widely expected to extend his four-decade rule in the forthcoming election after a campaign clouded by questions about who might eventually succeed him. Edwin Sifuna, Secretary General of Kenya's Orange Democratic Movement, ODM, has failed to attend a key party meeting convened by Sierra Senator Oburu Oginga, sparking speculation about internal party rift. No official reason was given for Sifuna's absence, but political analysts suggest it may be linked to ongoing power struggles within the party. However, convener of the forum stated that Orange Party remains committed to internal consultation and will continue to listen to the views of all its members. Meanwhile, Mombasa County Governor Abdul Wahmad Sharif Nasir, who doubles up as ODM Deputy Party Leader, has shared pictorial details of the various leaders arriving at the meeting, which is set to discuss key political and national issues. In his statement, Nasir emphasized ODM's commitment to unity, internal consultation, and principled leadership, stressing the importance of listening to party members and the Kenyan public as the party shapes its future direction. The move by Deputy Chief of Staff in charge of delivery and governance and government efficiency in the Office of the President, Eliud Owalo, to declare his bid to run for the presidency in the 2027 general election has continued to attract mixed reactions. South North Member of Parliament, Millie Odiambo Mabona, downplayed Owalo's presidential ambition. According to Millie's assessment, Owalo could be positioning himself as a kingpin of a smaller party and attempting to square it out with ODM party in the Nyanza region. She further argued that Owalo could be using his presidential ambition as a launching pad for the Siaya gubernatorial seat or the Rayenda parliamentary seat in 2027. It will be recalled that Owalo said in a speech at Obok Moniya Church headquarters on Sunday that he was ready to go for the country's top seat in 2027. The former ICT cabinet secretary cited his proven track record as a key factor in his decision to run for the presidency. Gabriel Quote Akok, a prominent lawyer and chairman of South Sudan's People's Progressive Party (PPP), announced Monday that he is suspending his political career. Citing the need to focus on his legal practice and amid what he described as a restrictive political environment. Speaking on Radio Tamazuj, Quote said his decision to step down from party leadership was driven by growing tension between his role as a senior lawyer and his political affiliation, which he said had begun to affect both his work and his clients. According to him, his work as a lawyer has been taken out of context and seen as a political especially when he handles notable cases against the government. He said the perception had created fear among clients, some of whom worried that hiring him could expose them to political consequences or brand them as affiliated with the opposition. In another development, South Sudan's Special Court on Monday barred the public and media from attending proceedings in the trial of suspended First Vice President Riek Machar and 7 co-accused, citing the need to protect prosecution witnesses. 6 of the 16 prosecution witnesses, all members of the South Sudan People's Defense Forces (SSPDF), has already testified without protective measures. The special court ruled that only judges, prosecutors, defense lawyers, and the accused will be allowed in the courtroom during Monday's session. The judges also ordered that the identities and contract details of witnesses not be disclosed, citing safety concerns. The decision followed a prosecution request after some witnesses allegedly faced threats and intimidation by relatives of the accused. Away from that report, Ghana's government paid $1.47 billion in 2025 to clear legacy energy sector debt, restoring a depleted World Bank guarantee and settling arrears with power producers, the West African nation's finance ministry said on Monday. Ghana's power sector has been grappling with widespread unpaid debt that have led to a sharp increase in outages. Last year's President John Dramani Mahama promised to reduce the $2.5 billion owed to independent power producers and gas suppliers. The ministry said the government had paid over $597 million to the World Bank, fully restoring the partial risk of guarantee for gas supplies from the offshore Cape 3-Point field. Egypt has signed a renewable energy agreement worth $1.8 billion with Norwegian developer Scatec and China's Sungrow State TV reported. The deals aim to boost Egypt's clean water, clean power generation and support its goal of sourcing 42% of electricity from renewables by 2030. The project includes Scatec's solar energy plant in Upper Egypt's Minya with a generation capacity of 1.7 gigawatts and battery storage systems totaling 4 gigawatt hours. Sangre will establish a factory in the Suez Canal Economic Zone to manufacture energy storage batteries. Egypt's energy minister said that achieving the 2030 target hinges on securing more international support, adding that Egypt aims to position itself as a regional power center and explorer. China's Foreign Minister Wang Yi expressed support for Somalia's sovereignty and territorial integrity in a phone call with his Somali counterpart on Sunday. Wang Yi opposed Somaliland's collusion with Taiwan authorities to seek independence, referring to Somalia's breakaway region. Somalia was initially part of Wang Yi's annual New Year tour of Africa, which includes Ethiopia, Tanzania, and Lesotho, but was postponed due to what China's foreign ministry called a schedule change. China's support for Somalis comes amid tension between Somalia and Somaliland, which declared independence in 1991 but lacks international recognition. Israel recently recognized Somaliland, drawing criticism from China and Somalia. Joining us to help analyze our news item is Darlington Gomo, a legal practitioner and a current affairs analyst. Barrister Darlington, thank you very much for joining us on African News.
Afternoon, Solo. How are you doing?
Very fine, thanks for asking. Let's go to the first topic for discussion, where 81-year-old Ugandan President Yoweri Museveni is poised to win a 7th term in office. We've talked about it several times, so the problem with African leadership, a lack of leadership, and a situation where leadership want to be born and die in their position. This is one of several cases. And another huge case is Cameroon, where the president there is 92. This time, this is 81-year-old. This will be his 7th term in office. What's your take on that?
My take is that I am not surprised. Most African leaders are like that, especially if you have allowed them first, second, and third term. The likelihood is that they want to go 4, 5, 6, 7. So that is what you get. And they claim that in democracy. From all the intent and purpose, this is not democracy. Even American president, as powerful as they are, they can't try this, they can't do this. You see, I call them local champions because of this type of behavior. That's what they are good at. While the world is out there making inroads, discovering things, making inroads in science and technology, our own local champions are here dominating the political space, contributing nothing, just sit down here and wasting people's resources. So I am not surprised. Let him say, in fact, after this time, let him remain there again until he gets to the age of Fobia. Let them continue to be constituting a nuisance in their state. I do know one thing. By this thing they are doing, they are not just sitting there, they are strangulating the opposition. They are strangulating them, making it impossible for the opposition to exist. And you call it democracy.
And he's changed the constitution twice to take off age limits for the presidency.
Just to remain in office. So you can see the problem of Africa. I keep saying it. There is a place. There is a place African leaders used to go for tutorial. That is why majority of them are behaving like that. I'm telling you. It's very common with African leaders. I don't know why. Meanwhile, they will go to the Western world and see how things are working. Leaders who can tell living power, they resign on their own. Go and sit down in their house and, where they value integrity and their respect. But here in Africa, even when somebody is now constituting a nuisance, when somebody have overstayed his welcome in office, he will still stay there. Doling out some, crumbs from the table for his cronies, who will now support him. both from the military and civilian populace. All of them will surround him, protecting him, giving him support, just for being a nuisance in office. You can imagine. This is very serious.
And these are the reasons why we continue to see coup and unconstitutional takeover in the continent. Because the democracy we practice here in Africa is akin to an authoritarian regime.
Of course. And when you have such a regime, you are just calling for coup. It's as simple as that. Because nature abhors a vacuum. By making it impossible for peaceful change, then violent change is definitely inevitable. That's just the truth. I ask this question again. What will happen if you just serve your 1 term or 2 term and leave office? What will happen? But you just want to remain there, destroying everything inside, including opposition, at times killing them, running them out of your country just to remain in power. Is that what you call democracy? It's unfortunate. You see this AU, a time will come when nobody will listen to them. Because they are supposed to call this African leader to order and say, look, why are you changing constitution to remain in power? All this nonsense about sovereignty and sovereignty of states. You can see that gradually it is becoming nonsense. Nobody is listening to it again. With what Donald Trump did in Nigeria, the sovereignty of states is no longer a barrier. Somebody is committing atrocity in his country, and you are seeing it, you are hearing it, and you say you cannot interfere because of sovereignty of states. Are you serious? Don't worry, when revolution or military coup comes, you will interfere by force.
Now, people have said several times that the worst of democracy is better than the best of military. But that narrative is beginning to change, where some people are saying, well, if you want to see the worst of democracy, come to Africa.
Exactly.
But do you agree with that statement?
That statement was before, not now. It was before, not now, when we had democracy, yes. If you look at the democracy of the First and Second Republic, that's when this theory is applicable. But today, with what we are seeing in some military regime in West Africa, that people are even celebrating and welcoming them and clapping for them, you will know that that statement is no longer applicable. You know, every mantra has to do with time and environment. Time and environment will indicate which theory will last for a while. But that theory that the worst civilian regime is better than the best military regime, it is all lie. Most of the things we have done in this country today, Solomon, was done by the military. Ordinary state creation, they can't create a state under the civilian administration. The 36 states were created by the military. Are you aware? Yes. They were created by the military. Most of the infrastructural this was done by the military. All the bridge and the roads you see in Lagos here, was it not under military regime when Lagos was the federal capital? So what is anybody telling me?
Okay, also joining us to help analyze this is a virtual guest from Kenya to help analyze the African news is Martin Ireri Enjoy, public affairs analyst and financial advisor. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Enjoy. Now, what's your take on this story of the 81-year-old Museveni trying to continue his, presidency as far as Kenya is concerned? He's changed the constitution twice to remove an age limit. In Uganda, beg your pardon, not Kenya. He's changed the constitution twice. He's stifled opposition, all in the bid to grab on to power. And this is a recurring decimal as far as African leadership is concerned. What's your take on that?
Thank you, sir. To start with, is that democracy in Africa has been held, I can say, in a prison, whereby during the colonial era, and when the Africa started gaining the independence, we thought that we have seen the right of the day. But after the colonial exited the stage, we entered into our own black colonial system that I call it state capture. State capture is whereby a government has taken the institution, and the institution cannot run independent. It means that institutions are the voice of the state. Hence, you find that people's will is not respected. You find even when we go into election, there is no the sanctity of our vote doesn't count. So it means that we entered into a system of state capture, whereby it's beneficial or leadership that is having their personal interest. Now, democracy cannot run where the sanctity of our vote doesn't count. You find we go into 5 years election, and you find it is done just for formality to say that we have democracy. I can see what is happening in Uganda. It happens to Tanzania the other day. And that's why you find it is very hard in Africa to remove the incumbent from the office. Because of this, we call state capture. You find electoral bonding is in the side of the state, meaning that the independence has not yet gained its center power. So in this case, we see that Uganda is entering into an era whereby the president who has ruled for 40 years, he is still the man to be in the office because he has taken captive all the institutions, and anyone that counter him, he may suffer consequence. He can be held in communicando, he can be kidnapped, and all sort of consequence when you are not obeying the voice of the state. So we are seeing the country that is in a state of quagmire. A country that cannot develop. All the system is not working for the common man. You find economy whereby you find tax. People are overwhelmed by hefty tax. You find the corruption. People are squandering public funds. They are stealing in an industrial scale. So we are in Africa whereby we are like in the state of colonial era, whereby there is no what we call public opinion. And if there is public opinion, it is ignored because sanctity of our vote doesn't count because these independent institutions are collaborating with the state.
Now, what's happening in Uganda is synonymous with what's happening in so many other countries in Africa. Cameroon is another place. And one begin to ask the question,
what is happening in Uganda is, yes, what is happening in Uganda is what is happening in more than 40 countries across the Africa continent. And secondly, you find like now here.
Go on.
Yes. You find the constitution, like now, for instance, the constitution we have here in Kenya, we have inherited a United States Constitution. That constitution is perfect, but you find the acts in that constitution are not functioning to the benefit of the common man. You find those acts are being amended day and day on to suit the current regime. When a regime enters, it amends the act that will be of their interest, not for the interest of the common man. So what I say, Uganda, the president changing the constitution of term limit, that means that he has taken country captive and he has taken the country as his own asset, which he is serving for his own interest, but not the interest of the common man. So it means that these people are in the dark era of colonialism. Even if they gained independence, they entered into a system of their own rule, which is not beneficial to the democracy, which is not giving right to the sanctity of their vote, which is not giving power to the public opinion, that is not giving power to what we call institution independence. Because when the institution is independent, the rule of law takes its course. And if a president violates these acts of the constitution or violates the policy of an institution, when he exits the stage, he faces the consequence. But when the president
this also raises the question. How do we solve a problem of an unconstitutional takeover or coup d'etat with situations like this, where we have our African leaders destroying and weakening our institution? This gives advantage for unconstitutional takeover, one would say.
Thank you. I think the coup d'etat, now that's where you see that now this what we call capture of institution. When there is capturing of institution, you find the coup d'etat will be a bit stiff. And the ends, if you compare the self-rule government and the military rule, you find better their military rule. Because where you can see countries like Burkina Faso, they are awakening their economy system, health system, education system. So you find even coup d'etat in this self-rule government, it's very hard because institutions are the mouthpiece of the state.
Now, another question back to the studio, where one begin to ask, where is the regional bodies? Where is the African bodies in all of this? Surely this is why these bodies were formed. You have the African Union, the AU, and then of course you have the other regional bodies, the West African bodies, you have the Southern Africa, you have the Eastern Africa. All these bodies, this is where they should put a stop to situations like this, that if they really want to stop this unconstitutional takeover, instead of just being a redundant bodies.
Two things are hindering them. One, the sovereignty of states, non-interference in internal affairs of every state. Then two, they don't have...
Surely they should have exceptions for stuff like this.
No, there is no exception. As long as internal affair, nobody, you are not it is the people that will complain.
But then you get to see interference when there's now a military takeover. A typical example is what happened in Benin Republic.
That's what I'm telling you. Yes, when there is such a thing, because you have that principle that there should be no military takeover in Africa. It's part of their charter, and it's domesticated in all the states. But when a push come to shove, that particular clause is thrown overboard, and then AU becomes powerless. Then two, AU is just on paper. All these regional bodies, they are just on paper because they don't have a military force of their own to enforce their decisions on states. So these two major principles is hindering them from doing anything. That's just the truth. And then states have taken advantage of it that nobody will disturb them. And so they are now running roughshod over their people. That's the truth. Before now, I have always believed that this sovereignty of state will be tinkered with. I have said it on this platform sometime last year, that if the level of arrogance I'm seeing continues, people may not care about this, your sovereignty of states. They will come in to arrest a bad situation before it gets out of hand.
Back to you, Mr. Njue. Don't you think these regional bodies need restructuring and probably have like a clause in this constitution binding with all countries in Africa so that the leaders of these countries meet certain rules in the leadership of their people, and if those rules are not met, these regional bodies have some sort of power to be able to intervene. Can you hear me, Mr. Njue?
Yes. I think to go on, let's revert to what we call Africa Union, AU.
Okay.
Structuring is a fundamental key in fostering the continent policies. You find whereby AU is again an institution that is biased. We had the recent election from Tanzania, whereby the world knows what transpired, what happens, public opinion, the citizen from the Tanzania. You can see a lot of intent and the kind of game that was rumbling or happening in Tanzania. And you find it the same other morning after the president was announced, the AU president was congratulating Tanzanian president, whereby you find these region institutions are still biased and they are not serving the common man. They are there to serve their personal gain. Because AU is a very powerful body that mandates not only continental policies, it mandates even international policies and in diplomatic avenues for the benefit of Africa. But you find if a head of state in the continent of Africa violates the constitution, violates the role of human being, they are covering him, whereas they should confront him. So we need institutions being structured so that the rule of law and international law can have its way on the stage.
Okay, back to the studio, Barrister Agbomo. Reactions have continued to trail the Somalia and Somaliland dispute, and China have come in support of Somalia as against the support from Israel. And obviously, they've reacted to it, supporting Somaliland, as I said. Obviously, this thing is not going away. Israel are intent to continue with the Somaliland push, with the rumor that the intention of that is to transfer Palestinian, indigents to Africa. And of course, Somaliland is a point of destination. What's your take on China's reaction to it?
All the powers that are now scrambling for the soul of Somaliland is for their selfish interests, nothing else. Yes, they are going there to exploit the people because they are vulnerable. They are looking for somebody that will support them to gain independence. And so if these superpowers can be of help, why not? And so when they now settle down, they begin to colonize them. Because that's what we follow. Somaliland is like a barren land. They are going there to exploit them, to impose themselves on the people. It's unfortunate, and it has to be Africa anyway. It has to be Africa. That's just the simple truth. It's part of Africa.
What's your take on that, Mr. Njoy? Can you unmute your mic, please? Can you hear me?
Thank you. Yes,
okay.
I can hear you.
Okay. So what's your take on the Somaliland and Somalia's issue, and of course China having a say on that after the international mayhem that trailed Israel's recognition of Somaliland?
Yes, I think this issue has been the giant in the room, and it should be addressed amicably between the leaders of Somali and Somaliland. Secondly, the AU should mediate this issue so that the two difference between Somali and Somaliland can be resolved amicably. Secondly, I think there is what we call in political science consensualism. When consensualism is put in place, it brings the policies, it brings the merit of the leaders to form forging policies that are beneficial going to the future and for the politics and democracy of the future generation. Secondly, in terms of what we call resource sharing and distribution of resources. Secondly, still it makes one of the antagonism to suffer, because you find the Somaliland as more resource than Somali, or you find Somali as more resource than Somaliland. So you find if the two diversification are managed and the policy are managed still, and they come up with ongoing concern, it brings the light in the center of the issue.
Okay, this is where we end it. Thank you very much, Martin Ireri Njoy, for your contribution, talking to us from Kenya.
Thank you so much.
And of course, our guest in the studio, Darlington Ogumo, a barrister, and that's a legal practitioner, and of course, a current affairs analyst. Thank you very much for your time.
It's my pleasure.
You're watching African News on Voice of the People TV. More stories when we return. Stay with us.
Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
If you're just tuning in, this is Voice of the People television, and you're on to the African news. Sudan's military-led government has returned to Khartoum, the capital, after nearly 3 years of operating from Port Sudan, a situation prompted by the war in the country. The military was forced out by the paramilitary Rapid Support Forces (RSF) when civil war erupted between the two sides in 2023. Prime Minister Camille Idris announced the government's return, saying efforts will focus on improving services for residents. The move follows the military's recapture of Khartoum from the Rapid Support Forces (RSF) in March. The city has been recovering from years of conflict with around 5 million people displaced, according to the UN. The government aims to restore basic services and stability in the war-torn city. Conflict-related sexual violence in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo has escalated while support to survivors has significantly dropped. Human Rights Watch and the Congolese women's rights organization Sofepadi said Monday. Human Rights Watch documented sexual violence by members of at least 5 non-state armed groups and the Congolese army in Eastern Congo. According to the rights group, expanded fighting in Ituri, North Kivu, and South Kivu provinces, as well as funding cuts and limited access to health services, have made it increasingly difficult for women and girls who survive sexual violence to get the holistic support they need. The group also said many clinics offering healthcare and other support have been forced to close. A Zimbabwean national, Mandla Mkube, has been named among those killed in the ongoing Russia-Ukraine war, raising fresh concerns over the recruitment of Southern Africans into the conflict on the promises of lucrative pay. Reports suggest and indicate that Mkube was recruited through an agent operating in KwaZulu-Natal, South Africa. His widow is believed to be residing in South Africa, although further details surrounding his deployment and death remain unclear. Analysts say the revelations point to an emerging pattern in which foreign nationals, including Zimbabweans living in South Africa, are being recruited, often through what has widely been described as informal or shadowy networks, to participate in the war. Many are reportedly motivated by economic hardship and the prospect of earning incomes far higher than those available at home or in the region. We go on another quick break, and the African news returns with business and sports news. Stay with us.
Is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Dialogue. We bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
Thanks for staying tuned to African News on Voice of the People television. Now to business, where the South African rand gained in early trade on Monday, helped by gold prices reaching another record high. At 0736 GMT, the rand traded at 16.4225 against the dollar, roughly up 0.4% from its previous closing level. Soaring prices of precious metals, a major South African export, have helped to propel the rand to its strongest in more than 3 years. The currency ended 2025 nearly 13% stronger against the US dollar and is poised to clock another year of gains. Malaysian automaker Proton Holdings BHD is exploring partnerships including dealerships and assembly from a completely knocked down CKD kits to enter Algeria's growing car market. Proton's interest in the key North African market aligns with Algeria's policy of encouraging local vehicle production. Malaysian ambassador to Algeria, Datuk Rizani Irwan Muhammad Mazlan, told newsmen on Monday that Proton is looking for potential investment opportunities in manufacturing and local partnerships. He disclosed that Proton's regional manager for North Africa from the company's international sales division recently visited Algeria to study potential business and investment opportunities in the automotive sector. And in sports, the Africa Cup of Nations AFCON has reached its penultimate stage with Egypt, Senegal, Nigeria and host Morocco securing their places in the semi-finals. In Wednesday's matches, Egypt will take on Senegal in Tangier, while Morocco hosts Nigeria in Rabat. The Atlas Lions are seeking a first continental title in 50 years, while the Super Eagles aim to claim their fourth AFCON crown. The semi-finals promise to deliver thrilling encounters, with Egypt coming from behind to beat Côte d'Ivoire 3-2, Senegal ending Mali 1-0, edging Mali 1-0, Morocco defeating Cameroon 2-0, and Nigeria dispatching Algeria 2-0 in the quarterfinals of the tournament. In the meantime, the Confederation of African Football, CAF, has launched an investigation into the violence incidents that followed Nigeria's 2-0 win over Algeria in the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations quarterfinals in Marrakesh. The match, which saw Victor Osimhen and Akor Adam score in the second half, was marred by confrontations between Algerian players and match officials, as well as disturbances from Algerian fans in the stands. Algerian players allegedly tried to assault referee Issa Sai and his assistants, prompting stadium security to intervene. Fans also attempted to breach barriers and vandalized parts of the stadium. CAF is reviewing reports from referees, security personnel, and media representatives, and disciplinary measures are expected soon. The Algerian Football Federation also plans to file a petition with CAF citing questionable referee decisions and alleging that Nigerian players provoked their opponents. And that's all on Africa News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel at Voice of the People TV and on other social media platforms at VOP TV Live. If you witness news happenings near you, we want to hear from you. Send your eyewitness report, event coverage, request photos or videos directly via WhatsApp to 0814-606-4057. You can also reach our newsroom by email at news@vop.ng. I am Solomon of FM. Good afternoon and thank you for watching.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Buratai, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
Alright, hello, it's a boy that's shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight. Bye.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers boy ever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react. Understand.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation scope. The sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
My name is Michel Dele. I'm the Consul General of the Netherlands in Lagos. Keep watching VOP, Voice of the People TV.
I'm Sarah Nystrom from Sweden, aka Chief Omobawale, Communication Queen. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, I'm Samantha Jacobs, representing the States. Miami's in the house. And I want to make a shout out to VOP TV. I'm a humanitarian, and I'm also a rep in the film industry and the art industry. I help dreams come true, and I help you keep on that path. Shout out to VOP TV because you're helping people stay on their path too. Cheers.
All right, my name is John Odibo. Keep watching Voice of the People because it's a fantastic station to be with all the time. Thank you very much.
My name is Pastor Elvis Ciro, the convener of the Voice Achievers Award, and keep watching VOP. Yes, that is the channel for all the people. No color, no race. Thank you so much.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, this is Abasunkan from the Netherlands. I am a designer and I'm here in Eco Hotel and Suits. Keep watching VOP, the voice of the people. Don't touch that dial.
My name is Dr. Tony Bello. I am the chairman of Shine Bridge Global Incorporated. And guess what? You are watching the Voice of the People television.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hello and welcome to Health Check, compliments of the season. This is a program where we examine the issues that shape our health our choices, and our quality of life right here on Voice of the People Television. I'm Praise Peters, and we're glad to have you join us on this week's episode of Health Check. Well, please remember to join us live on SLTV channel 264 and on YouTube at VOP TV Live. And of course, follow us across all social media channels as well. Well, today's really an interesting conversation. We're going to be having a very interesting conversation. This episode is full of festivities, right? And as the year draws to a close, many of us are reflecting on achievements, lessons learned, and plans for the year ahead. But one thing and one important area that we often overlook during this period is our health. And that's why we are here to shed light on that. So the end of the year presents a perfect opportunity to pause, to assess our wellness, to adopt our healthy lifestyles, and make informed adjustments that can significantly improve our long-term wealth, health, and healthy outcomes as well. So at the same time, this season is filled with celebrations, Christmas gatherings, end of the year parties, New Year festivities, all of which comes with lifestyle choices and can either support or undermine our well-being. On today's episode of Health Check, we're focusing on year-end wellness checks, practical healthy living advice, and how to enjoy the festive season responsibly and in moderation. Emphasis on that, in moderation, without compromising your health, of course. And it's going to be quite a flexible conversation today, so sit back and watch and listen and learn, of course. So to guide us through today's important conversation, I'm joined by Dr. Charles Adiogo, a wellness physician and public health advocate. You're welcome, doctor.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for joining Health Check.
Thanks for having me.
Compliments of the season.
Wish you the same.
Dr. How has it been? Okay, so this season is the season of holidays, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you take breaks?
Well,
with your profession?
We try to,
You try to.
but there's a lot of pressure, you know. We don't typically have breaks, because emergencies can happen anytime. But we have to have a healthy work-life balance, all the same.
That's a big one. I must say that's a really huge sacrifice, because on New Year Day, I want to go and eat my rice, to just be with my family. Just imagine I don't have an emergency. Hello, please, you're needed at the hospital. I wonder how that must feel.
That happens all the time, but that's what we signed up for.
That's what we signed up for. Okay. Yeah. All right, so doctor, today we're going to be talking about, December festivities, everything that we are to, do as to live a healthy life, even with, all of the celebrations and holidays, of course. So you would agree with me that December has a way of making everyone feel very relaxed. Let me put it that way. I saw a very funny tweet that says, okay, the company has not closed for the year, but my brain has shut down for the year. When I saw that tweet, I was like, you people should allow the year end first now, So everyone tends to be very relaxed. We just want to sleep less, eat more, omble. This is the season, party after party.
Yeah.
And we just tell ourselves that let's eat. This is the season and we'll fix it in January. Well, that's where you come in. So, all right, from your experience, does the human body actually agree with December mindset?
Well, the human body does not have any actual clock to know that this is January or March or June or December. But the truth is that, we always talk about it on this show, and we always advocate that, whatever you do to your body responds, appropriately to whatever you put in. So garbage in, garbage out. And then that tells you that whatever your lifestyle decisions, your choices, they overall, play a huge role when it comes to your wellness. So in the spirit of the season and in the festive celebrations, we have to be moderate in everything we do. Moderation is key. You don't overeat, you don't overdrink, you don't forget your exercises, you don't party and forget to get enough rest. And then you don't just keep binging
Mama calls.
Exactly. You don't keep binging on energy drinks to stay alert and all that. You don't do that, because your body requires, the needed rest in as much as this is the time where you have all sorts of gatherings, like you said, all sorts of parties, concerts, never ending, dirty December.
Yes, make December dirty.
Activities, you still want to make sure that you are in control of everything you are doing and making sure that you put your health as priority. Because while you are eating, you don't just eat for the sake of eating, you are eating intentionally. Everything you are drinking, you're able to be accountable for what you do, because whatever you do to your body responds to it. So if you feed your body right, your body will give the right response. And if you overeat, you overindulge, or you take things that you're not supposed to take, your body also reacts. It is during this season you have a lot of people coming down with all sorts of enteritis, diarrhea.
Exactly.
Because they keep eating from party to party. They
not
leave
minding how those foods are cooked.
They just keep downing everything from one party
I like the word downing.
to another place, and then they keep eating all sorts of things that normally they would not eat. And a lot of people, in the name of trying to get new experiences, they try out new foods that they are not used to. And this can also pose some challenges.
Allergies,
yes, food allergies and all that. And then people who also have food intolerances. Certain people have certain food sensitivities that, they are supposed to stay off certain classes of foods. But because, no, this is dirty December, I let down your guards, feel free, eat anything. We'll fix it in January.
Exactly.
But even before January comes, you may end up as an emergency case if you are not careful. So it's very necessary that you eat intentionally and that you stay within the bounds of moderation and self-awareness. Anything that you know is not appropriate for you. If you know you are lactose intolerant, you stay off those kind of foods. If you know you have gluten sensitivity, you stay off those kinds of food. If you know, everybody, of course, moderation with alcohol, that there is no brainer. That's what applies to everybody. You can't overindulge in alcohol, because if you do, you're going to have the detrimental consequences of that. And you make sure that you get enough sleep. We can't overemphasize that. Getting enough sleep, so you're not living from one all-night concert to another all-night concert, to another Christmas Eve or New Year's Eve activity, and you're not giving yourself the needed rest. It's very essential that we all pay attention to this so we don't have complicated cases during this period.
There's something I actually like that you said, being in control of your activities. So your peers or people around you don't get to choose how
they don't need to influence you.
Yes, don't have to influence your decisions as to what you eat, where you go, and everything. If you're not comfortable with anything, it's okay to say no.
Yeah, it's okay to say no. You must have your boundaries. You must have your limits. The fact that you are within a gathering and they are all doing a particular thing that you know in your own health or well-being is detrimental to you. You don't have to join the crowd because your health is on you. Your decisions are on you. So, and if you do something wrong, you pay the price for it. The people that pushed you into it will go scot-free.
Exactly.
They're not going to lie on that hospital bed
with you.
So you have to make the right choices and the right decisions and be able to say no and be able to draw up your boundaries and stick to those boundaries.
Wow, this is already getting very interesting. So are people hear wellness checks and think it's something that only rich people do or very sick people do? So in simple terms, we're still talking about wellness check here, even while we are paying attention to, festive season and what we do around this period. So what is a wellness check, and really, who truly needs one?
Well, as the year is wrapping up and you're looking into the new year, and I know a lot of people are looking into the new year with high hopes, aspirations, objectives, and goals to meet up with. But you can only do that when you're healthy. Yeah. So this is a good time to actually reflect on how your health has been this year. And if you have not gone for any wellness check, this is the time to go for a wellness check. Have a doctor assess you, from head to toe, do all your blood work, do all your possible investigations that are appropriate for your age, and take the recommendations of your doctor, because those wellness checks are not just done for the sake of doing them. You are doing them to pick up a thing or two that you can nip in the bud early enough, so that any findings that requires you doing something about it, you are able to do something about it quickly. Because a lot of people neglect those early subtle symptoms that come.
What I know does not kill me. What I don't know does not kill me.
Well, it can actually kill you. It can.
In this context, it will kill you.
And even if it doesn't kill, it can maim you or incapacitate you. Yes. Because people have strokes because it wasn't that they needed to have that treatment, it was preventable. If they had picked up some things earlier, started some lifestyle changes earlier, some dietary changes earlier, started some medications earlier, things would have been under control. So it's very necessary that those wellness checks, you go for them as the year wraps up, so that you can start the new year, on a clean slate with a bang.
You don't
ready
want to
take
spill
on,
over.
exactly, ready to take on your dreams and focus on everything you need to do, and your energy and everything is optimal.
And there is something about knowing that you are healthy. It gives you, this refreshing feeling to forge
and
ahead.
confidence, yes, because you have all it takes. You are fortified, and you have taken all the lifestyle changes that you need to push yourself forward and propel you towards your dream. But a lot of people think it's only for the wealthy, like you said. But the truth is, when it comes to health, you need to budget for health. So don't wait till you say, oh, until I have money. Because a health challenge or a health emergency will not write you a letter when it's going to come. It just happens.
And when it comes, the money will come out one way or the other.
Thank you. The money will come out one way or the other. So why do you want to wait till that time and put your life at risk? Because when it comes to health, we should realize that it has to do with our life. It's a life and death issue. You get it right, you live. You get it wrong, something goes wrong, and it may be potentially fatal. So it's very important that you budget for your health. You don't wait for an emergency. We need to inculcate that habit as a people, that we don't wait for an emergency to happen before. Budget for your health. Always a fraction of your income must be allotted to health, must be designated to health. You don't wait till an emergency happens. And I tell people, you don't become a candidate for a hospital only through sickness. A person crossing a road and an accident happens, becomes a patient immediately. A person at a construction site that falls from a height becomes a patient immediately. That's not being ill. Because they woke up early, they were normal till that accident happened. So an accident can really, make you an emergency case, and God help you if you are not prepared. So it's very important that you have, some amount of money saved up somewhere, budgeted towards health. And if you are not sick or you are not on admission, then this is the time to use that money for a wellness check. And you do a test that is appropriate for your age bracket. There are some tests that are mandatory for people of a certain age group. So you run those tests, go for all your screening tests. And based on your family history, any prevalent illness in your family, you are screened for it early to know if you also are developing it or it's already on the way, so that you can tackle it while it's still simple and things are not complicated yet. So we encourage everybody in this season, while you are celebrating, also pay attention to your health, so that in the new year, you will have fewer hospital visits, you will have fewer complications, regarding your health. And then you would actually know the kind of things you need to change, the dietary and lifestyle changes you need to adjust to in the new year. This is the time to make those preparations, And during this celebration, you want to make sure that what you eat, you are intentional. Only what nourishes your body.
Yes.
Only what nourishes your body and does your body good, not just because people are eating it, not just because it looks nice, not just because it tastes nice, but it is a factor of the nourishment you get from it and the quality it brings to your life. So that is what we mean by being intentional when it comes to your diet. So it's not just about following the crowd. It's about you doing what you need to do to nourish your body.
Wow, that's a big one right there. You talked about starting the year on a clean slate. And most people don't actually pay attention to this. We just, focus on New Year resolution. So I'm starting this year. Oh my God. No.
I won't fight people again.
I won't fight people again. I'll be a good girl.
My best behavior.
I'll be of my best behavior. And all of that. And we do not pay attention to the fact that your health also needs to start the year on a clean slate.
Yeah.
So starting the year on a clean slate also involves going for wellness checks. And that's what you're emphasizing on, right?
Correct.
Yes. And you talk about intentionality. We should not just look at, oh, this food is sumptuous, it is scrumptious. We should make sure that what we are eating, we are very intentional about it.
Very intentional
That's
about
amazing.
it.
Well, let's talk about people that have gone a full year without visiting the clinic. And they're like, oh, the Lord has done it. This year, we are going again next year, and they do not, take out time to even go to the clinic and everything. Like everything just feels fine. So are you what would you say to this set of people? Should they just relax, like feel slightly concerned, or should they do something about it? Like, is it fine to just relax when you're not noticing anything? You know, what would you say to such?
Well, from experience, having a clean bill of health doesn't mean that it will always be that way. People who had a clean bill of health last year does not guarantee that this year it will be the same. Because the truth is, you're getting older every day and new things crop up every day. So for people who, anyway, let me give a practical example. I've seen people who, you know, will come to the hospital and they're diagnosed of a very serious illness, but they will tell you that 3 years ago, they still did a comprehensive check and there was nothing. They were given a clean bill of health. There was no test they did not do. They even went for the scans. They did everything. Everything was intact. And since 3 years, have you visited the hospital for anything? No. But now, 3 years later, something serious is cropping up. And they are wondering, how can this be? The truth is, because you had a clean bill of health the last time, doesn't mean it will always be like that. This is a constant, periodic check, a constant monitoring. It's like a surveillance. You're always looking out for something, because that's the only way to be on top of your health. Because if you don't always check, you may not know. It is not every illness that presents early with symptoms that are easily recognizable. Unfortunately, even some of the very potentially fatal conditions only first show up when things are already advanced. So nobody prays for that. And the last thing anybody wants to hear is, if only we picked this thing up just like 3 months ago or 6 months ago, the outcome would have been different. But that's just living a life of regrets, because you cannot turn back the hands of time. So you don't want to be found in that situation. The best thing that you can do, though it sounds expensive now, but you would know that on the long run, it's actually the best decision. When you are asked to go and pay X amount of money for your wellness check, you ask yourself, well, I'm not sick now. Why am I going to pay that kind of money? For what now? And they'll end up not finding anything like they did the last time. You never can be sure. You know, but mind you, if you use that money for something else, you buy Ashwebi, you go to party, you do anything you want to do, or you change your phone, and you're feeling happy in the new year to start a new with a new phone in the new year. The truth is, God forbid, if something comes up and it's already a complicated case, managing the complication of an illness that would have been nipped in the bud early is far more expensive than managing the condition itself. So if you have found out early, before things escalated and got more complicated, it would have been, you know, easier for you to manage. You will go through less stress and you will pay less than for it to get complicated.
We need to also emphasize on the fact that money spent on taking care of your health
is never a waste.
It's never a waste.
It's never a waste.
Really, because some people can actually, you know, take a test and see that, oh, nothing is wrong with them, and they start having regrets like, if I had known, I wouldn't have even bothered.
I tell my patients that if you come out with a clean bill of health, just know you bought yourself peace of mind. And knowing that you've done...
And that's worth more than...
Yes, and knowing that you've done the needful and that you're doing your due diligence when it comes to your health, because that is part of self-responsibility. Because you can't expect your health to be neglected and you pray for a good quality of life. It's not going to happen. So it's very important that you do your part. If you get a clean bill of health, thank God, means you're doing something right, which you should continue. So it is not that, you know, some other people, because it gave them a clean bill of health, they now misinterpret that to mean I am free, I have the license to do as I want, to eat as I want. You know, they told me, the doctor said nothing is wrong with my sugar, nothing is wrong with my cholesterol, I'm free to eat anything. You know, you don't do that. Getting a clean bill of health simply tells you that you are doing something right, and you need to continue that for you to maintain that stable state of health.
Yes.
So it's essential to know that.
Yeah. So you mentioned eating recklessly and all that. Are there any sicknesses or any health conditions that could be underlying in certain foods that we eat in the festive season that we should pay cognizance of? Because some people don't actually pay attention to things like that. So are there certain foods that we should pay attention to and not eat during these festive seasons that could pose a health condition in the future?
During the festivities, you know, a lot of people exchange gifts, cakes, sweets, and all that. A lot of sweet stuff, sugary stuff, high carbohydrates laden foods you know, are relatively common in this part of the world during this period. And you find that a lot of people let down their guards. They say, I don't take ice cream normally, but you know, this is Christmas, you know.
Let's enjoy ourselves.
Yeah, so they overdo things. They overdo the sugars. They overdo the processed foods. They overdo, things that are not really, really natural, just because they just want to have a feel that this is holiday time. Let's do what we don't normally do. And they overdo it in the process. And especially for those who have not been on regular wellness checks, they may have been on the verge of being pre-diabetic, for instance, maybe during the year, or high cholesterol. Yes, it could actually just tip you in the wrong direction, because if you are actually eating, you know, out of control, because now there's also the potential risk of overeating. You know, portion control becomes a problem for a lot of people, because people would say, is that all you're eating? Eat more now. Can't you see how many wraps of fufu the other person is eating? Why will you eat just 2 and you say you're good? You know, and you're pressured to eat a lot, or you yourself, you now suddenly have a huge appetite for food unusually. At the end of the day, this overeating
sometimes you might not even have huge appetites. You are full, but you're seeing that food. It cannot waste.
And this is not the normal period. This is the festive season.
Exactly.
Where it's all about party and eating. So
there's always food. So you really have to control yourself.
So the discipline level goes down. The self-restraint goes down. A lot of people let down their guards, and, you know, portion control becomes a big issue. So not many people can say no. At the end of the day, you find that a lot of people become overweight. You find that a lot of people with diabetic issues previously may have poor glucose control, blood glucose level control. Even people who are hypertensive, you may find them pounding up more on their cholesterol intake, you know, and all those things can have detrimental effects on their health, basically. And people are likely to exercise less because they are always in the midst of friends, in one gathering or the other. Then, of course, alcohol, a lot of beer, a lot of hot drinks, a lot of whiskey flying around, and you find out a lot of people just binging on these things, and ultimately they either damage their liver or they worsen an already pre-existing condition that they had that they probably didn't know about.
Talking about pre-existing conditions, we're talking about things like high cholesterol, diabetes, and all of that. So December can feel like temptation. Can feel like a temptation marathon and all of that. So how do they actually enjoy the season? Because we've been talking about how that they should have self-control and all of that, but some of them still really want to enjoy themselves. So really, from your professional point of view, how do they enjoy the season without underdoing or overdoing the whole year of discipline and all that?
So we just have to wake up to the reality that December is really not different from any other month.
Surely.
So that's the first thing to consider.
Yes.
Then you should also know that whatever you've been doing right must also apply in December. So your portion control still applies. Your regular sleep and exercises still applies.
And they shouldn't feel bad about it.
You shouldn't feel bad or feel guilty about it. Then, of course, taking your medication, if you're on any medication, this is not the time to say, because this is Christmas, please, we've been doing this from January to November, let's relax.
Like you said, the body doesn't have a clock.
There's no clock, so
Yes.
the body is just the same anytime. So you make sure that you do all that is expected of you, all those healthy lifestyles, you make sure you stay compliant with them. Portion control is important. Make sure you eat a balanced diet. Make sure you drink sufficient water, and then make sure that you eat as natural as possible. We cannot overemphasize this. This is always relevant. Less food with preservatives or additives, less food with artificial colorings, less food with processed meats or processed foods in general. If you want to do your juices, let them be as natural as possible. All this, you can't go wrong with your fruits, with your vegetables. You can play along those lines, and then you make sure that you can have healthy snacks. Healthy snacks that you know you can eat in between meals. You know, you can have your nuts, your healthy nuts. You have the almond nuts, you have the walnuts, you have the peanuts. For people who are not allergic to nuts, people that are not allergic to the nuts, yes. And then basically you can also have some very enriching drinks. You can have some good protein shakes, you know, that are very good and will nourish your body. Yes, smoothies, yes, all those are very, very good, and they will actually help your digestion. Make sure that, because you're eating so much, your fruits and veggies are important. You need fiber to help you digest your food well, and so that you don't get constipated in this period. High fiber diet is important for movement of your bowels easily, because a lot of people may end up having serious digestive issues because of overeating. So you make sure that you're drinking enough water, a high fiber diet, you stay physically active. All those are very important, and they are mandatory, and there's no timetable to it. So it's not like it's suitable in June or in December. It's a different thing. It still applies now. So moderation in what you eat, very, very key, and making sure that whatever you eat nourishes your body, not just because you crave it.
Profound. That's very solid. But I'm really, really concerned about medications. All right, so I must say I'm also guilty of this. There is some kind of excitement and this hyper, feeling you just have during the festive season. You're like, the drugs can wait. Let me enjoy first. So I really want you to talk about how dangerous that is, the kind of threat it could pose to our health, and of course how we can stay consistent regardless.
So treatment compliance is very important, because there are certain conditions that the treatment is not negotiable. You just have to be on those medications, especially people who are managing chronic illnesses. These are illnesses that are long-term managed illnesses. So you have to be on your routine drugs, because they are routine drugs, meaning that you have to take them daily, because it becomes a part of you.
That's why they're called routine drugs.
That's why they're called routine drugs. So those routine drugs, they are mandatory. Like, there's nothing you can do about it if you want to stay healthy. If you don't want things to get complicated, if you don't want to have an emergency, you just need to make it a part of you. So whether it is the festive period or it is the non-festive period, it doesn't really matter. Routine is routine. So every day you are meant to be on these medications, then you should be on your medications, like the antihypertensives, like the oral hypoglycemics for diabetic control, And for other people who have other long-term illnesses that they require routine medications, they need to be on these medications, and they need to be compliant. Because the truth is, being human, at some point, you may feel, I'm tired of these medications. I've been taking them for a long time. Do I have to keep taking this?
Just take a break for now.
Yeah, but the truth of the matter is, when you remind yourself of the complications and the things that can potentially go wrong when you stay off those medications,
just have to keep going.
That will be a motivation for you to do the needful. Because it's always easier for you to manage the disease and manage it well than to try to manage the complications. In fact, most times complications can't even be managed, because complications will deteriorate so quickly, can be potentially fatal, very expensive to manage, and nobody wants to find themselves there. When you can actually tackle it when it is not serious yet. So for those on medications for chronic illnesses, the best advice to you is stay compliant with your medication, adhere to your doctor's prescription, and make sure that you don't get tired of those meds. Even when you do, try to encourage yourself. And this also goes to the loved ones and the relatives and friends of such people, to encourage them, to make them, see the silver lining that, look, you can manage your condition well and still have a good quality of life. So we all need that support around us to keep us going.
Really. Let's all help one another. So it's been a really interesting conversation. Right about now, we're going to take a short break. And when we return, we'll talk more about this topic of discussion. Please stay with us. Welcome back. This is still Health Check on Voice of the People Television. I'm still Praise Peters, and I'm still joined with Dr. Charles Adeogun. And we've been talking about how you can manage your health adequately in this festive season. We've talked about making sure that you're in control of your health, making sure that you stay put to the nutritional things you need in your body. Be intentional about what you eat, be intentional about your sleep, and all of that. So, Doctor, we're still talking about lifestyle realities in this festive season and all of that. So I must confess that sleep suffers in December from traffic. People travel, traffic, parties, end of the year deadlines. People are running on vibes, coffee, taking caffeines and all of that. So we really need to know how dangerous this is. So what does poor sleep actually do to the body? Because when we know what we are up against, we better manage things. So
yeah, so sleep deprivation, like you rightly said, is a very key problem that happens during the festivities. A lot of people are going for the endless concerts, you know, like you said, travels and trips. But we need to also know that you need a healthy balance. You need to maintain a healthy balance when it comes to your sleep. If you don't get the needed hours of sleep, your body pays for it in different ways. Through, you may find out that you're having low energy levels, you're feeling lethargic, you're having headaches you can't explain, you're having muscular aches and pains, yes, irritability, yes, cranky, and easily angered, you have very short temper, and then you also notice...
Funny how some people don't know that it is sleep that is causing
exactly,
this.
that happens.
I don't know why, I just feel angry.
Why is your body peppering you like this? Exactly, yeah, because it's a form of stress.
Really
and then most importantly, your body interprets it as stress. Because when your body can't regulate itself to put itself to sleep, get refreshed, because that's the natural mechanism by which your body replenishes itself, rejuvenates itself, and then revitalizes itself. So if you're not getting that sleep, what will happen is that your immune system would even pay for it, because you become more vulnerable to illnesses, you're able to pick up infections. Your body cannot actually defend itself like it should. So you find out that you fall ill more frequently when you are sleep deprived. And then we now talk of the emotional and psychological effects, and even the mental health effects of insomnia or sleep deprivation. A lot of people, when they don't get to sleep well, they notice that they are at risk of having elevated blood pressure, and they are also prone to having anxiety disorders, because when you're not sleeping, your head is firing. You're always thinking of your next deadline, what to do next, all the things you have undone, you know, and this, you know, worsens your stress levels ultimately. And for a lot of people that also have an existing mental health disorder, you know, it may actually give them a crisis, tip them into a crisis and make things worse for them. You know, so it's very essential that we have a healthy balance between our level of activity and rest. Rest is mandatory. It is not something that you can say, okay, when it comes, it comes. It's not negotiable. For your body to perform optimally, you need to get the needed rest. Yes, that's the only way you can actually do well and be a healthy person. And a lot of people don't know where to draw the lines. You must have boundaries when it comes to your level of activities. You must have your normal working hours and you have your rest hours. So when it gets into your rest hours, you should shut down. Shut down physically, shut down mentally, shut down emotionally, so that you can, you know, get your body the needed rest it needs for it to function well. You can't expect so much from a body that you're not nourishing, you know, in terms of food and in terms of enough rest, because all this ultimately play out, you know, when it comes to your general well-being.
Yeah. So let's talk about exercise now. So some people might not have all the time to hit the gym and all of that. So could things like dancing in parties serve as exercise? It's movement now. I mean, not emotion.
Yeah, dancing is a form of exercise.
You know, so
yes.
how can we, you know,
absolutely,
and then
that works.
That as well as emotional stress. So how can we manage emotional stress, and how does it quietly show up in our bodies? Please just answer those two in one.
Okay, so when you dance, yes, it's good exercise. That helps you circulation and all that, and the endorphins, the feel-good hormones. You know, your mood is brightened, and you know you cheer up and you just let go, and you're happy. You enjoy the moments. That's fine and it's healthy. But all the same, emotional stress or emotional distress, like you suggested from your question, is something that comes to everybody, but it's how you manage it that counts. A lot of people are less expressive. Even when they're going through a lot of distress, you may not even notice anything on them. They are bottling in so much, they've sucked in so much, and you would absolutely not sense it around them. But for other people, you find them lethargic, you find them, you know, uninterested in things, and then it shows that, you know, they're showing maybe mild signs of depression. And for some other people, you may actually find them having sleep disturbances. And ultimately, for somebody who is a worker or a professional, it may show up as brain fog, brain fatigue, and then, you know, the clarity of the mind reduces, lower concentration at work, and ultimately the proficiency at the, on the work is affected. There's a decline in the proficiency because the person is not working with a clear mind and a clear head. So emotional distress is something that requires proper management on the part of the individual, knowing that you can only do something about what you can control. The things that you can't control, then you just have to find a way to not bother too much about them.
So I'm so sorry to cut you short there, but mental health often doesn't go on holiday, right? So for some people feeling lonely, they're feeling overwhelmed, feeling burned out, and everyone else seems happy. What would you like them to know?
I'd like them to know that whatever challenge they're going through that is putting them in that state is not peculiar to them. Because even the people you see dancing in the parties, if you actually sit down and ask them,
everybody's going through a lot.
Everybody's going through something, but
yes.
The coping mechanism differs. So a person can actually be going through something worse than you are and may not be expressing it, or it may not be detectable around the person because the person is coping well with it, and the person can draw a boundary between the problem and their normal self. They are not letting it eat them up. They're not letting it get them non-functional. But there are some people, because of how they were raised or their childhood experiences or their personalities, they may not be able to withstand certain kinds of stress. And it shows all over them, even if a little thing goes wrong. But for those kind of people, we need to encourage them to, it would be wrong to say grow tough skin because it's not appropriate to say that. Yeah. But it is appropriate that you find a coping mechanism that works for you. If you know you are stressed out about something, then go to the things that relaxes you. If you know you enjoy music, when you're stressed out, take some time off, go for that relaxing music. Yeah. If you know you can do exercise, go for the exercise. You can do your meditation, you can do your prayers, you can do your reading, you can even go for a walk. All these things help. And then if you need to talk to someone, then you should. Because when it comes to mental health, communication is key. You may need to see a professional, you may need to go for therapy. It doesn't mean that you're a psychiatric patient. It just means that you're a human.
Thankfully, you all don't go on break, so.
So it's very essential that you get the needed expert help as at when things are not escalating yet. So it's very important that we know that emotional stress is real. Everybody goes through one thing or the other. There's nobody who is alive who is not dealing with one thing or the other, but the ability to cope with it and the ability to stay functional in spite of what you're experiencing is what makes the difference.
Absolutely. So let's talk about the very interesting part that I am interested in. So let's talk about food, drinks, and all of that. So is the problem the jollof rice or the portion? And what do you think drinking responsibly is? And are there people that should not even drink responsibly at all? Like, are there people that should not even drink at all? You shouldn't think about drinking responsibly. And talking about the sugar intakes, how does all of these things now, how do they sum up to be a health challenge by January or when the festive season is over?
Well, the problem is not only the jollof rice. The problem may be in the jollof rice. The problem may be in the portion. Because the truth is, when it comes to condiments and what people use as seasonings in food, you'll be shocked what people add to food just to make it taste nice. And there are some of these condiments that are added in terrible amounts just because people crave a certain taste sensation. And when that happens, they're putting their health at risk. You can't be putting MSGs, excess salt in your food just for it to taste nice. And people who are potentially hypertensive or are hypertensive are eating that food. People are eating fries, eating all sorts of things that you are not even sure the kind of oil it was made from and all that, because you're eating from one party to the other. So you can't be inspecting how they cooked or what commodities they used in cooking. So basically, portion control, can be a problem. The components of the food, the seasonings and the additives to the food can also be a problem. Then for drinking responsibly, I think every adult, I don't expect a child to drink, but at least every adult that is drinking knows that alcohol is not water. They know that at the back of their minds. So whatever craving you have, whatever festivities, whatever partying is happening, you should know that this has an effect on your health. This is a substance that is potentially dangerous to your health, even for a young person. And you know that whatever you take, it is more of what volume of this, what quantity of it am I consuming? So you don't get carried away in the moment. You don't get carried away with the loud music, the excitement, the celebration, and you just keep opening bottles and bottles and not actually taking into consideration what you're taking into your body and the potential effect it's going to have on you. So drinking responsibly has to do with you having a self-awareness, prioritizing your health, knowing that even though you are taking alcohol, which research has shown has, little to no benefits to your body, even in small amounts, if you can do without it, the better for you. But it is what it is. People would always drink alcohol, but drinking responsibly entails you being responsible for your health and being self-aware and having a consciousness that you're not going to destroy your body with your own hands. So it comes from that knowledge and from that mindset that whatever you take, your body responds to it one way or the other. So you're going to just have boundaries, safe boundaries, and after which you are going to say no to whatever influence is coming after that boundary has been, or the limit has been reached. And for other people who should not even drink alcohol at all, a lot of people fall into that category. You cannot be a patient or an individual with an existing liver condition
and you're thinking of drinking.
Thinking or considering drinking alcohol, because you only fast forward your life. That's the truth.
I love that phrase.
That is just the truth. You only just
you
press
push
the
your life
fast forward. Yeah, so you just press the fast forward button and everything just goes very quickly, very fast.
My goodness.
And you just see yourself at the end. So you don't want to do that.
Yes.
And then there are a lot of people also that you have an existing gastritis, you have chronic peptic ulcer disease, you have some digestive issues, and you're bombarding yourself. Or you have a cardiovascular ailment that you're dealing with. You have hypertension that is difficult to control, or you are diabetic, or you are obese, and you are still binging on alcohol. It is not going to help you.
Absolutely.
So this is not about drinking responsibly. This is about alcohol cessation completely. Yeah. So for such people, the advice is find alternatives. And the important thing is for you to stay alive, you need to make the right choices. So if you are making a choice for something that will fast forward your life, you know where that ends eventually, and nobody prays for that.
Yes, absolutely. So while we wrap this up, I'd just love to ask this one question. So if someone wants to start their new year, healthy, without pressure, without guilt, what small habits should they focus on first? Because people tend to see wellness check and all that as a Herculean task. So what small habits should they focus on first to, at least help them take one step closer and closer into living a healthy life? And as we wrap up the year, what is your one message to viewers who want to enjoy life yet stay healthy?
Okay, so the little steps that you can take, first and foremost, you are what you eat. So nutrition, it can't be wrong, because whatever you take into your body has an effect on your health. So first and foremost, emphasis on balanced diet, emphasis on your fruits and vegetables, emphasis on adequate hydration, stress management, especially for people in urban settings like Lagos. You don't want to be held in traffic. If you have no business going out, stay in your house.
Stay in your house, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with you can have fun in your house as well than for you to stay long hours in traffic. And then also you want to be safe during the holidays. You don't want to go to potentially dangerous place, like the beaches and all that. Make sure safety first. Everywhere you go, whether you're going swimming or whatever, always be safe, safety conscious. It's very essential that whatever you do in this festive period, you have a sense of awareness. And then also exercising. A lot of people may forget to exercise. Please exercise. It doesn't need to be going to the gym all the time. It could be your walks, it could be your brisk walking, it could be jogging, it could be using the staircase. All that, they all add up. And then ultimately your own mental health too. Avoid stress. Things that have happened in the past that are negative or not desirable outcomes.
Let them go.
Just let them go with the outgoing year. Let them just go. Let go of things, let go of grudges, let go of disagreements, and start the new year on a clean slate so that your mental health and your emotional health, is freed, so that you can bring in new ideas. Your mind will be innovative and creative and all that. You'll be able to function better than for you to get into a new year carrying grudges from previous years, and then, all the things that didn't go well in your workplace, you're letting it spill over into the new year. It's very necessary you let go of all that, because those are the little steps that you can take to free yourself. You can free your body, free your mind, free your emotions. That's how you can stay healthy. So these are all the healthy lifestyle decisions that everybody must take, because it pertains to everybody regardless of their age groups, because it will still work for them equally.
Oh, wow. I must say that this has been a very, very enlightening episode. Thank you so much, Dr. Adeogun.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you very much for your time, for your insights, and your commitments to public health, really.
Thanks.
All right, so our viewers, remember, we've heard a lot today. Remember that your health is your greatest asset. Protect it, nurture it, and prioritize it. You can enjoy the festivities, and please do so responsibly. Balance celebration with care and moderation. We really emphasize on that today. Moderation with mindfulness. This has been Health Check, and I'm Praise Peters. Until next time, stay healthy, stay informed, and live well. Happy holidays.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, I'm looking for good entertainment. You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us, and you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it, or I'll find you, and I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked, because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time, because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I want something to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die, because VOP is the plot.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Apelhan. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives, highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television. Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news, we analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, all right, it's about shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers whatever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here is to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
VOP TV. Now You have more than a voice.
A very wonderful afternoon to you out there, and welcome on board. Of course, it is People's Voice on VOP TV, where season stories shape the narrative. And today we'll be dissecting two major stories that are dominating the headline and sparking conversation across the nation. Serap sues INEC over 55.9 billion election funds. And of course, we're talking about Rivers on the brink. Tinubu next move is actually expected, and we're all waiting for that particular move as regards to Rivers State politics. Join the conversation with expert insight and citizen perspective. Share your thoughts with us. I am Savior Udo. Let's look into other news stories with details. Federal government proposed 41 billion naira to upgrade 109 foreign missions. The federal government has actually proposed over 41 billion in the 2026 budget for the renovation, furnishing, and equipping of 109 Nigerian foreign missions. The proposed allocation covers rehabilitation of chanceries, ambassadors' residences, and staff quarters, as well as procurement of office, furniture, and official vehicles. These represent a reduction from the 53 billion approved for similar purposes in the 2025 budget. The move is part of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's reassessment of Nigerians' foreign policy, which includes the recall of 83 ambassadors in September 2023. This one would actually make the likes of Reno Mercury and, of course, the former INEC chairman to be really excited. That is all I would say, and I know that my guest analyst would actually have something to say as regards to this particular one. So let me not really dive into it. And away from that particular one, no sentiment in politics. Wike tells critics. The Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, has dismissed criticism over his political choices, stating that politics is driven by interest, power, and the will of the people, not sentiment or emotions. Wike made this remark during a thank you visit to his political base in Obiakpo local government area, where he addressed supporters and political leaders. Wike emphasized that his decision to venture into politics was deliberate, stressing that he chose to be a politician and not a pastor, trader, or a journalist. Why should you even mention our own line? You should have left it there, okay? He urged his distractors to allow him play his politics, adding that power is not given but taken, and that people of Obiakpo have the power to dictate who becomes governor in Rivers State. It is already looking like you're making the decision for your people in Obiakpo. And looking at Wike, my question for you is, why are you going around doing thank you visits now? Are you just becoming a minister now? When were you appointed as a minister? Why are you just doing your thank you visit now? Because sincerely, I don't get it. If you never had issues with your successor, would you have gone around the whole local government in the name of thank you visit? Are you just leaving office today for you to be telling them thank you? Why now? Why now? Sincerely, we still have to, you know, talk to Wike. Wike, you have to calm down. I saw so many, you know, memes on social media as regards to someone wrote, ever since I have known this man since January to December, this man has not rested. He's either having issues with this one or he's having issues with that one. Minister, sir, we're asking you to rest. Just relax and take it easy. Just relax. Now you're even telling the people of Obiakpo that they should take power or what have you. Okay, they can take power. It will be in their own discretion to do that. You won't compel them to. You won't even give them as a prescription on what to do. They should decide their governor. They should decide if they want someone or not. You know, let the people decide. That's just it. But you're saying that you decided not to be a trader, you decided not to be a pastor, you decided not to be a journalist. Just leave the journalism out of it. Just leave my industry out of it and talk about another one. Okay? And away from that particular one, ministers seek ban on wooden boats nationwide to reduce waterways accidents. The Minister of Marine and Blue Economy, Adegboyega Oyetola, has called for a ban on the use of wooden boats for commercial water transportation, citing the risks of incidents and, of course, a loss of lives. Oyetola urged state governments to invest in safer modern fiber and aluminum boats to reduce waterways accidents. He emphasized that fiber and aluminum boats are more durable, stable, and resistant to corrosion, making them better suited for commercial operations. There has to be a provision for that particular one because there's so many people, there are 1,001 people who actually constructed their wooden boats themselves. I understand that you're trying to talk about safety precautions, safety measures, and of course I will know how hazardous, you know, the wooden boat has actually become over time. But you have to put in place so many structures. You have to make all of this particular, you know, fiber and aluminum boats available before banning of the wooden boats, because we have 1,001, you know, family who are actually feeding through that wooden boat. You know, I don't want to start from that likes of Makoko to come. No. I'm talking about across board in Nigeria. They actually got their money, they got their wood, they constructed their boats. So for you to change what they have, you have to give them something better. Don't ban them and tell them that they have to they have to go and look for how to get those fiber or aluminum boats. Please put in place necessary things, and this has to do with you know, every state governors. Please, because so many of us are also feeding on those fishes that these fishermen are getting across to us. So it is not about just transportation. We have to get it right, and if we want to get this right, let's get it straight. So all we are saying is, if the wooden boats, you know, is not safe, we understand. But please make available the safer ones before banning it. And don't just come, you know, our Nigerian thing. You've not made provisions for alternative, and you just come one day, you wake up one day and say, oh, because you are a minister and you just want to ban something, or you give directive to state governors. Please. So many people are actually feeding on that particular boat as regards to, you know, doing little transportation from here to there, you know, picking people. So all we're saying is that we want you to make available the right ones for them. All right? And away from that particular one, let's move to the NNPC quarters now. NNPC faces 2.27 trillion naira lawsuit, legal risk deepens. The Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited is facing potential legal exposure of 2.27 trillion in pending lawsuits, according to its 2024 annual report. The company has recognized 474.8 billion as contingent liabilities in its financial statement, while additional lawsuits estimated at 1.8 trillion remain unresolved. This significant increase in legal claims poses potential risks to the company's balance sheet, future cash flow, and investment plans. I don't know why NNPC is always laced with things like this, but I would allow my guests to actually weigh into this particular one. And a very sad one here. Chimamanda's lawyer demands answer from Lagos State Hospital over son's death. Lawyers of renowned author Chimamanda Adichie have written to Irocare, multi-specialist hospital in Lagos, demanding answers over the death of a 21-month-old son, Nkanu Nnamdi. The child died on January 7th, 2026 after undergoing procedures at the hospital. The lawyers alleged that the hospital and its medical personnel breached the duty of care, citing concerns over the use of propofol, inadequate monitoring, and failure to provide informed consent. The hospital has since suspended the anesthetics specialists, and of course are involved, and they're also cooperating with the government, of course, at investigating the Lagos State's. They've been cooperating, of course, with the Lagos State government in investigating the situation, of course, and the Lagos State government has also weighed into this by saying that they will get to the root of the matter, because the governor has actually given a strict directive that investigations, needs to be carried out, and he needs answers as soon as possible. All right. All I would just say as regards to this particular one, first, it's quite, a very sad one, and this is not just because it's about Chimamanda. So much is happening to every other person, in this country. So, of course, because this is someone that you might actually call, a very special person in the country. Maybe that's why we're actually taking this particular one serious. But I would want, a balanced government where our government needs to look into, this situation of some health, sectors where they practice this, criminal negligence or whatsoever we're going to call it, as regards to not, paying attention or doing what is right for patients. And when situations like this happen, of course, for a common man, how much do they have? Talk less of getting a lawyer. How much can they pay a lawyer to sue, any hospital? So, in as much as this is actually coming out today, but I would also want the government to really take their time to look into our health sector across board. And this is not just about Lagos, in Nigeria to be precise. In Nigeria, because so much is also happening in different general hospitals that we can talk about. So much. So it's not just about this. Let's also look into it so we can have a balanced government. So it shouldn't look as if, it is when something happens to someone who is more popular, or who is, an elder state person, or someone who looks like a VIP in the country. That's when some situations, seem to look like some system or some, government are working. But when it happens to a common man, it looks like, nothing has happened, and, the world moves on, the country or the state moves on like nothing ever happened. That's what we're just saying here. And away from that particular one, Kano to train 50,000 youths in skills acquisition program. The Kano State government has announced plans to train their youths in skills acquisition program to curb unemployment and promote economic self-reliance. Okay, Governor Abba Yusuf disclosed this initiative aimed at equipping young people with practical skills to contribute to the state's economy. This move is part of the government's strategy to combat poverty and, of course, our youth restiveness. But away from this particular one, I would also talk about the same Kano situation. Presently, I am told that Kano State Government House is heavily guarded as we speak. And this particular incident, happened 2 hours ago. This is, of course, this is 15 minutes past, 4 p.m. And as we speak, Kano State Government House is fully guarded. Some of my sources, of course, I saw it in some reliable news spot, but of course, I've made my calls, and some of my sources are saying that Governor Abba would be decamping either today or tomorrow. We don't know, but why the armed men, surrounding the government house, we don't know. But let's see what will happen in the next 24 hours. And of course, I'll be here tomorrow to talk about it, should in case the body language changes from NNPP to the APC or wherever it wants to be. To join the conversation, kindly call the number 09044732605, 09044732605. And of course, you can drop your WhatsApp messages as well there. Follow us on social media at VOBTV Live. You can use the hashtag People's Voice on VOBTV. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People TV. Kindly hit the subscribe button, and together we can make our voices heard. It is time for us to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we're taking this first conversation. Syrup sues INEC over 55.9 billion election funds. Don't go nowhere. Stay tuned, please. I'll be right back.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Welcome back to the program. It is still People's Voice on Voice of the People Television. The Social Economic Rights and Accountability Project, SERAP, has filed a lawsuit against the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, over its alleged failure to account for 55.9 billion meant for the purchase of election materials for the 2019 general elections. SERAP is seeking a court order to compel INEC to account for the missing funds and disclose the names of contractors paid, including their directors and shareholders. The lawsuit cites a 2022 audited report by the Auditor General of the Federation, which alleges that INEC made irregular payments over 5.3 billion to contractor for smart card readers without prior approval. Other alleged infractions include INEC paid over 331 million to contractors under unclear circumstances, 4.5 billion paid to 6 contractors for ballot papers and result sheets without documentary evidence. INEC failed to deduct and remit over 2.1 billion in stamp duties. Of course, of contract worth over 41 billion awarded for printing election materials without due processes. SERAP argues that INEC's failure to account for the funds undermines Nigerians' right to participate in free and fair elections. We're now being joined by Mr. Ekundayo Lawa, a social and political analyst. You're welcome on board, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Good evening.
I know the setup is really, really affecting you, but of course, we're also being joined by our own Oga, of course, a seasoned reporter, a senior political analyst, Mr. Dele Fanimo. You're welcome on board, sir.
Good evening, everybody.
So I have so much to discuss with you today because because you have been around in these people's let's say chaos or their means until now. They are still stealing. They are not accounting for anything. How long will this particular thing continue in this country?
Well, there is no consequence for infraction. More criminals would come to the fray. That's the only reason. Because if important people, billionaires, are caught stealing in China and they are executed, how much of stealing do you hear about in China? Somebody would be accused of stealing 100 billion, and the only punishment is for him to stay in an EFCC cell for 3 nights. And who knows if it is actually EFCC cell, or maybe at the middle of the night. They'll just take him to one cozy hotel and then bring him as early as 5 o'clock in the morning, you know. And after that, they will prosecute. Right from the investigation, they already know the answer. But they won't do diligent prosecution to make sure that that person is convicted. They'll just leave it open so that if he misbehaves, they use it against him. Just like Seyi Makinde used it against the murder case of Elewi Omo against Teslim Folarin in the last election. When Teslim was becoming too hot for him, he just made a pronouncement openly in the campaign ground. Egbon, your file is still on my table. And he knows what it means. So immediately he just chickened out. So this is what we witnessed. And you know, they also opened the window of plea bargaining. If you steal 100 billion and you are ready to part with 20 or 25 billion, they will say you have done plea bargaining and they will allow you to go. So all these ones are enough reason for anybody to steal in Nigeria. And usually there is no consequence.
Okay. Enough good reason. Enough good reason to encourage.
Okay. So we're also being joined by Moye Chijioke, a business magnate, attitude, political and social analyst, and of course a corporate consultant. Good morning, Chijioke. How are you doing?
I'm good, Xavier. Good morning. Good
Happy
morning.
New Year to you. How is Canada today?
Oh, Canada is good. It's just cold, you know.
Okay.
It's good.
You're
Good
welcome
morning,
on board.
Uncle Dele.
Hey, my guy.
Good morning, sir. My big uncle.
Good morning.
Uncle just you're just giving them hot. I was like,
No, because I needed to Chijioke, you know, I needed to ask him because he has been in the system. He has, you know, worked with some of these people. And my question, why is it looking so seamless and easy for them? And these people have been doing this thing for how many decades? And they are still doing it till now. It now look like you keep telling us Nigeria does not have money, you want to go and borrow, yet some are stealing, you know, the treasury, stealing money from this country effortlessly. And they're not accounting for these things.
It's like an industry, corruption
it's painful.
industry.
It's very, very
Stealing
painful.
industry.
You know? And the thing I feel like our system lacks consequences, you know, consequences of action. That is the problem. When we have a system that tolerates corruptions, a system that not just tolerates, even support and appreciates corruption. They get award once you are corrupt. And you see, I noticed that the system, how it works is that if you are in a government office and you want to actually work, you see people condemning you. They make you look like you are the bad one.
Because
you're actually doing the good thing, just like what they are doing to Alex Oti. You understand? So when you see all these things, you feel like, I need to survive, you know? So what should I do to survive? I need to be corrupt. And the system doesn't allow consequences of that actions. Instead, once you become corrupt, then you become welcomed, and then you see yourself going even more higher. So every institution in Nigeria needs to be investigated, like I said earlier. Even the EFCC, even the police, the DSS, the army, the judiciary itself needs to be investigated. Everybody, because they are all in on it. They allow all these things. You understand? We are all intelligent. Like these people, they laugh at our intelligence. They make us look stupid. We know what is good. We know what is right. But they come and they make us look like we are fools. And that's annoying. They step on our intelligence. We know how much education costs to get a quality education in Nigeria. You spend so much. Your parents put you so much into school to study, to be wise, to be intelligent. And when you look at yourself, you see this government, the people that are supposed to make education free and fair, after suffering to go through school, they still step on your intelligence. And that's so annoying. You understand? And it's painful. The system in Nigeria allows corruption. You need to steal, you need to be bad to progress, and it's very bad. So it boils down to,
okay,
what are we going to do? Since we see that we don't have hope in the police, we don't have hope in the judiciary, we don't have hope even in the army, nothing. We, the people, needs to start standing out for ourselves. These politicians, these people they don't care about us anymore.
Okay.
We need to start standing up for ourselves and take back our country.
When you're talking about standing for ourselves and taking back our government, don't forget that no matter how you want to stand, it is still about you getting to that particular polls and casting your vote.
We have a better option. Like I said, we are.
What's the better option? Is it not just about you going to vote?
P2B.
Okay, thank you so much, Chijoke, for that particular.
But let's not go there yet.
All right, thank you so much for that opening. All right, thank you for that opening.
Thank you.
All right, let me bring you back to the studio. I forgot to mention that Chijoke is actually a diehard obedience movement. You understand? So they all move wherever Obi goes to. That's where they go to. All right, let me come to you, Mr. Ikundayo. I read some of my news stories, and I said I don't want to comment on one. Give any comment as regards to the first news story I took, which happens to be federal government, proposing 41 billion to upgrade 109 foreign missions. That is for infrastructure, to renovate and rehabilitate ambassadors' residences. And my question, what did the 53 billion of last year do for them? The one they gave them in 2024, what did they do with it? What about the one of 2023? So is it now a new thing that every year in our budget it has to be 40-something, 50-something, 60-something to keep renovating? I don't understand. How is renovation yearly now?
If it's something that is done when necessary, it's not a big thing. We'll be looking at whether it's overpriced. But when it becomes yearly thing, then we need to raise a brow. Why? Because infrastructure and renovation has to do with physical materials. So are you telling us that the lifespan of that physical materials is a year? If you buy a computer now, if you buy a computer and you put it in your office, and you want to buy a computer next year, the one you want to replace, you must be able to tell us why you want to replace it and what will happen to that one after it has been replaced. Are you going to sell it off to gain something from it? You must tell us the reason. But it's a norm in our budget. This is not the only one. Okay, there's so many of these things happening occur. They keep. It's worrisome. These are opportunities to siphon money.
Sincerely, it's really
because when you buy a car, let me say, even look at the way they change their vehicles.
Yes.
Yearly, you want to tell me that if you buy SUV this year, that SUV is no more useful again next year. You have to buy another SUV.
Is it not expired?
I don't.
No, let's bring it to Mr. Dele, and I would actually mention the reason. Okay, so Mr. Dele is not really a fan of hospitalities as regards to so he's more of a home man. All right, sir. I want to say this: even when you just celebrated your 60th last year, I know you would have done maybe little renovations, and things like that. Of course, everybody came from different parts of the world to the house. But, sir, after you renovated last year, are you going to renovate this year again? Will you renovate next year? Did you renovate in 2024 and 2023? Because they're making this thing look like every year there has to be a budget of renovation. They need to make it make sense to us. As regards to this, our foreign missions, or is it because we don't know where these places are, because we don't go there, so they just get to write any figure and those figures just fly off?
You see, I'm going to answer that question in two ways. I'll go back in time to make sense out of this.
Okay.
And then I'll come to the contemporary issues around this kind of budget allocation. You see, we have a terrible culture in the public service, in the public domain. My first contact with WIDO was when I was when I just left secondary school. I used to have an uncle, a naval officer. As at that time, he was the director of budget, Nigerian Navy, what we would call a treasurer, or director of finance. He's in charge of naval budget. On this particular day, I went to his house, and around 7:30 p.m., there were 2 lorries outside his official quarters. So he came down, came to join them at the entrance of his gate. They brought a paper for him to sign. And when they brought that paper, he looked at it. It didn't make sense to me initially. But at the end of the day, he took 2 people, obviously officers of the Navy, to his house, switched on his television, switched on the television again, and it came on. Switched his refrigerator, deep freezer, and all that. He said, what am I going to do with this? Obviously, you know what happened. They budgeted for furniture and electrical gadgets
for his
quarters.
Okay.
That became a yearly ritual. So he said, why should I take this new one when the previous one you brought last year is still almost like new? And he said they should go and take it back to the barracks. So the following morning, his ADC came around, and innocently, as a young boy, I now asked him, I said, did they bring your own to your house? You know what he said? He said, Oga is too stiff. I don't know what is wrong with Oga. They will bring money he will not take. Now, I have taken my own. What I will do is I will send the previous year's own to my village to go and equip my personal house. And if they bring next year, I will sell. Now, this was around the 80s, when corruption has not really been entrenched to this point. Now, imagine what would have happened now. You see, our legislators are lazy. They are lazy because ordinarily, when you come up with a budget, just like companies will come up with AGM, when they run at a loss, they will not do peer review. It is the current outstanding performance that they will tell their shareholders. But when such thing comes to the newsroom, when I was a reporter in the newsroom, the way we were trained is you put 2 previous years against the current year. If whatever happened this year is lower than that of 2025 and 2024, which means that company has not made any profit. It got to a point they were running away from me. They didn't want me to come around to the AGM. What is the job of the legislators that approve this budget sectorally before they pass it for the president's accent? In the case of the State Assembly, what is the responsibility of the House of Assembly in each of the states to find out if this year you budgeted, last time you budgeted 20 naira for a particular thing, and you have not cleared it. For instance, I run a small company, and I give interest to the head of that company. You can't come to ask for another one until you retire the previous one. That is the oversight function that the legislators are supposed to do. But what they do when they go for oversight function, they sit in the council room of the hotel, they drag Ghana must go to them, collect money, and go back.
Okay.
The same people that you want to perform oversight function on are the ones that will even write report for you to endorse.
I was getting to this particular point now, because the same situation is what is happening with the INEC that we're talking about right now. Mr. Ekundai, what implication does this alleged 55.9 billion missing funds have on the credibility of Nigeria's electoral process? But this is it. Don't forget that this particular one that Serap is actually talking about, they're talking about because it was not accounted for. But just last week, the president has approved 1.01 trillion for the election in 2026 and 2027, which we don't even know how they want to start or where they want to start from. I know that for just this year, we have just 3 elections. For this year, we have the Abuja election, which is for the area council in February. We have that of Ekiti and Osun. That's all for this year. And of course, the 2027 general elections. So, what do you have to say as regards to?
So they want to spend 1.something trillion.
1.01 trillion
on 3 elections.
That has been approved.
For 3 elections.
Yeah, for this year election, hopefully 2027 as well.
It's not going to be in 2027
that's
because there will be another budget for 2027.
Of course, so but that's what was released. So that's
so it can't be for 2027. So what we're saying that 1.1 trillion is just for 3 governorship elections.
No. One is not governorship. One is Abuja Municipal Area Council election.
Area Council election.
Yes, then just 2 gubernatorials.
2, good. Let's even say 3. So what about if they want to do that 37 plus presidential in 2027?
Then you ask people
so
like
now be like about 10 trillion. You ask for 10. If they bring that to 5 trillion, they will tell us that they are doing us a favor. And guess what? They didn't tell us what, a breakdown of that money. This money they want to spend for that 1.something trillion. There's no breakdown.
Audits from Serap next 2 years.
They don't break. We would know. Now this one, that's why this one is easy for money like this one to get lost. Because there's no breakdown for the money. Since there's no breakdown, you have overheated. Now you do that, there will be no accountability for certain money, or you overinflate some. You can tell them you buy one laptop for 100 million. You start seeing accounts, like that. You start seeing something like that in the account. That's why money like this is equal to, because it is it's too much for them to even overinflate. They have overinflated so much that they're still left over. They don't know what to do with it. So where is the credibility of the government? Where is the credibility of the government? And the ESG will be running around. I don't know where they are running around. You see ICPC, you see, I don't know what exactly is going on. And do you know my fear? My fear. We are in this generation X, in which the smallest, a 2-year, 3, less than 5-year-old child can easily operate your phone, can get information. They can pick up your TV, so all these things we are doing, it's like we are telling them that this is the way to go to do it. When you get there, do it this way, because they will make a reference to all these things now. That is why a serious country makes sure that anything that has to do with corruption or things like this, infractions, are adequately dealt with as a lesson for the young generation coming up, that this is the way it is done. But in Nigeria, it's totally different. We are so tired of all this, and it has become a trend. Look at the one of NNPC in December. That the federal government itself, council, something that's supposed to, be delivered to the pocket of the federal government. It's not. And then you said you wrote it off. Why? Another one now. Almost all the ministry. Which one can we actually look at? Okay. Bad lessons for the young generation coming up.
Okay. Bad lessons for the young generation coming up. Of course, I decided I will be taking this simultaneously today. I wouldn't leave one for one at all. Let's move away from that of INEC. Let's just allow the court do what they can do. Just that my issue with Serap is that sometimes when they actually sue, a particular ministry or a commission, You know, I love the fact that they are bringing this into, you know, the public domain. You know, domain. But I would want them to really follow up. So
Is it not ICPC are supposed to take it up from there? Is it not EFCC are supposed to take it up from there?
ICPC are not doing anything. Oh, you are talking about your EFCC. The EFCC chairman, Mr. Olukoyede, I would have called him pastor. Of course, he's still a pastor. Yes, you know, he granted the media parley yesterday, you know, and he talked about how the EFCC has actually arrested more than 1,000 Yahoo boys or something. You know,
telling us about Yahoo boys.
Yeah, but I was surprised that he didn't really talk about politicians that they've really, you know, arrested, you know, sent to prison. I was waiting for that particular one out of the interview. But instead, the same EFCC came out and said, until court says that Yahaya Bello is found guilty, otherwise he's still a free man. Why did you put him on your own portal that he was wanted? You see, this particular situation of irregularities as regards to, you know, your justice actions, you know, justice your speech and, you know, actions are totally different and things like that. So I would just want us to really do what is right. If Sarah is coming up to always say this, I would want some people like EFCC or ICPC to do the needful. You understand? But let's move away from that particular one. Let's talk about the situation of the president of this nation as we speak as regards to politics. Rivers on the brink. Tinubu's next move. Of course, there are so many people are actually saying, what is going to happen? We have the legislators somewhere, you know, planning the impeachment of Fubara, and the impeachment is still ongoing as we speak. And on the other hand, Wike has decided after how many years or how long that he left government as a governor, then when he was appointed as a minister, it is now that Wike decided that let me go and say thank you. So maybe Mr. Fanimo has helped me a long time ago. I did not tell him thank you then. You know, it is now that Wike said, it's time for me to go around all the local government in Rivers to say thank you to them, you know. And now the president is actually in a tight corner because he has the governor who is now in his party. But the same party legislators who wants to impeach the governor, and there is Wike there that has been working for him and is also his minister in his cabinet. What will the president do? Let's start with Mr. Fanipo.
See, when I say it, most times people don't agree with me, but you know that it will come to pass. The point is, Wike is burning out. And I can bet you Tinubu will sacrifice him before the end of the year. He will be stranded before the end of the year. Because no right-thinking president would ordinarily put his governor from his party under the bus and bring somebody new out who is not a governor to replace him. The fact is, it pays for Fubara to recontest that election, and that is what is going to happen. But that is what Wike does not want to happen. He has forgotten that all along, it's not as if Tinubu likes Wike, but he knows he can do a job for him. He is just an employer, and Wike is an employee. And there is no way you can grow up to your employer. So the same plug that activates television, if it is deactivated, that television remains a box.
Or you cut the wire.
So Fubara will contest the next election, no doubt.
Wow.
Because economically, politically, security-wise, it pays to allow Fubara to contest the next election, because he's not going to go to Aso Rock to ask for money. He's not going to go to Aso Rock to ask for security. The human element that he requires, they are in the civil service. And as long as he still signs their check, they will be loyal to him. Those 27 lawmakers, no matter what Wike is giving them, by the time they visit Aso Rock, they will come back and sing a new tune. That impeachment is going nowhere. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Kudayo, before I go to Chijoke, what do you have to say as regards to this situation? I am of the opinion, just to say, that Wiki still holds the political structure of Rivers State. I understand that he is not the executive, he's not the chief executive of that state anymore. But of course, Wiki has actually been here, he has been there. He knows how to actually organize all of this thing.
Wait, I want to ask you.
A man that uses a motorcade in a state where he's not a governor anymore.
Now, let me tell you something. You said he holds a political structure.
You
know there are two structures now.
One way I say the
wait, I'm coming.
Of the state.
It's not possible. Okay. There are two structures now.
Okay.
Before, when Fubara was in PDP and Wike is in PDP, he holds the political structure
of the state.
Yes, because the governor is still in PDP and he has a lot of influence in PDP. He can easily run to president and say, this guy is my boy, he's still under me. Okay. I can control what I can use. But Fubara has moved to another party. Now, they are now opposition. You don't get that. So there are two structures now. There's opposition.
He also still controls the APC structure.
It's not true. Where is it controlling it? Where? It's not now. You have
the same person that made it happen for President Bola Ahmed Tinubu in 2016.
How? Who told you? At 36 states plus Abuja. Rivers State is just one state now. Have you forgotten?
But he won it for him.
No. If the president has won only one state, Rivers State, do you think they would have declared him as president? I'm asking you.
Which is not possible.
So every other governor would have said, I also contributed. That's what you are saying. Now, everybody will say, I contributed. Is that not it? Now, the question is, now there are two structures now. The PDP and the APC. Now, you may have influence in APC, but you won't control the structure. Now, Fubara has gone to that side. Two of you are now opposition. Because PDP, even though you are working for APC, they will still see you as an opposition officially. Is that not it?
Definitely.
Now, there are two structures there now. The APC structure, the PDP structure. You are using PDP structure plus the Abuja, which you are close to, Mr. President, in Rivers. Now, that thing you go to Abuja to get is already in the hands of the governor. Because it's now in APC. If they want to impeach Fubara, it's going to dent the president. If he's impeached, you don't know that.
Of course.
It's going to affect the popularity of the president because they say, after all, your governor was impeached. He decamped and he was impeached. Is that the way you do to people who decamp to your party? Are you getting it? Yeah. So it's going to be a problem. Now, Wike miscalculated. He didn't listen politically. He didn't. Now, the next thing he needs to do is to see how he can work well with Fubara. Not fight. He can't fight Fubara anymore. See, the whole structure of that state now, as regards to APC, is in the hands of Fubara.
Okay. Thank you so much.
So all this one is saying impeachment is just a way of you cut a state.
Why is everybody towing the way of Mr. Dele Fanimu? I'm not going to accept
And another thing, wait. I want to say something.
Okay.
Do you know that for you to impeach a governor who has the backing of the president, it's difficult.
Yeah.
It's almost totally impossible in Nigeria. If you want to impeach a governor that has the backing of the president, it's almost totally difficult.
Yeah.
So
okay, no problem. Chijoke, where are you? Let me hear what you have to say. Chijoke, are you in support of this panel or you are with me on this? Let us know what you are saying.
The honest truth is that
will Fubara be impeached?
You all can read the handwriting on the wall.
Okay.
And if I'm being honest with you, Wike is losing on this one. That is why he needs to come and show Tinubu that he still has structure. All these things that he came to do is power display. You understand? He came to tell Tinubu, who is the man in charge, that I still have people that I control. But Tinubu, the Jagaban, is called Jagaban for a reason. Whether you like it or not, he's the owner of APC.
Okay, Chijoke, I think I know where you're going to with this, but it's fine.
And then the minister itself is an oppositioner. Is whether you like it or not, is the owner of APC, the president. Is using him all this while, and he can easily throw him away. And that is what he's going to do. So, Wike has no option rather than to take whatever Tinubu gives him. Because there is no how that impeachment is going on. You know what it did? Come on.
All right, thank you so much, Chijoke. Thank you. Stay in your Canada. Don't come back to this Nigeria.
Kubara is going to fight back. There's a war.
Stay in your Canada so that we can
look for the second time. If you enter second term, this Kubara. If you enter second term, Wike will now know what politics is.
No, but of course, we can also deal with
this is politics. You know, he's going to face it. He said politics is not sentimental. You know, he said it.
He said it, yes. He said it.
So he's going to sit and he's going to play on his face.
All right, thank you so much, gentlemen. This is how we can actually go on the show this wonderful evening. Now, Mr. Dele Fadimo, I wish I can actually call Wiki and tell him, see, the person that does not like you has always been coming to my show. Go and hold him. He said you are not going to win. He said you will lose. You understand? But let's see what will happen in Rivers State. And I just think it's just a power play in Rivers. Everybody just wants to let us know how big and how strong, they are. And let's see what the president has to say as regards to this particular one. This is how far we can actually go. If you know you love the world of sport, I'd like you to stay put to enjoy Locker Room. Coming up next, of course, they'll be talking about more as regards to our Nigerian Super Eagles. Of course, they'll touch every areas, but I am more interested as regards to our Super Eagles because the boys are really doing very well, okay? Don't give up because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough will do last. Whatsoever you face will soon be over, and you will definitely smile again. My name remains Xavier Odo. Have a good evening. Rest.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is Africa News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Buratai, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girl Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
Alright, hello, everyone. It's a brother shagging the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight. Being a Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi guys, you already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers wherever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelhon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
This is African News on Voice of the People television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People television. Stay with us.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning.
All right, it was a blockbuster weekend of football action as the African Cup of Nations did not disappoint as the big boys trade tackles on the pitch for the bet to be in the semi-finals of the African Cup of Nations. The boys and the men have been separated, and of course the men had large shout, and we'll be seeing 4 great teams as far as this African Cup of Nations is concerned playing in the semi-finals. My name is Jerry High, reporting for football duties on the Locker Room this auspicious Monday as we look at what happened out there at the African Cup of Nations in Morocco. I will not be doing it alone. I have Hafiz, who will dub the Algerian over the weekend. And he knows why we said he was dubbed the Algerian, not by me, but by a fellow listener who believed that he was on the side of the Algerians over the weekend. But it is what it is. I must say, it was a fantastic weekend for Nigerians all around the world as they saw the Super Eagles outplayed, outmaneuvered, and of course were the better side on Saturday as they took on the Algerians. So, Fizz, it's great to have you on the Locker Room.
I know that same listener will be, thinking that I have egg on my face right now. Like, they want to know what I'm about to say. I guess I was dubbed the Algerian because of my name or something like that. But, when 2 big teams clash, there'll be times where you just don't call it straight. It's supposed to be a big game, but big massive shout out to the Super Eagles of Nigeria. I mean, if you really watch that game and you will know that, this one is even beyond just patriotism. You will know that the Super Eagles, they played their hearts out. I don't understand. People are still trying to ask the question that, is this the same Super Eagles that failed to qualify for the World Cup? Holding later this year. How did they not get the World Cup tickets? It's just so wonderful from Super Eagles of Nigeria. Yeah, good evening, Lagos. Good evening, everyone under the sound of my voice as well. Good evening to the viewers and good evening to you too, Jerry. Great weekend of football. We saw the FA Cup also, in England right there, and we saw teams that are already crashing out and teams that are moving on to the next round. And yes, we saw Egypt as well also doing the business against Ivory Coast. Another big game, the quarterfinals, and they are moving on to face the Teranga Lions of Senegal, a blockbuster clash between a certain Mohamed Salah and Sadio Mane. Again, a repeat of the 2021 final. So, good one, great one for football. And yeah, I'm excited to be here to talk about everything football with you, Jerry. Good evening, everyone.
All right, okay. And of course, Mayowa will be joining us hopefully as the show progresses. And we'll also see if we'll be able to get our man from Morocco to give us updates with what is happening as regards the Super Eagles. And of course, Moroccans, how they feel about Nigeria making it to the semifinals. And of course, how they feel that we're going to be playing them in
some
the
of
semifinals.
those guys, maybe before the tournament, they will have felt like maybe it's not going to be a long stay. They will have maybe Super Eagles might. You don't go into the tournament. You don't know the kind of Super Eagles that will turn out. So you might think that maybe after the round of 16 they will be coming home, but it's like an extended stay, and it's going to have an impact on the pockets.
I think I was even saying over the weekend that the Super Eagles is the team with most appearances in the semifinals. Yeah, I think 17.
This is a team that has been winning bronze back to back.
Yeah, 17.
They've also won titles. They've won 3 titles. They've won bronze.
Imagine those 17 semifinals. They won all those Nations Cup. By now, whoa, that's a lot of that's a lot. Semifinals.
There's a gulf in class between those that are reaching the finals and this. And Jerry, even over the weekend, after that performance against Algeria, there's already a debate, sparking up on social media. People are saying, "Is this the?" I want to ask you now: is this the greatest Super Eagles team since 1994?
They are showing quality. They've not won anything. So that team in '94 was also showing quality until they won the AFCON before they set the standard.
Yes.
So they will have to win the AFCON and go to the World Cup.
Okay.
Then we can say.
So the 1994 team now, some of them blessed memory. The 1994 team versus this current team, who wins?
The 1994 team.
You think so?
Yes, because they won
I'm not looking at winning the AFCON. Look at the players and these players. The coach then and the coach
for me,
now.
We've seen teams play very well. I think the 2006 Nations Cup team. Yeah, they were very, very good.
Yes.
But they did not win the AFCON.
The 2013 team.
The 2002 team too.
Even 2004 team.
Yeah, 2002 team that didn't go to the World Cup.
Yes.
That team was disbanded. That team that played Mali.
Yeah, they were disbanded, yes.
They were very good because we had Buisi Oruma and Jeje Okocha in that midfield.
Yes.
And Christian Obodo.
Yes.
So those three were far powerful midfield. I think we not had that kind of midfield since. I think even the Okocha days, they didn't have the luxury of having a quality Buisi Oruma, Jeje Okocha and Christian Obodo playing in the same midfield. So I think this team is showing good. They are showing signs. But until they win something, they have to go to the final and win. They need to beat Morocco first for me to say, yes, they are close. Because Morocco is going to be the biggest test as far as I'm concerned. This Algerian team just showed that they're just pretenders.
But no, Algeria, they were supposed to be a big test. I think maybe...
For me, I think Algeria has proven that it was not a test. For me.
Is it down to Algeria being poor or the Super Eagles were very good and made them look poor?
The Super Eagles were good. The Super Eagles were good. In the group stage. And let's give it to Eric Chell.
Exactly.
Eric Chell has shown that he just needed time with this team.
And he adapts game by game.
And he has improved with each game.
Yes.
He has learned from his mistakes. He has made these players unplayable against other opponents. Exactly. He has been able to bring out the best. Everybody felt playing 4-4-3, 4-4-2. Just play 4-4-2. Just put 2 players in wing, like your Finidi George, Mayowa's coach. He believes just go there, just put 11 players on the pitch.
Yeah.
And everybody knows their wing. It's more than that. You may have quality players, but how to use them. Look at the way he has been able to use Iwobi. He has been able to use Wilfred Ndidi. We were taught that he was finished. That it's time for him to start preparing to retire.
Yeah.
Even Wabali is more or less on a holiday.
On a holiday.
We are not even talking about the goalkeeper these days.
Yeah, exactly. Because
the goalkeeper is not tested.
It seems like we could play with 10 men and still win.
Because they with 10 men and still because the goalkeeper has been comfortable. Look at Bruno Emachi. He's now looking. Imagine going to the AFCON. I was worried about Olaino's absence.
Yes. Osai Samuel has stepped
We're not talking about Olaino. Look, Osai Samuel has become something else. Osai Samuel is now the fullback we expect him to be.
Yes.
He's bringing his club form to the team. Even Bruno Emachi, I didn't believe that Bruno Emachi could be this good. Look at that cross.
I think all you need is an opportunity.
Look at that cross. I think he needed Osimhen to scold him.
to deliver such a pass. I think Australia should be scolding him every time.
Come on.
Maybe in training, not on the pitch
Yes,
anyway.
exactly.
In training, look at that pass. Look at the players, all the controversy and stuff, it didn't show on the pitch. We saw the team come back to the field and play the game. Forget what happened.
Yes.
Before they bring all the baggages on the pitch and we see the
Let's
players
do
with
the business.
lethargic
Yes, exactly.
and the complacent, and you see that they are already ready to lose the game. But we didn't see that. Give it to Eric Chell. And of course, we understand Maiwa is back, is with us, for the first time today. We're just talking about your coach, Finidi. Thank God he was not the one who took this team to the AFCON.
I won't let you do that. I won't let you do that.
It would have been serious issue. Anyway, Maiwa, it's great to have you join us.
Finidi once says there is no formula to win a game. Well, there's a formula to it. We are seeing the formula. However, yes, I'm very happy for the boys. They were able to put the controversy behind them. But there is a whole lot that needs to be said. I saw some of the NFF members, trying to take credit for the performance of the Super Eagles. I think the NFF should bury their head in shame. They nearly kicked us out of the tournament. The boys just died to raise their game, and that's the reason why we won. If we had played a side that is much more better than the Nigerian side, probably we might be talking about the 1 or 2 days that the boys didn't get to train because of the weapon fashioned against the Nigerian football to succeed. But kudos to the boys; they've been able to do so well for themselves. Bruno Yemachi stepped up, replacing Zaidu Sanusi. Bruno Yemachi stepped up, replacing Zaidu Sanusi. And he has laid a claim to that particular set. Indeed, Frank Onyeka supporting him in the midfield. Has been able to unlock him, and we are beginning to see the best of him. He will be, I think, really improve the team, and kudos to the boys and kudos to Excel. I'm just hoping that they can stand the pressure against the Moroccan side, because there's going to be anti-panky in that particular game. I hope they can figure it out and be able to go past the Moroccan side. I think I'm really hoping they can get to the final if they can overcome the order of Morocco.
Yeah, let's talk about Algeria now. They filed the complaints against to FIFA against the referee who officiated that game. And if you see, for those who saw that game, I don't know the complaints they want to complain. A team that they don't have shot on target.
Yeah.
What do you want the referee to do for you? To offer you penalty? And there was a claim about the handball.
Yeah.
If you look at that ball correctly, that ball hit the leg of the player and touched his hand. So the ball was an obstruction. It was not like it was a deliberate handball. So even VAR checked it and found out that it wasn't a penalty. I said about Algeria, they are very good at antics. If they are frustrated, they'll start looking for the referee to help them. So unfortunately, the referee wasn't having it. And he didn't even have the ball. The only two shots they even had towards goal they even have any plan of even nearing.
What was even gifted by Wabali himself?
Yeah, Wabali was the one who offered at least let me be as if you don't have one
holiday. Exactly.
You don't have one, so you don't be as if I just came here to just watch the game.
Honestly, I don't know what they're complaining about. I mean, someone even told me maybe they were complaining because of the fouls that that were given against them. Because for all his words, they were even the ones that were falling down easily under pressure.
Yeah.
If the Nigerians score, and the referee was doing his job. I was even thinking maybe they tried to complain that was not the original referee assigned to the game. I was talking about the Senegalese Isasi. It wasn't the one. It was supposed to be Omar Atan, but because of a branding issue with CAF and all of that.
At least Nigerians were guilty of that.
If there was anything to complain, Jerry, it should be Super Eagles of Nigeria, and that should be the use of the goal line technology. I mean, it's 2026. This is AFCON. Tournament in Africa, and there's no goal line technology. That should have been debated hours ago.
Maybe that referee was the official bribed. I don't know. Maybe the official plan.
Are you talking about the Somali man?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe the Algerians have already lined him up
And unfortunately,
no, I don't think so.
Because why the fuss about the referee? Why the fuss about the referee?
That's why I'm saying I don't understand what the Algerians are trying to do at this point.
Maybe they had a plan with the referee.
That man, that's for me. For me, I think I wanted to actually see that man in action because that was CAF Referee of the Year. He was given the Referee of the Year at the CAF Awards.
And you know it was Nigerians who actually complained about the branding issue.
Yes.
On social media, Nigerians.
Nigerians that were like,
why is he wearing a different brand, from the official sponsor?
And for that, CAF they looked into that one and they replaced him with Issa C. And to be honest, Issa C was actually perfect. It was perfect on the day. Anything that warrants a yellow card, you get it. He gave the yellow card to Wilfred Ndidi. Now he's missing the semi-final. He also.
So why did you complain about?
I mean, for me, that's what I'm saying. I don't understand where the Algerians are coming from. And like you said, yes, they are full of antics. In a game where you were bodied, so to speak, you were not even given an opportunity. You had no shots. If there was anything, that game could have been 4-0 in the first half. If the Super Eagles,
if the Super Eagles had buried their chances,
that game would have been, buried in the first half. It would have been gone. So I don't know what they are complaining about. And like I said, if there was anything to complain, it should have been from the Super Eagles of Nigeria about that use, of goal line technology and VAR because of that goal, that ball that was, cleared out by Rami Bensebaini. So for me, they should even,
that ball. They should even cross the line as far as I'm concerned.
They should even try and look down and say, oh, thank
they
God
should
that
be ashamed
we
of
didn't concede more goals instead of them complaining for what. And there's this this conspiracy theory that there's tension between them and the Moroccans, and it's the Moroccans that are not supporting them, and like they said they want to come out in their numbers to come and support the Super Eagles against Morocco. So I don't know where the Algerians are coming from, but they should do what they want to do and let's see what's going to come out of it. But for me, it's
that case is dead on arrival.
It's nothing.
The Algerian FA has filed a protest to CAF and also FIFA demanding for the suspension of the referee who officiated their defeat to the senior national team of Nigeria in the ongoing AFCON. What do you think about this? For a team that did not even offer a shot on target for 90 minutes.
Well, for the Algerians, I think they are a disgrace to football. The attitude on that particular day was so terrible. They were fighting after the whistle. Even the fans, they wanted to invade the pitch. It took about 20 security guys to guard the referee. They were pelting the referee with stone. Even after the game, they wanted to fight with Nigerians, even in the dressing room and the rest of that. I think it's a disgrace. Their behavior is a disgrace, and I hope CAF gives them the appropriate punishment. However, I will not stop them from filing complaints. If they feel they have been wronged from by the referee, they have every right to file complaints if they are right and they can decide to do it. However, if you watch that game physically, Nigeria outplayed them. They were starved of they had targets. So I don't understand what the complaint is about. As far as I'm concerned, Nigeria won that game fair and square, and the referee and the officiating was fair in my own opinion. I don't think the referee had any bad call in that particular game. I would even say the referee was a bit lenient, even because some of the unruly behavior of the Algerians. It should have given them cards. It did not do that when they were unruly. So for me, I think it's just they are just being bitter. They are a sore loser, and that's the reason for that. And I will not be surprised if you see Algeria supporting Nigeria. The reason is there's a particular region in Morocco that decided to break away from Morocco. They call the place Sahrawi. There's a particular portion of Morocco decided to break away, and Algeria has been funding those people to resist, Morocco, and that's the reason why there's always a bitter rivalry between the two. So I will not be surprised if Nigeria, if we have a whole lot of supporter that looks like Arab that are from Algeria supporting Nigeria, they will not want Morocco to win that particular game. So whatever it is, I think we have another base of supporters that probably be supporting us and egging us on to probably, be able to go past the Moroccan side. But in any case, for the Algerians, they can fight whatever case they want. I don't think it's going to, it's going to change anything. Nigeria won the game fair and square, and it's just one of those things.
All right, and of course, if you look at the stats of that game, stats don't lie. I'm a follower of stats 100%, and so far so good. It didn't look like there was going to be an iota of situation where even though they replay that game, Nigeria was going to get whipped.
Of course.
If they replay that game.
You just have to give it to the Super Eagles of Nigeria. If they play that game 5 times, Nigeria will win that game 5 times. That particular game with the same set of players. I mean, there was a certain Riyad Mahrez that hardly got a touch of the ball. And there was
Mahrez said the better team won. He said it.
The better team was obvious. And that's an experienced player. I mean, I don't know what the likes of Lucas Zidane and the other captain.
Yeah, talking about Zidane's son. I think at the point he wanted to beat our players up.
I don't know what's going.
He didn't look at the size.
But that was maybe what I think. If there was anybody you should pick up a fight with, you should have been Akwa Adams. That's filthy. You don't do that. You don't do that to the son of a legend. You don't do that. I mean, there are clubs that were looking at. He has only considered 1 goal coming into that game. There are clubs that are looking at him like, you don't do that to the son of a legend.
He just ended his career in the
You take it once. That ball that was given to you, you're supposed to take it one time. You have to, still dribble him, let him spoil on the floor. No. If I were Lucas Zidane, I'll fight him. I'll fight him for that. You don't do that.
Aguadans showed no respect, no mercy. He finished this young man.
I mean,
his first half goal for that matter.
And I think that's a man we are not talking about enough. Actually, Akwa Adams. We need to give him a lot of
the guy has the heart of a lion.
Yeah, I think going into the tournament when Eric Chell was, going with the 4-4-2, I think that's the best man to actually, pair with a certain Victor Osimhen.
I think we must give that to Eric Chell.
Yeah, against Uganda when he tried to use Victor Osimhen and Paulo Nacho. I mean, you don't use 2 goal getters, and they're even 2 tall goal getters. I think you have to use 2 men. One player will want to sit back and say, look, I will let you be free. Yeah. And when I also go forward, you also set me free. And that was what Osimhen did.
And this was the job that coaches like Pesero, coaches like Yofini Dibor, even also Guavon could not discover. Eric Chell took his time and discovered. There was issues. Even how many players they've changed. I think the likes of Victor, the fake Victor, Onachu,
Why would you call him
and the rest?
Really?
Yeah, the original Victor is one at the
who is the fake Victor?
The original one.
I don't know.
The other one in Germany right now. If you want to know his location. So all the players have been given chances. You see, they be given chances. They should learn from what's happening with Akwa Adams and Victor Osimhen, because everybody was saying there's no striker who could actually play with Victor Osimhen on front. Yeah. Akwa Adams have demystified all of that.
But I just feel like
through the help of Eric Chell anyway.
Yeah,
must give it to Eric Chell.
I just feel like Jerry, there's one thing about coaching. I think when it works, when your tactics work, you'll be seen as a genius. For me, I think
he's a genius as far as this is concerned. Because there was always going to be an issue.
Yeah.
Who's going to play behind Victor Osimhen? Who's going to repair him in that attack? It was a big issue.
Yeah,
a lot of coaches
after that Tanzania game, Jerry, Akwa Adams actually came for criticism. People said that it wasn't really, he was slowing down the attack. Osimhen was still the one doing the job. But I think it's one game at a time. For Pesero in his defense, I think he just focused more on the defensive side of things.
Conservative.
I mean,
was too conservative.
Nigeria, there's supposed to be a force to be reckoned with, and you're not playing
the best attack in the AFCON.
Defense. You're not playing 3-man defense. I mean,
when you have the best attack and the AFCON, you should be able to use them.
Of course, and in fact, that game, I just feel like all the players were given like excellent. They gave excellent performance. Yeah. Ademola Lookman did he even play his best game?
Yeah,
because
I think maybe their focus was on Ademola Lookman.
I wouldn't say so. I don't think their focus was on anybody.
Did you see that Iwobi pass?
I don't think their focus was on anybody.
God, did you see that Iwobi pass, Maiwa? That Iwobi's pass from nowhere.
He's the king of pre-assists.
That pass was something else. Just give it to Osimhen, and Osimhen could have even tried to be selfish.
Yes, that was selfless.
And he gave it to Akwa Adams. And Akwa Adams finished off Zidane's career. Maiwa.
I'm not surprised that Lucas Zidane wanted to beat Akwa Adams. You don't give goalkeeper chop glass.
You don't do that.
And you expect him not to want to.
He will fight you. He will fight you, of course. I'm sure even his dad was like.
And kudos to Osimhen for realizing that Akwa Adams is better placed for him to be able to score that particular goal. Yeah. And that is what we call synergy in the team. Not playing for your own glory for yourself. I think I'm suspecting that after the horrible display of Osimhen in the game against Mozambique, I think he has gotten a whole lot of talking, and that's why he's talking about wanting to be top goal scorer and wanting to score that goal for himself. He decided to bring in Akwa Adams. Akwa Adams that position, and that was the reason why he was able to score. Then for Iwobi, one of the best decisions that Eric has made so far is to release Iwobi of the burden of playing a deep line as a deep line midfielder.
Yes.
He has given him the opportunity because of Frank Onyeka especially because of Frank Onyeka, because of the presence of Frank Onyeka, the burden of Iwobi playing as a deep line midfielder has been lifted. We can see him play the way he plays for Fulham, and we are seeing the best of him at the moment. And that is the reason why our strikers are getting those deadly passes. Imagine and Iwobi playing as a deep line midfielder. The pass to Osimhen, that pass will not come because he will be worrying about trying to protect our central defense and the rest of that. So I think kudos to Eric, and we should also give kudos to the players too, especially the likes of Akko Adams, Daniel Oyemachi, Frank Onyeka, those that were given the opportunity to showcase what they can do, and they have really stepped up. Even Bright Osai, some of the first game, if I were I'll probably stick him on the bench, but he was given another opportunity, and he has proven that he deserves a second shot. And look at the improvement. So kudos to Excel and kudos to the players too for stepping up and and taking the opportunity given to them for them to be able to show exactly what they can do for the team.
All right, still talking about the violent confrontations that went down in that game. We hear that CAF is already investigating the situation, and of course, opposing players jostled with each other after Morocco also beat Cameroon in Rabat on Friday. I don't know about. There's supposed to be fair play. Yeah, players should understand that you cannot win all the time. Yes, you should be able to win some and lose some. And I took that message off Riyad Mahrez after that game. He also said, you win some, you lose some.
Exactly.
And he even said this is his last AFCON. Yeah, he has paid his dues.
Yeah.
He's 34. So the next AFCON he'll be 36.
36, yeah.
So for me, I think all the players still remain in the AFCON should understand that. And most especially, I want this message to go to the Moroccan players. If they lose this week, they should take it in good faith. It's football. They should accept that it's not a must you host and win.
I mean, even it also almost broke out between Algeria. I mean, that was Ivory Coast and Egypt. Something like that also almost happened and all of that. So for me, I think the height of professionalism, you should know that, yes, in the game, you win some, you lose some. Yes, if you have issues with the referee, I mean, maybe your captain should step up and, just go have a talk with the referee and say, okay, this, and all of that. But when the final whistle is blown, I don't think there's anything now that can be done for me. And I just don't understand what the Algerians are complaining about, because for me, in that game, they were even getting most of the decisions from the referee. When any touch from the Nigerian players, they go down and the referee blows the whistle. How many of the players were actually given the yellow card? The Nigerian players actually showed that they were stronger, they were moving with the ball. At some point, maybe they were complaining for not touching the ball. Maybe that's why they were complaining, because at some point, the Nigerian players were spreading the ball around and the Algerians were just looking. So for me, this one, I think CAF should actually, open this one up, since the Algerians are the ones that are even trying to, secure a petition. CAF should open it up, and then, sanctions should be given, because you don't do that after the game. The Super Eagles were going on their own, and the Algerians not just chasing down the Super Eagles players, they were also chasing down the referee down the tunnel.
Yeah, the Algerian players.
Yes, you don't do that.
I think if I was the referee, I would have waited to see what they wanted to do. I didn't need to run. Yes, I would have waited. Let them even beat me, because the compensation, I will make sure the compensation we liquidate. Oh God!
You remember 2021?
The compensation will be in billions of dollars.
You remember the Mali-Tunisia game where the referee, that was complaining of heat wave and all of that, that he had to stop the game, before the end of the whistle, before the end of the game, he had to stop that game, blowing his whistle early. You saw what the Malians and the Tunisians were trying to do to him, and sanctions were given. So why not now? So
you're even attacking journalists.
You don't do that. I mean, I will give kudos to Riyad Mahrez. That's what a captain should do, and he understands what professionalism is. He has played at the highest level of football, of club football as well. So he knows what is going on, and he's a former champion as well. So I mean, you should also give it to him. It comes out to lay everything, but the other players should learn. They are young players, by the way, but they should learn. You should learn that. I mean, when a game is done and dusted, it is done and dusted.
Yeah, and of course, the disparate board of CAF will expect them to hit the hammer hard on especially Algeria. All the players involved should be hit hard with I don't know, fines, and I don't know, point deduction.
Yeah, some of them might even miss. They might miss it if they are
suspension from their next CAF games.
The next CAF games, or even the next AFCON. You should miss the first game.
So Mayowa, yes, this should be nip in the bud now, so that to send a warning to other players.
Well, to be honest with you, this will not be the last time we'll see it, and it's very, very common with the North Africans. They are, especially when they play against top side from the other regions of Africa, they are always like this. This is not the first time they are behaving this way. If you look at the tournament that was held in Tunisia and Morocco, 2004-2006, we had scenes like this in those particular tournaments, and I'm wondering what CAF can do to be able to nip this in the bud. Yes, I think fines and punishments will probably, will be what they would want to do. But I think the consequences need to be severe. The North Africans, when it comes to fair play, they are very poor. Anytime they lose or anytime they don't play very well, they are sore losers. And anytime the referee does not dance to their tune, they get very unruly and want to attack everybody. For the game against Morocco on Wednesday, I think our boys need to be very, very careful. And the reason for that is this. We have said it consistently. Morocco has bailed out CAF 5-6 times in a row. And no matter how you want to look at it, there will be a bias towards them. So our boys, they need to be very, very careful, need to look at how they get into tackles. That's the matter, because they can get into a tackle that you feel it might just be a yellow card, and before you know it, they are getting a red card or whatever it is. That's the one. Number two, there's a lot of intimidation. The Moroccans want to play at, and that is where our boys need to be very, very, very careful in that particular game. Yeah. I will not be surprised if we see, if our boys are not careful. I will not be surprised if we see a red card in that particular game. The pressure is going to be too much, and you will know how these North Africans behave. So we need to be very, very careful. I'm just so skeptical about facing a Moroccan side that probably will have a CAF bias behind them. I hope that the bias or the officiating does not take away from the game. But however, what we saw against Algeria is just the tip of the iceberg. We are going to see more of that against the Moroccans, and I hope I'm really hoping that our boys are mentally prepared for this kind of situation, because the Moroccans will want to provoke you to react for them to be able to get their way, and I hope our boys are mentally ready for this kind of behavior.
Anyway, I think I will not worry about the mentality of the players because they were the last AFCON playing against the host nation in the final. And though that loss was not the fault of the players, it was just a one-off situation that ended it for the Super Eagles. They were composed. I think, save for Akko Adams, who was not at the last AFCON, and most of these players were on the pitch that day. So playing against the host nation will not be an issue. And all they just need to do is to make sure that Morocco doesn't have the ball like Algeria is, so that there will not be any talk of
they find out the Ivory Coast players did not even get to react to anything. I mean, I think even if Super Eagles had won that day, I think it was still going to be the same thing. They understood that.
I think West Africans understand losing. They don't take it too hard. No, at least they are better losers than the North Africans. We also what happened again when we were to play Libya. Is this in what AFCON qualifier? Was it AFCON qualifier?
Yeah, it was AFCON qualifier.
Yeah, AFCON qualifier. Yeah.
Imagine it was World Cup qualifier. They would have arrested our players. So the South Africans are very notorious.
They don't know how to take defeat.
The hospitality in North Africa is not really assured, most especially when it doesn't favor them. Even journalists, please mind the way you move around.
You remember
now we're playing Morocco
coming out to speak, mentioning the WAFCON final, how hostile the environment was and all of that, even after they won that one. So for me, I think it's just something they have to learn. This is what they call professional football. You should learn caution too. It's not about just how you play on the pitch. You should learn caution. Now, when a game, is done, when it's done and dusted, you should know that yes, you win some, you lose some, and if you have anything, if you know you have a solid complaint, you lay it to the governing body, and they'll bring it out, and they'll take their judgment from there.
Yeah, and of course, the race for who's going to pick the AFCON is now up. We have Mohamed Salah still in the competition with Egypt. Victor Osimhen of Nigeria still in the competition. He has 4 goals alongside Mohamed Salah. And there's also
Brahim Diaz, 5 goals so far. He plays for Morocco. Super Eagles takes on the Moroccans in that one. It's going to be a very, very difficult fixture. And of course, Egypt will be up against Senegal. Sadio Mane's Senegal. Yeah, these 4 guys are the key guys going into the AFCON semi-final. Who do you think is going to hold sway at the end of the day and make it to the final?
Well, I think it's a repeat of the 2021 final. That's talking about the semi-final between Egypt and Senegal. And of course, the 2 big men, the 2 big number 10s, Mohamed Salah and Sadio Mane, who used to be teammates at a certain Liverpool football club. And yes, we saw how the 2021 final went down. Egypt will not be hoping for a repeat of that one. They want to do better. And I want to give kudos to Egypt too. They've done really well for themselves. That game against Ivory Coast, they took it in their stride, even though it was goals galore. But then Egypt, they still kept their head. And Mohamed Salah also has been contributing for this team so far. I want to say this has been, let me say, his best AFCON. Maybe his best AFCON ever. Maybe the 2017 one should rival it, but he has done really well this time around. So it was happy playing the supportive role for his players and for his teammates, his colleagues, and also stepping up also when he needed to be. And good one for Mohamed Salah and good one for the Egyptians. Now Omar Mamouche has also been wonderful. He got the first goal in that game as well. Ivory Coast as well. Kudos to them. Shout out to them. But I mean, unfortunately, it's the end of the road. Amad Diallo, good performance. He can hold his head high and say, yes, I did really well as AFCON. He's back to Manchester United now. And of course, for the Super Eagles of Nigeria, for Senegal, before I go to Super Eagles, for Senegal as well, good one dispatching Mali, Iliman Ndiaye getting that crucial goal. And of course, they are also showing that they are contenders. I think they should be Super Eagles' biggest threats, getting
this, I think I'll prefer to play Egypt in the final.
Instead of Senegal. I think I want to see a West African derby because I want to see how Senegal performs.
Senegal is going to give the Super Eagles a lot of headache.
Yeah, but that's what we want to see.
No, please, I prefer Egypt. I prefer Egypt.
Yeah, good one for the Senegalese. I mean, they have that squad depth. They can start with Ndiaye, Ismail Assar. They know how to combine that attack. They have the midfield too.
Yeah, that's why I don't want to play them. They're very difficult.
Idrissa Gana Gueye has also done really well. Papi Gueye also in the midfield. At the back, Kalidou Koulibaly, Sek, Niakate, Mashali in that back line, and Edouard Mendy.
I think Papi Gueye is one of the most underrated midfielders.
Of course, Papi Gueye. At 2023 he was fantastic. 2021 he was also there. I think good one for the Villarreal man.
He has played at the highest too, playing for PSG.
Yeah, let's not forget. No, that's talking about Idrissa Gueye. Idrissa Gueye, the Everton man. Of course. Idrissa Gueye has played at Paris Saint-Germain.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Underrated.
Good one. Very, very underrated. And at 35, still doing the
35,
business.
Still doing big things.
I think good one for Idrissa Gueye.
Man, you can testify. It was one beat this season.
But he got a red card.
He was not interested anymore. He has seen enough. You see, he has seen enough.
He did a Victor Osimhen to the limit.
He was tired of
He actually did Victor Osimhen there.
Man, you know about him. Anyway. So that's how I don't want to play them. He has done to marry before.
Now, wow, almost a local pompo by that. Meaning, is the right man, is the right orange that is attractive.
I think
stick from everybody.
Senegal. Yeah, good one for Senegal, and I want to see that semi-final too. Yeah, Maiwa.
Yeah, but in any case, I think I want to see the Senegalese in the finals. They are doing. Let's be honest, Egypt has not played that fantastic. To be honest with you. Yes, they've been able to, get the goals when it matters most. Even their game against, Cote d'Ivoire, what actually happened in that particular game was Cote d'Ivoire could not take their chances. They outplayed the Egyptian side. Yes, they were able to defend with the life, the goals with the little opportunity that they had. And that's the hallmark of a team that knows how to win games. They play effective football, but if you look at their overall play, they've not been that fantastic. If they meet a much more better firepower and a team that takes the advantage, takes the opportunity, I think they might probably crumble.
But Maiwa, is it about playing fantastic now? Because look at 2023, the Super Eagles were not that fantastic, but they got the job done and they got to the final. So don't you think a repeat can be like that for the Egyptians too?
But we did not win now. they ended up beating us in the final.
What if we had won? It's not about how you play. It's not about playing beautiful football all the time now. Whatever you can do to help you win. Yeah. I think because we're not fantastic to be honest.
It's not all the time that you will be like Greece of 2004. You will not be fantastic and win the competition. It's not all the time that you will be like that. Yeah, it's not all the time. So, but at least they are playing effective football and it's working for them so far. Yeah. They've been able to get to the semi-final. And if the Senegalese underrate them, it will be at their own detriment. But the way Senegalese have shown up so far, I think they probably have played the Egyptian side. The big question is this: are they going to take their chances? Because the Egyptian side, I'm saying, if they take their chances, they are very dogged in terms of defending, and they might defend with their life, and that might just be it. So for me, I would love to see Senegal in the final, and Nigeria can overcome all the noise and all the pressure and probably get past the Moroccan side. It's been a while that we've seen two West African side playing the finals of the Nations Cup. Yeah. I think a repeat of that, a repeat of the 2020, a repeat of the last Nations Cup again. Yes. I really want to see two West African side dogging it out and probably the trophy going to Nigeria or any of the West African nations. So I'm really rooting for Senegal to win that particular game because Egypt has not been that fantastic.
Absolutely.
All right. Yeah. I don't want the fantastic team to be there. Anyway, when I asked for Algeria, maybe I knew why. DR Congo would have been more difficult than this Algerian team because they would have sit back, soak the pressure, and try to play penalties.
And they have that fortitude.
Yes, they have
that mentality to go all the way to penalties.
I'm also asking for Egypt in the final, but I'm also Olubenga Bamdele is saying that Osimhen Nwabali will get a red card against Morocco. Please, what kind of prediction is that?
That's the possibility. That's why they have to work on their side.
Exactly.
That's why they have to work on their side.
They have to work on that. They are all tempted to get a card.
They might provoke him.
Anyway, Osimhen knows when to be provoked. He doesn't get
so.
Yeah.
But he didn't know at that one.
He has to do. He did not know. He has to do with his players. I find it's very hard for Osimhen to be.
He got a needless yellow card against Tunisia because he was taunted from the bench. From the bench of the Tunisians, not even the players on the pitch, from the bench, and you scored and you went on to point and you got a card. You don't do that. If he gets involved, if he gets heated in that game,
they need to hire a bodyguard
to follow him on the pitch.
To follow him on the pitch, like the way they follow Messi now. There's one bodyguard that follows.
But he's not always following him on the pitch.
No, when the time is coming close, the bodyguard will go and drag him.
But Jerry, you should understand professionalism. It's not all about your emotions all the time.
And since we already know
you have to cool it down.
We have to, unless we get him maybe there's a special tea that will calm him down.
Look at what
take it before the game.
Look at what Akwa Adams did. Trying to respond to that Algerian player when he did the Mulumba pose. He went on. He settled the score and he went on to do it. You do your thing on the you do your work on the pitch.
That would have created another rancor. That's I don't know how Akwa does. After destroying their goalkeeper, he still went to the pass again.
I think it was Akwa Adams actually sparked all of that. It was the one, but good one all the way. And I also want to watch that Nigeria and Morocco game. That's going to be a blockbuster. The Moroccans also, aside from them being the host nation and all of that, they have good players. And this is a semi-final that is going to involve all the winners of the Ballon d'Or the last 7 editions. The winners are Sadio Mane, Ademola Lookman, Mohamed Salah, Victor Osimhen, and now Achraf Hakimi. I think, and Brahim Diaz as well. Brahim Diaz, we have to, we have to put him on and say, hey, who's going to stop this man? Because 5 games, 5 goals for him. And I mean, good one. Ayub Elkabi is also there. They have options, but I think the Super Eagles with that showing
we need to be worried about Elkabi.
Yeah, that showing against Algeria.
That age is something else.
I'm also 35. Yeah. But for Super Eagles of Nigeria, with that game against Algeria, it has shown that they can beat anyone. They can.
I think in that
attack, beat anybody.
In that Moroccan attack, is it Elkabi I'm afraid of more? I'm even more afraid of him than Brahim Diaz. Yeah, I'm even more afraid of him than Brahim Diaz.
Brahim Diaz.
Brahim Diaz is a finisher.
But he's very, very aware. He's very, very aware of his positioning.
Yeah,
he has that.
It's when he sees ball now. If you make sure the ball doesn't get to him, that is the only way you can stop Brahim Diaz.
But this time it's not about.
If he sees the ball,
this time it's not about stopping one man. It's about stopping many.
Yeah.
Also, and I think that game. Wilfred Ndidi will be sorely missed in that game because they have a certain Ismail Saibari who is the number 10. He knows how to probe forward. And now we need maybe, but Rafael Onyedika can trust him to step in. You can step up and step in and
not
show
as
out.
anyway. Onyedika has proven to be a good
Of course. Backup, so
option
to
and
speak,
backup.
yeah.
Yes, he's a fantastic player. Anyway, there's already the headache of who's going to replace him. We just slipped that in. Talking about Wilfred Ndidi, he will be suspended, and of course, I don't know who's going to be captain of that game. Is it going to be Victor?
It should be Victor Osimhen.
Victor Osimhen. Okay,
Yeah,
so I think it's good. He's going to be captain, so he'll be calm.
Osimhen cannot be captain, no.
Who will not be captain?
I think probably he will be. Osimhen cannot be captain.
When Iwobi is on the pitch.
But he was given the captain band when Wilfred Ndidi left that pitch, and Iwobi was still there too.
Okay, was it that in that?
In the game against Algeria, yeah.
Okay.
But Osimhen as a captain will be disastrous. He doesn't have that calmness to be a captain.
He was calm in the game against Uganda now.
In the game against
Algeria,
they were trying to even pick up the fight, and he went to drag his players away.
He was the one leading the peacemakers. Yeah.
Mozambique, he wanted to beat Ademola Lookman.
No, Mozambique, he was not the captain. He was not captain in Mozambique game now. Calm down. Forgive the man for now.
Exactly, but I think it's going to be much more calmer, and I know that.
And he's going for goals now.
Yeah, and I think Erichel
wants
is also going to
go
speak
past
to him.
Brahim Diaz.
Erichel will speak to him that look, this is more of a responsibility.
I feel for the Morocco goalkeeper.
Justin Bono.
Yeah,
Bono is fantastic.
Bono is fantastic.
No, Bono is a good goalkeeper. Bono is not Lucas Zidane.
This guy is looking for 5 goals. Osimhen is looking for goals.
I think for me, I think that game will be actually more on Akwa Adams than Victor Osimhen.
Yeah,
because the defenders will want to work.
I forgot about Bono. I've almost forgot about him.
Justin Bono.
Good. I think you should watch his tapes and look at his weakness more.
Exactly.
They should watch him.
They will do that, of course.
They should look at his weakness because he hardly has
There's
a
no
lot of
goalkeeper
weakness.
that doesn't have a weakness.
Yeah, he doesn't have a lot of weakness like other average goalkeepers.
Yes.
So they will have to watch him closely. Osimhen, please. And of course, Erichel, I know they know what to do. Anyway.
Yeah, of course, they know what to do.
Yeah. No, they should study him.
But that game is actually going to be tough. That game
it's the final before the final.
It is.
The final before the
final. And
final.
I also want to give kudos to the Moroccans. I mean, the standard of their pitches and the stadiums. I think that's why the big teams actually made it to the quarterfinal stage. 8 of the best 10 teams in Africa making it to the quarterfinals. And now, when you said
you just mentioned Nwabali too, then he might not be suspended.
It might not be. We are still looking at it.
Yeah,
it shouldn't be.
Nwabali, no Ndidi. How would they look like?
Our Cyprus returning might probably do the magic.
See, if it's always good. See, I'll be praying for 99 minutes. See.
But the thing is this. No matter who is in the goalpost, the way to beat the Moroccans is to go the Algeria way. Start them
off the ball.
And you create opportunity, and that has to do with our midfield. Can they step up with an Ndidi not there? Remember, Onyedika, in as much as is a replacement for Ndidi, he has a tendency of drifting away from his position, and that worries me a bit. Can we be coordinated in our and we can hold on to the ball? I think we might probably, worry about who is going to be in the goalpost for us, whether it's Nwabali or it's Uzowo. Start them off the ball and we'll be fine.
Yeah, start them off the ball, we'll be fine. Yeah.
I think Nigeria is going to outpossess them actually, because they've shown so far that they are very, very good with holding on to the ball, and not just holding and passing around, making decisive passes with it as well. And with Iwobi still on the pitch, anything can happen.
All right, Mayowa,
magic can be created.
We'll have to wrap it up, but the show will not be complete. We'll not talk about what's happening at Manchester United. They lost the FA Cup on Sunday to Brighton, which is rather not new. Brighton has been their customer. Yeah. They know how.
They've beaten Brighton in the Premier League, so I respect Manchester United for that one. Maybe in cup competitions, yes, but in the Premier League,
under they were customer that now. Brighton was always Brighton in their days. People at Old Trafford, and now they've continued with your family problem.
But I think right now,
Sons. Why not is that the Reflector and Sons Limited? What is happening to the Reflector and Sons?
I think it just shows that they have to move on and appoint a manager now.
Well, the Yorubas will say Ogun Idile, meaning family problem. But United is suffering from family problem. Son and the problem. The thing is this: any coach, the result is the same. I think Jim Ratcliffe and the rest of the guys, they've done a poor job, and that's what we are seeing at the moment. The Manchester United project is not, something it's not a quick fix. It's going to take about 4 or 5 years before we get the best. So I'm not phased. Just don't relegate. That's what I'm concerned about.
Okay, 4 or 5 years of don't relegate.
I don't think that's going to happen.
Another 14 finish.
No, just don't relegate this season. Don't relegate this season.
For the next
That's what
4
I'm
5 years,
concerned
just be playing 14, 15, 16.
No, but they're in the top 10 this season now.
And they are still going back. They are still going back to 14.
No.
With their reflection results.
Well,
He's coming now.
I think when we are
He's coming.
When we are the standard of Liverpool, you said it yourself that we are your standard.
No, we are falling below standard. No, that was where Amorim was there. That was when Amorim. That was when Amorim was there. But with the reflection and sons,
well,
he's coming. Joy is coming. Joy is not coming.
There's news now that it is Michael Carrick that will be coming.
It is worse.
And he did a great job. He did a great job at Middlesbrough.
Middlesbrough and Man, they don't have family problem. Middlesbrough doesn't have family problem. Man has family problem.
But I think maybe Michael Carrick should be the man to steer the ship.
I feel for my Carrick should stay with Middlesbrough. Middlesbrough is decent. So that we start to look for a club.
But it doesn't.
If you don't go and do 6 months.
I don't think he has a job now. I don't think he's still the coach of Middlesbrough.
Okay, he has left Middlesbrough.
Yeah, I don't think he's the coach.
Only jobless people now should take 6 months contracts anyway. With Man United.
Maybe
Wow.
because he has the DNA.
How did mighty has money?
He has
Which DNA that's
he
not
played a long time
that be adulterated. That DNA has not adulterated since Ferguson left.
Slater and son does not have the DNA.
No,
even the son
we have
have
seen
the DNA.
We have seen the DNA now. It has been adulterated with Tano and Co. So there's not. Anyway, all the best to Man United, of course. Arsenal also won. Martinelli.
Yeah.
After that issue we had with Bradley.
Conor Bradley.
And we scoring a hat trick.
He was sorted, and of course, a good one for him to come and score a hat trick.
I'm even surprised Liverpool is still in the FA Cup. They played Burnley.
But you expect?
I thought they are out.
No, they are even yet to play. I think they are playing today.
Yeah, they're playing today. I think they should just give Burnley that one so that they can concentrate on Champions League and Premier League.
You play what's in front of you. You don't prioritize the competition over
for me, I think the FA Cup is not a priority. So.
Really? That's the biggest football competition.
This are for. I would have said you should leave it for Man U. Man U
That's the biggest football competition. You don't do that. You prioritize it.
Anyway.
At least they don't have ambition now. When you
my ambition is the FA Cup now. Man United's ambition is to leave all the competition.
I'm not part of this.
Anyway,
I'm not part of
this. Thank you very much for being us on the show. Big ties and fees. Also being us.
Yeah.
It's always amazing to be here, and I hope Liverpool loses tonight and leave the FA Cup for those that want to win it.
It's what I want. Anyway, big thanks to the guys behind the scene. Big thanks to you for watching, and all the comments. We appreciate them from all of us. My name is Jerry Apello. I say thanks for being a part of the show. Until meet again, and stay safe, and of course, keep it locked on VOP TV. Chukwuma Okoro comes up next with Political Lens.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Buratai, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, all right, it's a brother shagging the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi guys, you already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers whatever, live it. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelhon. Join us every weekday Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
This is African News on Voice of the People television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People television. Stay with us.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Barrister Darlington Agommo. Barrister Agommo is a lawyer and a political affairs analyst. Good evening to you, Barrister, and thanks for joining me.
It's my pleasure, Mr. Okoro.
Okay, good to have you, sir. Now, on the show today, we'll go to rivers of trouble as Wike Fubara political battle sinks deeper. And when we move away from that, blame politicians, not military, for persistent insecurity in Nigeria. Now, that is coming from retired Colonel Umar Achibong. He was a guest on our morning show program this morning, and he said a lot about what's going on in the insecurity sector. But Barrister, we'll go to Rivers State first of all and interrogate recent happenings, recent events, starting from the new fireworks between the governor and his estranged godfather. But we'll start from what happened yesterday at the service, because Governor Sim Fubara of Rivers State yesterday broke his silence over the impeachment proceedings against him by the State Assembly, explaining why he said some dogs don't understand why the bark. Well, Fubara spoke on the day his predecessor and Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, replied to those asking President Bola Tinubu to sack him, saying the president can sack him only if he could no longer offer him anything. This is even as the State Assembly yesterday raised alarm that there were secret plots to procure court orders illegally to restrain the legislature from carrying out its constitutional responsibilities. Now, let's take it first of all. Why I said dogs are barking, that is according to Fubara. Speaking at a church service to mark the 2026 Armed Forces Remembrance Day at St. Cyprian Anglican Church in Port Harcourt yesterday, Fubara, who called for calm, assured the residents that everything will be fine. He explained that his decision to remain silent in the face of distraction was deliberate, noting that he draws strength from his faith in God. The governor spoke briefly and said, I said something that dogs bark when they don't understand. Now I think a lot of you don't understand, and that's the reason I don't shout. I don't complain. I know what I have. I know that I have what is supreme, and that is God. So I want everyone to relax. What is important is peace for those dear state, and for this dear state, and we'll get it by the special grace of God and the special name of God. Now, Barrister Darlington Agommo, Rivers of Trouble. I said something that dogs bark when they don't understand. Now, see, I think a lot of you don't understand, and that's the reason I don't shout, I don't complain. I know what I have, and I know that I have what is supreme, and that is God. It's the only God that Fubara has, Barrister. Do you think that he has another power behind him to have returned to the trenches days after he was restored as governor? Now, the first quote I made was from Sim Fubara. He said, look, I know why I'm silent, I know why I don't complain, and I ask you people to relax because I have God. I have what is supreme, and that is God. Barrister, is the only God that Fubara has.
The man is speaking metaphorically, and Fubara has proven to be more intelligent than Wike. Seriously. Wike never thought that Fubara can be this foxy. And the man of course, he has defeated Wike, whether Wike like it or not. Fubara have defeated him. That is it. When you think that somebody is nothing. Where are those who are telling me that Fubara is not a politician? Fubara is this. without Wike, who is Fubara? Yeah, you know? And that is what happened with people who are very, very gullible. You think that a quiet man is a fool, Abi? God Almighty. Eh? Mr. Okoro, do you think that a quiet man is a fool? And when you hear about minimal and emoji, that is, deep water runs
very deep.
You know? That
or
is
slow,
just,
or slow water runs
slow
very deep.
water runs deep, yes. Eh? That is just the truth. It's not about making noise. Wike, has he not settled down? Did I not tell you here that the music has stopped playing for Wike and he's still dancing?
But Barrister, I would like for us to interrogate all of these things dispassionately, you know, with facts, fact-based evidence. What gives you the impression, you know, that Fubara has outfoxed Wike in the political power struggle in Rivers State?
Because as I talk to you now, the impeachment is no longer going ahead.
Says
the
who?
state, what do you mean? The state House of Assembly have announced it. You are telling me says who?
No, don't you think that they are crying wolf?
No, what do you mean by that? How can they make such a statement against themselves?
To distract people.
If it is going ahead, you would have had another news today. It is no longer going, and it will never. In the first place, Wike cannot be in PDP and be dictating for APC.
But Barrister, now let's look at the process. When you talk about impeachment, they're supposed to give the governor 7 days. You know, so the 7 days notice has not elapsed.
They are not going
before they will now ask the CJ, the Chief Justice of the State, to constitute a panel, you know, to try the governor and all of that. That's if the governor responds, or even if he doesn't respond. So my question is, don't you think that they are saying that, look, there might be, you know, plans to obstruct legislative proceedings? Don't you think it's a decoy to distract attention? Well, we also heard that a couple of people try to impeach him.
What are you talking about?
You have not heard that?
Impeach him? How? How would they do that?
No, I mean, what happened during Obasanjo era?
Which people want to do that? Which people?
Barrister, you've not heard that rumor?
No, which rumor? All these things are just neither here. They can't go further.
Okay.
I forget it. From all indications, from all the statements, all the rumors we are hearing, that thing can never go what further. There is an injunction on them to stop action. And that's the truth. That's why Wike is now quiet. Didn't you hear what they said that if they did not say through with this, they will resign? Better. So all this breathing, all this showmanship is over.
Barrister, which lawyer, which judge will issue that injunction? Because from what lawyers say, there is an ouster clause, you know, in the proceedings of impeachment that from start to finish, the court cannot entertain
there
it
is
until it is finished.
no injunction. I'm talking of oral injunction from their superiors in Abuja.
Okay.
Oral injunction from their superiors from Abuja. You think Fubara traveled to France or not in Abi?
Okay.
Mr. Okoro, are you not aware that Fubara traveled to France?
I'm aware, and I was coming to that.
Did the Wike travel to? No, did the Wike travel to?
While Fubara was in France, Wike was here mobilizing support for the president during the local government areas. You think it's meaningless? You think it doesn't have political capital?
What is Mr. Okoro? There is nothing.
Barrister, I'd like for you to understand that I don't have a position. I'm simply asking you questions.
Yes, I'm telling you. You're always thinking that Wike is God.
I'm not thinking. I just feel the pulse of the public.
Yes,
you know?
It's good.
Because this is sometimes what the public thinks.
Look, people like Wike, there's an extent to their power. Are you getting what I'm saying?
Okay.
If Wike is in APC now, and is holding one position somewhere, as a member of APC, we can begin to interrogate what you're saying. But a situation whereby Wike will be in PDP and will be dictating for APC, please, how does that resonate with you? Does it make sense?
Barrister, that's exactly what Wike is saying. That's exactly what he's saying, and that is what he's doing. How has it ended?
It has ended now. Somebody has called him to order. It has ended. It can't go further.
Barrister, I understand that someone has called him to order. Now, what are the facts that you have on ground to show that someone has called him?
Because this impeachment can no longer proceed.
Okay.
By next week, you will know. Okay, this week, yeah, this week.
But are you factual or are you speculating?
By Thursday, you will see whether there is any action from the part of these state assembly members. If there is nothing somewhere, they won't be making all the statements they are making. They will not. By now, you would have seen activities in River State, Abi. You would have they would have sent the notice to governor by now. Because they have 7 days.
Okay.
They have 7 days, and the governor have 14 days to reply.
Okay, so you think the notice has not been sent?
Nothing.
There was a notice that we saw, and it read, "Dear Madam."
I said it can no longer go further.
Okay.
That thing is dead on arrival. It's as simple as that. Because even at that, the CJ, Chief Justice of River State, the road is going to play with torpedo whatever they are trying to do. Okay. And that will be the end of it.
Now, if it doesn't accept that role,
sorry?
If the CJ doesn't accept that role, you know that the House has the power to appoint someone from the judiciary to superintend the Commission of Inquiry. Isn't it?
It still cannot fly.
Okay. But there's a possibility that if the CJ, steps aside or abdicates responsibility, the House will still appoint someone. Is that a matter of fact?
Let us agree that this you are saying now can never happen. It's in the realm of speculation.
No, I'm not saying that it has happened. My point is this. Is it a point of law that if the CJ steps aside? Is a point of law?
There's always an alternative.
An alternative.
Yeah, there's always an alternative.
Okay.
But most of the things, the allegations cannot even fly because APC will be waiting for them in court. Abi? APC, you remember Anambra? The court said that P2B should go back to a seat. That there's no facts with what was presented. Abi? So it can happen.
Now, Barrister, Fubara went to France to meet with the president. Now, do you think that the president has given him secure assurances because he seems to have doubled down on his audacity since he came back?
Of course. What he said in the church yesterday will tell you that the man is still in charge of River State. It's as simple as that. And Wike has, gradually wind down. He's no longer talking ebulliently like before. Because today he would have issued another as usual. Is that not true?
Okay.
By today, every day he was, always on the media. By today, you would have seen Wike with another salvo. But things are dying down. They must have issued him a very stern warning to stop all this rascality, or else he will face EFCC.
Okay, all right. Now, Barrister, if the president has given Fubara assurances, that would technically mean taking sides in a matter, in a battle, he should serve as a conciliator. So is it appropriate for, now we're trying to create, we're trying to simulate a situation where he went to France and the president gave him assurances, I'm behind you.
As a member of his party.
As a member of his party. But then Wike is his minister too. Well, according to him, he's one of our shining stars in the cabinet. So would that mean the president taking sides in a matter he should be a conciliator, not like a mediator?
The man is talking of his political survival. You want him to lose River State.
Okay.
Because of a Wike. If he continue like this, the people of River State will come out strong against Wike. You know that. Okay. They won't be happy with him. I'm telling you. Even the APC member will gang against Wike. How can a PDP man be dictated? That kind of insult. They won't take it. As long as Wike is not in their party, forget it. What he was doing ended with Fubara joining APC. That is where I told you that Fubara is an intelligent man. The 48 Laws of Power. You know that book. Fubara has applied one of them. And that is, don't show your strength from the beginning. Make your enemy believe that you don't have, until you have gotten what you are looking for, then you will strike. And when you strike in a way that your enemy will not have the capacity to retaliate. He gave Wike an uppercut when he joined without his knowledge. Because Wike believed that whatever Fubara is going to do, he must go through him. Because I know if I told him that he's going to join the APC, You were told, no, don't join, no, don't join. Don't worry, I'll protect you. You don't need to join it. You know, he would have said that to him. And so when he joined AP, the thing came to Wike as a shock. You know, it took him days to even comment on that. He knows that with the APC, I mean, if Fubara joining the APC, he have lost Rivers State. And that was why he started all this rascality in Rivers State of late. Going all over the place, making noise, attacking everybody. For you to be attacking people in 2026, for helping you in 2023, is an insult on his own. So since 2023, it is now you remember the same people whom you claim helped you, Abi, and you want to use them again as if they are your food. No, look at it yourself. So the people at Rivers State are so free that they wouldn't know when to stop.
Barrister, 2026 is more like a pre-election year. So the activities are gearing up, you know. It doesn't start heating up until a year before the election proper. So 2026.
But he's going about the thanking. They say thanking.
That's what I'm saying.
Thank you, VC. He's not going for campaign. He say thank you, VC.
No, because campaigns are not open yet.
But he's doing it.
So, like you said, it's thank you visit.
It doesn't require him doing that. Okay, when the campaign is thrown open, Fubara will go around. I will see the crowd. Genuine crowd, though, not rented crowd.
Now, Barrister, let's get into another component of the Rivers story. Like Wike to critics, don't be bitter, I still controls Rivers votes. Now, this is Wike speaking. That same yesterday that Fubara was in church, you know, doing his own thing. Now, Wike also rounded off his thank you tour of the 23 local government areas of the state with a grand finale in his home local government area of Obiakpo. But speaking at the rally, the minister said, I have told everybody that I'm not a trader. I've never told anybody that I'm a pastor. I never told anybody that I was a public commentator or a journalist. I chose to be a politician. Choose what you want to be in life. Meanwhile, Wike and the Speaker of the Assembly, Martin Samuel, tactically avoided comments on the raging impeachment proceedings that have escalated tension in the state. Barrister, why did Wike embark on tours of local governments? Can you hazard a guess? You already said it that he's trying to use the people as pawns again for 2027.
He wants to intimidate Fubara.
Okay, he wants to intimidate Fubara.
Yes, he wants to tell Fubara that I'm in charge of Rivers State. And I thank God Fubara just allowed him to make a nuisance of himself. I thank God that Fubara did not even interfere or say anything. After the rally now, what happened?
He's Ghana support for the president.
Which support?
He heard what he said. The payoff line is there. I'm in control of Rivers votes.
I said that is a lie. I said I get that before, not be property. Wike is a spent force in Rivers State today. You cannot be controlling an APC state and they'll be watching. It's not possible. That is one thing. I don't know who gave Wike this idea that he can be in PDP and be controlling APC.
But he always did that.
That was before. That was before Fubara joined APC. That is what I'm telling you.
Did you know that it was him that premeditated, that orchestrated the movement of the 27 lawmakers to the APC?
That was before again. That was before.
So, Barrister, what has changed? That is my question. What has changed?
The impeachment cannot proceed. True or false? It cannot proceed. What he expected, he didn't get it. Is that not enough to tell you that his powers are dying? It can never happen that APC will allow a Wike to be controlling their state. It can never happen. Don't get it at the back of your mind. It can never happen. It can never happen. It's not possible. Tinubu wouldn't like to be embarrassed because you saw what the National Working Committee told Tinubu. You either choose us or Wike. And who do you think he will choose? A rabble-rouser like Wike.
But Barrister, you describe Wike as a rabble-rouser?
In fact, he's more than that. He's a political rascal. Somebody who will say he's in PDP and in APC. What kind of rubbish is that one? You vote in two places at the same time. You are in two political parties. What kind of thing is that? All those people backing him. In fact, I pity you people because the table have turned.
Okay.
In fact, it turned 360 degrees. I want to see where Wike will now pitch his tent, whether in PDP or APC now. Because you must belong to somewhere. All this he has nothing to give again. He has nothing to give. If APC want to Rivers State today, they will get it. If they descend on Rivers State, with all their machinery, nobody will challenge them in Rivers State. No opposition. And so Wike is not needed in Rivers State again. At all. It's not needed. Yes. And that will kill. He said it himself that if Fubara gets second term, that his political career is buried. Are you serious? So are you the owner of Rivers State? Didn't you know that this your rascality will end one way or the other? You want to play Godfather. In a very crude manner for that matter. Mr. Okoro, did you even hear what Wike was saying and how he was saying it? About Rivers State and APC, Fubara. You know, he even made, a subtle jab at Tinubu. And people must have taken it to Tinubu to look at what your minister is saying about you. You know that kind of thing. So Tinubu wouldn't want this guy to embarrass him. And Tinubu wouldn't want another Godfather to be created to share the limelight with him. That is just the truth.
Barrister, let's go back to Rivers. Let's stay with Rivers State and paint a very true picture of what happened. So that probably it could help us to understand in actuality, in actual facts, what is going on in Rivers State and how things might just pan out, in the coming days and in the coming months. Wike undertook a tour of the 23 local government areas of Rivers State. Given. Now, in those 23 local government areas, in no local government area did the local government chairman not come out with his people en masse to welcome and give support to Nyesom Wike. Now, these same 23 local government areas are supposedly are supposed to be working with the governor, Sim Fubara. So where do you think that their loyalty lies? To the extent that the governor will say, don't go to that party, don't go to that welcoming ceremony, don't go to that rally, and they will defy the governor and attend that rally. Who is in control? Dispassionately, Barrister.
To the extent that the APC leadership have not spoken.
Okay, to the extent that they have not spoken. So what's holding them? Why are they not speaking?
Now that they spoke, now that they have spoken, didn't you see the result?
But Barrister, when did they speak?
The lawmakers said they may not continue with the...
No, Barrister, we are going to talk about the lawmakers. I'm talking about local government chairman. When the fund comes,
they will soon get orders from their leadership.
So before they get the orders, who is in control? Barrister, I just painted a picture now. This man visited 23 local government areas. And not in one local government did this chairman not come out with his people en masse to welcome him. Now, these same people will go to the governor and say, Governor, give us our funds. So who is in control of this local government chairman?
Listen very well. Don't mind what rented crowd are doing.
Okay. You feel the crowd is rented.
They are rented.
Barrister, I'm trying for us to get at. I'm trying for us to get at something.
Like what?
Like what I've just said.
Wike is not in control of Rivers State.
I didn't say he's in control. I'm just asking you questions. But now, who is in control of local government chairman?
Nobody is in control of them. Nobody.
But the governor says don't go, and they went.
Don't bother yourself with that one.
No, Barrister, I'm bothered. Nigerians are bothered because Nigerians want to know who's in charge.
The direct order have not been given to when the chiefs are
down. Who will give the direct order?
Hold on. When the chiefs
Barrister,
are down,
who will give the direct order?
Listen, when the chiefs are down, I will call you and say,
all right, Barrister, before the chiefs come down, who is in control?
Listen, the campaign have not started.
Okay.
Are you getting what I'm saying? By the time this impeachment is degraded, you will see politics in Rivers State. This your so-called local government chairman. You will see whom they will now start obeying. Just don't bother yourself. When the direct order comes, like it came for the lawmakers, the same local government, all of them will fall in line.
Barrister, I don't know the order you are talking about.
The order is that they have been told to stop the impeachment proceeding.
Okay. Who gave the order?
And they have stopped. That is the APC leadership.
Okay.
And yes, if you want to know who gave the order. Okay. So Fubara wouldn't have traveled to France for nothing.
Okay.
He wouldn't. He came back with something. And the result is what we are seeing about the impeachment. He can no longer proceed. And that is the greatest weapon Wike has. Is that not enough to tell him that he's losing ground? I said Wike cannot be in PDP and be controlling APC. It can never happen. That is just one thing you must know. All this one that is this. No. When the chiefs are down, they will tell the local government to fall in line, and they will fall in line. Yes, they will tell them to fall in line.
But Barrister, we keep going back and forth. You know, you are futuristic, and I'm talking about the president. Before that chief comes down, who is in control?
Nobody is in control.
Nobody is in control. Okay, River State is on autopilot.
Yes, the governor is in control.
Okay, the governor is in control. Okay, the governor is in control.
Yes.
Now, that's the point that you have made. Let's get into another component of the story. Now, Tinubu can sack me if he believes I don't have anything to offer. That's coming from Wike. Replying to those calling for his sack by the president, Wike said, it is within the right of President Bola Tinubu to do so if he wishes. According to him, there is no sentiment or emotion in politics. He said that what mattered was interest and the interest of the people. He added that power is not given but taken, saying for the people of Ubiakpo, we have the power to dictate who becomes a governor in Rivers. Still talking tough. Nobody has become a governor in this state without Ubiakpo making a pronouncement. Nobody has become a senator of Rivers East without Ubiakpo making a decision. So if you like, abuse us. After abusing us, come and look for our votes and we'll punish you with the votes. Don't bother about people who say sack him. If my appointer believes that I cannot offer anything again, he has the right. It is not in your place to tell him what to do. Wike said, well, the minister boasted that President Tinubu knew his word and as such, didn't need anybody to tell him what to do. He also said Tinubu had done so much for Rivers people, trusting that the people will return the favor in 2027. According to him, the presidents know that we are the real renewed hope. We have seen battle before. This is a battle already won. Now, Barrister, let's go back to 23. Wike was the only South-South governor that delivered his state to the APC, while still even in PDP. Even Sanwo-Olu in Lagos State here could not do that. Do you think that the president will lose sight of that fact in pitching his tent against him?
As at that time, the president was coming into office as the president. Is that not true? Now that he has consolidated, he don't need a Wike. He has 28 governors behind him now. Something he never had in 2020. That's why I keep telling you here that don't look at what has happened in the past. Look at what is going on in the present.
No, Barrister, you can't get into the future without knowing the past.
No. It has, that one has faded away. Tinubu have taken. In fact, Tinubu have secured the second term.
Okay, so the president has wiped out everything everybody did for him in 2023. Is that what you're saying?
Nobody can hold him to ransom today. Nobody.
Okay. Oh, nobody can hold the president to ransom?
Because he has all it takes to win the election.
Really?
Don't you see that he has everything?
No, that looks like a change of position for me because you have always believed that the North is holding him back.
Because as at today, did you believe that the governors will defect to APC in numbers like this?
Okay.
That is the point. And all of them would want to please him. They would want, with the money he has, with the money in his kitty, and with the hunger in the land, APC can buy any buyable. Don't make that mistake. Until the electoral system changes, where votes will count and where people will vote according to their conscience and all that, these things will continue. I don't want to deceive myself or my followers or my fans. The reality is that our election is monetized. Whether you like it or not, it's monetized. If you don't have deep pockets, you have God to run to. But as far as this earth is concerned today with our election, money play a major role. Like they say, money answers all things. Money answers all things. Mr. Okoro, we have 774 local governments in Nigeria, two of us.
Very correct.
Each local government will have at least 200 polling units. Some will have more. Is that true or not?
200 polling units. I'm not aware of that. I'm not sure of that.
I said the polling booth. Polling booth.
Okay.
No local government will have less than.
Very correct. Very correct. I thought you said units. You said units.
Polling booths scattered all over the local government. Each of those polling booths, you need to put an agent there to man your vote. And that is money. You will pay those people. Is that not true? Okay. Now calculate it. 200 into 774 local government. Mr. Okoro, who else have that kind of money among the competitors? You can see now. You can see.
Was that what happened in 2022?
That was not what happened.
So why the flip?
Because the level have changed now. Yes, that was what happened in 2023 because APC had agents in all the polling booths. That was why Obi and the Atiku could not provide 58,000 polling booths that they presented.
So at that point, you are saying that APC had more agents than the PDP.
That is definitely. Because when they asked them to come and bring their agents who can validate the result they are contesting, they couldn't bring them. They used what they got from the other agent. And they said, where is the signature of your agent in this form? Because you need to sign from that polling unit. You must sign. Abi, that the result, oh, I am present, I saw it, oh, you write your name, sign. And from which party? Is that not true? There was nothing like that in all those things they were contesting. And that was how those 58,000, nobody could do something about it.
Now, Barrister, if you use this as a premise, how did Peter Obi Labour Party get up to 6 million votes without agents? How many agents did he have?
It is for the places they were able to cover now. What are you telling me all this one? It is the places that were able to cover. They didn't go around. That is a fact. It's a given.
That's what I'm saying. So how did he? Okay, so the places
they covered.
So if Peter Obi had covered
the other areas, they have not. They didn't win in most of them. So what is it? They didn't win in most of it, but the area they were able to cover, that's how they got. Imagine other areas that they couldn't cover. Their votes was manipulated there because they don't have agents, and they were contesting it. But because they don't have agents, they cannot validate what they are contesting. So that, what are you saying?
But what I'm asking is the 6 million votes will be here because we are told he didn't have structures.
Look, don't listen to what people are saying. I said,
Barrister, why would I not listen to them?
The organic followership he had in 2023 is no longer there.
No, I'm not talking about what happened. I'm not talking about what is going to happen. You took us back to 2023.
Is it not people that gave you the
Barrister, you took us back to 2023 because APC had more agents than Labour Party and PDP. That was why they won the election. You are telling me now that
he got 6 million votes.
And I'm asking you, so if he didn't have agents, if the agent
I didn't say he didn't have. I said he did not cover the 700.
And I say, so the 6 million. And I'm asking you, assuming he covered. Barrister, if he covered the country, he would have done more than that. Is that what you're saying?
Of course, because since some pulling you, they were not there.
Well, Barrister, I just hope that people will not take the risk of accepting your premise because
hold on.
Accepting what? Accepting your premise because it's greatly flawed in facts. Now let's move on.
Listen very well. If you don't have an agent in a polling unit,
exactly my point.
What happened to your vote?
Barrister, I'm saying that I just hope that people will not run the risk of accepting your facts because it's deeply flawed. Now there's a plot to stop legislative.
Hold on, this is coming you must prove how it is flawed. Prove how it is flawed.
Meanwhile, Rivers State
prove how it is flawed.
Has alleged that there were secret plots to procure court orders illegally to restrain the legislature from carrying out its constitutional responsibilities. The Assembly, in a statement by the chairman of the House Committee on Information, Enemi George, said it has received intelligence suggesting that certain persons were scheming to obtain such orders from some of the high courts within the state, but outside the Port Harcourt Judicial Division, where the Assembly said those behind the alleged moves were fully aware of constitutional provisions governing legislative proceedings and the jurisdiction of courts in such matters. Well, it cited Section 272, subsection 3 of the Constitution, which it said provided that subject to the provisions of Section 251 and other provisions of the Constitution, the Federal High Court shall have jurisdiction to hear and determine the question as to whether the term of office of a member of House of Assembly of a state, governor or deputy governor has ceased or become vacant. Well, the Assembly also referenced Section 188, subsection 10 of the Constitution, which states that no proceedings or determination of the panel or of the House of Assembly or any matter relating to such proceedings or determination shall be entertained or questioned in any court. Barrister, the legislators are crying foul that there are plans to use the court to stop the impeachment process. Is that possible?
Why are they crying foul?
Okay, that's exactly.
When they themselves know that it is not possible. But being an APC government, they can do and undo. Is it not the court that turned their defection into a child's play? neglecting Section 109. They have forgotten where they are coming from. These House members. They have forgotten. They have forgotten it was the court that saved them from that defection, which they carried out in the open, which they wrote with their own hands. They have forgotten. Look, they are going to remind them of open their book of remembrance. So I'm not joking. They may wake up that case if they continue to be this rascally. The APC leadership will just tell them to be very careful. So, I mean, they have forgotten that, Abi. It is not they want to use the court in their own favor. But when the court was favored, they didn't say anything wrong there, Abi. The court has said to their defection, a defection they carried out in the open, in the glare of everybody. A defection they wrote with their own hands. But the court will save them that they should go to the register and do whatever. Is that the provisions of Section 109? So all those things they are saying now is neither here nor there. We know that court will not entertain the proceedings. But it is the court that will decide at the final bus stop. Because the governor can go to court just like an Obi went to court in Anambra. And the court reinstated him twice, for that matter, twice. So if the court now see that this impeachment is politically motivated, and the APC have told the court what to do as they normally do, Mr. What do you think will happen?
Okay, like Barrister, you said something that I heard now, that APC will tell the courts to do as they normally do.
Is that not a fact?
No, I don't know. You're just telling us.
Are you serious?
So the party controls the judiciary now?
It's the judiciary that is controlling them. And they brought a matter to them, a whole Supreme Court ruled in favor. That local government autonomy. They didn't know what the Constitution provided, Abi. Why is it a ding-dong affair now? You see how the judiciary rubbish themselves. A whole Supreme Court did not even remember that there is already an existing provision in the Constitution about state and local government joint account, Abi. He just said they should go and give the local government the autonomy because the bill came from the executive. Abi, is that not what happened? Now that the thing has run into a ding-dong affair, they are now begging the governor. You are begging the governor for a decision taken by the Supreme Court. Is that not enough to tell you that something went wrong? It is the judiciary that embarrass themselves here because their decision is not even being obeyed by even the APC government that is in charge. Is that not an embarrassment on its own? That the Supreme Court ruled on a matter and the APC, who is in charge of the government and who are supposed to benefit from that, could not even implement it. Now, the Supreme Court should now be very wary of most of the judgment they are giving. Like this one they give now about local government and financial autonomy. Did it fly? It will never fly. That's why the governors are not even bothered. It will never fly. And nobody can take a bid to National Assembly and say, come, let us tinker with this joint account. Let us even remove it. Is that not what they should do, Mr. Okoro? But nobody wants to do it. You can see what we are talking about here. Even Tinubu cannot do that. He cannot. They wanted to survive the Constitution for a temporary pleasure. If that position is still there, and the local government autonomy is still operating, my brother, what do you call that? What do you call that?
Of course, there won't be any autonomy now because the state governments will still lay claim to the job.
So since this thing has been going on, why can't they take a bill to separate that account?
Because I think they know that the bill will fail. Because
really?
it will go to the State House of Assembly, and they need to talk.
Of course, the governor will tell the assembly, so what to do?
To kill the bill at that level.
You can see. When we tell
I asked you this question the other day. Does it look like the president or the attorney general don't know this? So why did they try to circumvent the process?
They believe that they can have their way in all matters.
Okay, through the Supreme Court.
They believe. That's what they believe. They believe that in all matter that goes to court, they will have victory. Just like the state of emergency, that the attorney general defended and all that. It's not all matters. This one now, they don't know what to do about it.
But Barrister, before we leave River State and get into security matters, I'd like to ask you, now, do you think that the House of Assembly members, like some people have said, were just negotiating, looking for relevance from the governor? Because it looks like they have discovered that, look, the governor is not looking their direction because the governor has been talking tough, even attacking the speaker, more like calling him names. So does it look like they were trying to negotiate? Oh, okay, if you don't do this, more like a quid pro quo, if you don't do this, we'll do this. Does it look like that to you?
It looks like these assembly members have equally lost the battle.
Okay.
Look, the final bus stop is that somebody from APC is going to call for a meeting whereby they will give in marching order and what to do in River State. All those follow what it will end though. They will give them direct marching order. You either follow this order or you will leave the party. Simple. What will they do? You either follow this order and cooperate with the governor or you will leave our party. Simple. That's where this thing is going to end. Mm-hmm. A weekend in PDB cannot be controlling an APC government in Rivers. It can never happen. He can be talking and making noise all over the place. Like Kubara said, a barking dog doesn't bite. Mr. Okoro, a barking dog does not bite. He's just flexing muscle. You know, all these empty vessels, they make too much noise. So that you think that they have some. They have not, you know. They move a Tinubu from behind the Wike. He is nothing. He is nothing.
All right, Barrister, let's get into our second topic of discussion. Blame politicians, not military, for insecurity in Nigeria. This is coming from a retired colonel. Now, a retired colonel of the Nigerian Army, Umar Kingsley Achibong, has blamed the civilian authorities for the persistent insecurity in Nigeria and not the inability of the military to clear the terrorists. Colonel Umar was a guest on VOP This Morning show where he said the civilian authorities have failed to give appropriate and precise commands to the military, who are subjected to civil authorities. He said insecurity in the form it exists now would not have happened under a military regime, accusing the civilians of politicizing insecurity in Nigeria. Now, Barrister, I don't know if you had left, you know, the show when the colonel made this comment. Now, do you agree with him?
Okay, I disagree.
Okay, you disagree.
I was there when he said, I disagree.
Okay, you were still on the show when he said.
Yes, I disagree with him, and I gave my reasons. Because the body language, the actions and utterances of the military shows that they are more complicit in this insecurity than the civilian political leadership. Mr. Okoro, if somebody tell you to go and commit suicide because it's your guy, please, will you go and commit such a suicide? If the military are giving the wrong order, that will bring harm to them, that will bring disgrace to them, that will rubbish their profession, that will make them look like Boy Scouts. Should they obey such order? I am telling you that it is illegal for you to obey an illegal order in a state of anarchy.
Barrister, who defines what is legal?
As a rational human being, you know what your profession, you know your line of duty, you know how you operate. If somebody is telling you something that is not your duty provisions, will you follow it?
Now, Barrister, you're a lawyer. I'd like for you to help us define who is a rational being in this case. That's what you are trying to do.
A rational what?
A rational being.
The rational being is the man who is doing his job with his sense and with his power.
Okay.
You must work with your sense and with your power, the power you have.
Within the provisions of the law,
yes,
right?
Yes, brain and brown. A rational being is the man who will combine brain and brown in the execution of his what? His mandate. You don't just act like a zombie because somebody told you. That is
Barrister, when we're growing up, we learned that there's a military pair-off that says, you know, obey the last order in the military.
Yes, and that must be lawful order.
That must be lawful
order.
Now, if an order comes from the commander-in-chief or from, let's say, in the army, if it comes from the chief of army staff, how do you interpret whether it is lawful or not? When your commander says, pull back, what next do you do?
If the man says, pull back, and and that pulling back will not harm you, will not put you in harm's way, fine.
Okay.
But if pulling back will now make you to be involved in an ambush,
Okay.
will you still pull back? No, answer me. Will you still pull back?
Okay.
You will not.
But that would mean define the orders of your general.
Eh?
Of your superior. That would mean define the orders of your superior.
It doesn't matter as long as it is to save your life.
Okay.
Yes. That nobody will be. In fact, your general cannot even talk at the end of the day. If he discovered that you acted to save yourself, you acted to save your life. Like Christopher Musa said that they don't need his order to shoot at the enemy. Is that not what he said? He said it. That
yes, he said. Yes,
so what are you saying with that? So if the military now fail to act, they have nobody to blame. That's what I'm telling you. Mr. Okoro, you have heard stories about this military getting involved with these terrorists. True or false? Please, true or false? Is that part of the order? No, did they tell them, go and be working with the terrorists? And whenever they are operating, they don't interfere.
But Barrister, I like the fact that you brought in Minister Christopher Musa into this matter now, because he has sent out warning to terror sponsors. You know, is that what he should be telling us now, or telling us that, look, the sponsors of terrorism have been arrested, undergoing prosecution, and that we have identified them, and that we are going to cut off their source of supply? Shouldn't he be telling us that instead of telling us that he's warning them?
No, instead of neutralizing them, that will tell you that they don't want this thing to end. You don't need us to know all these things. Let your actions speak louder than words. If this thing have ended, you and I will see it, Mr. Okoro, two of us. If insecurity ends in Nigeria today, it will be very obvious. The people of Benue and Plateau that are IDP, they will go back to their homes. Is that not true? All this one has not been done, and you are still blowing hot air. To what end? After talking and nothing came out of it, will you not rubbish your name? Will you not make it look like you are just talking? That is why I've told them, the military, you don't even hear the military talk, you only see the result of their action. That's why they are the military.
Okay. Barrister, when you left the morning show, I asked the colonel a question, and I asked him, look, we all have identified a problem. Now, let's prescribe, let's look for prescriptions.
Solution.
How do we go about it and all of that? And you know who he told me? He said that Nigeria is beyond redemption, that solution will never come till Jesus come. Till Jesus comes.
And man said this.
Yes, that's what he said, that we are in that hole and that nothing can extricate us. Do you agree with him?
Look, it means they have not confirmed that they are part of the problem. Mr. Okoro, is there anybody that had the power of force more than the military in any country? Please just tell me that.
No, but he removed the military and said the problem with the civilians, politics.
Then he's not sincere.
Okay.
You cannot exonerate yourself in a profession that you signed for, in a profession that is your duty. Are you not the one to secure the territorial integrity of Nigeria? Is that not your core duty? And when you could not do that, why are you blaming somebody somewhere? It is your job. Let the military hierarchy come out and tell me today that they couldn't solve this problem because the civilian leadership is the problem. Let them come out. But while they are there making money, they should blame nobody. They should blame nobody. It is the amount of, look at how rich this military have become because of this. Look at how rich. People that are enjoying such large amount of money, do you want them to stop the source of that money? Look at how much Buratai made, and when they asked him, he said the money he had been saving. Is that not how he defended it?
Barrister. Barrister, can this problem be solved?
It can be solved if you have the right people on board.
So you have still have faith. You are optimistic.
There are people that can do, Mr. Okoro.
Soldiers or civilians?
Soldiers.
Okay, soldiers.
When you appoint the right people in the right places and give them free hand.
Barrister, the colonel said something that that got us interested in the morning. He said, under a military regime, that this insecurity wouldn't have happened because they would have taken it out clearly. Now, clearly, laying the problem at the footsteps.
Of course.
Of the civilians.
Of course, the insult will be on them that ragtag.
Okay, so you now agree with him that the civilians are the problem.
They should not hide under this civilian cloak. And,
but they take orders. They subject military authorities to civilian authorities.
Mr. Okoro, let any military come and tell me that the civilian leadership does not want this insecurity to end.
Okay.
Let them come.
Now that's what the colonel said.
Let them come out. Don't just say it's only you. Let the military hierarchy. Let them come out and tell us.
Have they said anything different from that?
They have not said anything. All you hear, okay, this other one that they claim they are killing Inko. Hold on, this other one they claim they are killing.
But you have also heard soldiers complain that, look, when we are almost running these people out, we are asked to pull back. Haven't you heard that?
I have heard that.
And up until this moment, according to you, we have not known who asked the soldiers somewhere to pull back. But so someone gave that order. Probably, don't you think it could be a civilian?
This is where this military had to come out to clear their name. If they are not the one involved, let them clear their name. Who killed the other chief of army staff who took over from Buratai? Who killed him?
Barrister, let's have your concluding thoughts. We are out of time.
Leadership. My concluding thought is that, please, anybody in the military should stop making this statement that we are irredeemable. It is a very dangerous position to take. As a military man, don't say that again. Don't even try it. If that man were to be in the military, I am telling you, they would have court-martialed him. How can he tell me that the Nigerian military, that displayed the bravery in Sierra Leone, in Liberia, in Congo, cannot secure Nigeria, that Nigeria is irredeemable? That is a very dangerous statement to make. Then why is he in the military?
Okay. All right.
There is no need for you to say that.
Okay. All right. All right then. Now this is where we have to draw the curtains. We've been speaking with Barrister Darlington Agomo, and the show was Political Lens on Voice of the People Television. I must say a very big thank you to you, Barrister. I appreciate your presence, and I hope that we can do this some other time.
My pleasure.
All right. Now, on behalf of the backroom staff, talking about the technical director, the bus manager, the sound engineer, and the ingest manager, I am Chukwuma Okoro. Up next is Issues with Nena Ndimjuto. Join us again at 7 o'clock on top of the hour. I'll see you tomorrow, 8 o'clock on the morning show. Bye for now and enjoy the rest of your evening.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Buratai, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
Alright, hello, it's a boy that's shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers, whatever, live it. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get drive!
and scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react. Understand.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Apelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Nigeria, it's another exciting episode of the issues on Voice of the People television, where we bring you the most important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I am your host, Nenna Ndomdioto. Today on the issues, we're examining the complexities of Nigeria's politics and governance. From reactions trailing Southeast APC leaders' endorsement of Tinubu, to Wike insisting only President Tinubu can sack him. Also, EFCC chairman defends integrity and insists his records are clean. And finally, Katsina government defends planned release of bandits. Join us as we break down the fact and provide context to help you stay informed. We'll take a short break, and when we return, we'll dig deeper into these topics. Don't go away. Glad to have you back. Let's dive straight into today's discussion. Political reactions continue to trail the endorsement of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for a second term by Southeast governors, APC leaders and stakeholders, an endorsement that has now sparked sharp criticism from religious leaders in the region. Governors from the Southeast, alongside leaders and stakeholders of the All Progressive Congress, have formally endorsed President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for a second term in office ahead of the 2027 general election. The endorsement was contained in a communique issued at the conclusion of the Southeast APC leaders, critical stakeholders and elders meeting known as the Izu Umunne gathering held in Enugu. The party leaders cited continuity, national unity and the need to consolidate ongoing reforms as reasons for their support. However, the move has attracted criticism from a former chairman of the Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria, who has berated Southeast APC leaders for endorsing the president, describing the decision as premature and disconnected from the socio-economic realities facing the region. The cleric questioned what tangible benefits the Southeast has gained to warrant such early political support, urging leaders to prioritize regional development and accountability over political alignment. Today, I'm delighted to be joined by two distinguished guests. Here in the studio, we have Dr. Peter Anosike. Dr. Anosike is a philosopher, development economist, and best-selling author. He's also an erudite commentator on economy, finance, politics, and power. He's also the author of the most talked about book titled Abuse of Power: how democracy turned into tyranny of the few. Thank you very much for joining us tonight, sir. Yes, sir. And then we have joining us virtually, we have Fimba Ajego. He is Chairman, Safety Engineers, Anambra State, and then member, Nigeria Society of Engineers. Glad to have you join us, Fimba.
Thank you very much, and I'm pleased to be here on Issues.
Yes, and Happy New Year, because I've not seen you, or I've not heard from you this year. So Happy New Year to
Happy
you.
New Year. Happy New Year, my dear.
Okay, so let me start with you. What do you make of this endorsement? Do you think that this endorsement reflects the will of the Southeast voters, or is it just the interest of our political elites?
You know, Nigeria is a land filled with milk and honey, at the same time filled with a lot of political, what I would call rascality. You see, sometimes you may not be able to differentiate what is coming up. There might be some undertones which is not coming to fore. But however it is, I know that this endorsement is not surprising. A good number of us who are following up the political drama in this our great country will understand that APC is taking Nigerians for a ride, because they don't have dividends of democracy which they deliver to the people. But however it is, this endorsement is not surprising, and the leaders of the Southeast, perhaps a good number of persons who have endorsed 2027 candidacy of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, of course we know that they have a lot of benefits to derive from that endorsement.
Okay, thank you. I'll come to you, but let me hear a reaction from our studio, our guest in the studio. Dr. Peter, an endorsement by the Southeast East governors, they said APC leaders, stakeholders, they're endorsing the president for his second term. Is this not too early?
The question is, who are they leading? Those so-called leaders, who are they? Can any of them call 200 people without inducement and they will come? The answer is no. Can any of them there call 200 people, come and follow me, and they will come without inducement? The answer is no. So they're only leading themselves. Understand me? They are only leading themselves. This is just it is notice me, understand, which is not going to work. Because one, this is just Tinubu came on board in 2023, this is 2026, early 2026. One, before you endorse somebody, you do an appraisal of his stewardship in office. Many people who went to the Southeast by road spent 2 days on the road because of the state of the roads. Understand me? That is number one. Number two, Southeast as a whole has just one single senior minister, Dave Umahi. Others, Bianco Ojukwu, Uche Onyagocha, are all junior ministers. So in infrastructure, we are nowhere. In appointment, we are nowhere. So on what basis are you endorsing him? What has he done for you? So under the Tinubu administration, Igbos are the most marginalized. Under the Tinubu administration, Igbos are the most marginalized with regard to infrastructure, to appointments. Then what has he done for him to merit the endorsement? Understand? So I have checked that. I saw their pictures, what I was seeing, faces of criminals. I saw those pictures of the endorsement. What I was seeing is faces of criminals. Understand? So I'm not surprised, but my joy is that they command nobody. They are leading themselves. Look, you cannot rule an Igbo man. Understand? You can only lead an Igbo man. Before you can lead him, he must see transparency and credibility on you, because he is not hungry. He is not begging you for food. Understand me? He is not begging you for food. He is not hungry. Understand me? I am from Abia State. If tomorrow an ex-Soti endorse Tinubu or cross over to APC, he is on his own. He cannot command my vote. He cannot command my family votes. Understand me? So when they're saying we endorse, we promise that to give 2 million votes to 2.5 million, it's on paper, not on reality. Understand me? Those people have no capacity to deliver Tinubu in the southeast. Those people have no capacity to deliver Tinubu in the southeast, because I'm very proud of Igbo people. That question will always come: are you feeding me? If you're not feeding me, you cannot command me. Understand me? So Igbos are not like the other people, where they can just follow me and they will follow you. So this is just the kind of to close the door for P2B. Understand me? That Igbos has already taken a position. But the truth is that all of them, if they come and stay at a particular post and P2B alone stay at the other side, 99% of Igbo people will follow P2B.
Okay, let me
So
go.
what they are doing is just an exercise in futility.
Let me come in here, because you actually mentioned Peter Obi, and that was actually going to be one of my questions. Looking at the fact that this endorsement is coming just barely 2 weeks after Peter Obi came out, what does this make about unity in Igbo land? Fine, we understand that there are political differences and all of that, but an Igbo man is looking like an Igbo man is going to actually be on the ballot, and then some Igbo leaders are also coming out, because not just APC leaders, there are also people who are aligned with them, and they're coming out to say we are endorsing the president for this. Does it not say that we are not united? No. Igbos are not united as they should.
No, we shouldn't single out Igbo when we are talking about unity. Understand me? There's no tribe, there's no ethnic group in Nigeria that is united. There is divisions. Understand me? There is the division. People will say that Igbos are not united. Yorubas are not united too. Understand me? In 2023, the votes that P2B got in Lagos here is not only Igbos that voted. The same thing will also happen in 2027. The North are not also united. But these people, every day, they are advertising how stupid, how foolish they are. Understand me? Endorsing somebody who has not done nothing for you. What merits Tinubu for any right-thinking Igbo man to endorse him? Ogun State has 3 senior ministers. Ogun State alone has 3 senior ministers. Southeast as a whole have just 1, Dave Omahi. Understand? So Igbos are their own problems. Understand me? Igbos are their own problems. But the truth is that they cannot stop the wave when it comes.
Okay, let me come to you, Fimbar. Dr. Anosike is saying they cannot stop the wave when it comes.
They don't have that capacity.
They don't have the capacity to stop the wave. And one of the things that Peter Mbada, the Enugu State Governor, said about this endorsement, he said Southeast already reaping benefits of aligning with the center. And then, of course, Governor Uzodinma, who is actually the, some persons will call him the ambassador of the renewed hope, or whatever it is that you might want to call him. He's saying that we are building a bridge that will benefit our children. So they are building a bridge that will benefit the children from the Southeast. What do you make of these 2 statements? Do you actually, in line with what this endorsement, in line with what they've said, and putting side by side what Dr. Anosike is saying, what do you make of this? Please, can you unmute your device?
Yes, sorry, I just unmuted it. My very distinguished friend and insightful colleague, Anosike, he has provided a lot of information which is necessary to open up our eyes for especially those who are listening, our audience, that what is playing out certainly is that people come together and then claim that they are Southeast leaders. And if you look very sincerely, you will hardly get a good number of sizable votes that will say that, yeah, these people should represent us as Southeast leaders. For what you've just asked currently, I sincerely understand that it lacks merit for people to say that they have certain persons which will come out and represent them as Southeast and support the presidency of Tinubu at this time, because we know there's no dividend of democracy which is being enjoyed cut across the entire federation of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and then in particular in the Southeast. Southeast is very learned group of people, very exceptional group of people. We have people in various nations, we have people in technocrats, we even have people in politics. Even in that politics itself, you hardly get credible people who will come out and say that they will stand and support the leadership of for the President Tinubu for 2027. You hardly get people who have merit to come and speak like that. So for people who they come out and say they are supporting President Tinubu for 2027, and then they endorse him and all what have you, I doubt sincerity of that message, because it's just political jamboree which they just want to say and in favor of their personal interest and their pockets.
Okay, thank you very much. So are you now trying to say that this would not in any way culminate into the number of voters that the president would want in 2027? And these people are just speaking for themselves? Can you hear me, please?
You said it will not culminate into what?
Into the number of voters that the president might want coming from the Southeast. Let me come back to Dr. Anosike. Dr. Anosike, with all this thing, with the fact that we have someone like Nnamdi Kanu, who is not, who we know that it looks like nothing has been done about this case, or okay, of course, judiciary has sentenced him and all of that. But these South leaders, are they not supposed to at least call for a sort of relief rather than this? Are they supposed to use Nnamdi Kanu as the release, even if that's one thing that they could hold that the president has done for the Southeast? But why come out to say that they are endorsing when something as grievous as this has not been decided, has not been handled?
That shows you that they are northern and the western apologists. They are not fighting, thinking that's for the Igbo people. Understand? Because the experience that those that travel to the east during December, understand? So somebody would leave Lagos on Monday. On Wednesday, he says that he's still on the road. Understand? And some people are saying that Tinubu is doing wonders. At where? At where? Where is he doing those wonders? Go and check Tinubu's appointment. You can hardly see any Igbo person. So all of them have slave mentality. All those who did that endorsement from number 1 to I don't know how many there are, but all of them have slave mentality. This guy, what is his name? Peter Mba never win that Enugu State. Chijioke Edoga won Enugu State, free and square. Understand? The election was rigged in Kano East, where Peter Mba comes from. There, we are supposed to get 7,000 votes. But they declared 30,000 votes. And that is what gave him the advantage. And knowing that he cannot get what he wants in Enugu, he went to Abuja, and there he bribed them, and they announced him. So he never have the support of Enugu people. And today it is only him that I know many of his commissioners. Call any of them and ask. They are suffering. Even official vehicles. They say that they have not seen anybody as stingy, as selfish as Peter Mba. Understand me? So, on a good day, this man is on his own. On a good day, the first international, this thing that left Sam Mbakwe airport carried people going on a pilgrimage to Saudi Arabia. The first international listen that left over the airport. Sultan of Sokoto was brought to with a private jet paid by the Imo state government to come and witness people going to Saudi Arabia for Hajj from Imo state. Imagine, these are people who Peter Nosike will refer as a leader. Understand? So for me, this is just they just spoke their minds, not the mind of the Igbos. Understand? When the time comes, Igbos will speak their mind through their votes. This is a mind game. Understand me? Not a press conference game. Understand? Then any Igbo man who will see what is happening in the southeast now and still vote for APC should question his DNA.
Wow, that's a lot coming from you. Let's move on to the next conversation tonight. Amid escalating political tensions in Rivers State, the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, has reacted to calls for his removal from office. Nyesom Wike disclosed that only President Bola Tinubu has the constitutional authority to remove him as Minister of the Federal Capital Territory. Speaking on the ongoing Rivers political crisis, Wike dismissed calls from political groups and youth organizations demanding his sack, describing such demands as misplaced and politically motivated. The minister insisted that he remains focused on his responsibilities in Abuja and denies any wrongdoing or unconstitutional interference in Rivers State's politics. Wike's remarks come amid mounting pressure linking him to the impeachment attempt against Governor Siminalayi Fubara. I don't know if you're still with us. Fimba, are you still with us?
I'm right here.
Oh, okay. So let me.
I'm right here.
Yes, this Wike is saying that he cannot. Nobody can sack him except the president, and of course, he's berating his people who have been calling for his sack. You know, many persons have called for his sack last week. The APC, some caucus of the APC leaders had actually come out to say that Wike needs to be sacked by the president. And then at the Ijaw Council, you also talked about this impeachment thing and all of that. But let me first ask you, what's your take on the turn of events in Rivers State? And then what's your take on this Wike saying that nobody can sack him except the president? Okay, while we wait for our guest to join us, Dr. Anosike, can you please take a shot?
Well, it is only the person that hires that can fire. Understand? So Tinubu hired him, so only Tinubu can fire him. He is right on that score. But what he should ask himself, is there any other minister in the country? We have about 48 ministers. Is there any other ministers in the country that any group has called for his or her sack? Understand me? Is there any other minister in the country, any group or individuals has called for his sack? Then why always Nyesom Wike? Why always Nyesom Wike? That if he has soul, which unfortunately he doesn't have, he should have that's a reflection. Why always me? Why always me? Now, he is the FCT minister, and he is in Rivers State touring local governments. He is not the first FCT minister in the country. El Rufai was an FCT minister. As FCT minister, he never toured the local government in Kaduna State. Banda Mohammed, the current governor of Bauchi State, was the former FCT minister. He never left Abuja to start touring Bauchi State local government. So what he's doing is just an act of desperation. What he is doing it's just an act of desperation. Wike is a drowning man. Understand? And as I've said on this program, Fubara will never be impeached. Fubara will conclude his remaining terms in office. Wike has no capacity to impeach him. Those House of Assembly members cannot impeach him because Fubara is now a member of APC Governors Forum. Understand? And there's no way the Governors Forum will allow any of their members to be impeached. And Tinubu cannot afford to go against those governors because that's where his power is. Understand me? So Wike is a drowning man. At the end of the day, he will be the one that will lose this fight.
Okay, you said Fubara would definitely finish his term in office.
He'll finish
but
his
is there a possibility? Because another thing that is the problem here, that's the issue here, is his second term. So is there a possibility? Do you think that Fubara would actually have a second term as governor? Do you think he would, with all of this that is happening, do you see him coming back for a second term?
The way Nigeria thinks, it is as if this is scientific. It is not. So what I say that he will finish his first term.
Okay.
Understand? Then second term is still next year. Understand? Nobody knows what is going to happen next year. So what I'm saying is Wike and his gang of lawmakers cannot impeach him.
But you know why I asked you that question is because one of the grudges that they have is about second term. Wike is saying he would not come back for his second term. And that's why I'm like, okay, I know that we can't foresee what will happen in the future. But with all of this that is happening, with the backing of being an APC governor and all of that, do you actually see him coming back for a second term?
Nah. Let him finish his first term first. Because there's Amawan is saying that there's no court that can stop the impeachment.
Okay.
But I am saying that he will not be impeached until he finishes his tenure.
Okay.
Understand? And that Nyesom Wike will be the one that will go under struggle, not Fubara.
Okay. Let's see if Fimba is with us now. Fimba, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Okay, yes, I
Network
can
has not
hear
been
you.
favorable.
It's fine. I can hear you now. Okay, what do you think? Is Wike positioning himself as being untouchable with what he's saying and then with what he's doing? Not just what he's saying, what he's doing in River State.
Yes, go ahead.
I asked the question already. I said, is Wike positioning himself as being untouchable with what he's saying and what he's doing, especially in River State?
So sorry, it's not very clear.
Okay, we'll come back to you. Hopefully, your connection would have been clearer by then. Dr. Anosike, I know you already made mention of this, but can you still speak about this? Because the way he's behaving is looking as do you think the president can actually sack Wike? Yes, we know it is who, like you said, it is who hires that can fire. But does do you think the president would actually want to sack him?
If the governors forum decide that Wike should be sacked, Wike will be sacked within 24 hours. If the APC governors forum, headed by Hope Uzodimma, decides that Nyesom Wike's meddlesomeness is becoming that's a burden on APC, and advise the president that to sack him, the president will sack him. Because the president needs those governors more than he needs Nyesom Wike. Understand? Tinubu needs those governors more than he needs Nyesom Wike. So if the APC governors come together and say that it's time for Wike to be sacked, Tinubu will sack Nyesom Wike.
Okay, one of the things that Wike said last week was that he and the supporters, or those supporters of the renewed hope agenda in River State, have actually paid the price of the price, of bringing the president into power and all of that. And, but at what point does political loyalty become political liability?
When you become a burden, when you become a nuisance, and the Wike has become a nuisance, both to the people of Rivers State and to Tinubu as an individual, because he is bringing a bad name to Tinubu's administration, and he is causing he is causing a lack of governance in Rivers State. So Wike has become that a liability and a nuisance. And I know that his days are numbered. If he continued that to pressure Fubara, Tinubu will sack him.
Okay, you are very certain that
Very sure. If he continued to pressure Fubara, Tinubu will sacrifice him.
Sacrifice him.
Sacrifice him, sack him.
On the altar of these issues, right? He just be the one to pay the price, and then they will let him go. The president will let him go.
Which price did he pay? No. Was he the founder of Rivers State? People have been governors before him, and they never constituted the nuisance that he is constituting now. Understand me? So he has become a burden, both to the president, to the APC as a party, and to Rivers State. Because with what you're doing in Rivers State, governance cannot go ahead, because the governor cannot focus. The governor cannot concentrate. Understand? So if we continue to pressure Fubara, Tinubu will sacrifice him.
Oh. Okay, let's move on. The chairman of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, Ola Olukoyede, has defended his integrity and record amid public scrutiny of the commission's operations. Ola Olukoyede has denied allegations linking him to fraudulent activities, insisting that he has never been involved in any form of financial misconduct. The EFCC chairman also addressed the high-profile corruption case involving former Kogi State Governor Yahaya Bello, stressing that the matter remains before the court. According to Olukoyede, the EFCC has fulfilled its investigative mandate, and it is now the responsibility of the judiciary to determine the outcome of the case. What do you make of this? We've seen Charlie in the face of the investigation, or yes, the alleged the fraud, because it has not really been sentenced, or the court has not really said anything about this case, still in court. That's for the former Attorney General of the Federation. And we heard when the former AGF said that the reason Olukoyede is doing all of this that he's doing is because of a personal vendetta and all of that. And, some persons have actually come out to say that the EFCC has been having selective, they've been choosing who they would prosecute or who they will investigate and all of that.
That's correct.
And now the EFCC chairman is saying that he's publicly defending his integrity. What do you make of this?
My first degree was philosophy. And in philosophy, there's a course, logic and clear thought.
Okay.
Understand me? So I listened to Olukoyede's interview. Understand? And he was not even answering those questions. Understand? An instance, when Shehu asked him, were you ever indicted? This is a yes or no answer. Were you ever indicted? He said those who said that I have been indicted should publish it. Is he talking to children? Who is he more intelligent than? Understand? A straight question. Have you ever been indicted? He said those who said that I have been indicted should publish it. What I had expected to hear is yes or no. But he never said no. He never said no, and he never said yes. Understand? So he just parried that question. I told myself, see this man. Understand? So I asked the question, if Abubakar Mandami has not defected to ADC, would we be hearing this? The answer is no, which means it is political vendetta. Understand me? It is political vendetta. He said that that this case preceded his appointment. Understand? That the case was opened immediately after Buhari's administration was over, which is a lie. Understand me? Which is a lie. This case started when he defected to ADC. Because Buhari administration had never ended. Tinubu said this is a continuation of Buhari's regime, because it's the same party, the same manifesto, understanding. And he was one of the alphas and omega of the Buhari administration. So there's no way as the AG, and mind you, EFCC is under the Attorney General, understand me? So there's nobody that can open his file immediately after their tenure is over. It cannot happen. It cannot happen. So when I was listening to his interview, I was following logic and clear thought. And there was no logic and clear thought in his answers. And when there's no logic and clear thought, it means that the person is a liar, period.
Wow. Wow. Okay, but you know, one of the things that he said was that I have done my work. But what does that mean in a system where we see prosecutions drag for years and we don't even see the outcome of this? Let's take, for instance, this Yahaya Bello's case. He's saying that Yahaya Bello's case is already in the judiciary, that he has done his part. The EFCC has finished investigation, and now the onus now lies on the judiciary to do the needful. You know, what does all this say? Or mean rather?
The issue is this, like I said, Yahaya Bello is still in their good book because he has remained a member of APC. Understand? Okay. Now, to show you that what is happening to Mandami is political vendetta, they accuse what is name Yahaya Bello of stealing about 100 or 80 billion. They never go in search of his properties, in search of his houses. Understand me? They never go in search of his properties. They never go in search of his houses in Abuja, in Lokoja, and different parts of the country. None was searched. Understand? None of his cars was seized. They accuse Mandami of money laundering, and he has not been found guilty. But they went everywhere seizing his properties. Why didn't they go and start seizing Yahaya Bello's properties? Because both of them committed the same offense. Understand? Why didn't they go seizing Yahaya Bello's hotels, Yahaya Bello's cars, Yahaya Bello's other things? Understand?